With a soft sound, Mo Shangyu gradually opened his eyes, taking a sharp breath as he rubbed his aching head, surveying the surroundings. The towering trees around him loomed ominously, entirely unlike any ordinary woodland. Struggling to rise, he slowly regained his senses. Was he transported to another world? This was Mo Shangyu's initial thought. As a Special Forces soldier, he had been on a mission when a grenade exploded nearby, leaving him dizzy and unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. After assessing his body, Mo Shangyu was nearly certain that he had indeed crossed into another realm. However, the sheer size of the trees left him bewildered about his new location. Although he was a seasoned soldier and had read various novels, he was unsure if he possessed any extraordinary abilities or a guiding system. Calling out a couple of times yielded no response, indicating that he likely lacked such a system. Did he have any hidden talents instead? At that moment, a surge of memories flooded into his mind, causing him to collapse back to the ground, clutching his head as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The original owner of this body was also named Mo Shangyu, a member of the Dayan tribe. He had a younger sister and was an orphan, with his parents having passed away. In this world, shamans were revered figures, and beneath them were the totem warriors. It appeared to be a primitive era, yet it bore resemblances to a world steeped in the remnants of a lost civilization akin to that of a realm of cultivation. And to his astonishment, he was a shaman. To become a totem warrior, one needed the assistance of a shaman, and without one, awakening to that status was impossible. The Dayan tribe was led by women and comprised fewer than 100 individuals, categorizing it as a small tribe. Once the pain in his head began to subside, Mo Shangyu rose from the ground to digest the memories within him. He discovered that he had ventured out to hunt exotic beasts, but had inadvertently lost track of the tribe's totem warriors. For reasons unknown, the original body owner had fainted, resulting in Mo Shangyu's unexpected possession of his form. While he was still pondering this perplexing situation, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled. In the next instant, a creature emerged, its entire body cloaked in black, eyes gleaming like sapphires, and its size several times larger than his own. It resembled a cat, but was significantly more massive, comparable to his own stature. Mo Shangyu furrowed his brow at the sight of the creature. Suddenly, it opened its jaw, filled with sharp teeth, and lunged at him. Taken by surprise, he was momentarily frozen in fear. As the creature closed in, its claws poised to strike, he realized that he could very well be torn to shreds. Reacting instinctively, Mo Shangyu turned and fled, with the creature hot on his heels, its speed astonishing that he had to navigate the trees to evade it, as he was still adjusting to this new body, making it challenging to defeat the beast. Just then, the creature pounced from behind, raising its claws to strike. In a swift motion, Mo Shangyu leaped onto a tree trunk, propelling himself backward as he drew a bone knife from his waist. With both hands, he plunged the knife into the creature's back, blood gushing forth. The beast let out a furious roar, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Mo Shangyu. Realizing that being thrown off would likely end in disaster for his fragile form, he clung tightly to the knife with one hand and grasped the creature's fur with the other, trying to pierce its skin to let more blood flow. However, the creature suddenly charged toward a tree, colliding forcefully. Mo Shangyu was caught off guard, and his body slammed into the tree, sending him sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before he came to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The creature turned its gaze back to him and charged once more. Mo Shangyu grimaced, gripping the bone knife tightly. He felt drained, his new body weak, and the impact had left him with a painful sensation coursing through his insides. Just when he thought his end was inevitable, a spear whizzed past his ear, moving so swiftly that he could hear the rush of wind. In the next moment, it pierced the creature's skull, sending it crashing to the ground, lifeless. Stunned, Mo Shangyu turned to see a woman kneeling before him, one hand clenched over her heart. "I apologize, Shaman. We have arrived late," she said respectfully. Gradually regaining his composure, Mo Shangyu observed the woman before him, clad in what appeared to be animal hide. Her sun-kissed skin highlighted her impressive physique. As memories resurfaced, he recognized her as a totem warrior from his tribe, a level 3 warrior named Xia Liuji, sister to the tribe leader, Xia Qingyu. At that moment, 4 others approached, all totem warriors of level 2. They, too, knelt before Mo Shangyu, expressing their apologies for not safeguarding him properly. Looking at these 5 individuals, he realized they were the same ones who had accompanied the original owner during this outing. Once he regained his senses, Mo Shangyu spoke softly, "I am unharmed. You may rise." He then recalled that he was currently the only shaman in his tribe, chosen by the previous shaman, who had passed away only days prior. Shaman, let us return, Xiao Yoji urged, her tone laced with a hint of desperation. A tribe without a shaman would be severed from its traditions, for only a shaman could awaken the totem warriors. The other 4 warriors nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances at Imo Shangyu. Without a second thought, he consented, recognizing the dangers that awaited him outside in his current state. Xiao Yoji and the others beamed with relief at the decision. Then let us return immediately. One of the warriors approached the creature's carcass, preparing to carry it back to the tribe as sustenance. Shangyu merely glanced at the body, saying nothing. It was clear that they intended to consume it. After all, totem warriors existed to protect the tribe and hunt exotic beasts for survival. The group made their way back to the Dayan tribe, while Shangyu pondered the peculiarities of this world. It seemed primitive yet bore hallmarks of advanced civilization, with wooden houses and strange artifacts reminiscent of a fallen world of cultivation. Upon arriving at the Dayan tribe, he stepped into the makeshift wooden dwellings. Before he could speak, a little girl dashed toward him, leaping into his arms. "Brother, I thought you wouldn't return," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with tears. Lowering his gaze, he recognized his sister, Imo Inging, who was 7 or 8 years younger than him, but was now 11. Seeing her cry and his embrace tugged at his heart, prompting him to gently ruffle her hair. Their return garnered the attention of the other tribe members, for Imo Shangyu was now their sole shaman and a figure of great importance. When news had spread of his departure, many had tried to dissuade him, but he had insisted on going, leading to the deployment of the 5 strongest warriors for protection. Now, seeing their shaman return safely, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Honorable shaman, we welcome your return," a woman approached, bowing respectfully as she addressed Imo Shangyu. Upon raising her gaze, Imo Shangyu beheld a woman whose complexion was notably fair and strikingly beautiful. Her figure was lithe and alluring, characterized by a well-defined waistline, exemplifying the epitome of an exquisite woman. For a moment, she found herself somewhat entranced, as this lady surpassed even the most glamorous of celebrities from her past. Clad in a simple garment of animal hide that revealed her torso, she donned a skirt fashioned from the same material. "This must be the chieftain of the Dayan tribe," Imo Shangyu mused, nodding toward the woman. Xia Qingyu then addressed the others, suggesting it was time to eat. Soon, the members of the tribe were animated with joy. A group gathered together, opting to consume the raw meat without kindling a fire. Shangyu observed the others in the tribe. Aside from the totem warriors, the rest appeared somewhat lean. Strikingly, they seemed delightfully content as they indulged in the raw flesh. Shangyu regarded the piece of meat in her hand, finding it truly unpalatable. "Which are you not eating?" At that moment, a robust man approached, directing his inquiry at Imo Shangyu. She recognized him as a second-tier totem warrior named Tianlang. Observing their enjoyment of the raw meat, she recalled that following the death of the witch, they had continuously subsisted on uncooked fare. After listening, Imo Shangyu nodded and turned to Tianlang, inquiring, "Will I be able to do it?" He himself was uncertain how he had posed such a question. Tianlang scratched his head and replied, "Probably not, Wuxia. You've only been a shaman for 3 days. The previous generation of shamans took 3 months to master the fire control technique, and you have yet to train under any shaman." Imo Shangyu fell into a contemplative silence, glancing at the raw meat in his hands before reluctantly addressing Tianlang. "Find a piece of wood, along with some shavings or easily combustible straw." Tianlang, perplexed, was at a loss regarding the shaman's instructions. With a sigh, Imo Shangyu stood up, handed the raw meat to Tianlang, and set off to gather the materials. The straw was easy to locate, and soon he returned with a piece of wood and some dry grass. Tianlang regarded the shaman's collection with confusion. At that moment, Xia Luji approached, observing Imo Shangyu's actions with a puzzled expression. "Wuxia, what are you doing?" Rather than responding, Imo Shangyu crouched down and asked Tianlang, "Do you have a knife?" Tianlang, understanding this request, retrieved a bone knife from behind him and handed it to Imo Shangyu. However, the commotion soon attracted the attention of others, who curiously watched the shaman. Xia Qingyu also arrived, and before long, a crowd gathered around Imo Shangyu. Unperturbed by the audience, Imo Shangyu focused intently on carving a notch in the wood with the bone knife, shaping it meticulously before commencing his efforts to create fire. The onlookers watched with bated breath, their curiosity piqued. After what felt like an eternity, Imo Shangyu finally spotted a spark and quickly placed the wood atop the dry grass. He cupped the grass with his hands, bringing it to his lips, and began to blow gently. Before long, the grass ignited, prompting Imo Shangyu to set down the grass and break a few twigs to add to the burgeoning flames. The surrounding crowd displayed faces of astonishment, not merely at the fire itself, but at the realization that Imo Shanyu had managed to create it. Wasn't it said that one needed at least 3 months of training to wield any fire control techniques? Xia Qingyu gazed at Imo Shanyu in surprise, and others mirrored her astonishment. As Imo Shanyu stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he was taken aback to see the tribe members encircling him, unaware of when they had gathered. "Brother, you are amazing," exclaimed Imo Engying, beaming with admiration as she approached him. Imo Shanyu smiled and ruffled her hair, noticing a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. He gently wiped it away and addressed the gathered tribe members. "In the future, it's best to cook the meat thoroughly before consuming it. I will teach you all how to create fire." He did not dare to assure them that the raw meat was free of bacteria. Perhaps the totem warriors were immune. But the ordinary members of the tribe did not possess such robust constitutions. The tribe members were taken aback by his declaration, realizing that the shaman intended to impart shamanic techniques to them. Xia Qingyu stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Wusher, we who lack shamanic power cannot learn." As Imo Shanyu smiled and spoke, "This is not sorcery, merely a simple method of igniting a fire, one that you all can master." The tribe members were filled with excitement upon hearing this. The ability to create fire would bring them great convenience and allow them to enjoy a variety of cooked dishes. After the meal, many returned to their constructed wooden houses, and Imo Shanyu prepared to head back and rest. At that moment, Xia Qingyu approached, gazing at Imo Shanyu, and said, "In the future, you may entrust us with anything. There is no need for you to attend to matters personally." Imo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement at the respectful woman before him. "Very well." Xia Qingyu sighed in relief. After all, a tribe without a shaman would inevitably face extinction. "Then, you should rest early," she added respectfully to Imo Shanyu. He nodded and made his way to the dwelling where the shamans resided. Upon arriving at his wooden house, he observed that it was more exquisite than the others, affirming the shaman's status as the highest leader of the tribe. Once inside, he noticed a peculiar stone that emitted a soft glow in the night. Imo Shanyu sat on the bed, which was covered in animal skins, feeling quite comfortable. After settling in, he glanced beside him and was taken aback to find several items. They appeared to be remnants from the previous shaman. On a piece of animal skin were inscribed some incomprehensible characters, likely the shamanic script, alongside several animal bones etched with strange patterns. Imo Shanyu recalled that the animal skin was likely related to the cultivation of shamanic arts, while the bones were probably shamanic tokens. As he picked up the animal skin, he began to scrutinize the inscriptions. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation surging into his mind. In an instant, he found himself immersed in a cosmic expanse, surrounded by a sea of stars, as if he were adrift in an ocean. The twinkling white lights around him radiated warmth, providing a comforting embrace. Imo Shanyu reached out to touch these luminous points, and they flowed into him like a gentle current. In the midst of this experience, shamanic symbols appeared before him, seemingly arranged in a particular order. However, the sequence felt amiss. Thus, Imo Shanyu took the initiative to rearrange the symbols. Before long, he grasped the arrangement of these symbols, which resembled mathematical simplicity. It then dawned on him that the previous shaman had left behind 3 shamanic arts: fire control, with spirit manipulation, and healing art. With newfound confidence, Imo Shanyu began to organize the symbols, first aligning those of fire control. In the next moment, a flame materialized in the palm of his hand, leaving him astonished and elated. He subsequently experimented with the other arts and discovered that he could manipulate the quantity of the symbols as well. Fire control originally required 17 symbols, but he found he could omit 2. Testing this theory, he confirmed that it indeed worked, with just 10 symbols. The flame in his palm grew even larger. Suddenly struck with astonishment, Imo Shanyu once again altered the number of incantations for the fire control technique, substituting 1 incantation for those that typically required 2 or 3. Captivated by this newfound ability, Imo Shanyu felt a delightful intrigue that blossomed into an infatuation. Throughout the night, he sat cross-legged in meditation, and though each arrangement of the incantations consumed a portion of his spiritual energy, it was quickly replenished. The learning of these mystical arts was remarkably simple, akin to tackling elementary mathematics, sparking an addiction within Imo Shanyu that led him to lose track of time until dawn's arrival. Chapter 3. The Snake Tribe Shaman. It is time to eat. A voice penetrated his reverie, prompting Imo Shanyu to slowly open his eyes and behold Xia Qingyu entering with a platter of roasted meat. She stood before him, speaking softly. Imo Shanyu glanced at her and nodded, noticing that as he rose, his awareness seemed to extend further, allowing him to observe the bustling tribe outside. After the meal, Imo Shanyu resumed his meditative state, his consciousness once again delving into the realm of awareness. He soon discovered that he could indeed research and arrange the incantations independently, leading to the development of new techniques and creations. These revelations utterly enthralled him, though he realized that the tribe's repertoire of incantations was limited. Mo Shanyu understood that each tribe possessed unique incantations, which were of utmost importance to every shaman and tribe. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu began organizing a hunting party and gathering of wild fruits, along with various chores. For the shamans were the highest authority within the tribe and thus exempt from labor. Mo Shanyu remained in his meditative position until noon. Trouble. De Xiong is injured. A voice suddenly rang out in urgency from outside. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, rushed into the tribe, carrying a robust man and laying him on the ground. De Xiong lay there, his lips pale, a deep wound in his abdomen from which blood flowed incessantly, rendering him unconscious. The commotion drew the attention of the tribe, and upon seeing De Xiong's grave injury, gasps of shock filled the air. Xia Qingyu approached anxiously, her brow furrowed as she examined the wound. It was evident that this was not caused by a beast. Her gaze shifted to the man who had carried De Xiong. Did you encounter members of another tribe? The man nodded, responding, yes, they claimed we stole their prey and then attacked us. Xia Qingyu quickly inquired, what about the others? The man continued, they should be behind us. They held off the attackers so I could bring De Xiong back first. Xia Qingyu's expression tightened as she regarded the unconscious De Xiong and his horrific injury, realizing the dire situation they faced. Although she thought of the shaman's healing powers, Mo Shanyu had only recently become a shaman and was unlikely to wield such magic effectively. It appeared that De Xiong's fate was sealed. The other members of the tribe lowered their heads in sorrow, visibly affected by the tragedy that had befallen them. The demise of any totem warrior is a significant blow to a tribe. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a voice emerged from behind. What is happening? Mo Shanyu inquired softly, having just opened his eyes to the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he noticed a group of people gathered closely together. The tribe members turned to see the shaman, who respectfully lowered his head and called out shaman, parting to create a path. Mo Shanyu quickly approached the man lying on the ground. Upon seeing the large bear sprawled on the earth, its grievous wounds took him aback. They were deep enough to reveal the innards. However, having been a special forces soldier in his previous life, he composed himself swiftly. Xia Qingyu, discerning the shaman's dilemma, stepped forward and said, Shaman, you should return to rest. We will take care of the bear. Mo Shanyu turned to Xia Qingyu. Can you heal the bear? Xia Qingyu shook her head. No, but we will bury the bear's body in a suitable place. Mo Shanyu's mouth twitched. It seemed that this was the intended course of action, and judging by Xia Qingyu's demeanor, healing was not an option. I will give it a try. Mo Shanyu softly declared as he gazed at the bear on the ground, raising his hand above the wound. In the next moment, a green light emanated from his palm, which began to spread toward the injury. Xia Qingyu was immediately taken aback, as were the other totem warriors. They had never anticipated that the shaman could wield magic. To their astonishment, the bear's wound began to heal, albeit slowly. This marked Mo Shanyu's inaugural experience with magic, and he felt the energy draining from him, akin to a gradual depletion of vitality. Given the depth of the wound, it required a considerable amount of magical energy. Thus, Mo Shanyu expended nearly 4/5 of his power to fully mend the injury. At that moment, he felt his strength waning, collapsing to his knees, hands pressed to the ground. The others looked on in astonishment, realizing their shaman had indeed harnessed magical abilities. Xia Qingyu shared their shock as she gazed at Mo Shanyu. He should be all right now. Let him rest, he weakly suggested. Xia Qingyu nodded, instructing someone to take the bear away to rest, then stepped forward to assist Mo Shanyu, her voice laced with concern. Shaman, are you all right? Mo Shanyu shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that using magic for the first time is quite taxing. I'll adapt with more practice. Xia Qingyu nodded in understanding, supporting the shaman as they headed to rest, while the other tribe members watched them depart. Once Mo Shanyu was settled in his quarters, he closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of enlightenment. This state, known as enlightenment, is when a shaman engages in deep meditation. Xia Qingyu did not interfere but chose to leave, emerging to find Xiao Liuji and several other totem warriors had returned. Sister, is the bear all right? Xiao Liuji inquired with concern. Xia Qingyu shook her head. It is fine now, thanks to the shaman's magic. Xiao Liuji was startled. What do you mean, sister? The shaman has already begun to wield magic after just a few days? Xia Qingyu nodded but turned to Xiao Liuji, inquiring, what exactly happened? Xiao Liuji, clenching her fists in indignation, replied, it was the Black Snake tribe. We were merely hunting peacefully when we encountered them. They accused us of slaughtering their kind and then attacked us, resulting in this situation. Xia Qingyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger as well, yet she relaxed her grip. They were indeed powerless against the snake tribe, which was far more formidable. The totem warriors and the tribe's people outnumbered them significantly. Here, the Dayan tribe was considered a level 7 tribe, the lowest tier. Above them were level 6 tribes. Extending up to level 1, and beyond that lay the super tribes. A tribe with fewer than 100 members was classified as a level 7 tribe, while those with 100 to 300 members were level 6 tribes, requiring 30 totem warriors and at least one shaman. The totem warriors ranged from level 1 to level 10, and shamans were categorized as junior, intermediate, senior, sacred, or ancestral shamans. With a sigh, Xia Qingyu addressed Xia Luji, "Let's leave it be for today. We cannot provoke the snake tribe." Chapter 4. A brother is still a brother by nightfall. Mo Shangyu finally opened her eyes. Her shamanic powers had long since recovered, yet she found herself engrossed in the study of shamanic scripts. Having thoroughly analyzed them over the course of the previous night and that day. "It is time for a meal," came Xia Luji's voice from outside. Mo Shangyu rose and stepped outside, only to find the tribe gathered around the fire, though the food appeared scant. The totem warriors consumed a bit more, whereas the ordinary tribespeople had barely enough to eat, often just a morsel. Taking a seat, Mo Shangyu turned to Xia Luji and asked, "Why is there so little food today?" Xia Luji replied, "We encountered members of the snake tribe today, which is why we couldn't hunt any exotic game." Upon hearing this, Mo Shangyu inquired, "Is this snake tribe truly formidable?" Xia Luji responded, "The snake tribe is considered a level 6 tribe, boasting over 100 members, 30 of whom are totem warriors, along with a junior shaman. They are indeed stronger than our tribe, and possess 3 level 4 totem warriors." Mo Shangyu, contemplating this, realized that the snake tribe was indeed quite powerful. "I am grateful to the shaman for saving me today." Just then, the tall and robust figure of Dexiong approached, kneeling before her with utmost seriousness. Mo Shangyu observed Dexiong's wounds, astonished to see they had completely healed, surprising her with the speed of his recovery. "Shaman, that is truly remarkable. I never expected you to learn healing magic in just a few days," Xia Luji remarked, gazing at Mo Shangyu with admiration. Even the other totem warriors looked upon her with reverence, for to them, a shaman was sacred, mysterious, and noble. Mo Shangyu nodded and gestured for Dexiong to rise. "Shaman, it is time to eat." At that moment, Xia Qingyu approached, carrying a large piece of meat, and handed it to Mo Shangyu. On the outskirts, Mo Shangyu received a piece of meat, only to find that the members of the tribe had all turned to gaze at him, causing the shaman to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Eventually, he extended the sizable chunk of meat to Xia Qingyu, saying, "Let everyone share this. I shall suffice with some fruit." Xia Qingyu promptly replied, "No, that won't do. You must eat." The other totem warriors and tribespeople quickly echoed her sentiment. While they could forego the meal, the shaman could not. Ultimately, Mo Shangyu, unable to resist the insistence of these relatively primitive individuals, began to eat. However, he inquired mid-bite, "Will you be hunting again tomorrow?" Xia Lu and the others lowered their heads slightly, aware that they might encounter the serpent tribe while venturing out. At that moment, Xia Qingyu interjected, "I shall accompany you all on the hunt tomorrow. After all, I am a level 4 totem warrior." The tribe leader, "That is not permissible. You must remain in the tribe to oversee matters," Xia Lu replied, casting a glance at Xia Qingyu. The other totem warriors concurred, and Mo Shangyu recognized the dire circumstances faced by the Dayan tribe. The continual threat of beasts could indeed lead to starvation. It seemed imperative for him to strengthen himself post-haste. In the end, Xia Qingyu was resolute in her decision to join, and no one could dissuade her. However, Dexiong chose to remain in the tribe to protect the shaman and the clan. Mo Shangyu said nothing about this. After all, even if he wished to hunt, it was nearly impossible, as Xia Qingyu and the others would not allow it. Suddenly, Mo Shangyu glanced around as if searching for a familiar figure, and soon his eyes fell upon Mo Yingying, who was seated nearby, delicately nibbling on a fruit, savoring each small bite as if fearing it would vanish too quickly. A pang of tenderness struck him. Since her return from the other world, he had only exchanged glances with his sister once. His memories of her were fleeting. She had been cared for by the women of the tribe after their parents passed away at her birth. Yet it was Mo Shangyu who had taken on the responsibility of raising her for most of her life. Now that he had assumed the role of shaman, Mo Yingying understood that she could no longer cling to him as she once did. After all, a shaman was a figure of sanctity and reverence. Yet, Mo Shangyu held a deep affection for her, for in his previous life, he had known no family and longed for a sister. "Yingying," he called softly to her, who was crouched nearby. Mo Yingying looked up, her expression adorably innocent, her eyes suddenly alight with recognition. "Come here," he beckoned, waving a hand. Mo Ying hesitated for a moment, but then swiftly approached, standing before him. Shaman, she said. Her initial impulse to rush forward and embrace him halted by the realization that he was now a shaman, no longer the brother she could simply hug at will. Is there something you need from me? She gently inquired. Mo Shanyu rose, ruffling her hair as he slightly bent down. Just call me brother. Though I am now the shaman of the tribe, I am still your brother. Mo Ying's excitement surged momentarily, but she quickly averted her gaze, saying, No, brother is now the shaman of the tribe, not my brother. On the path, Mo Shanyu, amused, pinched Mo Ying's soft cheeks and feigned annoyance, saying, I am the shaman of the tribe, and also your elder brother. Do you not heed the words of a shaman? Mo Ying suddenly broke into a smile and cheerfully called out, Brother. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu and the others chose to remain silent. After all, such matters posed no harm to the tribe, and they dared not oppose the shaman's words. Ying, have this, Mo Shanyu said, extending a piece of meat towards her. Mo Ying quickly waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, Shaman, this is yours. I cannot accept it. With a hint of irritation, Mo Shanyu asked, What did you call me? Mo Ying immediately lowered her head, murmuring, Brother. At this, Mo Shanyu smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, You can take this to share with the children or the elderly. He then insisted on placing the meat in her hands and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I must return to my dwelling now, he said, rising to head back home. As Mo Ying gazed at the meat in her hands, a radiant smile spread across her face, and she happily murmured to herself, Brother is still my brother, not just the shaman. She then joyfully set off to distribute the food among the elderly and children, keeping a little for herself. Xia Lu and the others remained quiet, knowing that the food belonged to the shaman, and they would not dare to take it, nor would they need to, for the shaman had already partaken. Upon returning to his room, Mo Shanyu retrieved a box and opened it to reveal a piece of beast skin and a piece of beast bone. The bone bore an engraving, and upon closer inspection, Mo Shanyu recognized it as a power blessing bone token. Alongside the beast skin and the power blessing bone token lay a small carving knife. As he picked it up, he felt a sensation of connection to the shamanic power. This must be the knife used for engraving the bone tokens. Chapter 5. Engraving shaman bone tokens. Mo Shanyu turned his attention back to the beast skin, which contained designs for engraving the bone tokens. He could now comprehend the three patterns depicted: the power blessing bone token, the healing blessing bone token, and the speed healing bone token. Among these, the healing blessing bone token seemed most feasible to research first. If each totem warrior could possess 1 or 2 healing blessing bone tokens, it would significantly reduce casualties through timely treatment. Let us get to work, he called out to the outside. Soon, the large bear entered, respectfully inquiring, Shaman, what are your commands? Fetch me some beast bones. I need to engrave bone tokens. Mo Shanyu instructed. Understood. The large bear nodded but then suddenly displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, What? Shaman, you wish to engrave bone tokens? Mo Shanyu indifferently nodded. Indeed. Is there a problem? The large bear, now visibly excited, replied, No problem at all. I'm just a bit thrilled. After speaking, the great bear swiftly dashed outside. The celestial wolf, upon seeing the great bear's frantic exit, hurriedly inquired, Great bear, has something occurred? The great bear, filled with excitement, responded, Celestial wolf. Remain here with the shaman. I shall seek the beast bones for her. She intends to engrave the beast bone tokens. With that, he hurried off in search of the previous beast bones. The celestial wolf, albeit momentarily bewildered, quickly comprehended the situation. The shaman was to engrave the beast bone tokens. The celestial wolf felt an overwhelming rush of exhilaration, for the previous shaman had spent a lifetime to engrave merely 5 tokens, of which only 1 remained, and the current shaman had only just assumed her role a few days prior. The celestial wolf gazed at the dwelling of the shaman, astonished yet thrilled. Meanwhile, Mo Shanyu continued to study the patterns on the animal hide, uncertain of the difficulty involved in engraving the beast bone tokens. The abilities exhibited by these tokens depended on the quality of the beast bones and the shaman's own spiritual power. Soon, the great bear returned, clutching 5 beast bone tokens. Anxiously, he knocked on the shaman's door, exclaiming, Shaman, I have brought the beast bones. Mo Shanyu promptly invited him in. Upon entering, the great bear placed the 5 tokens before Mo Shanyu. Shaman, here are the finest beast bones I selected. Mo Shanyu examined the tokens, noting 1 4th level exotic bone token, 2 3rd level, and 2 2nd level tokens, quite commendable. However, for a first attempt, such high-quality tokens were unnecessary. Mo Shanyu instructed the great bear, Please fetch me some 1st level beast bone tokens. I wish to examine them first. The great bear hurried off once more, returning shortly with 10 1st level tokens. Mo Shanyu nodded in approval and then led the great bear outside. As they emerged, the celestial wolf turned to the great bear, asking, "Great bear, is the shaman truly going to engrave the beast bone tokens?" The great bear affirmed with a nod, "Yes. Today, we shall take turns guarding the shaman, primarily for her safety, while the safety of the tribe is ensured by other totem warriors on patrol." Both the great bear and the celestial wolf, exhilarated, found themselves unable to sleep, for the shaman was about to commence the engraving of the beast bone tokens. At that moment, Mo Shanyu picked up the carving knife along with several luminescent stones, intently observing the patterns on the animal hide that needed to be engraved onto the tokens. It required a continuous stroke, with no interruptions. One must engrave it in a single motion. After memorizing the design, Mo Shanyu began to focus intently on the bone token. The carving knife glided over the token without the anticipated difficulty, akin to drawing on paper, yet it demanded complete concentration. Mo Shanyu sensed that his spiritual power intermingled with the act of engraving the beast bone tokens. As time passed, the first beast bone token remained incomplete. Midway through, it deviated slightly and was thus rendered a failure. Mo Shanyu discarded it onto the ground and picked up another, ready to continue his work. The second piece ultimately failed due to a lack of control over the intensity, yet it could still be considered a beast bone card, albeit with significantly diminished capabilities. Mo Shanyu, dissatisfied, carelessly tossed it aside and continued his work. It was only after meticulously engraving 10 beast bone cards that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been utterly drained. Out of the 10 first-level exotic beast bone cards he had completed, only 2 were intact, which was a decent outcome. Rising from his bed, he reached for the 2 complete cards to conduct some experiments. However, as soon as he stood up, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Shaking his head to regain his focus, he realized that engraving these beast bone cards was truly exhausting both mentally and physically. Once he regained a semblance of strength, he grasped the 2 cards. Outside, Xiao Liuji noticed that both Daxiong and Tianlang were stationed by the shaman's door and curiously inquired, "Aren't you 2 going to sleep?" Both Tianlang and Daxiong turned to Xiao Liuji and shook their heads in unison, with Tianlang responding, "I can't sleep." Intrigued, Xiao Liuji looked at Tianlang and asked, "Why not? Aren't you supposed to go hunting today?" By this time, dawn was gradually breaking. Tianlang replied, "The shaman is engraving beast bone cards, and the excitement keeps me awake." "What?" Xiao Liuji was taken aback, but at that moment, the door swung open, revealing Mo Shanyu holding 2 beast bone cards, who then saw the 3 at the entrance. "What brings you all to my door?" As Xiao Liuji was about to inquire why the shaman was awake so early, he noticed that Mo Shanyu appeared unwell and haggard, prompting him to worry. "Shaman, are you all right?" Mo Shanyu shook his head and displayed the completed beast bone cards, saying, "I managed to engrave 2 complete beast bone cards overnight. I thought I would experiment with them to see if they are functional." At this, Daxiong, Tianling, and Xiao Liuji simultaneously focused on the bone cards in Mo Shanyu's hands. Sensing the shamanic power emanating from them, they indeed confirmed that they were beast bone cards. The 3 exchanged astonished glances with Mo Shanyu. "Let us go test these beast bone cards," he declared, leading the way outside. Seeing the shaman's unsteady form, Xiao Liuji hurried forward to support him. "Shaman, you didn't spend the entire night engraving these beast bone cards, did you?" Mo Shanyu nodded. "Yes, but unfortunately, only 2 out of the 5 cards were successful. The other 3 are defective." The expressions of Xiao Liuji, Tianlang, and Daxiong turned to shock. This was extraordinary. The previous shaman had spent nearly a lifetime to engrave 5 beast bone cards, yet this shaman, having only recently assumed the role, managed to engrave 2 in one night. The trio was left in awe. Chapter 6. 3rd level healing shaman bone card. The 4 arrived at an open area where the first light of dawn was just beginning to appear. Mo Shanyu produced the beast bone card and addressed Tianlang, Xiao Liuji, and Daxiong, saying, "This is a healing beast bone card." The 3 turned their gazes to the card in Mo Shanyu's hand, sensing the shamanic power within it. Though faint, it was undeniably a beast bone card. "How do we conduct the experiment?" Xiao Liuji asked, eyeing the healing beast bone card. Daxiong then looked to Mo Shanyu and said, "I understand." With that, he retrieved a bone knife from behind him, extending his arm, and without further ado, he swiftly made a cut. A crimson line suddenly appeared on the arm of the great bear, blood oozing forth. Upon witnessing this, Mo Shanyu could not help but twitch her lips. Yet she still picked up a healing beast bone tablet and handed it to Xiao Liuji, saying, "Give this a try." Xiao Liuji accepted the healing beast bone tablet and placed it on the great bear's wound, channeling the totemic power within her. The tablet emitted a faint green glow before merging into the great bear's injury. Although the healing process was slow, It was indeed effective in closing the wound. Mo Shanyu observed the gash on the great bear. While not particularly deep, it was commendable that a first-level healing beast bone tablet could manage to heal it. After the wound was fully mended, the tablet merely bore a few cracks. Once its magical energy was entirely expended, the healing beast bone tablet would shatter completely. At that moment, the great bear, the celestial wolf, and Xia Liuji leaped up in uncontainable excitement, their cheers ringing out. It was astonishing that their tribe's shaman had truly managed to inscribe beast bone tablets in such a short span of time. The three were overwhelmed with joy. Mo Shanyu, seeing their elation, also smiled and handed another piece to Xia Liuji, saying, "You should keep this one as well. I have a few defective ones, which I will give you shortly. I will return to carve another one. When the tribe's elders awaken, we can have them wait for me to finish." With that, she turned and walked toward her dwelling, while the three accompanied her eagerly. Xia Liuji, clutching 2 healing beast bone tablets, was filled with exhilaration, treating them like precious treasures. The celestial wolf and the great bear were cautious not to touch them, carefully cradling them close. Once Mo Shanyu returned to her room and closed the door, she prepared to carve a third-level shaman bone tablet. The shaman bone tablet, also known as the beast bone tablet, was a challenge at the 4th level. So she decided first to inscribe a third-level healing shaman bone tablet. Today, Xia Qingyu and the others were going out hunting, and should they encounter a situation like yesterday, they would need the healing shaman tablets. A first-level healing tablet would be insufficient for injuries like those sustained by the great bear. Perhaps a third-level one would suffice. With determination, she picked up her carving knife and began to inscribe. However, as soon as she made the first incision, she felt her magical energy rapidly depleting. It seemed that the level of the beast bone also drew upon her magical strength to varying degrees. As the dawn broke, Xia Liuji noticed her sister had awakened and rushed over, exclaiming joyfully, "Sister, sister, look what I have." Xia Qingyu stared in astonishment at the 2 tablets in her sister's hands, then quickly took them, incredulity etched on her face. "Shaman bone tablets? Where did you get these?" Xia Liuji replied proudly, "Of course, our shaman inscribed them last night." "What?" Xia Qingyu was even more astonished, gazing at her sister's expression of disbelief. "Really? The shaman can now inscribe shaman bone tablets?" Xia Liuji beamed and nodded emphatically. "Yes, this is our shaman. Isn't it impressive? Has the shaman awakened?" Xia Qingyu asked, her excitement palpable as she looked at her sister. Xia Liuji responded, "The shaman said she needs to return to carve another shaman bone tablet for you all to take when you go out." Xia Qingyu cast her gaze toward the dwelling of Mo Shanyu, her heart still in a state of shock. After all, their shaman was now capable of crafting shamanic bone tokens. Once Xia Qingyu and her companions finished their breakfast, they did not hastily set off, but instead waited. It was not long before Mo Shanyu emerged from the house, albeit looking somewhat fatigued. Noticing this, Xia Qingyu hurriedly approached. "Shaman, are you all right?" Mo Shanyu shook her head. "I am fine, just a bit weary." After speaking, she produced 5 shamanic bone tokens, for were defective first-tier healing tokens, while the remaining one was a third-tier healing token. "Take this one. The third-tier healing token should be able to heal serious injuries. Be cautious while hunting. I am utterly exhausted and need to rest." Mo Shanyu instructed Xia Qingyu, barely pausing to eat before turning back toward the house and collapsing onto her bed. She had spent the entire previous night etching the shamanic bone tokens, which had drained her mental energy. As soon as she touched the bed, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu could only close the door and turn to Big Bear, saying, "Big Bear, ensure the shaman gets ample rest. No one is to disturb her today. If she awakens, prepare food for her immediately." Big Bear nodded in agreement. Xia Qingyu gazed at the shamanic bone tokens in her hands trembling with excitement, particularly at the presence of a third-tier healing token. Xia Lu Nu shared her exhilaration, completely astonished that the shaman was able to carve a third-tier healing token. "Let us go," Xia Qingyu said to the totem warriors preparing to venture out for hunting. At that moment, they were all filled with confidence. For those who could carry more than 5 shamanic bone tokens were akin to the configurations of a 5th-tier tribe. They swiftly made their way to the hunting grounds. Located 4 or 5 miles from the tribe, reaching their usual hunting range in no time. "Xia Lu, it was here that you encountered the serpent tribe?" Xia Qingyu suddenly inquired of Xia Lu. Xia Lu nodded. "Yes, it was indeed here." Xia Qingyu expressed her slight confusion. "I recall this place being half a sunset's distance from the serpent tribe. Half a sunset equates to half a day." "Indeed," Xia Lu acknowledged. "I too am uncertain as to why members of the serpent tribe would appear here." "Tribe leader, there seems to be a third-tier aberration ahead," Tianlang suddenly pointed out. Xia Lu and Xia Qingyu followed his gaze and beheld an aberrant creature with 4 legs, tusks, and long black fur akin to a pig, grazing peacefully. This one can be hunted and brought back, Xia Qingyu declared. Now that the shaman can carve shamanic bone tokens, we should hunt some high-tier aberrations for her. Xia Lu and the others nodded in agreement. This third-tier aberration could be dealt with by Tian Lang and Xia Lu. The two stealthily surrounded it, and then launched a sudden attack. Tian Lang was the first to hurl his spear, instantly startling the third-tier aberration. The creature reacted swiftly, evading Tian Lang's spear and attempting to flee. However, just as it turned to escape, Xia Lu appeared and landed a punch squarely on its head. With a resounding thud, the aberration's head struck the ground, and it promptly lost its life. Chapter 7. The hunt after Xiao Yoji and Tian Lang vanquished the aberrant creature. They resumed their search for new prey. Xia Qingyu, having successfully hunted 3 third-tier and 5 second-tier aberrants, felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that their recent dinners were secured. A few among them had sustained injuries, yet they swiftly recovered with the aid of healing bone talismans. The totem warriors who accompanied them were particularly elated, as this was their inaugural hunting expedition without suffering any harm. All right, let us head back, Xia Qingyu remarked cheerfully, satisfied with their ample catch. Realizing that any more would be cumbersome to carry, Tian Lang exclaimed with delight, "The shaman is truly remarkable. With the healing bone talismans, our hunts will become much easier, and we need not fear." Xia Qingyu turned to Tian Lang, cautioning him, "We must remain vigilant. After all, the healing bone talismans can mend injuries but cannot restore life." Just then, as they prepared to return, a dozen figures materialized before them. One among them, brazen and audacious, declared, "Halt." Instantly, Xia Qingyu and her companions regarded the newcomers with heightened alertness, recognizing their attire. "You are from the serpent tribe," she deduced. The one who had commanded them to stop was a 4th-tier totem warrior named Mu Shi. He regarded Xiao Yoji and Xia Qingyu with a smirk. "I am surprised you recognize me. Now, surrender the aberrants." His gaze then fixed on Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji. "You 2 women will stay, the rest may leave." Xiao Yoji, incensed, was about to rebuke Mu Shi, but Xia Qingyu pulled her behind her, glaring at Mu Shi with fierce intensity. "Are you serpent tribe members seeking war with our dying tribe?" Mu Shi erupted in laughter, his tone dripping with derision. "War? Your tribe is bereft of shamans. What could you possibly contend with against us? I suggest your Dayan tribe submit to the serpent tribe and become our slaves. Otherwise, extinction awaits you." Xia Qingyu and her companions clenched their fists, recognizing that even if they engaged, the odds were against them. Mu Shi continued, "Enough. Leave the aberrants, and you may go." Tian Lang, Xiao Yoji, and the others felt their anger surge, eager to confront their adversaries, but Xia Qingyu restrained them, asserting, engaging would be tantamount to courting death. "Fine. I shall comply." Xia Qingyu finally relented through gritted teeth. However, Tian Lang and Xiao Yoji stubbornly clutched the aberrants, unwilling to relinquish them. "I said, give them to them." Xia Qingyu's voice rose, commanding her companions. Reluctantly, they surrendered the aberrants to the serpent tribe. Upon receiving the food, the serpent tribe members erupted in laughter, their scorn for the Dayan tribe's weakness evident. "Can we depart now?" Xia Qingyu inquired of Mu Shi. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to leave, and indeed, he had no intention of pursuing them further. After the figures of Xia Qingyu and her companions completely vanished, a totem warrior from the snake tribe stepped forward and inquired, "Mushy, why not eliminate them? The 2 women would serve to relieve our weariness." Mushy replied nonchalantly, "The Dayan tribe is currently devoid of shamans. Their demise is inevitable. We merely need to bide our time until they come to us. Observe how, during our vigil here, they failed to hunt any exotic beasts each day, leading them to starvation. Eventually, they will gravitate towards us, allowing us to conquer the Dayan tribe without expending a single soldier." At this moment, after Xia Qingyu's departure, Xiao Yoji and Tian Lang clenched their fists in anger, wishing fervently to engage the snake tribe in battle. "Sister, why did you give them the exotic beasts?" "We toiled hard to hunt them," Xiao Yoji exclaimed indignantly. Xia Qingyu responded, "Providing them is preferable to their demise. I must consider your well-being as well." Tian Lang, seething with frustration, retorted, "Yet we are subjected to their humiliation. I cannot swallow this indignity. If only we could confront them, one less would suffice." Suddenly, Xia Qingyu halted and addressed Tian Lang. "Tian Lang, our tribe now possesses a shaman, and we have but a handful of totem warriors. If we perish, who will hunt? Who will safeguard the tribe and the shaman? Moreover, have you not witnessed the talents our shaman has begun to exhibit? If we grant them time to develop, shall we still fear the snake tribe?" Upon hearing this, Tian Lang and Xiao Yoji lowered their heads, resigned to endure this humiliation for the time being. Nonetheless, they vowed to seek vengeance at the opportune moment. Xia Qingyu added, "On our return, let us attempt to hunt some exotic beasts. Should we succeed, we shall return to the tribe immediately. The snake tribe comprised only a small number of individuals, and they dared not launch a direct assault on the Dine tribe. After uttering these words, Xiao Liuji and the others had no choice but to comply. As night enveloped the land, Xia Qingyu and her companions returned to the tribe, having captured merely a second-tier exotic beast. The tribe's members, witnessing that their expedition yielded only a single exotic beast, felt a wave of dejection. After all, such a meager supply of food would inevitably be allocated to the totem warriors, leaving the elderly and children with nothing but the wild fruits gathered that day. Xia Qingyu, aware of the somber mood among her kin, felt helpless. The following day would require a change of hunting grounds. In hopes of capturing exotic beasts without interference from the snake tribe, each tribe typically possesses a stable hunting territory, having been thoroughly explored and deemed relatively safe. However, the prospect of seeking a new hunting location could expose them to unknown dangers. Xia Qingyu approached the shaman's dwelling and asked the guardian bear at the entrance, "De Xiong, has the shaman awakened?" De Xiong shook his head. The shaman remains asleep, having slumbered since sunset. Xia Qingyu's concern deepened as she gazed inside. Pushing the door open, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing Imo Shanyu sprawled across the bed, soundly asleep. She had feared something had befallen the shaman, especially after such an extended slumber. As the evening deepened, Imo Shanyu awoke from his slumber, rubbing his eyes before sitting up. Upon noticing Xia Qingyu and De Xiong, he inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Xia Qingyu, upon seeing his awakening, immediately responded with respect, "Which, the night has fallen. It is time to partake in a meal." Imo Shanyu glanced outside, realizing that darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with only a few bonfires illuminating the area. He was surprised to find that he had slept until nightfall, and that Xia Qingyu and the others had returned. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he patted his stomach and said, "Let us go and eat." Hearing the word eat from Imo Shanyu's lips, Xia Qingyu tilted her head slightly, clearly puzzled. Chapter 8. The Power of the Witch's Totem Cards. Once outside, Imo Shanyu observed that the tribe's mood seemed somewhat disheartened, and he noticed that there was scarcely any meat by the bonfire, save for a bit near the totem warriors. Curiously, he turned to Xia Qingyu and asked, "Did you not manage to hunt for food today?" With a sigh, Xia Qingyu replied, "Today, we encountered members of the snake tribe. They outnumbered us, and we had no choice but to relinquish the exotic prey we had captured." Imo Shanyu frowned upon hearing this. If the snake tribe continued in this manner, their tribe would soon face a dire shortage of sustenance. After settling down by the bonfire, he saw Xia Luji approach with some roasted meat, offering it to him. "Which, please eat." Imo Shanyu accepted without hesitation, having gone an entire day without food. He began to consume the meat heartily. Despite the absence of seasoning, the exotic flesh was quite palatable. Observing that most of the tribe was subsisting on wild fruits, which could hardly suffice for a full meal, he noted that they only ate twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening. "Will you go hunting tomorrow?" Imo Shanyu inquired of Xia Qingyu. "Indeed," she nodded. "We plan to explore other areas in hopes of discovering a suitable hunting ground." Imo Shanyu nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, do take care. Tonight, I shall inscribe several witch totem cards." "Which, how is it that you have become so proficient? In just a few days, you are already able to inscribe witch totem cards and wield witchcraft," Xia Qingyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Imo Shanyu smiled gently. "In truth, witchcraft is quite simple. It merely involves applying mathematics to the witch script. As for the inscribing, anyone with a basic knowledge of drawing can accomplish it. It merely requires the expenditure of witch power." However, Imo Shanyu's knowledge was indeed a significant leap for this world. "By the way, Xia Qingyu, do you know if a witch can awaken a totem warrior?" Imo Shanyu suddenly asked. Xia Qingyu looked at him, her excitement returning. "Witch? Do you wish to become a totem warrior?" She quickly shook her head. "That is not possible, witch." Xia Lu Ji and the others, having overheard, turned their attention to Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu continued, "No, I merely wish to know if a witch can awaken the power of the totem to become a totem warrior." Xia Qingyu shook her head. "I am uncertain about that, but I believe it is unlikely. I have never heard of a witch becoming a totem warrior." Imo Shanyu could only respond with disappointment. "Very well. Witch, after you finish eating, you should rest," Xia Qingyu advised him. Imo Shanyu nodded thoughtfully, pondering that witches should indeed be classified as mages, while totem warriors are essentially warriors or assassins specializing in physical training. "Tomorrow, let us endeavor to hunt more exotic beasts. This evening, I shall inscribe some power and speed witch bone tokens for you," Imo Shanyu remarked, raising her gaze towards Xia Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyu and the others became somewhat exhilarated, turning their attention eagerly towards Imo Shanyu. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes, Imo Shanyu finished her meal and stood up, saying, "Very well, I must return to my tasks now." With that, She turned and made her way back to her quarters. This evening, she needed to expedite the crafting of some power and speed witchbone tokens. After a night of practice, she had become quite proficient. Although the designs of the power and speed bone tokens differed, this time, the task felt considerably more manageable. In the Qingwan tribe, a woman knelt on one knee, respectfully placing a clenched fist over her heart, and inquired, "Witch, you summoned me at this late hour. Is there something you require?" Before her sat a young girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, yet she was the witch of the Qingwan tribe. Having learned from the witch since childhood, she ascended to the role after the previous witch's demise. This witch was known as Qingqing, while the kneeling woman was Fengqi, a 5th-level totem warrior of the Qingwan tribe, which itself was recognized as a 6th-level tribe. Qingqing addressed Fengqi, "At dawn tomorrow, you are to journey to the Dian tribe, seek them out, and bring them back." Fengqi looked up at the witch and asked, "Witch, has the witch of the Dian tribe perished without a successor?" Qingqing nodded, "Indeed, the witch of the Dian tribe has passed. Before his death, he conveyed a message to me, requesting that we shelter the Dian tribe. Should they join us, we would possess greater odds when confronting the Shi tribe." Fengqi acknowledged this with a nod. Among certain witches, it is possible to leave traces of witch power that can be sensed over time, though it is not instantaneous. Typically, it requires 3 sunsets to be perceived. Thus, the Qingwan tribe received the distress signal from the previous witch of the Dian tribe. Historically, there had been interactions between the Qingwan tribe and the Dian tribe, resulting in a bond that allowed traces of witch power to linger within each other's beings. "Has there been any movement from the Shi tribe recently?" Qingqing inquired. Fengqi replied earnestly, "The Shi tribe has been attempting to annex us, though they have not launched a direct attack. Instead, they occasionally disrupt our hunts." Qingqing nodded in response. "Very well, the Shi tribe will inevitably come for us. We must hasten to bring the people of the Dian tribe back." Fengqi promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, witch." After issuing her instructions, Qingqing dismissed Fengqi. Upon returning to her quarters, Mo Shanyu resumed the carving of the bone tokens. This time, she chose a piece of 2nd-level beast bone for her work. She found the process progressing swiftly, her hand growing increasingly steady with the carving knife. Before long, a complete pattern of power manifested upon the beast bone. The power bone talisman, which Mo Shanyu held in his hands, appeared flawless, prompting a satisfied toss aside as he resumed his engraving. Subsequently, Mo Shanyu dedicated time to inscribing the talismans. However, he did not intend to work through the night, as the time could become rather unmanageable. Thus, he crafted 5 level 2 power talismans, 2 level 2 speed talismans, 2 level 3 power talismans, and 1 speed talisman. Pleased with his creations, Mo Shanyu stretched lazily and gazed out the window, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. Outside, totem warriors were patrolling the night watch. Mo Shanyu rose and approached the door, peering into the darkness, and concluded that it was still relatively early. "Is there something amiss, Shaman?" inquired a figure standing at the entrance upon noticing Mo Shanyu's emergence. Chapter 9, Fireball Technique. "Take this, deliver it to Xia Qingyu and the others tomorrow. These are the power and speed talismans," he said, handing the talismans to the totem warrior. After this exchange, Mo Shanyu returned to rest, mindful of adjusting his schedule. The totem warrior, still in a state of astonishment, could hardly comprehend how many talismans had been produced in a single night. The following day, Xia Qingyu and Xia Liuji rose early, preparing to explore a new hunting area. "Tribal leader, these are the talismans crafted by the shaman last night," the totem warrior declared, presenting several talismans to Xia Qingyu. She received them, still amazed by the sheer number of talismans produced overnight. Xia Liuji approached, equally astonished, exclaiming, "Sister, the shaman is truly remarkable, having created so many talismans." Xia Qingyu nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze toward Mo Shanyu's residence, asking, "Has the shaman not awakened yet?" The totem warrior shook his head, "Not yet." Xia Qingyu responded, "Very well, let the shaman rest properly. When he awakens, we shall prepare some food for him." "Understood." Now, Xia Qingyu and her companions prepared to set off, enlisting Tianlang and Daxiong, while Xia Liuji remained in the tribe to oversee matters. They took turns guarding the tribe. Xia Qingyu led Tianlang, several totem warriors, and ventured forth, this time heading in the opposite direction from yesterday. Meanwhile, Xia Liuji busied herself giving instructions and patrolling the tribe for its protection. Mo Shanyu, meanwhile, slept until midday, finally opening his eyes and stretching as he stepped outside. "Shaman, you're awake. I'll prepare some food for you," Xia Liuji exclaimed, rushing over with a smile. Mo Shanyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as she brought him some wild fruits and roasted meat. Once he finished eating, he resolved to practice his shamanic arts, having only previously experimented within the meditation space over the past 2 days. Xia Liuji, filled with curiosity, followed Imo Shanyu to an open clearing. "You truly are remarkable," he exclaimed. "In just a few days, you have already mastered the art of crafting witch-bone cards and learned the intricacies of witchcraft." Xiao Liuji gazed at Imo Shanyu with admiration, his eyes sparkling like stars. Imo Shanyu, observing the taller Xiao Liuji, could not help but smile wryly at the situation. "Do you not use a staff?" Xiao Liuji inquired, noticing Imo Shanyu's empty hands. Imo Shanyu, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "A staff?" Xiao Liuji nodded. "Yes, a staff. Every witch possesses their own staff, which retains magical energy and serves as a conduit for swiftly casting spells." Imo Shanyu contemplated this and realized he had indeed never encountered a staff. Even the previous generation of witches had left none behind. He turned to Xiao Liuji and asked, "Did the last generation of witches leave behind no staffs?" With a hint of disappointment, Xiao Liuji shook his head, "The staff of the last witch was destroyed." Imo Shanyu nodded, feeling that perhaps he did not require one. He then instructed, "Please stand back." Xiao Liuji complied, stepping a few paces back to stand behind Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu raised his hand, envisioning the incantation for the fire control spell in his mind. In the next moment, a fireball, the size of a palm, appeared before his hand and shot forth instantaneously. With a resounding bang, the fireball struck a tree, piercing through it effortlessly. Xiao Liuji gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth and exclaiming, "Witch, this is incredible, and you didn't even need a staff or time." Imo Shanyu glanced at the tree with the newly formed hole and then at his palm, satisfied with the result. He turned to Xiao Liuji and asked, "What do you mean by not needing time?" Xiao Liuji stepped closer, his admiration growing, his eyes shimmering like stars as he became an ardent admirer of Imo Shanyu. "You see," he explained, "every witch typically requires a chanting time to recite the incantation before casting a spell." Imo Shanyu nodded in understanding. He only needed to visualize the incantation in his mind, bypassing the need for chanting. Perhaps he was the type of sorcerer who could cast spells without incantation. Subsequently, Imo Shanyu experimented with other spells, discovering their effects to be equally impressive. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuji stood behind him, utterly astonished, realizing that this was the essence of witchcraft. No wonder witches were deemed mysterious and powerful. After completing his trials, Imo Shanyu turned to Xiao Liuji and asked, "Do witches from each tribe possess different incantations and witch-bone cards?" Xiao Liuji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, every tribe's witches have unique incantations and witch-bone cards, and some witches may differ as well. The incantations are the most treasured possessions of each tribe's witch, and the bone cards are a natural extension of that. The shaman class is further divided into 4 distinct categories: the healer shaman, the blessing shaman, the curse shaman, and the elemental shaman. Each title is indicative of their respective practices. The healer shaman specializes in the art of healing, while the blessing shaman focuses on bestowing enhancements upon the totem warriors, augmenting their strength and speed to unleash a might beyond their natural capabilities. The curse shaman, however, embodies a terrifying presence. They possess the ability to take lives unseen, rendering them the most formidable adversaries. The elemental shaman, akin to you, wields offensive magic. Upon hearing this, Imo Shanyu nodded in understanding. Much like a sword cultivator who primarily masters sword techniques, this does not preclude them from learning other forms of combat. It merely signifies their main focus. However, Imo Shanyu stood apart, for he seemed capable of mastering various disciplines within a short span without the need for excessive mental exertion. He could potentially learn them all. Suddenly, an idea struck Imo Shanyu as he turned to Xiao Liuji, inquiring, "Could we not annihilate other tribes and seize their shamanic texts and bone talismans?" Xiao Liuji nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, shamanic texts and bone talismans can be traded or taken by force, though they are rarely offered for exchange." Contemplating this, Imo Shanyu realized he could indeed obliterate the serpent tribe and claim their shamanic artifacts. He then promptly asked Xiao Liuji, "What do you know of the serpent tribe?" Xiao Liuji replied, "The serpent tribe is considered a level 6 tribe, comprising over 100 individuals, with more than 30 totem warriors, 1 shaman, and 2 level 4 totem warriors." Imo Shanyu nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that careful planning was essential, as their own tribe only boasted a mere dozen totem warriors, with none at level 5. Chapter 10. The Allure of Bone Talismans. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and her companions continued their forward journey, hoping to facilitate a smoother return to their tribe. However, they observed a lack of anomalous creatures in the vicinity, compelling them to press on. The group remained vigilant, as they had yet to explore this area. The sudden appearance of a level 4 or 5 anomaly could prove startling. Additionally, they were uncertain if other tribal members lurked nearby, necessitating a cautious approach as they advanced. Suddenly, Tianling halted, Remarking, "Tribal leader, there seems to be sounds of combat ahead." The group paused, glancing in the direction Tianlang indicated, yet they heard nothing. However, Tianlong's keen hearing surpassed theirs, allowing him to detect distant sounds. "Let us investigate. But proceed with caution," Xia Qingyu advised. If a creature were indeed engaged in battle, they might seize the opportunity for themselves. The group nodded in agreement and carefully made their way toward the source of the commotion. After traveling approximately a mile, they took cover behind branches, observing the unfolding scene before them. To their surprise, it was not a creature battling, but rather a woman engaged in combat with a level 5 anomaly. Level 5 totem warrior Xia Qingyu spotted the woman and then turned her gaze toward the other creature, a colossal brown bear. This imposing beast was not only immense in size, but also possessed great strength, coupled with its thick fur, rendering it remarkably resilient. Typically, it would avoid encounters with Xia Qingyu and her companions. "What now, Chief?" Tianlang inquired, directing his attention to Xia Qingyu. "Let's assess the situation first," Xia Qingyu replied softly. The group then focused their attention below, but Xia Qingyu suddenly noticed a mark on the woman's neck, resembling a blue bird, a symbol of the Qingwan tribe. The totem warriors of each tribe bear a unique insignia upon awakening, often manifesting as a tattoo-like mark, Xia Qingyu explained. While the patterns are identical among the awakened shamans of each tribe, their locations may vary. The level 5 totem warrior from the Qingwan tribe below was none other than Feng Qi, whom they had encountered the previous night. She had ventured out early that morning but inadvertently intruded upon the territory of the brown bear, leading to a confrontation. Xia Qingyu and her companions also possessed their own totem patterns, albeit situated in different locations. For instance, Xia Qingyu's symbol, a red flame, adorned her arm, while Tianlang and the others bore similar flame motifs. Suddenly, Feng Qi was struck solidly by the brown bear's massive paw, sending her hurtling into a tree, which splintered upon impact. She collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her lips pale. With a fierce roar, the brown bear charged towards Feng Qi once more. She furrowed her brow, but at that moment, she could barely rise to flee. The pain in her abdomen was unbearable. As she gazed at the approaching bear, her face turned ashen. She feared she might perish here today. Seeing the dire situation, Xia Qingyu called out to Tianlang. "Tianlang, I will intercept the brown bear. You should take her away to receive treatment." Tianlang hesitated, wanting to dissuade the tribal chief, but saw that Xia Qingyu had already leaped down. Leaving him no choice but to instruct the others, "Stay put for now." He then followed her descent. As the brown bear loomed over Feng Qi, it raised its enormous paw to strike. Just as she closed her eyes to accept her fate, Xia Qingyu suddenly appeared. Her fist clenched and propelled forward in a powerful strike. At that moment, she activated a level 3 strength bone talisman from her waist. As a level 4 totem warrior, she knew it was impossible to overpower the level 5 brown bear alone, hence her reliance on the talisman for assistance. Feng Qi, who had braced herself for death, was taken aback by Xia Qingyu's unexpected appearance. The collision between the bear's paw and Xia Qingyu's fist resounded through the air. Both the bear and Xia Qingyu staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. Feng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized that Xia Qingyu was merely a level 4 totem warrior, yet the force behind her punch equaled that of the formidable level 5 brown bear. However, shortly thereafter, Feng Qi noticed several shamanic bone tokens hanging from Xia Qingyu's waist, which left her momentarily astonished. Yet, before she could fully regain her composure from the surprise, Tianlang appeared before her and swiftly scooped her up, sprinting away. Feng Qi had no time to react, nor could she resist. After covering a considerable distance, Tianlang gently set her down beside a tree. Just as Feng Qi was about to speak, she caught sight of the grand totem of the Dayan tribe etched on the back of Tianlang's hand. In astonishment, she asked, "You belong to the Dayan tribe?" Tianlang offered no reply. Instead, he removed a healing shamanic bone token from his waist and summoned the power of his totem. The token emitted a soft glow before merging into Feng Qi's body. She felt a warm current surge within her, gradually alleviating the pain. Gazing incredulously at Tianlang, she exclaimed, "You actually used a shamanic bone token on me. Those are exceedingly precious within the tribe. Even our Qingwan tribe refrains from using them lightly, reserving them for life and death situations. Moreover, crafting a complete shamanic bone token requires meticulous effort over several months, and our tribe scarcely possesses many." Tianlang, however, did not respond to Feng Qi, but instead turned his gaze towards the tribal chief engaged in a fierce battle with a massive brown bear. Feng Qi quickly noticed that Tianlang also had several shamanic bone tokens hanging from his waist, including one of the 3rd tier. This revelation left her in a state of utter bewilderment. As for Xia Qingyu, she could hardly believe her own strength, which matched that of the imposing brown bear. leaving her utterly astounded. Her eyes then fell upon the power shamanic bone token at her waist. Suddenly, the brown bear let out a furious roar, clearly enraged, and charged once more. Fueled by newfound confidence, Xiaqingyu activated a second-tier speed shamanic bone token, instantly feeling her body become significantly lighter. With a sudden burst of energy, she propelled herself directly towards the brown bear. Before it could react, Xiaqingyu vanished from sight, only to reappear at its side. Her fist clenched tightly as she delivered a powerful blow to the bear's abdomen. The impact sent the creature hurtling backward, crashing into a tree. Chapter 11. A bounty of gains. This scene left Tianlang and the other totem warriors utterly astonished. A fifth-tier beast was so easily overpowered before the tribal chief. Even Feng Qi snapped back to reality, gazing at Xiaqingyu, who had sent the brown bear flying with a single punch. As the bear scrambled back to its feet, it let out another furious roar directed at Xiaqingyu. She furrowed her brow slightly, noting the bear's remarkably tough hide, and turned to Tianlang, saying, "Lend me your spear." Upon hearing this, Tianlang threw his spear towards her without hesitation. Xiaqingyu caught it deftly and charged once more at the brown bear, moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the massive brown bear, whose size dwarfed her, rendering her as insignificant as an ant in its presence. The bear, raising its paw, swung down upon her. Quick to react, she deftly dodged, seizing the opportunity to thrust her spear forcefully into the bear's paw. Instantly, it pierced through, blood gushing forth. With a roar of anguished fury, the brown bear bellowed in pain, for the spear was forged from the bones of a third-tier exotic beast, rendering it exceptionally sharp. The bear lifted its other paw, aiming another strike at her, but she swiftly leaped backward. The paw crashed onto the ground, leaving a deep impression. Yet she quickly advanced, wrapping her arms around the bear's paw and executing a powerful shoulder throw. The bear soared into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath the force. Seizing the moment, she somersaulted onto the bear's abdomen, clenching her fists and striking down upon its head. Blood seeped from the bear's skull, its bones caving in, flesh splitting apart. The bear let out a pained cry, struggling to rise with its paws pressed against the ground. She promptly jumped back, drawing her spear just as the bear attempted to stand. With a sudden burst of strength, she leaped onto the bear's outstretched arms, gripping the spear tightly and driving it down with all her might. The spear plunged into the bear's skull, only to shatter in the process. As she landed on the ground, the bear fell lifelessly, appearing to be dead. The others, witnessing the demise of the brown bear, leaped down, their hearts racing with excitement. They had slain a fifth-tier exotic beast. "Tribe leader, you are truly remarkable," they exclaimed. She too was exhilarated, having never anticipated that she could vanquish such a formidable foe. However, her gaze fell upon the now dim shaman bone pendant at her waist, two of its pieces having shattered. This indicated that the mystical power within had been fully expended. It was astonishing that it took a third-tier strength bone pendant and a second-tier speed bone pendant to defeat a fifth-tier exotic beast. Just then, Tianling approached, glancing at the lifeless beast on the ground, and remarked with a smile, "Tribe leader, we have provisions for today." She nodded in agreement, sensing that the hunt would indeed be fruitful. Moreover, the bones of the fifth-tier beast would serve perfectly for crafting shaman bone pendants. "Thank you for your assistance," Feng Qi said as she approached, politely expressing her gratitude to Xiaqingyu. Xiaqingyu looked at Feng Qi and inquired, "Are you Feng Qi from the Qingwan tribe?" Feng Qi nodded in acknowledgement, having recognized Xiaqingyu from their past interactions between their tribes. "What brings you here all alone?" Xiaqingyu asked curiously. Feng Qi cast her gaze towards Xiaqingyu and said, "The shaman of our tribe has received word from your tribe's shaman, permitting our Qingwan tribe to shelter you. Therefore, the shaman has dispatched me to escort you to the Qingwan tribe." Upon hearing this, Xiaqingyu turned to Feng Qi, recalling that the previous shaman had indeed mentioned this matter. However, on the eve of the shaman's demise, the discovery of Mo Shangyu, who possessed shamanic powers, prompted the transition of responsibilities to him from the Dayan tribe's shaman. "Our tribe now possesses shamanic power. Thus, we need not join your Qingwan tribe," Xiaqingyu replied. "What?" Feng Qi exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Xiaqingyu. "Your tribe has a shaman now?" She remembered that the Dayan tribe had long been unable to find a suitable successor. How had this sudden change occurred? Xiaqingyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, our tribe possesses shamanic power, so we cannot go to your Qingwan tribe." Feng Qi nodded in understanding. "Very well, may I meet your shaman?" She was eager to ascertain the truth of the Dayan tribe's newfound shaman and to understand the origins of the numerous shamanic bone tokens they possessed, which she doubted were merely inherited from the previous generation. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaqingyu ultimately consented, recognizing that the Qingyuan tribe maintained a positive relationship with theirs. However, we still need to hunt, Feng Qi stated. Then I shall accompany you, Xia Qingyu replied, nodding in agreement, thus adding Feng Qi to their party. The ensuing hunt proved to be significantly easier, as the creatures present were not formidable, and their abundance made for ideal hunting conditions. Xia Qingyu resolved that this area would henceforth serve as the hunting grounds for the Dain tribe. Tian Lang surveyed the day's bounty: 1 5th-level creature, 2 4th-level creatures, 5 3rd-level creatures, and many 1st-level creatures. At last, their food supply was sufficient. Feng Qi witnessed the Dain tribe's unhesitating use of shamanic bone tokens, and she noticed that Xia Qingyu even possessed a 4th-level shamanic bone token at her waist. Her curiosity about the Dain tribe's secrets grew immensely. Let us return, Xia Qingyu said cheerfully. Tian Lang and the other totem warriors echoed her joy with jubilant shouts. For this day marked the most bountiful hunt in the history of the Dain tribe. Feng Qi, carrying several creatures, joined them as they made their way back. As the sky darkened, upon nearing the tribe's vicinity, they were spotted by fellow tribespeople who called out, "The totem warriors have returned." Soon, the tribe gathered, excitement bubbling as they beheld the plethora of food they had procured. "Sister, how did you manage to hunt so many creatures today?" Xia Luji ran up with a smile, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bounty, indicating that everyone would feast well today. Suddenly, Xia Luji noticed a large brown bear and exclaimed, "Is that a 5th-level creature?" Xia Qingyu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is a 5th-level creature." Xia Luji's expression fell slightly. "Had I known, I would have joined you today." The 12th chapter of their tale unfolds with the joyful acknowledgement of a day filled with remarkable harvest. Feng Qi stood quietly by, unnoticed amid the lively discussions. Wu Mo Shangyu approached, and upon seeing him, De Xiong called out. Feng Qi looked up to see Mo Shangyu walking towards them. The others immediately greeted him respectfully as he neared. Mo Shangyu turned to Xia Qingyu and inquired, "You haven't encountered anyone from the serpent tribe today, have you?" Xia Qingyu shook her head, replying, "No, we did not meet anyone from the serpent tribe today." Mo Shangyu's gaze drifted to Feng Qi, who stood behind Xia Qingyu. He had never seen her before and was about to ask when Xia Qingyu, noticing his attention, promptly introduced, "This is Feng Qi from the Qingyuan tribe." Mo Shangyu regarded Feng Qi, taking note of her striking appearance and the azure bird tattoo adorning her neck. In turn, Feng Qi assessed Mo Shangyu, recognizing that he was of a similar age to the shaman from their tribe. "Let us eat first," Mo Shangyu suggested. Having observed the eager glances of his tribesmen at the meat, they had hardly eaten enough in the past 2 days and were salivating at the sight. "Let us distribute all this meat," he continued. Xia Qingyu nodded and began to allocate the food. With such an abundance of exotic meats today, it would surely suffice to satisfy their hunger. "Greetings, I am from the Qingyuan tribe." Feng Qi approached Mo Shangyu respectfully. He nodded in acknowledgement but asked with curiosity, "What brings you to our tribe?" Mo Shangyu was somewhat familiar with the Qingyuan tribe, as they had maintained a connection in the past. Feng Qi hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her purpose. Originally, she had come seeking refuge for the Diyin tribe, but now, with the emergence of shamanic power, integration into the Qingyuan tribe seemed unlikely. "They have received the words of our previous shaman, urging the Qingyuan tribe to take us in," Xia Qingyu explained to Mo Shangyu. He nodded, then turned his gaze back to Feng Qi. "Our tribe has a shaman now, so we may not be able to join yours. Today, we used 4 shamanic bone tablets," Xia Qingyu informed Mo Shangyu. He merely nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I will carve some more shamanic bone tablets for you this evening." Xia Qingyu beamed with joy, recalling the happiness she felt while using the tablets earlier. "What?" Feng Qi exclaimed in surprise, looking at Mo Shangyu. "You mean those shamanic bone tablets were carved by you?" Mo Shangyu, somewhat puzzled by her astonished expression, nodded, "Indeed." Feng Qi, skeptical, turned to Xia Qingyu and asked, "How long has he been a shaman? Already able to carve shamanic bone tablets?" With a sense of pride, Xia Qingyu replied, "Yes, our shaman is quite remarkable. He has only been a shaman for 5 sunsets and can already perform shamanic arts and carve bone tablets." "Impossible," Feng Qi retorted, her disbelief evident. Mo Shangyu chose not to engage further and resumed cooking the meat. Xia Qingyu pulled Feng Qi down to sit beside her, stating, "Although our shaman has only recently assumed his role, he truly can carve shamanic bone tablets and perform shamanic arts." Feng Qi gazed at Mo Shangyu in disbelief, who appeared utterly unconcerned as he roasted meat. Suddenly, Xia Qingyu turned to Mo Shangyu with a joyful expression, exclaiming, "Today, we hunted a 5th-level mutant. We can use its bones to carve the Wu Bone Talisman." Upon hearing about the 5th-level mutant's skeletal remains, Mo Shangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then please save it for me," he requested. Xia Qingyu nodded in agreement. The 5th level mutant had already been entrusted to Xiao Liuji and to Xiong for processing. As only totem warriors could consume its flesh, ordinary individuals would experience nosebleeds upon ingestion due to the immense energy contained within. Typically, commoners could only partake of 2nd or 1st level meats, and even 3rd level was somewhat taxing. "Wu, the meat is ready," Xiao Liuji announced. Approaching with a large piece of roasted meat, his face alight with happiness. He then presented a bone to Mo Shangyu, saying, "Wu, this is for you." The bone in question was indeed from the 5th level mutant. Mo Shangyu accepted it, examining it closely before breaking into a smile. Each mutant possessed but one bone suitable for carving into a Wu bone talisman, located at the cranial region. "Let us feast," Mo Shangyu declared cheerfully. It was evident that Feng Qi would not be returning today, as traveling at night could pose significant dangers. Xia Qingyu had also encouraged Feng Qi to stay. Reluctantly, Feng Qi acquiesced. "Wu, you should eat first," Xiao Liuji suggested, handing a freshly roasted piece of meat to Mo Shangyu with a grin. Mo Shangyu took a hearty bite, and immediately beamed with delight. The 5th level mutant's flesh was indeed delectable, and a surge of energy coursed through him, quickly transforming into Wu power. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji joined in, their faces radiating joy as they savored the exquisite taste of the 5th level mutant's meat. "It's truly delicious. I must have more in the future," Xiao Liuji remarked with a broad smile. Feng Qi, however, seemed somewhat distracted, casting furtive glances at Mo Shangyu, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. "Xia Qingyu, is the snake tribe far from here?" Mo Shangyu inquired, looking towards Xiao Liuji. "We could reach it by sunset. But I should be able to travel faster," Xia Qingyu replied, noting that a 4th level totem warrior's speed greatly exceeded that of 2nd level warriors. Mo Shangyu nodded thoughtfully before suggesting, "What do you think about us annihilating the snake tribe?" Both Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji abruptly stood up, staring at Mo Shangyu in astonishment. Even Feng Qi turned to look at him, surprised that they, from a 7th level tribe, would contemplate the destruction of a 6th level tribe. Noticing their animated reactions, Mo Shangyu chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely jesting." Yet internally, he mused that the snake tribe must indeed be eradicated, though a direct confrontation was ill-advised for the moment. "If you intend to eliminate the snake tribe, our Qingwan tribe would be willing to assist," Feng Qi unexpectedly interjected. Mo Shangyu turned to her, and Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji followed suit. Feng Qi clarified, "The reason I came here was to invite the Dian tribe to join us in the Qingwan tribe, as the snake tribe has intentions to attack us. Should the great Yin tribe join our Qingwan tribe, we would no longer fear an assault from the snake tribe." Mo Shangyu cast a glance at Feng Qi, surprised that just as she wished to rest, assistance arrived in the form of a pillow, presenting an opportune moment for collaboration with the Qingwan tribe. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Mo Shangyu turned to Feng Qi and inquired, "How many totem warriors does your tribe possess?" Feng Qi regarded Mo Shangyu thoughtfully before responding. "Our tribe has a total of 33 totem warriors, 10 of the 2nd rank, 7 of the 3rd, 4 of the 4th, and 2 at the 5th. Initially, Feng Qi hesitated to divulge such information, as revealing the number and ranks of totem warriors could expose them to annihilation. However, considering that the Great Yin tribe lacked the capability to threaten them, she chose to disclose the details. Chapter 13. The 5th rank Speed Totem Bone card. Upon hearing the number of totem warriors in the Qingwan tribe, Mo Shangyu contemplated that they should be able to vanquish the snake tribe. Nevertheless, he remained curious about the presence of other tribes in the vicinity. "Are there any other tribes nearby?" he asked. Feng Qi shook her head. "There are no other tribes in this area, just the 3 of us. Even the nearest tribe would require 4 or 5 sunsets to reach." Mo Shangyu nodded in understanding. This knowledge would ease their dealings with the snake tribe, as he feared an alliance between them and other tribes. After their meal, Mo Shangyu returned to his dwelling, intending to craft several totem bone cards. This time, he aimed to carve higher-level cards, as he had become proficient in the art. He retrieved the 5th rank bone he had acquired that day, took out his carving knife, and began his work. Alongside the 5th rank bone, he also had several 4th and 3rd rank bones to transform into totem cards. Mo Shangyu envisioned crafting the 5th rank bone into a speed totem card, thus securing a means of self-preservation. Unlike totem warriors, he lacked their extraordinary speed and strength, making the totem cards essential. Moreover, he could utilize the totem cards himself, and the higher the rank of the card, the greater the potential for unleashing powers beyond his own. As the knife met the surface of the 5th rank bone, he felt an immediate resistance, his spiritual power surging rapidly into the bone. Yet, surrender was not an option. He had to force the carving to completion, even if the bone were to be rendered useless. Mo Shangyu concentrated intensely, soon drenched in sweat and feeling weakened. aware that he had already expended nearly 2/3 of his spiritual power. Nonetheless, he could not relent. Time passed slowly, and as he approached the final touches, Mo Shanyu ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, his spiritual power nearly drained. He had never anticipated that crafting a 5th-rank totem card would demand such a tremendous amount of energy. It seemed that the limits of his spiritual power as a lesser mage confined him to the creation of only one 5th-rank totem card. The following day, Mo Shanyu slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and rubbing his temples and eyelids, feeling a slight ache in his eyes. After a moment, he recalled that he had fainted while inscribing the 5th-level Witchbone Talisman the previous night. He picked up the talisman before him, gazing at the pristine 5th-level Speed Witchbone Talisman, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. At this moment, he also sensed a surge in his witchcraft power and an enhancement in his perception. Elation washed over him, as he was aware that inscribing Witchbone Talismans could augment both his witchcraft and perceptive abilities, yet he had not anticipated such a significant increase from inscribing a 5th-level talisman. With a joyful expression, Mo Shanyu reached for a beast-hide pouch crafted specifically for storing Witchbone Talismans. This pouch, made by a woman from the tribe, could be conveniently tied around his waist and held up to 20 talismans. After securing it, he placed the 5th-level talisman inside, nodding in satisfaction before stepping outside. He planned to venture out for hunting today, as he had never hunted nor seen the world beyond the tribe. Upon emerging, he noticed that Xia Qingyu and the others had already awakened. "Which, you're awake," De Xiong called out with a smile upon seeing Mo Shanyu. He nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Xia Qingyu and the others, who were preparing for their hunting expedition, holding a few wild fruits in hand. "Are you all set to go hunting?" Mo Shanyu inquired as he approached Xia Qingyu. "Yes," Xia Qingyu replied respectfully, nodding. Feng Qi noticed Mo Shanyu as well, but her gaze quickly fixated on the Witchbone Talisman at his waist. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "You inscribed it." Mo Shanyu was startled by Feng Qi's shout, clutching his chest and shooting her a glare. However, Feng Qi was oblivious to his reaction, her eyes glued to the talisman, unable to believe what she saw. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji also looked on in disbelief at the talisman and the unfamiliar beast-hide pouch. When they recognized it as a 5th-level Witchbone Talisman, they gasped in surprise. Xiao Liuji, eyes wide, asked Mo Shanyu, "Which, is this the 5th-level bone you inscribed yesterday?" Mo Shanyu nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, but my limit allows me to inscribe only one of these in a night." Had Xia Qingyu and the others known the term Versailles, they would have certainly bestowed it upon Mo Shanyu. Even the other totem warriors looked on with astonishment, as De Xiong and Tian Lang gaped at the 5th-level Witchbone Talisman, their eyes nearly bulging. It was their first encounter with such a talisman. Amused by their shocked expressions, Mo Shanyu casually tossed it to Tian Lang, who fumbled to catch it, nearly having his heart leap from his chest in the process. Xia Qingyu and the others were equally startled. Such casualness made them fear it might be damaged. Although it was unlikely to break, they merely cherished the 5th-level talisman, anxious to avoid any mishap that could lead to its ruin. Tianlong's hands trembled with excitement as he cradled the 5th-level Witchbone Talisman, then turned to Mo Shanyu, inquiring, "Is this for me?" Mo Shanyu shook his head, responding, "No, I thought you wanted to see it up close." The joyful smile that had adorned Tianlang's face vanished in an instant. Xia Qingyu and the others gathered around, their expressions revealing a shared longing for the 5th-level talisman. Feng Qi mirrored their eagerness. "Brother, look at this fruit." Mo Yingying approached Mo Shanyu, raising the wild fruit she held. Mo Shanyu accepted the fruit with delight, affectionately ruffling Mo Yingying's hair, thinking how adorable his little sister was. Mo Yingying's gaze drifted towards the 5th-level Witchbone Talisman. "When I become a totem warrior in the future, will you carve many Witchbone Talismans for me, brother?" she asked eagerly. Mo Shanyu, with a tender smile, replied, "Of course, my dear Yingying." Mo Yingying's eyes brightened, and she looked up at her brother with an excited grin. "Really, brother?" Mo Shanyu nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." Becoming a totem warrior required one to be 15 years old and possess a unique core. This core, referred to as Ihua, is generated within the bodies of exotic beasts, but not every beast possesses it. It is often a matter of luck, with perhaps only one core found among 100 beasts. The Ihua utilized by Xia Qingyu and her companions were mostly of the 1st or 2nd level, with only Xia Qingyu herself wielding a 3rd-level core. The core also determined the limits of a totem warrior. For instance, those with a 1st-level core could only reach the 3rd level, while a 2nd-level core could ascend to the 5th, and a 3rd-level core to the 6th, and so forth. Chapter 14. This, which is a bit unusual. Mo Shanyu stepped forward to retrieve his 5th-level Witchbone Talisman and placed it in his bag, then turned to Xia Qingyu, stating, "Today, we will hunt together." Xia Qingyu was taken aback, looking at Imo Shanyu with concern. Which, you should stay in the tribe. We can handle the hunt ourselves. Imo Shanyu shook his head. No, I wish to see if we can encounter the snake tribe. If we do, we shall deal with them. Absolutely not. Xia Qingyu firmly rejected this idea, and even Xiao Yoji and the others opposed Imo Shanyu accompanying them. The witch was the most vital person in the entire tribe. Observing their attitudes, Imo Shanyu sighed in resignation. Then how about this? If Daxiong can defeat me, I want to go. What? Daxiong suddenly pointed at himself, bewildered, then turned to Imo Shanyu with a smile. Which, you're joking. Xia Qingyu and the others shared the sentiment, believing Imo Shanyu was jesting. Feng Qi, however, watched Imo Shanyu with keen interest. Xia Qingyu, still concerned, remarked, which, Daxiong is also a third-level totem warrior. Imo Shanyu understood the implication of Xia Qingyu's words, but his gaze remained fixed on Daxiong as he said, let us go. With that, he walked towards a nearby open area, igniting the curiosity of the other tribe members. Only Xiao Yoji was aware of Imo Shangyu's true strength, having witnessed it the previous day. Upon reaching the clearing, Imo Shanyu turned to Daxiong, saying, come on. The great bear hesitated for a moment, gazing at Imo Shanyu. Are you certain? He inquired. Imo Shanyu nodded. Observing this, Xia Qingyu addressed the great bear, do not harm the shaman. The great bear nodded in agreement and prepared for battle. Noticing his readiness, Imo Shanyu raised his hand towards him, and in the next instant, a burst of flames erupted from his palm. A fireball, the size of a fingertip, shot forth. The great bear, taken aback, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated the shaman to employ magic so directly, without even a chant. Xia Qingyu, Feng Qi, and Tianlang shared his astonishment as they watched Imo Shanyu. Only Xia Luji remained relatively composed, having witnessed the shaman's remarkable abilities the day before. After dodging, the great bear was soon bombarded by several more fireballs, forcing him to evade while seeking an opportunity to approach Imo Shanyu. However, doubt began to creep into his mind, as it seemed Imo Shanyu had an endless supply of these small fireballs, relentlessly firing them without pause. Each time he drew near, he found no chance to strike. Xia Qingyu and Feng Qi were utterly entranced. The shaman appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. How could he continuously unleash such magic? Imo Shanyu, unfazed by the expenditure of his power, sought to test the efficacy of the shamanic bone talisman he had crafted. Suddenly, the great bear noticed the fireballs had ceased. Mistakenly believing that Imo Shanyu had run out of magical energy, he halted and looked ahead, yet the shaman was nowhere to be seen. Before the great bear could react, Imo Shanyu materialized before him in an instant, startling him. With remarkable speed, Imo Shanyu grasped the great bear's arm, pivoting and leaning forward to execute a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, the great bear soared into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Xia Qingyu and the others were left utterly stunned. Despite the great bear's imposing size, Imo Shanyu seemed almost diminutive in comparison, yet he effortlessly brought him down. Standing up, Imo Shanyu turned to Xia Qingyu and remarked, see? I possess the ability to defend myself, and I also have the shamanic bone talisman. This is a level 5 speed talisman. If I cannot defeat you, I can certainly flee. Just moments ago, he had activated both a level 4 strength talisman and a level 5 speed talisman, and to his surprise, the results exceeded his expectations. Although he could not become a totem warrior, with the power of the talisman, he could still stand as a formidable shaman. Xia Qingyu, at a loss for words, observed the delight among the tribe's members at the shaman's prowess. Eventually, she agreed to let the shaman accompany them, albeit instructing him to stay behind and flee at the first sign of danger. This was also Feng Qi's first encounter witnessing a shaman engage in close combat with a totem warrior, leaving her equally astonished. Should the shaman venture out, Xia Qingyu would need to remain in the tribe to manage affairs. Ultimately, Xia Luji, Tianlang, the Great Bear, and 4 totem warriors set out for the hunt, while Feng Qi returned to the tribe. Let us proceed to the original hunting grounds, Imo Shanyu said to Xia Luji. Tianlang, filled with concern, spoke, which, the original hunting ground must surely have members of the serpent tribe. We should return to yesterday's location. However, Imo Shanyu had already contemplated seeking the totemic warriors of the serpent tribe, eager to learn about their strength. No need, let us inspect the previous hunting grounds, Imo Shanyu replied. Tianlang, initially poised to dissuade him, refrained upon seeing the resolve in the witch's eyes. Ultimately, the group opted for the former hunting grounds. Xiao Yoji ensured that Imo Shanyu was shielded in the center, ready to facilitate the witch's escape if necessary. After departing from the tribe, Imo Shanyu was captivated by his surroundings. This was his first venture outside since his arrival a few days prior. and he felt a surge of excitement and curiosity as he gazed at the towering trees. Soon, Imo Shanyu spotted something familiar and made his way toward it. Xiao Yoji and the others promptly followed, their vigilance focused on the witch's every movement, wary of losing her as they had before. Upon reaching the familiar object, Imo Shanyu's face lit up at the sight of a tree laden with wild fruits. "Bananas!" he exclaimed, seeing the witch's joy. Xiao Yoji and the others raised their gazes to the verdant fruit tree. "Which? Those are not palatable," Xiao Yoji cautioned. Imo Shanyu pointed at the bananas and asked. "Not tasty." Xiao Yoji nodded. "Indeed, we have tasted them before, and they have a rather bitter flavor, not enjoyable at all." Imo Shanyu observed the bananas, their yellow hue suggesting ripeness, and he resolved to challenge this notion. "Tianlang, please fetch me a bunch," he requested. After a moment of hesitation, Tianlang swiftly climbed the tree, retrieving a bunch and handing them to Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu peeled a banana and took a bite, delight flooding his senses. "This is quite delicious, far sweeter than before." "Why do you say it is unappetizing?" he inquired, looking at Xiao Yoji and the others. They gazed back at him with wide-eyed innocence. "How do we eat this?" Xiao Yoji asked, bewildered. Understanding their misunderstanding, Imo Shanyu handed a banana to Xiao Yoji. "You should eat it like this." Xiao Yoji accepted it, mimicking Imo Shanyu by peeling it and taking a bite, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Delicious." Tianlang, witnessing this, swallowed hard in anticipation. Imo Shanyu chuckled and encouraged, "You all should give it a try." Hearing the witch's words, Tianlang quickly took a banana, peeled it, and bit into it, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Tasty." After everyone had sampled the fruit, Imo Shanyu suggested, "Let us take some back with us when we return. For now, we should proceed." Xiao Yoji nodded in agreement. Imo Shanyu observed Xiao Yoji, whose cheeks were stuffed with banana, making her look adorably comical as she spoke with a slightly muffled voice. A few individuals continued their journey forward and soon arrived at the hunting grounds of the Dayan tribe, where it was customary for Zayuzi and the others to hunt. However, as Mo Shanjiu entered the realm of the hunting grounds, he sensed the presence of a dozen totem warriors lurking nearby. His perceptive abilities had significantly expanded, and he felt that he was on the verge of breaking through to become a mid-level shaman. Upon further inspection, he discerned 1 level 4, 3 level 3s, 3 level 2s, and 4 level 1s, totaling 11 warriors. His own group consisted of 7, including himself as the sole shaman, with Zayuzi and Tianlang as the 2 level 3s, accompanied by 5 level 2s. If a confrontation were to ensue, he could tackle the level 4, while Zayuzi and Tianlang could handle the 3 level 3s, leaving the 5 level 2s to manage the rest. Mo Shanjiu contemplated this strategy and felt a surge of optimism. They also possessed shamanic bone cards, which could temporarily enhance their abilities. "What is wrong, shaman?" Zayuzi inquired, noticing Mo Shanjiu's pause as if lost in thought. Mo Shanjiu, jolted back to reality by Zayuzi's voice, shook his head in response. "It's nothing, let us proceed with the hunt." Yet, Zayuzi expressed his concerns. "Shaman, are we truly going to hunt?" Mo Shanjiu nodded, aware of Zayuzi's apprehensions regarding the serpent tribe. They were indeed waiting for the serpent tribe to appear, ready to strike first when the opportunity arose. Eventually, Zayuzi and Tianlang began their hunt while Mo Shanjiu trailed behind, observing their methods for the first time. Mo Shanjiu refrained from participating directly, as he was not a totem warrior, but rather a practitioner of shamanic arts. He pondered the implications of scaring off the serpent tribe. Furthermore, he instructed Zayuzi and the others not to utilize the power of the shamanic bone cards, primarily to reserve their strength for the impending confrontation with the serpent tribe and to allow the latter to let down their guard, ensuring an element of surprise when the time came to engage. The hunting grounds were relatively safe, predominantly populated by lower-tier anomalies, with only a rare sighting of a level 3 creature throughout their prolonged endeavor. As the sun hung low in the sky, Mo Shanjiu grew impatient, wondering why the serpent tribe had yet to make their appearance. He kept a vigilant watch on them, noting their reluctance to engage. Just as the hunt neared its conclusion, Mo Shanjiu decided it was time to return to the tribe, though he remained skeptical that the serpent tribe would stay hidden. At that moment, Mu Shi, who had been observing from a distance, leapt out to block their path, a smile playing upon his lips. Xiao Yoji and Tianlang immediately shielded Mo Shanjiu upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Xiao Yoji cast a disdainful glance at Mu Shiyu, inquiring with a tone laced with hostility. "Is your serpent tribe intent on waging war against my great flame tribe?" Mu Shi, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. "Huh? Your great flame tribe is merely a 7th-tier tribe. What means do you possess to contend with us? Surrender the aberrant beings, and I might spare your lives. Or you could choose to join my serpent tribe." Xiao Yoji clenched her fists, the desire to confront Mu Shi and exact vengeance boiling within her. Yet she had to prioritize the safety of Wu. Mo Shanjiu observed Mu Shi, astonished by their apparent cunning. Realizing they sought to enslave the Great Flame Tribe without expending a single soldier. Mu Shi, emboldened by his earlier mockery, taunted once more. Your Great Flame Tribe has already lost its shamanic power. It would be better for you to become our slaves, for we shall ensure your survival. Unable to contain her fury, Xiao Liuji retorted sharply, Get lost. Mu Shi, now irked by Xiao Liuji's insolence, remarked, Even in your current state, you remain obstinate. If I were to slay you now, your Great Flame Tribe would scarcely dare to utter a sound. Mo Shanjiu, unable to tolerate the exchange any longer, placed a hand on the shoulders of Xiao Liuji and Tianlang, stepping forward to whisper, When I make my move, activate the shamanic bone tokens and swiftly eliminate them. Before Xiao Liuji and Tianlang could respond, Mo Shanjiu had already positioned himself before them. Mu Shi furrowed his brow. Having noticed the protective stance of Xiao Liuji and Tianlang around this seemingly insignificant child, although he did not know the child's identity, it was evident that he held great significance for the Great Flame Tribe. Capturing him could serve as leverage against them. The thought brought a smile to Mu Shi's face. As their mission was to enslave the Great Flame Tribe at the behest of their tribe leader, ultimately using them as cannon fodder against the Qinghuan tribe. Just as Mu Shi lifted his gaze towards Mo Shanjiu, the latter raised his hand, directing it at Mu Shi. In the next instant, a fireball shot forth from Mo Shanjiu's palm. Mu Shi sensed the impending danger too late, having underestimated the audacity of the Great Flame Tribe to strike back. Though he attempted to evade with remarkable speed, one of his arms was struck by the fireball, exploding upon impact and leaving him bloodied and incapacitated on the ground, writhing in agony. The totem warriors of the Serpent Tribe were taken aback, bewildered by how Mo Shanjiu had accomplished such a feat. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuji and Tianlang seized the opportunity to charge forward. With Xiao Liuji commanding the nearby totem warriors, activate the shamanic bone tokens and swiftly dispatch them. Xiao Liuji and Tianlang unleashed the power of their shamanic bone tokens, augmenting their strength and speed to nearly that of fourth-tier totem warriors. The other totem warriors followed suit, empowered by the same surge. Tianlang, wielding a spear, swiftly dispatched one foe and immediately turned the spearhead towards another. Mo Shanjiu stood by, witnessing the chaos for the first time, as blood splattered around him. The wooden stone, sprawled on the ground, felt a numbing pain that rendered his lips pale. Even rising to his feet seemed an insurmountable challenge. Soon, the totemic warriors of the Serpent Tribe were vanquished by Xiao Liuji and Tianlang. On their side, two totem warriors sustained injuries, yet they were not fatal, as the healing shamanic bone cards were available for their treatment. Tianlang, observing the prostrate wooden stone, who wore an expression of indignation, raised his spear with the intent to deliver the final blow. However, he was halted by Mo Shanjiu. Wait, Chapter 16, Are you a shaman? Tianlang paused, the spear poised perilously before the wooden stone, nearly sealing his fate. The wooden stone, watching Mo Shanjiu approach step by step, was suddenly engulfed by dread and stammered. Why, you are a shaman? He had witnessed the methods employed by their tribe's shamans. That fireball could only be conjured by one of their kind, unless it was through the use of a shamanic bone card. Yet, he had not seen Mo Shanjiu employ such a card, leaving only one possibility. He was indeed a shaman. Mo Shanjiu stood before the wooden stone, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, I am indeed a shaman of the Great Flame Tribe. The wooden stone trembled, gazing at Mo Shanjiu in disbelief. But the Great Flame Tribe has no shamans left. You cannot possibly be one of them. Mo Shanjiu, still smiling, chose not to engage in idle chatter and instead queried, How many members does your Serpent Tribe possess? How many totem warriors? The wooden stone retorted, I cannot possibly disclose that information. Mo Shanjiu, undeterred, merely smiled, though to the wooden stone, it felt rather unnerving. With a gesture, Mo Shanjiu summoned a green light that enveloped the wooden stone's injured arm. The flow of blood ceased, and the wooden stone felt a significant alleviation of pain. He gazed at Mo Shanjiu, bewildered. Do not think this will compel me to speak. Mo Shanjiu responded with a disquieting smile, softly asserting, You will tell me. Xiao Liuji and the others, witnessing this, assumed Mo Shanjiu intended to save the wooden stone, and quickly interjected, Shaman, we cannot save him. He is a level 4 totem warrior. If he recovers, it will lead to considerable trouble. Mo Shanjiu did not reply to Xiao Liuji, but extended his hand toward Tianlang, saying, Hand me the spear. Though puzzled, Tianlang complied and passed the spear to Mo Shanjiu. Just as the wooden stone regained some strength and was about to process the situation, Mo Shanjiu seized the spear and plunged it directly into his thigh. The spear pierced through, blood gushing forth as the wooden stone cried out in agony. This scene shocked Xia Luji and Tian Lang. They had never anticipated that the shaman would directly impale the wooden stone's thigh. Mo Shangyu did not relent. He withdrew the spear only to thrust it into the other leg. The wooden stone once again wailed in torment, collapsing under the relentless flow of blood from his thighs. Mo Shangyu extracted the spear and extended his hand once more, staunching the blood flow with healing shamanic magic before pressing the wooden stone's palm to the ground and, without further ado, stabbing the spear into his hand. After withdrawing it, he employed his healing magic once again to halt the bleeding. Xia Luji and Tian Lang, witnessing this brutality, felt a chill run down their spines. Their shaman was exceedingly ruthless, prompting them to instinctively step back. Now, Mu Shi lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his pallid visage betraying the absence of unconsciousness. How could Mo Shangyu allow him to succumb to such a state? With a smile that sparkled with mischief, Mo Shangyu gazed at Mu Shi and inquired, "Have you made up your mind? If not, we can continue. It's quite all right. I assure you, I shall not let you perish, for I am a witch." Mu Shi, upon witnessing the malevolent grin of Mo Shangyu, felt a shudder in his heart, as if gazing upon a demon. Finally, with trembling lips, he stammered, I will tell you." Satisfied, Mo Shangyu gently patted his cheek. "Now, that's more like it." Rising to his feet, he urged, "Speak." Mu Shi's voice quivered as he replied, "The snake tribe comprises a total of 157 individuals. There are 47 totem warriors, 3 of level 5, 8 of level 4, 10 of level 3, and the remainder are level 2 warriors." After listening attentively, Mo Shangyu nodded and inquired further, "And what of your witches?" Mu Shi, shaking with trepidation, responded, "We are but a small sect of witches, capable of employing a water-based sorcery. Beyond that, I know not." No sooner had Mu Shi uttered the words than Mo Shangyu raised his spear and plunged it into Mu Shi's chest. Mu Shi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Mo Shangyu. His lips parted as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Let us depart," Mo Shangyu declared, withdrawing the spear and casually tossing it to Tian Lang, a grin gracing his features, as if the previous act had never transpired. Xia Luji and Tian Lang stood frozen, fear prompting them to take a step back. Observing their reaction, Mo Shangyu merely chuckled. Perhaps in this world, the concept of severe torture had yet to take root. Nonetheless, he was indifferent, for survival in such a realm necessitated ruthless measures. Having gleaned the circumstances of the snake tribe, Mo Shangyu deemed an attack impractical. With the meager forces of the Dayan tribe, lacking even a single level 5 totem warrior, they possessed little means for confrontation. Consultation with the Qingluan tribe was imperative. Thus, Xia Luji and the others followed Mo Shangyu at a distance, bearing the day's peculiarities as they made their way back to the tribe. "Father spoke truly. Witches indeed are the most formidable beings," Tian Lang whispered to Xia Luji. With a resolute nod, Xia Luji affirmed that witches were not to be trifled with. Though their voices were hushed, their words reached Mo Shangyu's keen ears, for his senses were far more acute. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Upon returning to the tribe, Mo Yingying spotted her brother and immediately called out, rushing into his embrace, tightly holding him while sweetly exclaiming, "Brother is back." Mo Shangyu, looking down at his sister, affectionately ruffled her hair. "Yes, I have returned." The other tribespeople gathered around, relieved to see Mo Shangyu unharmed. After all, a witch must not come to harm. Xia Qingyu approached as well, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing the witch's safe return, her gaze shifting to the peculiarities that Xia Luji and Tian Lang had brought back, eliciting a smile. However, she noticed that Xia Luji and the totem warriors deliberately maintained a distance from the witch. Mo Shangyu, with a playful demeanor, suggested, "Let us divide the provisions." Then, she pulled Mo Yingying inside. Xia Qingyu approached Xia Liuji, her expression darkening as she said, "Is this how you protect the witch? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch? It appears you have intentionally distanced yourselves from her." Xia Liuji lowered her head, uncertain how to explain. Yet acknowledging their fault, they should not have kept their distance from the witch. Should an unexpected situation arise, their failure to safeguard her would weigh heavily on their consciences. Tian Lang stepped forward and said, "Tribal leader, we will not repeat this mistake." Xia Qingyu was infuriated, glaring at both Xia Liuji and Tian Lang. "Sister, we eliminated over 10 members of the serpent tribe," Xia Liuji spoke up. However, Xia Qingyu was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. "What?" Subsequently, Xia Liuji led her sister aside and recounted the day's events. "The witch is simply too terrifying, which is why we dared not approach." After hearing this, Xia Qingyu was shocked but still angry as she tugged at Xia Liuji's ear, saying, "The witch would not harm you. What are you afraid of? Even if you were in danger, she would not be." Understood, Xiao Liuji replied. Her head hung low in a pitiful manner. Chapter 17. The Qingwan tribe. The food for today was sufficient, allowing even the common folk to be satiated. Mo Shangyu sat by the fire, feeling a chill in the air, as if the weather had turned cold. Xia Qingyu, is winter approaching? Mo Shangyu inquired, glancing at her. Xia Qingyu too sensed the temperature drop and nodded. It indeed seems like winter is near, perhaps in 30 sunsets. 30 sunsets would equate to about a month's time. She did not anticipate the arrival of winter so soon. However, Mo Shangyu suddenly recalled something and asked, should we also begin preparations for awakening the totem warriors? Upon hearing about the awakening of totem warriors, Xia Qingyu remembered, it seems we are nearing that time. The ceremony is held before winter, marking the awakening of totem warriors among the tribes. At this point, Xia Qingyu's gaze lowered, revealing her discontent. Our tribe may not awaken many totem warriors this year. The awakening occurs at the age of 15, and the Dayan tribe has few capable of awakening. Furthermore, even those who meet the criteria lack the necessary nuclei for their awakening. Thus, it appears there will be no one to awaken during this year's ceremony. Mo Shangyu nodded slightly at Xia Qingyu's words. He recalled witnessing the previous generation's priest awakening totem warriors, yet the details were too chaotic to remember clearly. It seemed he would need to gather more information before the ceremony. Additionally, Mo Shangyu contemplated eliminating the serpent tribe before winter, but at present, they were simply no match for them. Soon, as if struck by inspiration, Mo Shangyu turned to Xia Qingyu and asked, does the witch of the Qingwan tribe also possess witch scripts and witch talismans? Xia Qingyu nodded in response. Each tribe has its unique witch scripts and talismans. Though some tribes may share similarities, as certain tribes seize the scripts and talismans of others after conquering them. Mo Shangyu pondered for a moment before inquiring once more. Do you think it might be possible for me to exchange the witch bone cards for the witch texts and witch bone cards from the Qingwan tribe? Xia Qingyu slightly furrowed her brow and replied, that seems rather unlikely. The witch texts and witch bone cards are exceedingly precious to each tribe and are generally not offered for trade. Mo Shangyu noted that the word generally left room for possibility, suggesting it was worth a try. Xia Qingyu, tomorrow, send someone to the Qingwan tribe to communicate with their witch and see if a level 5 witch bone card can be exchanged for their witch texts and witch bone cards. Upon hearing Mo Shangyu's suggestion, Xia Qingyu looked at him in disbelief, but this is likely impossible and could provoke the Qingwan tribe's displeasure. Mo Shangyu shook his head. I doubt that would happen. The Qingwan tribe is currently being targeted by the snake tribe and likely cannot withstand them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considering sheltering our Dayan tribe. Just send someone to inquire tomorrow. But we have already promised to join forces with the Qingwan tribe to eliminate the snake tribe. Haven't we? Xia Qingyu countered. The snake tribe cannot be vanquished in the short term. You can send someone to ask and perhaps learn more about the Qingwan tribe in the process. It once he heard, Mo Shangyu replied casually as he picked up a piece of meat to eat. Xia Qingyu frowned in contemplation before nodding. Very well. The Qingwan tribe it is. Upon returning to the tribe, Feng Qi went directly to the witch's dwelling, kneeling on one knee. Witch, I have returned. Qingqing looked at Feng Qi and asked, did you not find anyone from the Dayan tribe, or have they been destroyed by the snake tribe? Feng Qi responded, I did find the Dayan tribe, but they already have a witch. They have a witch. Qingqing gazed at Feng Qi in surprise. Are you certain that the previous generation's witch has only just passed away? I recall that the Dayan tribe has not produced a child with witch power for a long time. Feng Qi nodded affirmatively, a slight frown on his brow as he stated, indeed, the Dayan tribe has a witch, one nearly my age, and most importantly, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Their witch can even inscribe witchbone cards. Inscribing witchbone cards? Qingqing abruptly stood, looking intently at Feng Qi. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Feng Qi quickly replied, I saw it with my own eyes. I would never deceive the witch. Moreover, their witch can inscribe a level 5 witchbone card in a single night. I observed that the other totem warriors of the Dayan tribe all wore witchbone cards at their waists. Qingqing was now thoroughly unconvinced, believing completely that Feng Qi was lying. If the Dayan tribe truly possessed such a formidable witch, they would not still be merely a 7th level tribe. Very well. You may retire for the night, Qingqing instructed Feng Qi. Feng Qi gazed at Qingqing, acutely aware of her disbelief, if it were not for his first-hand experience. Further discussion would yield no conviction. However, Feng Qi had another matter to address, which, the witch from the Dayan tribe mentioned a willingness to join our Qingwan tribe in eradicating the snake tribe. Qingqing looked at Feng Qi and responded, let us set this matter aside for now. The snake tribe has been provocatively encroaching on our hunting grounds. Tomorrow, you should assess the situation to see if we can instill some deterrence. Feng Qi nodded, understood. Qingqing added, it is getting late. You have worked hard these past 2 days. Please rest. Very well, Feng Qi replied. Feng Qi rose and walked outside. After she left, Qing sat down. Recalling Feng Qi's words, unable to believe that the shamans of the Dian tribe could carve a 5th-level totem card in a single night. Having studied under shamans since childhood, she found it arduous to carve even a 2nd-level totem card. How could these newly appointed shamans, having only just begun their journey, possibly manage such a feat? They would likely struggle even to wield a carving knife. Qing lay down to rest, but the thoughts of Feng Qi's assertions lingered in her mind, preventing her from sleeping. After leaving the shaman's dwelling, Feng Qi planned to return home to rest, for she would rise early the next day to accompany the hunting team. Upon returning to her residence, she was met by a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, Feng Jun, her younger sister. Sister, did you not find the Dian tribe? The girl inquired. Feng Jun was also a totem warrior, having awakened just last year, and was still a 1st-level totem warrior. Feng Qi gently ruffled Feng Jun's hair and replied, I found the Dian tribe, but they already possess shamanic power. After speaking, she playfully pinched her sister's cheek, saying, All right, sister needs to sleep now. With that, she walked towards her bed and, within moments, fell into a deep slumber. Observing her sister's swift descent into sleep, Feng Jun realized that she must truly be exhausted. Chapter 18. The Purple Thunder Cat. The following day, in the Dian tribe, Mo Shanyu awoke early, intending to join the hunt, as there was only one 5th-level totem card, and they needed to hunt for more, possibly even higher-level creatures. This time, Xia Qingyu did not object, especially since the snake tribe members had been slain by shamans the previous day. However, Xia Qingyu decided to let Dexiong remain in the tribe this time. Early in the morning, Mo Shanyu had already arranged for Tianlang to head to the Qingwan tribe, where he was to converse with their shamans for an entire afternoon. Mo Shanyu had also prepared totem cards for Tianlang, 3 4th-level cards, each representing strength, speed, and healing, along with 2 3rd-level strength totem cards. The 4th-level totem cards had taken Mo Shanyu most of the previous night to carve. If there were enough bones, the Dian tribe would essentially never run short of totem cards. Presently, Mo Shanyu was only carving 3rd-level cards and above, as there was no need to create lower-level cards when higher ones could be crafted. Wu is leaving, Xia Luji called out to Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu smiled and nodded, then turned to his younger sister, affectionately ruffling her hair. Wait for your brother to return. Mo Yingying obediently nodded. All right, brother. I will wait for you. Mo Shanyu then jogged ahead to catch up with Xia Luji and the others, as they planned to hunt exotic creatures of level 3 and above, hoping to obtain an essence that would allow them to awaken totem warriors. The Dian tribe was in dire need of such warriors, especially with the winter ceremony approaching. Thus, Mo Shanyu and Xia Luqing set off. Do you know of any high-level exotic creatures nearby? Mo Shanyu inquired of Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu turned to look at Mo Shanyu and asked, Why are you seeking advanced variants? Mo Shanyu candidly expressed her thoughts. I wish to hunt some advanced variants to create witch-bone tokens and perhaps, by chance, obtain an already processed core. Our tribe currently lacks even a single core, and without it, we will be unable to awaken the totem warriors during the winter festival. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly and gazed at Mo Shanyu, well aware that their tribe was devoid of any cores, rendering the upcoming ritual to awaken the totem warriors impossible. They had now gained sufficient strength and could certainly attempt to hunt more advanced variants. Very well. Xia Qingyu nodded and pointed toward a direction ahead. There is a nest of variants over there. We should investigate. Mo Shanyu nodded in agreement, and the group followed Xia Qingyu toward the nest. Some tribes, upon reaching a certain level of strength, no longer struggled for food, focusing instead on hunting variants to acquire cores. The Dian tribe, however, relied solely on hunting variants for sustenance, with cores being a matter of luck. They hardly hunted many variants in a day, leading to a dire scarcity of cores. In contrast, stronger tribes would conduct extensive hunts for variants to obtain cores. Cores not only awaken totem warriors, but also serve as a vital commodity for trade. Some large tribes utilize cores as a means of exchange. Moreover, cores can absorb energy, enabling totem warriors to rapidly enhance their strength. Soon, Mo Shanyu and the others followed Xia Qingyu to a mountain, observing that the surroundings resembled a basin, with a flat area in the center surrounded by peaks. In the middle, there were only a few small trees and a stream, creating a picturesque scene. Below them, indeed, there were numerous variants, as it was the nesting ground for many. Xia Qingyu explained, This is the nest of the variants. Many congregate here. Mo Shanyu nodded, looking down at the multitude of variants, which seemed to coexist peacefully without conflict, presenting an image of harmony. However, the challenge of hunting them posed a dilemma. If they descended and startled the variants, they would have no chance to escape. Have you hunted here before? Mo Shanyu inquired, gazing at Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu shook her head. No, the variants here are far too perilous, so we avoid this area for hunting. I merely discovered it by chance. Mo Shanyu nodded in understanding, yet the dilemma of how to hunt these variants persisted. However, a thought soon struck her. Fishing. Akin to luring a variant step by step and then slaying it. Are there any foods that these variants particularly enjoy? Mo Shanyu asked Xia Qingyu. I know. Xia Luji suddenly interjected with excitement. There is a type of variant that has a fondness for certain foods, though they are bitter and quite unpalatable for us. As Mo Shanyu gazed at Xiao Yoji, a smile graced his lips as he inquired, do you know what kind of exotic creature that is? Xiao Yoji pointed to a nearby beast drinking water, declaring, that is a dual-horned rhinoceros. Following her gesture, Mo Shanyu laid eyes upon a particularly massive rhinoceros whose formidable horns appeared capable of inflicting fatal harm. With a chuckle, Mo Shanyu remarked, that must be the one. It seems to be a level 4 exotic creature. Xiao Yoji, go find something for it to eat, and we shall lure it out, he instructed. Xiao Yoji happily dashed off, while Mo Shanyu continued to observe the surrounding exotic creatures, noting several level 6 specimens among them. However, his attention was captured by a creature resembling a large cat, adorned with long, lustrous purple fur that shimmered in the sunlight. Its sharp claws glinted ominously. Pointing at the level 6 creature, Mo Shanyu asked, what kind of exotic creature is that? Xia Qingyu followed his gaze and gasped, that is a purple lightning cat. We should not provoke it. Its speed is extraordinary, and it can easily slay a level 3 totem warrior with a single bite. Its claws are sharp enough to tear a level 3 totem warrior asunder. After hearing this, Mo Shanyu nodded in agreement. Contemplating the prospect of taming the slumbering purple lightning cat as a mount, it would undoubtedly be impressive. Yet, he acknowledged that such aspirations were merely fantasies for the time being, given their current inadequacies. Suddenly, the purple lightning cat opened its drowsy eyes, its violet pupils scanning the surroundings as if sensing an observer. After a brief inspection, it closed its eyes once more to resume its slumber. Mo Shanyu was utterly captivated by those mesmerizing purple eyes, recognizing that this creature epitomized his ideal mount. He resolved to acquire such a steed, for as a shaman, his speed, while slightly superior to that of an ordinary individual without the aid of shamanic bone cards, would be significantly enhanced with a mount. At that moment, Xiao Yoji returned, cradling a bundle of what appeared to be wild fruits. Chapter 19. The level 5 Titan Giant Ape. Mo Shanyu observed the assortment in Xiao Yoji's arms, resembling pineapples, and recalled their earlier consumption of bananas, realizing they must have been eaten in a similar manner. No wonder they tasted unremarkable. Nevertheless, Mo Shanyu resolved to continue the hunt. He instructed Xiao Yoji to find a suitable spot and toss the fruits to lure the dual-horned rhinoceros out. Xiao Yoji, clutching a heap of pineapples, located a nearby position and hurled one towards the creature. The fruit struck the rhinoceros's rear, startling it. Upon turning, its eyes lit up at the sight of the fallen pineapple, prompting it to approach and indulge. Seeing this tactic work, Xiao Yoji continued to throw more fruits, one by one, enticing the dual-horned rhinoceros further out. Once all the pineapples were depleted, they found themselves a safe distance away from the exotic creatures. Xiao Yoji promptly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the rhinoceros with 2 horns. The stone struck the creature's head, causing it to lift its gaze towards Xiao Yoji, instantly incensed, and charge at him. Observing this, Xiao Yoji fled in haste, swiftly leading the furious rhinoceros towards Mo Shanyu and the others. Without uttering a word, Mo Shanyu raised his hand, sending a fireball directly towards the 2-horned rhinoceros. The fireball struck its abdomen with a resounding thud, causing the beast to collapse, its skin scorched and blood oozing from the wound. Before the rhinoceros could rise, Xia Qingyu leapt down from a tree, brandishing a spear, and without hesitation plunged it heavily into the creature's skull. The rhinoceros let out a painful cry, struggling to rise and shake off Xia Qingyu, the spear still lodged in its head. After Xia Qingyu landed, she watched as the rhinoceros wrestled for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Mo Shanyu and the others approached, their faces alight with joy at having effortlessly slain a level 4 mutant creature. Xiao Yoji picked up a bone knife and advanced to slice open the skull, hoping to find a core. However, upon opening it and discovering it was empty, he let out a sigh, then extracted the cranial bone and handed it to Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu received it, wiped away the blood, and inserted it into the bone talisman at his waist. Following this, he and another individual processed the 2-horned rhinoceros while encouraging Xiao Yoji to continue harvesting. Xiao Yoji, delighted, complied, though this time Mo Shanyu assigned someone to accompany him. They aimed to gather a greater quantity of pineapples. Before long, Xiao Yoji returned, arms laden with a plethora of pineapples. Ecstatic, he prepared to entice the mutants fond of pineapples, stating his intent to continue. However, Imo Shanyu halted him, saying, "Wait a moment." Xiao Liuji paused, puzzled. As Imo Shanyu stepped forward, took a pineapple from his arms, drew a pristine bone knife from his waist, and began to peel it. Yet, Imo Shanyu was unfamiliar with how to handle such pineapples, opting for a primitive method of consumption, humorously dubbed the Dubai method. These pineapples were significantly larger than those of his past life, and even after removing a substantial portion, there remained ample flesh. Imo Shanyu took a bite, savoring the sweetness that lacked any bitterness, and noted the abundant juice. Xiaqing and Xiaqingyu could not help but salivate at the sight. Imo Shanyu, smiling, turned to Xiao Liuji and inquired, "There must be plenty of these, right?" Xiao Liuji nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed." Imo Shanyu grinned and said, "Then let us have a taste before resuming our work. Just eat as I do." With no means to procure salt water and having yet to encounter salt, he indulged in the fruit. Xiaqingyu, Xiao Liuji, and the other totem warriors followed suit, peeling and partaking in the fruit, their faces illuminating with surprise. "This is truly delicious," Xiao Liuji exclaimed joyfully, cheeks stuffed, juice trickling from the corners of his mouth. Xiaqingyu mirrored his astonishment, never having anticipated that such a fruit could be so delectable. "Wu, your greatness is truly remarkable," exclaimed Xiao Liuji with joy. Imo Shanyu responded with a smile. "Let us finish our meal and then get to work." He was in no rush, as the day was still young and they had gathered a considerable amount of exotic species, so there was no cause for alarm. Once Xiao Liuji and Xiaqingyu had finished their meal, both satisfied, they discovered that the large pineapples they had just harvested were completely gone, necessitating another expedition for more. This time, Xiao Liuji called upon 4 companions to accompany him. Before long, they returned, setting the newly acquired pineapples aside before continuing their efforts to lure the exotic species. Imo Shanyu and the others lay in ambush nearby. This time, Xiao Liuji deftly employed the pineapples to attract the exotic creatures, which, being largely unawakened, were easily deceived. Thus, through repeated efforts, Imo Shanyu and the group successfully hunted 5 level for exotic species, although regrettably, none yielded any cores. "Wu, save me." Suddenly, Xiao Liuji dashed over in a panic, prompting Imo Shanyu and Xiaqingyu to turn and gaze at her. Following closely behind her was a massive giant ape, its footsteps causing the ground to tremble with each stride. Level 5 exotic species, Titan giant ape, Xiaqingyu remarked in astonishment upon seeing the creature. Imo Shanyu furrowed her brow at the sight of the formidable beast, perplexed as to how Xiao Liuji had attracted such a colossal adversary. With the creature drawing ever closer, Imo Shanyu raised her hand, and in the next moment, a fireball shot forth, aimed directly at the giant ape's chest. The Titan giant ape, fixated solely on Xiao Liuji, was oblivious to the incoming projectile. Boom! The fireball struck the Titan giant ape's chest, causing it to stagger back several paces. Xiao Liuji quickly leapt into a tree. While the creature's muscular hide was singed, it sustained no real damage. It appeared that the Titan giant ape's flesh was significantly thicker than that of a double-horned rhinoceros, rendering her attack almost negligible. Roaring in fury, the Titan giant ape pounded its chest, clearly enraged. Its gaze locked onto Imo Shanyu, and it charged directly toward her. Witnessing the giant ape leaping towards her, Imo Shanyu could not help but curse. "Is it only me that you see?" She swiftly activated the level 5 speed wishbone card at her waist, vanishing from her position and reappearing atop a nearby tree. The Titan giant ape's fists crashed down where she had just stood, causing the ground to fissure and collapse beneath its immense weight. Imo Shanyu's heart raced at the thought that had she been struck, she would have been reduced to mere pulp. With no success in its attack, the Titan giant ape redirected its focus toward Imo Shanyu in the tree and charged once more. Chapter 20, Purple Thundercat vs. Titan Giant Ape. Imo Shanyu furrowed her brow, contemplating whether the Titan giant ape had truly set its sights on her. As the beast approached, she swiftly leapt to another tree. Suddenly, Xiaqingyu appeared beneath the Titan ape, gripping her spear tightly as she thrust it towards the creature's ankle. The spear penetrated the Titan ape's skin but only sunk in a mere 3 inches, failing to elicit any sensation of pain or reaction from the beast. The Titan ape continued its relentless pursuit of Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu twitched at the corners of his mouth. This Titan ape was truly intent on attacking him. He promptly activated the 5th level speed wishbone card at his waist, skillfully evading the Titan ape's onslaught. However, an unsettling feeling soon crept over him. When he cast his gaze towards the mouth of the basin, he was startled to see a large group of aberrant creatures charging forth. Realizing the imminent danger, Imo Shanyu shouted to Xiaqingyu and the others, urging them to take cover, as the aberrant beings had all been roused by the commotion. Upon hearing Imo Shangyu's warning, Xia Qingyu and her companions turned to witness the swarm of aberrant creatures advancing towards them. Quickly, take refuge in the trees, Xia Qingyu exclaimed urgently. Summer Lu knew the urgency and swiftly leapt onto the branches, seeking refuge. The trees were tall enough to provide safety from any potential collision with the aberrant beings. Suddenly, Xia Qingyu regained her focus and glanced back to where Imo Shanyu had been, only to find that he had vanished, along with the Titan ape. As she contemplated searching for him, the trees began to sway ominously, causing her to halt. Looking down, she was met with a dense throng of aberrant creatures. Jumping down would be tantamount to courting death. The prospect of searching for Imo Shanyu now seemed perilous, as it would likely attract the attention of the creatures below. Xia Qingyu's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a perilous state. Summer Lu shared her concern. Witnessing Imo Shangyu's disappearance filled them with dread. However, descending to search for him would be equally fatal. Meanwhile, Imo Shanyu was still being pursued by the Titan ape, perplexed as to whether he had inadvertently harmed its kin. Suddenly, he turned to face the Titan ape, extending his hands. Fireball, he commanded, unleashing a barrage of flames directed at the Titan ape. The Titan ape, observing the fireballs hurtling towards it, effortlessly extinguished them with a wave of its hand. Imo Shanyu landed on the ground, rolling to a stop before swiftly resuming his flight. The Titan ape continued its relentless chase, and as Imo Shanyu glanced down at the 5th-level speed which bone card at his waist, he realized that if this pursuit continued, he would soon exhaust its power. Just then, he spotted a cave ahead, its entrance too narrow for the Titan ape to enter. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the cave and dashed inside. The Titan ape, seeing the cave, attempted to follow suit, but its head collided painfully against the cave's entrance, causing it to stumble back several steps. Imo Shanyu stood at the cave's mouth, confident that the Titan ape could not pursue him. However, the Titan ape let out a furious roar, pounding its chest before advancing, relentlessly striking the cave's entrance in an effort to widen it. Watching the stones tumble down, Imo Shanyu quickly dodged, his brow furrowing in concern. If this continued, the cave would surely collapse before the Titan ape managed to break through. Yet, venturing out would be no less than courting death. As Imo Shanyu found himself ensnared in a moment of tension, a shadow darted swiftly from the cave, leaving its form barely discernible. In an instant, it was before the Titan great ape, striking with a single claw. The Titan great ape staggered back, 3 deep gashes appearing on its chest, blood gushing forth. Turning to observe, Imo Shanyu was astonished to discover that the figure was a larger-than-life purple thunder cat, its elongated tail adding an exquisite flair to its appearance. The Titan great ape, confronted by the purple thunder cat, let out a furious roar and charged forward. With cunning agility, the purple thunder cat evaded the Titan's assault, sinking its teeth into the great ape's thigh, blood once again spilling. The Titan great ape emitted a howl of agony, retaliating with a powerful swipe aimed at the purple thunder cat. Swiftly, the cat released its grip and dodged aside, revealing several wounds adorning the Titan's form. Imo Shanyu noticed that the purple thunder cat was trembling, seemingly injured, yet he had witnessed no blow from the Titan great ape. The cat, however, let out a defiant growl, asserting dominion over its territory. Yet, the Titan great ape remained undeterred, responding with another furious roar before launching another strike. This time, the purple thunder cat hesitated momentarily, and the Titan's mighty hand landed squarely upon it, sending the cat hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, it collided with a tree, which splintered under the impact, leaving the purple thunder cat sprawled on the ground. Imo Shanyu discerned an injury at its ankle, explaining its inability to evade the attack. The Titan great ape, however, shifted its gaze back toward the cave entrance, resuming its attempts to claw its way inside. Alarmed, Imo Shanyu retreated, aware that the descending debris could spell his doom if he were careless. The purple thunder cat, undeterred, lunged once more, leaping onto the Titan great ape's back. With bared fangs, it sank its teeth into the Titan's neck, blood gushing forth as it struck a vital vessel. The crimson liquid quickly stained the Titan's fur, eliciting another roar of fury as it grasped the purple thunder cat, attempting to pry it off. The cat's claws dug into the Titan's flesh, and its grip on the Titan's neck proved tenacious, making it difficult to dislodge. In a desperate struggle, the Titan seized the purple thunder cat's jaws and forcefully pried them apart before seizing its head, yanking it downwards. Yet as it did so, the purple thunder cat's claws tore through flesh, stripping away a chunk of the Titan's back, leaving it bloodied and missing patches of skin. With a furious grip on the cat's head, the Titan great ape slammed it repeatedly against the ground until the purple thunder cat lay motionless. In the aftermath, It remained on the ground, barely clinging to life, while the Titan great ape collapsed beside it, blood pooling around them, staining the earth. As Imo Shangyu observed the scene, it became evident that neither of the two creatures were in good condition. Contemplating the possibility of salvaging something, he surmised that the purple thundercat was likely a 5th-level aberration. The thought of encountering 2 purple thundercats invigorated him. However, just as Imo Shangyu was about to venture outside for a closer inspection, the purple thundercat suddenly rose to its feet. Chapter 21. 6th-level core startled. Imo Shangyu retreated back into the cave. The purple thundercat struggled to stand, blood continuously seeping from its wounds. Imo Shangyu was taken aback. It was astonishing that the creature still clung to life. He watched as the injured beast slowly made its way toward the cave entrance, seemingly intent on entering the cave. Yet, just as Imo Shangyu's concern peaked, the purple thundercat collapsed again, convulsing on the ground. This time, he refrained from stepping out, choosing instead to observe cautiously, fearful that it might rise once more. After a while, once he was certain it was incapable of further movement, he cautiously emerged. Approaching the purple thundercat, he noted its gaze fixed on the cave entrance, as if it were oblivious to his presence. It appeared that its endurance was waning. Meanwhile, the Titan gorilla lay lifeless on the ground, utterly deceased. Imo Shangyu leapt onto its body, drawing forth a bone dagger from his waist to make an incision at its forehead. The skin and flesh proved difficult to penetrate, requiring significant effort to slice through. Though he felt somewhat disappointed not to find a core, acquiring a 5th-level bone was still a commendable gain. He reached into the flesh, extracting the bone and wiping away the blood before stowing it away at his waist. When he returned to the purple thundercat, it had succumbed to death. Imo Shangyu offered a slight bow. After all, it had indirectly saved his life. He stepped closer, using the bone dagger to sever the flesh and bone at its skull. In the next instant, a look of joy illuminated his face as he beheld the faintly glowing core nestled within the flesh. A 5th-level core. Imo Shangyu could hardly contain his excitement. It was his first encounter with such a core. He carefully retrieved it, assessing the palpable energy it exuded. With utmost caution, he placed it into a pocket at his waist, then drew out the bone once more. As he examined the bone in his hand, astonishment washed over him again. This was a 6th-level bone, and thus the core must also be 6th level. Imo Shangyu exclaimed with exhilaration, completely unprepared for such a fortunate windfall. He meticulously wiped away the blood and secured it within his waist pouch. Turning his attention back to the 2 carcasses, he recognized that even in death, their flesh would prove invaluable for the totem warriors. After all, this was the meat of a 6th-level and a 5th-level aberration. However, at present, Imo Shangyu was unable to transport them, so he awaited the arrival of Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji. His gaze shifted between the cave entrance and the deceased purple thundercat, which, despite its feeble state, seemed determined to enter the cave. What secrets lay within? Ultimately, Imo Shangyu chose to explore the interior, reasoning that Xia Qingyu and her companions would not arrive anytime soon. He stepped forward, entering the cave, and as he did, summoned a flickering flame to illuminate his palm. With renewed resolve, he ventured deeper into the darkness. As one ventured deeper, Imo Shangyu felt an increasing chill. However, she suddenly spotted a small tree standing in the midst of a pond ahead. A solitary fruit hung from its branches, casting a faint glow that prevented the surroundings from being completely obscured. Imo Shangyu extinguished the fire in her hand and approached the pond. The water was crystal clear, revealing its depths without concealing anything else, and it was shallow enough for her to wade in directly. As her feet touched the water, she was immediately enveloped by a refreshing chill. Step by step, she made her way to the small tree, and upon reaching it, she was taken aback to find a tiny creature lying beneath its branches. The creature, no larger than the palm of her hand, was covered in blood but still breathed, its abdomen rising and falling gently as it slumbered. It didn't take long for Imo Shangyu to surmise that this was perhaps a newly born purple thundercat. She moved closer, gazing at the sleeping creature whose eyes were yet to open, its hairless body appearing small and somewhat endearing as it lay quietly on the ground. It was no wonder the purple thundercat had ventured here. It must have sought to catch a glimpse of its newborn. With utmost care, Imo Shangyu cradled the sleeping purple thundercat, a smile gracing her lips as she did so. Her gaze then shifted to the fruit glistening on the small tree, so transparent and exquisite. This was likely a rare and precious fruit, and she recalled having heard of such wonders existing in this world. Consuming it could enhance the strength of totem warriors and ordinary individuals alike. Gently, she placed the purple thundercat down and reached for the fruit, which fit snugly in her hand, small enough to be swallowed whole. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth and consumed it. As soon as the fruit slid down her throat, an indescribable sensation surged into her mind, rendering her momentarily dizzy. With a sudden thud, Emo Shangyu collapsed to the ground, unconscious yet still breathing, appearing as if she were merely in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji, having waited for the strange creatures to depart, immediately descended from the tree to search for the shaman. Each was filled with urgency, fervently praying for the shaman's safety. In the Qingwan tribe, Fengqi glared with displeasure at the group before her. "Is your snake tribe truly this overbearing?" she demanded. A man standing before Fengqi, with a lascivious grin, retorted, "What's the matter with us? We merely came to take a look. Can't we ask you for some exotic species since we're hungry?" Fengqi clenched her fists in anger. These individuals were from the snake tribe, having come to the hunting grounds of the Qingwan tribe to provoke them. The man with the lecherous grin was none other than Li Wan, a level 5 totem warrior of the snake tribe. Fengqi frowned deeply and stated firmly, "No." Li Wan showed no sign of anger, instead chuckling as he replied, "If you refuse, we'll have no choice but to take it by force. After all, when we're hungry, we're capable of anything." In the next moment, both sides took a step forward, the air thick with the anticipation of imminent conflict. Fengqi furrowed her brow. Engaging in a fight might not yield favorable results for the Qingwan tribe. The standoff persisted, until finally, Li Wan, growing impatient, said, "Have you thought it through? If you don't comply, I won't hesitate to act." Fengqi bit her lower lip, fixating intently on Li Wan. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. They beheld Tianlang approaching at an astonishing speed. Li Wan furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that this speed indicated a 5th-level totem warrior. He himself was a 5th-level totem warrior. Before long, Tianlang reached Fengqi's side, cheerfully calling out, "Fengqi." Fengqi, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Tianlang, utterly surprised by his presence here. However, Tianlang paid no mind to her astonishment and instead turned his attention to Li Wan. "Fengqi, who is this?" Fengqi snapped out of her reverie and replied curtly, "A member of the serpent tribe." Li Wan scrutinized Tianlang, noticing that he was merely a 3rd-level totem warrior. Yet his speed was remarkable. It was then that Li Wan caught sight of several shamanic bone tokens hanging from Tianlang's waist, including a 4th-level and several 3rd-level tokens. Li Wan instinctively took a half-step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he regarded Tianlang. The presence of so many shamanic bone tokens suggested that he was no ordinary individual, possibly hailing from a significant tribe. But why would a major tribe have ties with the Qingwan tribe? Chapter 22. The transaction. Li Wan looked at Fengqi and, before she could speak, declared, "Let today's matter rest for now." With that, he departed with the totem warriors of the serpent tribe. Fengqi did not attempt to stop him, but instead turned her gaze to Tianlang, asking, "What brings you here?" Tianlang responded, "The shaman sent me." Fengqi tilted her head, puzzled, and inquired, "Your shaman sent you here for what purpose?" With a smile, Tianlang replied, "To conduct a transaction, of course. The shaman instructed me to negotiate with your shaman." Fengqi was further perplexed. Negotiate what? However, Tianlang did not elaborate on the specifics of the transaction and insisted on speaking privately with their shaman. Though confused, Fengqi maintained her politeness, saying, "Let me arrange for someone to escort you to our tribe. I must first go hunting." "Very well," Tianlang nodded, then removed a 3rd-level strength shamanic bone token from his waist and tossed it to Fengqi. She caught it hastily, astonished. "What is the meaning of this?" Tianlang smiled nonchalantly. "It's for you." Fengqi was momentarily speechless, her expression one of surprise. A 3rd-level shamanic bone token was given so casually. Why was it being gifted to her? Meanwhile, Feng Jun stood nearby, utterly mesmerized, as did the other totem warriors, all fixated on the 3rd-level shamanic bone token in Fengqi's hand. Tianlang addressed Feng Jun, "Let us go. Take me to meet your shaman." Feng Jun, the one tasked with guiding Tianlang to the shaman, glanced at her sister's 3rd-level shamanic bone token and then back at Tianlang, filled with envy. At that moment, Feng Jun regarded Tianlang with curiosity. He undoubtedly hailed from a significant tribe, as only someone of such caliber would casually bestow a 4th-level shamanic bone token. Fengqi, too, had not anticipated that Tianlang would give her a 3rd-level shamanic bone token. Feng Jun led Tianlang towards the Qingwan tribe. Observing the envious gazes of the nearby totem warriors, Fengqi couldn't suppress a smile, carefully fastening the 3rd-level shamanic bone token to her waist, and declared, "Let us continue our hunt." With the 3rd-level witch talisman in hand, Fengqi felt no fear of the 5th-level warrior from the snake tribe. As she walked ahead, she occasionally glanced back at the talisman hanging from Tianlang's waist, an unspoken envy stirring within her. Tianlang noticed her gaze, but chose to remain silent. Following closely behind, "Which major tribe do you belong to, and how do you know my sister?" Fengqi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Tianlang replied nonchalantly, I am not from a major tribe. I hail from the Great Flame Tribe. My name is Tianlang. What? Feng Qi suddenly halted. Shock etched across her face as she stared at Tianlang. You are from the Great Flame Tribe? She gazed at the witch talisman at his waist with disbelief. Tianlang shrugged, replying, believe it or not. Irritated by his demeanor, Feng Qi turned away in a huff, declaring, I have nothing more to say. She resumed leading the way, lapsing into silence. Upon arriving at the Green Bend tribe, Tianlang surveyed his surroundings. It was a densely wooded area where the sun's rays were completely obscured by the lush greenery, creating a cool respite from the heat. Feng Qi guided Tianlang to the dwelling of the witches and called out at the entrance, Witch, someone from the Great Flame Tribe has come to see you. A voice soon echoed from within, come in. Feng Qi pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed closely by Tianlang. At that moment, Qing Qing was seated in meditation, a practice that enhanced her witchcraft abilities and allowed her to study witch texts and spells. Most witches spent their time in such contemplation, delving into their craft of carving talismans. Upon opening her eyes, Qing Qing focused on Tianlang, but her gaze quickly shifted to the witch talisman at his waist. Momentarily taken aback, Witch, he says he has business to discuss with you. Feng Qi informed Qing Qing as she approached her side, determined to ensure the witch's safety. Tianlang, displaying utmost courtesy, bowed slightly and introduced himself. I am Tianlang, a totem warrior from the Great Flame Tribe. Pleased to meet you. Witch of the Qing Yuan tribe. Qing Qing nodded slightly and murmured in acknowledgement, yet her gaze remained fixated on the talisman at Tianlang's waist. She recalled what Feng Qi had mentioned the day before about the witches of the Great Flame Tribe being capable of carving 5th-level talismans. Is that talisman carved by your witch? Qing Qing asked, pointing uncertainly at the talisman. Tianlang smiled and replied, Indeed, it was crafted by our witch, and I have come today at her behest. Curiosity flickered in Qing Qing's eyes as she regarded Tianlang. Your witch sent you to negotiate with us at the Qing Yuan tribe? Tianlang nodded and continued, Our witch wishes to exchange your tribe's witch texts and talismans. What? Qing Qing sprang to her feet in anger, shouting. Even Feng Qi shot a hostile glare at Tianlang, poised to take action. Tianlang quickly stepped back, chuckling. Witch of the Qing Yuan tribe, do not be agitated. I have yet to mention what our Great Flame Tribe has to offer in exchange. Qing Qing, filled with indignation, said, Are you not aware that the witch writings and witch bone cards are not subject to trade? Tianlang, scratching his cheek, replied, It is not that they cannot be traded. Rather, what is offered does not resonate with you. Qing Qing furrowed her brow slightly, lowering her gaze to Tianlang, her curiosity piqued by his tone, as if he possessed something that could truly move the Qing Yuan tribe. Tianlang, recognizing the opportunity, recalled the words imparted to him by the witch the previous day. He then took from his waist a 4th-level witch bone card along with 3 3rd-level witch bone cards. This is for you. Qing Qing and Feng Juan's eyes widened as they gazed at the witch bone cards in Tianlang's hands, swallowing hard, their eyes brimming with desire. Feng Jun stepped forward to swiftly grasp the witch bone card, holding it with an almost possessive grip, as if it were already hers. However, Qing Qing suddenly cleared her throat, fixing her gaze on Feng Jun, her intention unmistakable. Reluctantly, Feng Jun handed the witch bone card back to the witch. Qing Qing took it, examining it closely. Indeed, it was a complete witch bone card, comprising 1 4th-level and 3 3rd-level cards. With a smile, Tianlang elaborated, the 4th-level card is a healing witch bone card, while the remaining 3 3rd-level cards are a healing card, a strength card, and a speed card. As a witch, Qing Qing understood their significance. She then turned her gaze back to Tianlang, stammering, What? What is this? Tianlang smiled, stating, As we witches say, this is your welcoming gift. Regardless of whether this transaction succeeds, these 4 witch bone cards now belong to you. Qing Qing's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Tianlang, astonished that the witches of the Dian tribe would so freely offer a 4th-level and 3 3rd-level witch bone cards to another tribe. Did they not fear a potential attack from the Qing Yuan tribe? Chapter 23. The Witch Writings and Witch Bone Cards of the Qing Yuan tribe. At that moment, Qing Qing steadied her racing heart and asked Tianlang, What does your Dian tribe wish to exchange for the witch writings and witch bone cards in my possession? With a constant smile upon his face, Tianlang replied, We witches have stated that if a trade is possible, our Dian tribe is willing to offer 3 5th-level witch bone cards, 3 4th-level witch bone cards, and 3 3rd-level witch bone cards. Upon hearing the offerings from the Dian tribe, both Qing Qing and Feng Jun were momentarily taken aback. Qing Qing leaned closer to Feng Jun and whispered, Is the Dian tribe truly that affluent? Feng Jun shook her head and whispered back, I do not know. Although the proposed trade was indeed bountiful, even extraordinary, Qing Qing still suppressed her excitement and feigned indifference, asking again, Is that all? Nothing more? Tianlang, noticing her skepticism but choosing not to address it directly, continued, we witches can also teach you how to inscribe witch bone cards. What? Qingqing suddenly stood up, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, are you serious? Yet, feeling slightly out of control, she quickly sat back down. Tianlang nodded with a smile. Fengjun looked at Tianlang, equally astonished that the Dian tribe could offer such valuable items in exchange. Most notably, the witches of their tribe were willing to teach them the art of inscribing witch bone cards. At this moment, Qingqing was deeply conflicted, casting occasional glances at Fengjun. Tianlang continued to smile and said, our shaman has stated that even if the transaction does not succeed, we shall remain friends. Qingqing contemplated the remarkable abilities of the shamans from the Dian tribe, who could effortlessly inscribe 5th-level shaman bone tokens, indicating they were exceptionally powerful individuals. Yet, she pondered why the shamans of the Dian tribe were so formidable. Could it be that they were from a prominent tribe? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she turned to Tianlang and inquired, are you certain that shaman belongs to your Dian tribe? Tianlang, aware of her question, responded with a grin, indeed. The shaman is from our tribe, not from any other. The term other shamans referred to those who had fled or joined their tribe after the destruction of their own. All right, I agree, Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Fengjun immediately looked at the shaman, surprised at how readily the shaman had consented. Tianlang continued, very well. The shaman bone tokens will be delivered within 7 sunsets, and as for teaching you how to inscribe them, you will need to either visit the Dian tribe in person or wait until one of our shamans is available to instruct you. After hearing this, Qingqing nodded. It seemed manageable. Tianlang then added, please hand over the shaman bone tokens and the shamanic script to me now, as I intend to take them back today. What? Qingqing immediately objected. No, absolutely not. You have yet to provide me with the shaman bone tokens. Tianlang sighed. Very well, then we shall forego the transaction. Upon saying this, he pretended to leave. This made Qingqing panic entirely, watching him step away, each stride feeling as if it were crushing her heart. Finally, she relented and said, but you must swear by the totem. Tianlang turned around with a smile, raising his hand. I, from the Dian tribe, swear by the totem that I will not go back on my word. Only then did Qingqing breathe a sigh of relief and turn around, retrieving 2 pieces of paper from a box behind her, tossing them to Tianlang. These are my impressions. Your shamans should be able to comprehend them. Tianlang caught them with a smile and politely replied, thank you. After their conversation concluded, he turned and departed. Qingqing then slumped down, utterly exhausted, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Fengqi looked at the shaman and asked, do you think the Dian tribe will go back on their word? Qingqing shook her head. No, they won't. After receiving the shamanic script and bone tokens, Tianlang carefully placed them into a leather pouch at his waist and hurried back towards the Dian tribe, feeling a sense of urgency. He was untroubled by the possibility of the snake tribe taking action against him, as he had already displayed several shaman bone tokens, which had served as a deterrent. Even though he had given them to the Qinghuan tribe, Tianlang's admiration for his own shaman was growing ever stronger. After finishing their hunt, Fengqi and the others returned to the tribe and headed straight to the shaman's dwelling, but upon not finding Tianlang, they curiously inquired about his whereabouts. Where are the people from the Dian tribe? Fengjun approached her sister. They have already returned. Returned? Fengqi expressed surprise. Wasn't it for trading? Fengjun nodded, a smile gracing her face as she replied, they have indeed returned, and the trade has been completed. Completed? Fengqi looked at her sister with curiosity and inquired, what was the trade? Fengjun smiled and explained, the Dian tribe sought to exchange our witchcraft symbols and witchbone talismans. She then added with a smile, we have agreed to the trade. Initially, Fengqi had believed the transaction was doomed to fail, but the next moment, Fengjun's words left her utterly stunned. She then turned her gaze towards Qingqing. Qingqing lay languidly on the bed, appearing quite feeble. Fengjun readily discerned the reason behind her sister's agitation and proceeded to recount the recent events. Fengqi's incredulity gradually subsided. Indeed, the Dian tribe's offer was exceedingly generous, making it difficult to refuse. Ultimately, Fengqi sighed, yet simultaneously felt elated. If the Dian tribe truly provided them with 9 witch-bone talismans and a 5th-level talisman, they need not fear the serpent tribe any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Witch Awaken, Xiao Liuji shook the unconscious Mo Shangyu with urgency, tears welling in her eyes. Witch, you cannot die. What will we do if you perish? Mo Shangyu slowly opened his eyes, his head aching from Xiao Liuji's vigorous shaking. If you continue shaking me, your witch will surely meet her end. Upon seeing the Witch Awaken, Xiao Liuji's face lit up with joy, and she released her grip, anxiously asking, Witch, are you all right now? Mo Shanyu sat up and shook his head, feeling that both his vision and hearing had significantly improved. It appeared to be the effect of that fruit. He stood up, directing his gaze towards the small tree, only to find it withered. He had initially planned to take it back and cultivate it. Which, you are safe. At that moment, Xia Qingyu rushed in, relieved to see Mo Shanyu awake. When they arrived, they found the witch lying unconscious on the ground. Mo Shanyu shook his head, indicating he was fine. However, he suddenly recalled the purple thundercat and quickly scanned his surroundings, but it was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Yoji, did you see a purple thundercat when you entered? Mo Shanyu inquired, his eyes filled with urgency. Ah, Xiao Yoji replied, bewildered, the one outside is already dead. Yet, her gaze shifted to Mo Shanyu with excitement. Which, did you slay those two exotic creatures outside? You are truly remarkable. Mo Shanyu's expression turned pale as he muttered softly. You hold me in too high regard. Chapter 24. From now on, you shall be called Little Purple. Nevertheless, Mo Shanyu still wished to know what had happened to the purple thundercat cub he had seen earlier. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Yoji and asked, did you not see a bare little creature beside me when you entered? Xiao Yoji scratched her head, recalling the moment before shaking her head affirmatively, which, we truly did not see anything. Mo Shanyu's gaze suddenly shifted to the water nearby. Could it have drowned? At first glance, the water seemed devoid of any life. Which, is that what you meant? Xia Qingyu suddenly whispered, her finger pointing at the beast hide pouch at Mo Shanyu's waist. Mo Shanyu looked down at the pouch and noticed a rather adorable little head peeking out, blinking its tiny eyes. It had now opened its eyes and even sprouted some white fur. Mo Shanyu was somewhat astonished. Had this little creature grown so rapidly? With great care, she took it out of the pouch and examined it closely. It appeared much improved now. The purple thundercat tilted its head, gazing at Mo Shanyu with its blinking eyes, radiating cuteness. Xiao Yoji, seeing this, felt her heart melt, but soon inquired, which, is this the purple thundercat you mentioned? It looks nothing like it. Mo Shanyu chuckled and replied, this one is just born. It is the offspring of the deceased purple thundercat outside. Moreover, it is thanks to that purple thundercat that I survived. Xiao Yoji nodded, though her understanding was somewhat vague. Mo Shanyu looked at the purple thundercat in her hands, her expression brimming with affection. Once it grows up, it will be my mount. I shall name you Little Z. The purple thundercat seemed to comprehend, joyfully opening its mouth as if to make a sound. Mo Shanyu then placed Little Z back into the beast hide pouch, but suddenly remembered the 6th level core within. She retrieved the glowing green 6th level core from the pouch. Upon seeing the core, Little Z began to leap with joy. Mo Shanyu finally understood why Little Z had climbed into her pouch. It had sensed a familiar scent. Which, is that a 6th level core? Xia Qingyu exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the core in Mo Shanyu's hand. Xiao Yoji, equally astounded, wore a similar expression. Mo Shanyu nodded with a smile and placed the core back into the pouch, whereupon Little Z immediately clung to it. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji were utterly unprepared for the witch's extraordinary fortune in acquiring a 6th level core. During their time in the Great Yin tribe, they had not even encountered a 4th level core, and now they were witnessing a 6th level core firsthand. What time is it now? Mo Shanyu asked Xia Qingyu. Suddenly recollecting, Xia Qingyu replied, it is already nighttime. Traveling back to the tribe now may not be safe. Mo Shanyu inquired further, what about the other totem warriors? Xia Qingyu responded, when we found the witch, I sent them back with food. They should have returned to the tribe by now. Mo Shanyu nodded, then stepped outside the cave to gaze at the now darkened night. Let us return tomorrow. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Traveling at night was indeed perilous, and they dared not risk the witch's safety. Besides, there was a cave here that provided ample shelter for their rest. Mo Shanyu's gaze drifted to the lifeless body of the purple thundercat lying ahead, realizing that Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji had yet to resolve the situation regarding it. While the Titan giant ape had vanished without a trace, it seems they were taken back to the tribe as food. However, how could they possibly transport such a massive Titan gorilla? As Xia Qingyu noticed Wu staring at the purple thundercat, she approached and said, Wu, we can only bring back that Titan gorilla for now, so we cannot take this one back at the moment. Perhaps we can retrieve it tomorrow. Mo Shanyu glanced at Xia Qingyu, then shook her head and replied, no need. You two should take the corpse of the purple thundercat into the cave. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji assumed Mo Shanyu intended to consume it, so they advanced to drag the purple thundercat's body back to the cave. Meanwhile, the small purple creature in Mo Shanyu's leather pouch seemed to sense a familiar scent and poked its head out, but before it could see clearly, Mo Shanyu gently pressed it back down. After several attempts, the little creature seemed to resign itself to its fate and stopped peeking out. Once Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji dragged the purple thundercat inside, they gathered some wood from an unknown source to prepare for a fire to roast meat. Upon entering, Mo Shanyu instructed Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji to dig a larger pit. The two exchanged puzzled glances with Mo Shanyu. Wu, what is the purpose of digging a pit? Mo Shanyu looked at the corpse of the purple thundercat on the ground and said, I wish to bury it. After all, it did save my life. Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji dared not defy Wu's wishes, so they drew their bone knives and began to dig the pit nearby. For the totem warriors, digging a pit was a swift task, and soon it was completed. Mo Shanyu cast the purple thundercat's body into the pit and began covering it with earth. Although the level 6 creature was filled with treasures, Mo Shanyu cared little, as level 6 mutated beasts could still be hunted in the future. Once this was accomplished, Xiao Yoji and the others consumed some wild fruits, then lit a fire to prepare for sleep, ensuring they would not feel cold. They had already endured enough fatigue for the day, and soon Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji fell into slumber. Mo Shanyu also gradually drifted off to sleep. When the dawn broke, Mo Shanyu awoke to a peculiar weight upon her body. Upon inspection, she discovered that Xiao Yoji and Xia Qingyu had unceremoniously cuddled her in their sleep, their limbs resting heavily upon her. Hearing the commotion, Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji opened their eyes, and upon realizing they were embracing Wu, they immediately sat up, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they murmured apologies. Mo Shanyu, unperturbed, felt slightly numb in her limbs from their weight. Wu, I will find something to eat, Xia Qingyu said shyly, then hurriedly ran outside. Seeing this, Xiao Yoji quickly followed suit, exclaiming, Sister, I'm coming too. Wait for me. Mo Shanyu watched the two fleeing figures with a wry smile, pondering if she might be younger than them. Once Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji had exited, Mo Shanyu approached the water pool, shedding her leather clothing to wash up, feeling rather uncomfortable in her current state. Chapter 25, Gravity, Extreme Ice, and the Witch's Domino. After finishing her morning ablutions, Mo Shanyu donned her fur garments, preparing to venture outside. Suddenly, Xiaozi dashed out and nimbly leaped onto her shoulder. Upon noticing Xiaozi perched there, Mo Shanyu was astonished to see that her companion had sprouted purple fur and grown noticeably larger. Had she matured so swiftly, blossoming overnight? Mo Shanyu chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Xiaozi's head, who, in turn, joyfully licked her earlobe, seemingly having accepted her as a maternal figure. Stepping outside with Xiaozi, Mo Shanyu was greeted by the sight of fresh blood staining the ground, evidence of 5th and 6th tier aberrations, which would deter lesser beings from approaching. After waiting a moment, she soon spotted Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji returning, accompanied by several individuals, all totem warriors of the Dian tribe, which greeted Xia Qingyu and her companions respectfully as they approached Mo Shanyu. Nodding in acknowledgement, she glanced at the aberrations they carried. Let us dine first, she suggested, instructing them to gather some wood while she conjured flames with her fireball technique, deeming the method of friction too slow. Suddenly, Mo Shanyu noticed Tian Lang's presence. Surprised by his arrival, turning her gaze towards him, she inquired, Tian Lang, has the Qinghuan tribe engaged in trade? He replied, which, the Qinghuan tribe has indeed traded. I have retrieved the witch's domino. Mo Shanyu extended her hand. Hand it over. Tian Lang explained, it remains in the tribe. Such a significant item could not be brought out. With a sigh, Mo Shanyu conceded, very well, I shall return after our meal. Eagerly anticipating their return, Mo Shanyu looked forward to savoring the roasted meat before heading back. Xia Qingyu accompanied the witch while the others continued their hunt. Unable to contain her impatience, Mo Shanyu utilized the speed witch's domino. Though Xia Qingyu was already a 4th tier warrior, she struggled to keep pace without employing the domino's power. Ultimately, she too resorted to using it, despite her reluctance, reassured by the thought of the witch's ability to inscribe. In a brief span, Mo Shanyu and her companions returned to the tribe. Upon entering her dwelling, Mo Shanyu was greeted by the sight of the fur laid out before her. The tribe members expressed their joy at the return of the witch and Xia Qingyu, relieved after a night of concern for their absence. Xia Qingyu smiled and reassured the tribe, urging them to set their worries aside while requesting not to disturb the witch. Mo Shanyu examined the witch's inscriptions in her hands, noting the distinct variations, before picking up the fur inscribed with the witch's domino. It depicted only 2 types of dominoes. The first was the gravity witch's domino, which could augment the weight of certain objects. Mo Shanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned her attention to the second, the extreme ice witch's domino. Quickly, she studied this domino, realizing it could unleash ice spikes in a localized area and lower the surrounding temperature. What a splendid find! Thrilled, Mo Shanyu promptly entered a state of meditation, clutching the inscriptions tightly. The Qinghuan tribe possesses two distinct forms of sorcery, one pertaining to the element of ice, and the other enabling a localized manipulation of gravitational forces. Mo Shanyu gazed upon these two mystical arts, his heart swelling with excitement. Such sorcery is indeed a rarity. One harnesses gravity, while the other commands ice. Immersed in his studies, Mo Shanyu swiftly mastered the application of both spells and soon began to refine them, augmenting their potency. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and before Mo Shanyu realized it, night had fallen. The hunting party, led by the celestial wolf, had returned, and Xia Qingyu approached Mo Shanyu's door, gently knocking. "Sorcerer, it is time to dine." Mo Shanyu opened his eyes, extending his finger towards a wooden pillar, whereupon a sharp icicle coalesced at his fingertip and, in the next moment, shot forth with precision, embedding itself deeply into the wood. Having nearly exhausted his studies of the Qinghuan tribe's sorcery and spells, he planned to delve into the intricacies of the sorceress bone tablets that evening. With a sense of joy, he descended from his bed and opened the door, only to find Xia Qingyu waiting at the threshold. Upon seeing him, she offered a courteous bow. Mo Shanyu acknowledged her with a slight nod, accustomed to this manner of greeting. Eager to finish his meal and return to his research on the bone tablets, he requested, "Xia Qingyu, please fetch me some skeletal remains of the first and second tier." Xia Qingyu nodded, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Sorcerer, do you intend to inscribe the bone tablets of the Qinghuan tribe?" Mo Shanyu nodded slightly in affirmation. Xia Qingyu was taken aback, and even Xiao Yoji, along with Tian Lang, who overheard the conversation, gazed at Mo Shanyu in astonishment. They could hardly believe that their sorcerer differed so greatly from others. While most sorcerers required years, or even longer, to master their arts, Mo Shanyu seemed able to accomplish such feats in merely a night. Hastening to gather the requisite materials for the bone tablets, Xia Qingyu found an abundance of second-tier remains, remnants from the previous generation of sorcerers who had not practiced inscribing. She also collected several from the third and fourth tiers, along with two fifth-tier bone tablets. Before long, she returned, and Mo Shanyu instructed her to take the items directly to his chamber. At that moment, the meat had finished roasting. Mo Shanyu picked up a skewer, poised to indulge, when he suddenly paused, staring at the meat impaled on the stick. A thought struck him. The gravitational bone tablet could potentially synergize with arrows. A thrill coursed through him at the prospect. If such a combination were feasible, it would yield formidable results. The ability to augment the weight of the arrows while ensuring the bow and string could withstand such forces was an avenue worth exploring. Noticing Mo Shanyu lost in contemplation while holding the roasted meat, Xiao Yoji curiously queried, "Sorcerer, is something amiss with the meat?" Mo Shanyu snapped back to the present, shaking his head in response. "No, nothing is wrong." Xiao Yoji tilted her head, sensing that Mo Shanyu was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. After finishing their meal, Mo Shanyu retreated to his chamber, intent on furthering his research on the bone tablets. First, he took out a carving knife and picked up a piece of primary witch bone plate to begin his intricate work, meticulously etching the patterns depicted on the animal hide. Now, Mo Shanyu had grown significantly more adept, requiring only to familiarize himself with the design. However, the pattern on this extreme ice witch bone plate proved to be far more complex than those of the strength and speed witch bone plates. His first attempt was unsuccessful. The intricacies of the extreme ice pattern posed a considerable challenge. Undeterred, Mo Shanyu seized a second piece to continue his carving. As seconds ticked by, the second piece bore some flaws, yet the third was nearly flawless. He persisted, for the primary witch bone plates consumed minimal witch power, leaving him free from fatigue. Chapter 26. Visitors from the Qinghuan tribe. Mo Shanyu continued to carve the witch bone plates, having now mastered the extreme ice variant. He then began working on a third-level extreme ice witch bone plate, not out of reluctance to carve a fifth-level plate, but out of concern that attempting such a feat might leave him faint. Thus, he opted to hone his skills further or wait until his witch power increased before attempting the fifth level, for he harbored a sense of trepidation. As for the 9 witch bone plates promised to the Qinghuan tribe, Mo Shanyu felt no urgency. He had a week, or 7 sunsets, which was ample time. Beside him, Xiao Zi bounced about, exuding an adorable vivacity, her exuberance a delightful distraction. When fatigue occasionally overcame him, Mo Shanyu would reach out to stroke Xiao Zi's soft, fluffy head, a comfort reminiscent of the cats he had kept in his past life, bringing him immense joy. However, in the following days, Mo Shanyu dedicated himself predominantly to carving witch bone plates and studying witch script. 3 days passed. Mo Shanyu remained primarily within his abode, receiving meals delivered to him daily. Upon waking, he would carve witch bone plates and delve into witch script, discovering that he could even rearrange and disrupt the witch script of the Qinghuan tribe. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. At night, his meditative state resembled sleep, while during the day, he focused on his carving. Thus, 3 days elapsed, and Mo Xiangyu had become proficient in carving witchbone plates. Upon completing a 5th-level witchbone plate, he felt a significant depletion of his witch power. Whenever he sensed this weakness, he would engage in meditation, studying witch script to restore his strength. This cycle continued, and he perceived his witch power steadily amplifying. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and the others ventured out daily to hunt, returning with bones, and fortuitously, they had slain creatures of 3rd level or higher during these days, even acquiring 2 3rd-level cores. As the 5th sunset approached, Mo Xiangyu found himself in meditation, sensing that the spatial range of his meditative state had remarkably doubled, with the white light surrounding him increasing both in number and size. Even his visual acuity and sensory perception seemed to have doubled instantly, allowing his consciousness to encompass the entire tribe, observing its condition with clarity. Upon opening his eyes and stretching his limbs, he felt a profound certainty that he had now attained the status of a mid-level witch. Suddenly, Xiaozi dashed back, leaping into Mo Xiangyu's embrace and nuzzling her chin with delight, wearing an expression of sheer joy. Mo Xiangyu, equally pleased, affectionately patted Xiaozi's head. The little creature had grown significantly, resembling a playful puppy. With its striking purple fur and captivating violet eyes, Xiaozi was undeniably adorable. In recent days, feeling somewhat bored in Mo Xiangyu's abode, Xiaozi would roam the village. Initially, the villagers were apprehensive upon seeing Xiaozi, but they soon relaxed upon realizing it was the shaman's pet. Occasionally, Xiaozi would lend a hand, and before long, the villagers had grown fond of her, with several children playing with Xiaozi daily. Xiaozi, in turn, developed a fondness for Mo Yingying, as she could detect a familiar scent on her, reminiscent of Mo Xiangyu. Mo Yingying, aware that Xiaozi was her brother's pet, cherished her as well. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Dexiong was calling. Mo Xiangyu set Xiaozi down and rose, sensing that Dexiong must have something important to convey, as he had refrained from interrupting Mo Xiangyu in recent days. Upon opening the door, Mo Xiangyu encountered Dexiong, who respectfully announced, "Shaman, visitors from the Qingwan tribe have arrived, along with the shaman." Mo Xiangyu nodded in surprise at the swift arrival of the Qingwan tribe and instructed Dexiong to bring them inside. After Dexiong departed, Mo Xiangyu stepped outside, momentarily blinded by the bright sunlight, shielding his eyes with his hand. Having spent 5 days indoors, he felt slightly disoriented. He found a spot to sit, kindled a fire, and began to roast some meat. Xiaozi frolicked beside him. The villagers, upon seeing the shaman, greeted him warmly before returning to their tasks. Mo Xiangyu responded with a smile and a nod. "Brother." Suddenly, Mo Yingying rushed back, embracing Mo Xiangyu from behind. He turned to see her clinging to him and gently rubbed her head. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I missed you, brother. You've been inside for 5 whole days." She pouted, a hint of reproach in her voice. Mo Xiangyu chuckled. "Well, I'm out now, aren't I?" Mo Yingying released her hold, picked up Xiaozi, and settled beside Mo Xiangyu, who once more affectionately tousled her hair. This little girl was truly delightful. Mo Yingying's cheeks flushed as she relished the comfort of her brother's touch. At that moment, Deneng entered, leading the visitors from the Qingwan tribe before Mo Xiangyu. Mo Xiangyu assessed the 5 individuals from the tribe: Qingqing, Feng Qi, Feng Jun, and 2 third-tier totem warriors. Feng Qi glanced at the seated Mo Xiangyu, then at Mo Yingying beside him, her gaze ultimately fixating on Xiaozi in Mo Yingying's arms. "A purple thundercat? How could the Dayan tribe possess such a small one?" she exclaimed. "Where's your shaman?" Qingqing inquired, directing her question at Dexiong. Dexiong approached Mo Xiangyu with a smile, then turned to Qingqing, stating, "This is our shaman." Mo Xiangyu met Qingqing's gaze, and she scrutinized him in return. Their eyes locked in mutual appraisal. Mo Xiangyu gazed at the linen robe draped over her figure, complemented by an attached hood and a staff held firmly in her hand, exuding a certain aura reminiscent of a sorceress. Yet, her facial features were undeniably those of a youthful girl. Qingqing, too, scrutinized Mo Xiangyu, finding it difficult to associate her with the mystique of a witch, especially with her attire of animal hides and her languid demeanor, which lacked the enigmatic essence typically attributed to sorcery. Feng Jun also directed her gaze towards Mo Xiangyu, noting her fair complexion, which set her apart from the men of their tribe, along with a slender frame that lacked physical robustness. Feng Qi stepped forward, clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, and addressed Mo Xiangyu. "We, the Dayan tribe's witch, have come uninvited and apologize for the intrusion." Surprised by Feng Qi's politeness, Mo Xiangyu smiled and replied, "Please, have a seat and join me for a meal." Feng Qi's eyes shifted towards her own witch, while Qingqing followed suit. taking a seat and fixating her gaze intently on Mo Shanyu. Feeling the weight of Qingqing's stare, which seemed tinged with animosity, Mo Shanyu felt a sense of discomfort. Mo Yingying, observing the members of the Qingwan tribe, paused momentarily upon noticing Feng Jun's pronounced bosom. Her eyes then darted to her brother, who was also captivated by Feng Jun's figure, which incited a sudden pang of irritation as she glanced down at her own. In the tranquil atmosphere, Mo Shanyu, feeling increasingly uneasy under Qingqing's unwavering gaze, scratched her head and inquired, "What is it that you find so captivating?" Qingqing candidly responded, "I heard you can carve 5th-level witchbone tokens, and you mentioned you would teach me." Mo Shanyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "There's no need for you to stare at me like that. It makes me rather uneasy. Brother meat." Mo Yingying suddenly offered a piece of roasted meat to her brother, sweetly speaking, while casting a wary glance at Qingqing. Ignoring the subtle tension, Qingqing dismissed the little girl as presence, unwilling to condescend to her level. Mo Shanyu, feeling awkward, accepted the roasted meat and began to eat. Looking at Qingqing and Feng Qi, who remained motionless, and suggested, "Why don't you have some too?" Feng Jun, however, was less reserved and eagerly grabbed a piece of meat, only to widen her eyes in astonishment after the first bite, turning to Mo Shanyu with a shocked expression. "Is this 5th-level exotic meat?" Mo Shanyu nodded in affirmation. At this revelation, both Feng Jun and Qingqing turned their attention to the meat before them. Realizing the opportunity was too good to pass up, they began to indulge heartily. As the meal progressed, they sent De Xiong to retrieve the witchbone tokens from his dwelling. Once they had nearly finished eating, Mo Shanyu rose and drew 9 witchbone tokens from her waist, presenting them to Qingqing. "These are the witchbone tokens I promised you." Qingqing, Feng Qi, and Feng Jun's eyes widened in excitement as they beheld the tokens being offered by Mo Shanyu. 9 tokens in total, 3 of the 3rd level, 3 of the 4th level, and 3 of the 5th level. Qingqing immediately took them, examining the tokens with great care, while Feng Jun and Feng Qi leaned in closer, eager to touch them. The witchbone token that Tian Lang had gifted to Feng Qi was now treated as a treasured possession, hung at her waist, and she would gaze at it every morning upon waking, clutching it tightly as she drifted into slumber. Suddenly, Qingqing discovered that there were actually 2 extraordinary bone cards within, one for extreme cold and another for gravity, albeit both were merely of the 3rd tier. Her gaze, filled with astonishment, turned towards Mo Shanjiu. "You can already inscribe the extreme cold and gravity bone cards?" Mo Shanjiu nodded nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. "Yes, isn't it quite simple? As long as you have hands." Qingqing nearly fainted upon hearing this. Indeed, comparisons could be disheartening. Simultaneously, she began to grasp the terrifying prowess of Mo Shanjiu, to the point that she questioned whether he was a grand shaman. With a smile, Mo Shanjiu remarked, "The bone cards have been provided to you. As for teaching you how to inscribe them, come to my room tonight." "Huh?" Qingqing abruptly turned to Mo Shanjiu, astonished. "Tonight? To your room?" She then took a few steps back, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. Mo Shanjiu's lips twitched. How could someone still so undeveloped entertain such notions? "If you don't come, so be it." Seeing this, Qingqing immediately replied, "I will come." Mo Shanjiu, Feng Qi and Feng Jun also watched their shaman, whose cheeks were now tinged with crimson, revealing knowing smiles. At that moment, the hunting team returned, and upon seeing the Qingwan tribe, Xia Qingyu greeted them with a smile. She hurriedly approached Mo Shanjiu and exclaimed, "Shaman, I found what you asked for." Mo Shanjiu looked at Xia Qingyu, excitement bubbling within her. "Quick, show me." With a smile, Xia Qingyu produced a thread, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger, from a leather pouch at her waist. "Shaman, this is extracted from the foot of a 5th-tier exotic tree monkey. Its resilience is absolutely sufficient," Xia Qingyu stated cheerfully. Mo Shanjiu received it, tugging on it to find it indeed satisfactory, then hurried back to her dwelling. Qingqing and the others exchanged confused glances, and Feng Qi stepped forward to inquire, "Xia Qingyu, why is your shaman so excited?" Xia Qingyu shook her head. "I'm not certain either. The shaman asked us to find a highly resilient thread. Anything with strong resilience would suffice. After a few days of searching, we witnessed a tree monkey being slain and discovered that a particular tendon on its foot was quite exceptional, so we brought it back for the shaman." At this moment, Feng Qi and Feng Jun grew curious. Anything that could elicit such excitement from the shaman must indeed be remarkable. Before long, Mo Shanjiu emerged holding a white bow crafted from the bones of a Titan giant ape, with assistance from the Big Bear clan. The bones of this Titan ape were undoubtedly sturdy, and Mo Shanjiu had also fashioned a few arrows, all made from bone, with feathers affixed to the arrowheads. Finding these materials was not overly challenging. As Mo Shanjiu emerged under the watchful eyes of everyone, she skillfully wrapped the tendon around the bow and, with excitement. Attempted to draw it, only to find it unyielding. It was not until she utilized the power bone card that she managed to draw it back, confirming its impressive resilience. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and Xia Lu observed her with puzzled expressions, completely unaware of what this object was. Mo Shanjiu, taking in their naive and bewildered expressions, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shaman, what is this? Xia Qingyu ventured closer, gazing at the bow held by the shaman. Mo Shanyu raised the bow in his hand, smiling as he said, "This is called a bow." After speaking, he drew an arrow from behind and fashioned a quiver. He glanced ahead and then walked towards an open space. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu and the others eagerly followed him. Their curiosity piqued, and soon the entire tribe trailed behind. Intrigued by the object in the shaman's hand, Mo Shanyu, being a shaman himself, possessed keen eyesight even in the darkness of night. Moreover, after consuming the extraordinary fruit, his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see farther and perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity, akin to night vision. With the bow in hand, Mo Shanyu focused intently on the distance. The shaman bone talisman at his waist emitted a faint glow, soon joined by another talisman of gravity. He pulled back the bowstring, aimed at a nearby tree, and, upon reaching the limit, released his grip. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, its sound echoing in the air. Bang! It pierced through several trees in rapid succession, leaving fist-sized holes in their trunks. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief at the incredible display. Mo Shanyu also smiled, pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his shot. Suddenly, Xiaozi broke free from Mo Yingying's embrace and dashed toward the direction of the arrow's flight. In no time, Xiaozi returned, proudly clutching the bone arrow in its mouth. Mo Shanyu couldn't help but grimace. It was quite peculiar for a creature to exhibit such canine behavior. Nevertheless, he crouched down, affectionately ruffling Xiaozi's head, and the creature joyfully nuzzled his palm. Chapter 28. Dare you kiss me? Xia Luji approached Mo Shanyu, her eyes fixed intently on the bow. Shaman, this is truly impressive. Could you make one for me? Mo Shanyu replied with a smile. Crafting it is relatively simple, but to unleash such tremendous power, one still requires the shaman bone talismans. He then drew 2 talismans from his waist, chuckling as he remarked. These 2, the strength and gravity talismans. Feng Qi and the others observed that the talismans in Mo Shanyu's possession were of the 4th level. However, they too now had shaman bone talismans in their hands, allowing them to replicate the process upon returning. The bow, indeed, was an extraordinary weapon, perfectly suited for hunting extraordinary beasts from a distance. I would also like to give it a try, Big Bear interjected, his hands itching with eagerness at the sight of such a formidable weapon. Mo Shanyu, still smiling, handed the bow and arrow to Big Bear. The latter excitedly accepted it, noting its considerable weight. Mimicking Mo Shanyu's stance, Big Bear drew back the bowstring. With his natural strength, he released the arrow, which, though lacking the distinctive sound of a true shot and not particularly accurate, managed to graze the tree bark. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he had hoped to wield the same prowess as the shaman. Mo Shanyu approached and patted Big Bear on the shoulder, encouraging him, with practice, you will improve. Besides, you have yet to harness the power of the shaman bone talismans. Achieving this level of impact is already quite commendable. Dexiong cast a sincere smile at Wu, finding some solace in the moment, before shifting his gaze to Xiaozi. Noticing Dexiong's attention, Xiaozi tilted her head curiously in response. Dexiong had initially hoped that Xiaozi would venture out to retrieve the arrow, but it soon became evident that he was mistaken, and he would have to fetch it himself. Xia Lu understood that witnessing Dexiong's eagerness would ignite their own desire to try, and Mo Shanyu promptly tossed them the bow, encouraging them to play freely. Turning to Qing Qing, she remarked, shall we go? Don't you wish to learn how to engrave the witchbone cards? Me? Now, with you? To your room? Qing Qing stammered in surprise, pointing at herself. Mo Shanyu nodded with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, indeed, you know that engraving the witchbone cards requires absolute silence. Qing Qing felt a pang of inner conflict. Yet after a brief internal struggle, she followed Mo Shanyu. Feng Jun, seeing her witch, prepared to accompany her, but Feng Qi intervened, grasping her sister's arm. Where do you think you're going? Feng Jun replied earnestly, I'm going to protect the witch. Look how small she is. She is easily bullied. As a totem warrior of the Qing-Wan tribe, it is my duty to safeguard her. Don't go, Feng Qi insisted, still holding onto her hand. The witches are learning from one another. What is your purpose there? Feng Jun attempted to protest, but Feng Qi interrupted. Don't you want to try that bow as well? You should go and give it a shot. Instantly, Feng Jun forgot about her witch and dashed over to join the queue with Dexiong and the others, where each could take a shot. Feng Qi watched her sister with a resigned shake of her head. Upon arriving at her dwelling with Qing Qing, Mo Shangyu was soon followed by Xiao Zi. However, as Qing Qing entered, she felt a chill in the air. The temperature here was notably cooler than outside. Her gaze quickly fell upon a substantial collection of first-level witchbone cards on the table, and as she approached and picked one up, a refreshing coolness enveloped her. She turned to Mo Shangyu in astonishment. "Is this an extreme ice witchbone card?" Mo Shangyu nodded and handed her a first-level witchbone card, saying, "Try engraving a gravity witchbone card yourself." Qing Qing accepted the card and looked at Mo Shangyu. "I didn't bring an engraving knife." Mo Shangyu then produced her own engraving knife and offered it to Qing Qing. "Here you go." Finding a suitable spot, Qing Qing settled down and began to concentrate intently on engraving the witchbone card. Meanwhile, lacking a knife herself, Mo Shangyu could only meditate, striving to enhance her witch power. "I'm done," Qing Qing announced softly as she approached Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu opened her eyes, took the witchbone card, and after a glance, was rendered speechless. Incredulity etched across her face. "This is the witchbone card you engraved?" With her head lowered, Qing Qing nodded slightly. "Yes. It's the one I engraved." Mo Shangyu, examining the subpar gravity witchbone card in her hand, voiced her inner confusion. "Are you certain you are a witch?" Qing Qing discerned the condescension in Mo Shangyu's tone, and her temper flared immediately. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "What? Is there something wrong with my carving? Why am I not a witch? Do not underestimate me. Give me 30 years, and you shall see if I surpass you." Mo Shangyu's lips twitched, feeling somewhat odd at her last remark, but he sighed and rose, saying, "You should observe me carve at once." Fuming, Qing Qing maintained her stance. "Humph." Mo Shangyu rubbed his nose, bemused by the girl's peculiar temperament, and extended his hand toward her. "What do you want?" Qing Qing retreated a step, crossing her arms defiantly. "What are you up to?" Mo Shangyu replied, "Hand me the carving knife." Qing Qing chuckled awkwardly before swiftly passing the knife to him. He merely cast a sidelong glance at her, then picked up a piece of third-grade bone, stating, "Watch closely. I will demonstrate it for you." With that, he began to carve with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Qing Qing leaned in, their cheeks nearly touching, yet neither seemed to notice. Mo Shangyu continued to carve the witch's bone tablet with exceptional focus, and Qing Qing observed with equal intensity. To her, Mo Shangyu's carving appeared as effortless as drinking water, flowing seamlessly without pause. Both were left wondering if carving the witch's bone tablet was truly so simple. Before long, Mo Shangyu had entirely carved a gravity witchbone tablet. All done. However, as he turned to speak, his lips inadvertently brushed against Qing Qing's cheek. Startled, she recoiled, disbelief etched across her face, her cheeks visibly flushed. Trembling, she pointed at him and stammered, "Why you dared to kiss me?" Mo Shangyu's lips twitched. He began to suspect that this little girl was playfully enticing him. Who else would press their face so closely? He turned away, having acted on impulse. "Do you even hear what you're saying? I never suggested you wanted to kiss me." Fuming, Qing Qing clenched her fists and retorted, "Who wants to kiss you, you scoundrel?" Mo Shangyu's lips quirked again. If a true villain heard that, they might be overly thrilled. He preferred not to dwell on the matter, reasoning that he had not suffered any loss. "So have you learned?" Still irate, Qing Qing crossed her arms defiantly. "I haven't learned anything." Mo Shangyu could not help but mutter under his breath, "Useless." "What did you say?" she challenged. "Nothing. Practice on your own," he replied. Chapter 29. Teaching Qing Qing to carve witchbone tablets. Mo Shangyu settled back onto the bed and began to meditate, while Qing Qing, witnessing his demeanor, clenched her fists in frustration and huffed before resuming her own carving of the witchbone tablet. Outside, tranquility returned as everyone else retired for the night. Fengqi and the others had also gone to their designated resting places. Meanwhile, in the Serpent Tribe, Chief Wang Qi surveyed the individuals kneeling before him and softly inquired, "Have Mu Shi and the others not returned yet?" One man, trembling on his knees, stammered, "I went to check today. Mu Shi is already dead." "Dead?" Wang Qi gazed down at the man before him with a commanding presence, inquiring about the circumstances of a death. "How did he perish?" "I do not know. He died in the hunting grounds of the Dayan tribe." Wang Qi let out a cold scoff, then instructed, "Tomorrow, send someone to investigate and bring back the members of the Dayan tribe. If they resist, eliminate them on the spot." "Understood," the man replied, trembling. Wang Qi gestured for him to leave, and the man hurriedly took his leave. Barely had he departed when a woman approached, her movements alluring as she swayed toward Wang Qi and settled herself upon his lap. Wang Qi smiled, wrapping his arms around her. "Why are you still awake?" She replied playfully, "I couldn't sleep without your company." He chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek before lifting her up. "Come, let us retire for the night." He then planted a gentle kiss upon her lips. The following day, Mo Shangyu slowly opened her eyes to find Qing Qing still engrossed in carving a shamanic bone tablet. Approaching to inspect, she discovered that Qingqing had managed to complete an entire primary shamanic tablet overnight. This singular accomplishment filled Qingqing with immense joy. "You're awake," she exclaimed weakly, gazing at Imo Shanyu. Observing Qingqing's frail demeanor, Imo Shanyu felt as though she had somehow caused this state. "You carved an entire shamanic tablet in one night?" Qingqing proudly nodded, though her energy seemed depleted. "Indeed, am I not impressive?" Imo Shanyu sighed in response. "You should rest." However, Qingqing, with a determined fist, insisted, "No, I must carve the shamanic tablet." Yet, the next moment, she collapsed, succumbing to sleep. Imo Shanyu, seeing this, shook her head helplessly, lifted Qingqing, and placed her on the bed, covering her with a fur hide before stepping outside. She had taught Qingqing some carving techniques the previous night, but she never anticipated that Qingqing would work tirelessly through the night. As Imo Shanyu opened the door, she encountered Fengqi and Fengjun. The two, upon seeing her emerge, looked concerned and glanced toward the room, stepping aside as they said, "If you wish to see, go inside. She is already asleep." Hearing this, Fengqi and Fengjun hurried in, relieved to find the shaman peacefully resting. They had been worried about her well-being. Imo Shanyu stretched lazily before heading off to procure some food. The tribe members greeted her with cheerful hellos. Xiao Liuji also smiled and called out, offering her some fruit. "Shaman, would you like some fruit?" Imo Shanyu accepted with a smile and inquired, "Where's your sister?" Xiao Liuji replied, "She is preparing for a hunt today, so she should be getting ready." Imo Shanyu, planning to hunt as well, thought it a perfect opportunity to test the bow's power. "Where's my bow?" she asked Xiao Liuji. Xiao Liuji dashed off and soon returned with the bow and arrows from the previous day, presenting them to Imo Shanyu. "Shaman, here is your bow," she said, her face glowing with anticipation. "I also want a bow." Imo Shanyu replied with a smile, "If you can bring me some tree monkey sinews, I can help craft one for you." After listening to the conversation, Xiao Liuji spoke with a hint of disappointment. "However, the tree monkeys are rather difficult to hunt. They are incredibly agile, and we generally cannot catch them. Just yesterday, we only managed to hunt one because it was injured." Imo Shanyu raised her bow and smiled, saying, "There's no need to chase them now. With this, we can hunt them directly." Xiao Liuji immediately brightened up, replying, "Yes, now that we have this bow, we can stand still and kill the tree monkeys." Excitedly, she looked at Imo Shanyu and added, Could you hunt more tree monkeys for us?" Imo Shanyu nodded with a smile, "Sure. Once we return from hunting tree monkeys today, I will make bows for you." Xiao Liuji beamed with joy. At that moment, Xia Qingyu approached, inquiring, "Liuji, what are you and the witch chatting about that has you so cheerful?" Xiao Liuji smiled and responded, "Sister, the witch said she would make us this type of bow." Xia Qingyu also looked at the witch with excitement. This bow is indeed a valuable item. They had all tested it the previous day, though the accuracy was lacking. However, with more practice, it should improve. Imo Shanyu nodded in agreement and added, "Let us go. I will join you in the hunt." Upon hearing that the witch would accompany them, Xia Qingyu immediately expressed her concern, saying, "Witch, you should stay in the tribe." The previous incident still haunted her. If anything were to happen to the witch, the Dayan tribe would be in peril. Imo Shanyu shook her head with a smile. "It's all right. This time, I will remain behind you." Ultimately, Xia Qingyu could not dissuade Imo Shanyu and agreed to go along. At this moment, Fengqi and Fengjun also approached, eager to join the hunt. Xia Qingyu had no objections. Meanwhile, the other totem warriors of the Qingwan tribe stayed behind to protect the witch. However, Imo Shanyu curiously turned to Fengqi and asked, "Now that you are all out, isn't the Qingwan tribe afraid of a sneak attack from the snake tribe?" Fengqi shook her head. "The snake tribe does not dare to attack our tribe directly. When you delivered the witch's talisman to us, the very next day, the snake tribe provoked us. At that moment, I utilized the power of the talisman to eliminate one of their members." She continued, "Currently, the snake tribe is wary of us and does not dare to act recklessly. Especially since we left quietly with the witch, they remain unaware." Imo Shanyu nodded, choosing not to comment further. Once preparations were complete, the hunting party, comprised of Xia Qingyu, Dexiong, Imo Shanyu, Fengqi, Fengjun, and 5 totem warriors from the Dayan tribe, set off. Xiao Liuji and the Tianlang remained in the tribe to protect it. After getting ready, Imo Shanyu secured the arrows on her back and prepared to head toward the basin, which was abundant in exotic species, making hunting relatively easy. Just as Imo Shanyu and the others were about to depart, Xiaozi suddenly dashed over and leaped onto Imo Shanyu's shoulder. Seeing this, Imo Shanyu gently ruffled Xiaozi's head, realizing that it also wished to join. "Brother, be careful," said Imo Yingying as she returned to Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu smiled and nodded, "All right." Then, the group set off from the tribe. Chapter 30. Encounter with the serpent tribe. Imo Shanyu grasped his bow. with a quiver slung over his back and adorned with shamanic bones at his waist. This time, they journeyed once more to the peculiar nest they had previously visited, a place teeming with a diverse array of creatures ripe for hunting. The group swiftly arrived, with the youthful companion beside Mo Shangyu bouncing energetically. Both Feng Qi and Feng Jun gazed in astonishment at the multitude of creatures ahead, some of which were advanced, classified at levels 5 and 6. Curiosity stirred within her to uncover how Mo Shangyu and his companions had discovered this location and their methods for hunting here. After all, if they hunted indiscriminately, it could incite panic among these beings, leading to complications. At that moment, Xia Qingyu addressed the totemic warriors of the Dayan tribe, instructing, "Please gather some pineapples." Pineapples? Feng Qi and Feng Jun exchanged bewildered glances at Xia Qingyu. Without further explanation, the warriors of the Dayan tribe proceeded to harvest the fruit. Mo Shangyu observed the creatures below, uncertain if it were prudent to use his bow to hunt them. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Unnecessary trouble was best avoided. Soon enough, the warriors returned, cradling the pineapples in their arms. Xia Qingyu then directed one of them to lure a creature closer. The warrior, clutching a pineapple, advanced. Before long, a creature resembling a tiger emerged. Feng Qi and Feng Jun were stunned. This was all it took? Astonishingly, it was a level 4 creature. Mo Shangyu raised his bow, nocked an arrow, and drew back, aiming at the creature that was contentedly gnawing on the pineapple. In the next instant, 2 level 4 shamanic bone tokens at his waist began to glow, followed by the sharp twang of the bowstring. The arrow pierced the creature's skull with precision, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Feng Qi and Feng Jun exchanged incredulous looks, utterly astonished that a single arrow could fell a level 4 creature, especially one as robust as a wild boar. Its tough hide was notoriously difficult to penetrate, even with their bone knives. Yet, here they witnessed it fall with such ease. Xia Qingyu and the others shared the same astonishment, unable to fathom that this creation of the shaman could so effortlessly slay a level 4 being. Mo Shangyu approached the creature, exerting effort to retrieve his arrow, wiping the blood from its shaft. The enhancement provided by the shamanic bone tokens significantly amplified the arrow's lethality. "You may attempt to lure some level 5 creatures," Mo Shangyu suggested to the warrior who had just drawn out the creature. The warrior nodded, but Xia Qingyu interjected. "Allow me." She then stood, grasped a pile of pineapples, and made her way toward the basin. After a brief observation, she quickly fixed her gaze upon a level 5 creature, a spiny-horned antelope, drinking from the water ahead. This is rather elusive. Their nimble hooves and swift escape render them difficult to capture. Moreover, the pair of sharp horns atop their heads can pierce through a person's flesh with alarming ease. Their powerful limbs possess enough force to topple a great tree. Xia Qingyu seized a pineapple and hurled it towards the spiny-horned antelope. Upon hearing the noise, the antelope turned to glance at the pineapple on the ground, but merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming its drink. It appeared to have no inclination towards consuming the pineapple. This posed a dilemma for Xia Qingyu, as the antelope's disinterest left him at a loss. Just as he pondered this, the spiny-horned antelope suddenly lifted its head, as if sensing something amiss. Xia Qingyu followed its gaze towards the front, and in the next moment, the ground began to tremble. Emerging was an enormous creature, resembling an elephant, yet significantly larger than any elephant Mo Shangyu had ever encountered. Each step of this colossal being sent tremors through the earth. Those observing from outside, including Mo Shangyu, wore expressions of astonishment. Mo Shangyu turned to Feng Qi and asked, "What kind of creature is this?" Feng Qi replied with a serious demeanor, "This creature is exceedingly dangerous. It is known as an elephant mountain. This is not merely a variant, but a true beast. Such entities rank above the 10th level of variants and are feared by great tribes, who refer to them as beasts." Mo Shangyu inhaled sharply upon hearing this. He had yet to witness a 10th level variant. And now a beast of even greater magnitude had appeared. "Let us have Xia Qingyu return. We must vacate this area," he urged, unwilling to take any risks. Xia Qingyu understood that they were utterly incapable of confronting such a beast and agreed that leaving was prudent. As the beast entered the basin, the surrounding variants scattered in terror. Mo Shangyu led Xia Qingyu and the others away, resigned to seeking new prey. However, just as they departed, they collided head-on with a group of individuals, members of the Serpent tribe. It was evident that nearly half of the totem warriors from the Serpent tribe were present, including a 5th-level totem warrior named Yelu. As Yelu surveyed Mo Shangyu and his companions, he noted not only members of the Great Flame tribe, but also individuals from the Qinghuan tribe, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Mo Shangyu was equally surprised to encounter the Serpent tribe here, especially considering their numbers suggested they were not merely out hunting. Their hunting grounds were not likely near the Great Flame tribe, leading to a singular conclusion. They had come to annihilate the Great Flame Tribe. As Imo Shanyu and his companions had killed several members of the Serpent Tribe, Yelu regarded Imo Shanyu and his group with a furrowed brow, hesitating on whether to strike. He noticed the shamanic bone tokens at their waists, which only added to his concern. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Yet, there were always one or two among the Serpent Tribe who lacked foresight. A third-tier totem warrior suddenly stepped forward, boldly pointing at Mozhang Yu and the others, exclaiming, "Are you from the Great Yin Tribe?" Mozhang Yu had been anxious to find an excuse to strike, and this was an opportunity presented to him. Yelu, noticing the unfolding situation, realized it was too late to intervene. Mozhang Yu, who had been standing at the back, swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the third-tier totem warrior of the Serpent Tribe. In the next moment, an arrow was released. Whoosh! The warrior had yet to comprehend the situation when a hole suddenly appeared in his chest. The arrow had already embedded itself into a tree behind him, blood gushing forth. The Serpent Tribe members were left dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. At that moment, Xiaqingyu shouted, "Charge!" Instantly, the totem warriors of the Great Yin Tribe surged towards the Serpent Tribe members, weapons in hand, plunging the scene into chaos. Xiaqingyu wielded a bone knife, empowered by the strength of the shamanic bone talisman, and was fully capable of engaging the fifth-tier totem warrior of the Serpent Tribe. Meanwhile, Mozhang Yu, standing in the rear, drew another bone arrow and aimed at a fourth-tier totem warrior ahead. In an instant, he released the arrow. With a swift sound, the arrow pierced through the throat of the fourth-tier totem warrior before he even had time to react. A smile graced Mozhang Yu's face as he continued to retrieve arrows, drawing his bow once more. At this point, the fifth-tier totem warrior Yelu finally realized he must first eliminate the one wielding the peculiar weapon. The weapon was too ominous. If they didn't deal with him, they would not know how they might meet their demise. Yelu launched a powerful punch towards Xiaqingyu, who raised her hands defensively in front of her. Nonetheless, she was still forced to retreat several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yelu charged towards Mozhang Yu. Mozhang Yu, noticing the approaching Yelu, remained calm and raised his bow, pulling back the string. In the next moment, with a sharp sound, an arrow flew towards Yelu. Being a fifth-tier totem warrior, Yelu's reflexes were significantly quicker. He swiftly sidestepped, but the arrow grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Mozhang Yu was somewhat surprised that he had not killed him with that shot. Yelu now stood before Mozhang Yu, fists clenched, ready to strike. Mozhang Yu stood his ground, displaying no signs of panic. Just as Yelu's fist was about to land on Mozhang Yu's chest, Feng Qi appeared before him, also clenching her fist and launching a counterattack. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a resounding impact. Both Yelu and Feng Qi staggered back a few steps. Mozhang Yu, observing this, felt a surge of astonishment. Was this the nature of combat between totem warriors? It appeared intensely exhilarating. "You are Feng Qi of the Qingyuan tribe. Why do you assist the Great Yin tribe?" Yelu inquired, astonished by her intervention. Feng Qi regarded Yi Lu with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. In the next moment, she exerted herself, propelling her entire being toward Yi Lu. Yi Lu, taken aback by the swiftness of Feng Qi's approach, quickly discerned the shamanic talisman at her waist, causing his brow to furrow in concern. However, Feng Qi had already reached him. She unleashed a powerful punch, prompting Yi Lu to hastily raise his arms in a cross to shield himself. Yet, Feng Qi's strike landed heavily upon his arm. With a resounding crash, Yi Lu was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully with a tree. Blood spurted forth as he coughed, the skin of his arm torn and bleeding. It was then that Yi Lu sensed something amiss. As a fifth-level totem warrior, he pondered why her strength was so overwhelming. Feng Qi charged at him once more, employing both the speed and strength talismans. Realizing he was no match for her, and with the majority of his serpent tribe already slain, he felt a sense of dread. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Diyin tribe had suffered no fatalities, with only a few sustaining injuries, which were swiftly healed by their own shamanic talismans. At that moment, Yi Lu felt he was not combating a mere member of a small tribe, but rather a formidable warrior from a vast clan. He wondered where they had acquired such an abundance of shamanic talismans, as each individual bore one at their waist. His only thought was to escape. Yet, Feng Qi was upon him again, raising her foot to deliver a kick. With no options left, Yi Lu attempted to defend himself once more, but once again, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Now, Yi Lu felt his hands losing sensation. Before he could react, an arrow suddenly soared toward him, leaving him no time to respond. The arrow struck his chest, propelling him backward to become impaled against a tree, the shaft piercing through his torso. Blood flowed from his mouth as he gazed in disbelief at Imo Shanyu and the others, unable to comprehend how such a small tribe possessed so many shamanic talismans, even more than the Qingyuan tribe. With confusion clouding his mind, he succumbed to death. The remaining members of the serpent tribe, witnessing the demise of their fifth-level totem warrior, became frantic, desperate to flee. However, Imo Shanyu would not permit their escape. He loosed several more arrows, and one by one, they fell lifeless to the ground, their breaths extinguished. Surveying the scene strewn with corpses, Imo Shanyu felt little emotion. After all, this was a primitive world where it was kill or be killed. He had come to accept the reality of his transmigration, having crossed over. He was determined to survive by adhering to the laws of this new world. After vanquishing the serpent tribe, the totem warriors of the Diyin tribe erupted in exhilaration. Previously, they had dared not provoke the serpent tribe, living in subjugation, but now they not only fought back, but had also annihilated their foes, all while suffering no losses of their own. Xia Qingyu was equally exhilarated, her gaze sparkling like stars as it fell upon Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground and remarked, "Let us bury these bodies." Xia Qingyu, somewhat perplexed, turned to Imo Shanyu and inquired, "Why must we bury them, witch?" Imo Shanyu explained, "If these corpses remain here for too long, they will emit a foul odor and attract bacteria, which could lead to illness." Although Xia Qingyu did not fully comprehend, she instructed others to follow the witch's command and excavate a pit for the bodies. Feng Qi and Feng Jun were also baffled, but received no further explanation from Imo Shanyu. As Imo Shanyu surveyed the lifeless forms, she realized that the serpent tribe likely had few totem warriors remaining. After all, they had already slain nearly 20 of them. It seemed prudent to eradicate the serpent tribe entirely. They could not afford to delay until winter, for it might bring unforeseen troubles. Once they had disposed of the bodies, Imo Shanyu and her companions resumed their hunting, also seeking tree monkeys or alternatives to bowstrings. The ensuing hunt proved to be quite effortless, given Imo Shanyu's considerable strength, amplified by the power of the witch's talisman. At that moment, Feng Qi turned to Imo Shanyu and asked, "When do you plan to depart for the trading fair? We could travel together." Imo Shanyu, her expression one of confusion, replied, "Trading fair?" Chapter 32. The trading fair. Imo Shanyu directed her gaze towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu elaborated, "Every year, as winter approaches, the Black Mountain tribe holds a trading fair to which any tribe may come to trade, exchanging food, warmth, or other goods." She added that the witch had mentioned that outside tribes rarely attended, as they had little to offer in exchange. Upon hearing this, Imo Shanyu nodded, finding the concept of the trading fair intriguing and worth attending. "How long until it begins?" she inquired of Xia Qingyu. After a moment's thought, Xia Qingyu responded, "It should be soon. It takes us 3 sunsets to reach there, and the fair will last for 7 sunsets. The Dian tribe was a small one, and given the long journey to the fair, coupled with their inability to offer anything of value for trade, they typically did not participate. Imo Shanyu remained keenly interested in the trading fair, eager to encounter new things and people, and to see if there was anything she desired. The one item she yearned for most was salt. She had yet to taste it during her time here. "When do you plan to go to the trading fair?" Imo Shanyu asked Feng Qi. Feng Qi replied, "We should depart in about 4 or 5 sunsets." Imo Shanyu responded, "Please let me know when the time comes. I wish to join you." Feng Qi nodded in agreement, as he had no objections. After all, they had ventured out for hunting, so attending a trading fair should pose no fear. "Are you aware of a certain white, granular substance that is edible and has a salty flavor?" Imo Shanyu gazed at Feng Qi and the others, inquiring about something. Xia Qingyu appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly at a loss. Suddenly, Feng Qi interjected, "Are you referring to a type of white salt?" Imo Shanyu's eyes lit up at this revelation as he turned his gaze upon Feng Qi. "You know of it?" he asked eagerly. Feng Qi nodded. "Yes, this substance is typically consumed only by the larger tribes. We, being from a smaller tribe, may have never even encountered it. However, at the trading fair, the Heishan tribe offers white salt in exchange for goods, depending on what one can barter." Upon hearing this, Imo Shanyu nodded thoughtfully, and then asked Feng Qi and the others, "Is the Shaman bone token considered quite valuable?" Feng Qi affirmed this with a nod, puzzled as to why Imo Shanyu would inquire. Realizing that the Shaman bone token held significant worth, Missouri Shanyu formulated a plan to use it for exchange. After all, he was not short on Shaman bone tokens at present, though he wouldn't dream of trading a 5th-level token. Instead, he could part with a few 1st or 2nd-level tokens. With several days before him, Imo Shanyu resolved to annihilate the snake tribe in the coming days to avoid lingering troubles. After completing the hunt for the day's exotic beasts, they made their way back to the tribe. However, upon their return, they were met with the raucous voice of Qingqing. "What? You two left me here. And this is how you care for me, a shaman?" she exclaimed, pointing at the 3 totem warriors from the Qingwan tribe. The 3 warriors bowed their heads, too intimidated to raise their eyes, enduring her scolding. "Shaman, you're back. Someone called out, drawing the attention of all towards the entrance of the tribe. There stood Shanyu, each member of his party weighed down by the exotic spoils of their hunt. The harvest of the day was indeed commendable, and the great Yin tribe was thriving. All thanks to the arrival of the shaman. Seeing Qingqing reprimanding the warriors, Feng Qi and Feng Jun rushed forward. With an apologetic tone, Feng Qi said, "Forgive us, shaman. When we saw you asleep this morning, we chose not to disturb you and went hunting with the totem warriors of the great Yin tribe instead." Qingqing, hands on her hips, glared at Feng Qi, huffing in annoyance. Feng Jun stood beside her, equally at a loss. Shanyu found the scene amusing. He hadn't anticipated that this spirited girl had such a fiery temperament. Her anger was rather endearing. Xiaozi, Yinging ran up and opened her arms wide. And upon seeing her, Xiaozi leaped into her embrace. Shanyu felt a pang of sadness, realizing his sister was not the first to rush to him. "Brother." Yinging hugged Xiaozi tightly and sweetly called out. Only then did Shanyu smile, ruffling her hair before producing a pineapple. "Here, for you." Seeing the pineapple, Yinging's excitement soared. "Thank you, brother," she exclaimed. Shanyu affectionately tousled her hair once more, then instructed Xia Qingyu to distribute the meat and prepare for the meal. Xia Qingyu nodded in agreement. The great Yin tribe soon buzzed with activity as several individuals gathered around a fire, dancing joyously. Shanyu observed this lively scene. Though he could not comprehend their conversations, he could sense their exuberance. "Shaman, the meat is ready." Xia Qingyu approached Shanyu, holding a skewer of roasted meat. Shanyu accepted the offering, urging, "You should partake as well." Xia Qingyu nodded in agreement, and Xia Liuji soon joined them, glancing curiously at the bough beside Shanyu. "Which, have you managed to hunt any tree monkeys today?" Shanyu, noticing Xia Liuji's unwavering gaze on the bough, chuckled and shook her head. "Not yet. But the trading fair is just a few days away. We can see if there are any suitable substitutes for bowstrings then." "What?" Xia Liuji exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Which? Are you planning to attend the trading fair?" "Indeed," Shanyu replied. "Why would I miss such an entertaining event?" Xia Liuji seemed somewhat embarrassed. "However, our tribe doesn't seem to possess anything of value to exchange." Shanyu responded with a smile. "Aren't we aiming to hunt some superior exotic species? Plus, I can carve witchbone tokens." Xia Liuji seized upon her statement. "Are you intending to trade those witchbone tokens?" Shanyu nodded affirmatively. Xia Liuji rushed forward, "Which? That's not permissible. I fear what might happen if we trade them." Curiously, Shanyu inquired, "Why so?" With a serious expression, Xia Liuji explained, "Each witchbone token is vital to our tribe. If we trade them away, what if the receiving tribe uses them to attack us?" Shanyu was taken aback by the gravity of the concern. "Is it really such a big deal? It's just a minor matter." "Fear not," she reassured. "I will only trade a few first and second tier witchbone tokens." Xia Liuji sighed in relief but still advised against the exchange. In truth, Shanyu was not particularly keen on this idea either. She understood the importance of the witchbone tokens and recognized that trading too many could attract unwanted attention. Nonetheless, she addressed Xia Liuji. "It may not come to that. We shall see when the time arrives." "Very well," Xia Liuji conceded. Chapter 33. The Assault on the Serpent Tribe. Shanyu turned her gaze towards Feng Qi and inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Serpent Tribe?" Feng Qi turned to face her, having guessed her intentions. "Are you planning to annihilate the Serpent Tribe?" Shanyu nodded. "Indeed. It is best to act swiftly to prevent any lingering issues, especially since they initiated this conflict." Feng Qi acknowledged her reasoning, well aware that such events were not uncommon. The eradication of one tribe by another was a frequent occurrence. "Then I shall accompany you," Feng Qi offered. "When do you intend to depart?" After a moment's thought, Shanyu replied, "Tomorrow." Feng Qi nodded affirmatively. "Very well, we shall embark together then." At that moment, Feng Jun raised her hand eagerly. "I wish to join as well." However, Feng Qi shot her a stern glance and replied, "Tomorrow, you will escort the witch home." Feng Jun's expression fell, clearly displeased, yet she dared not contradict her sister. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and the others expressed their eagerness to join the expedition against the Serpent Tribe. "Which, may I accompany you?" Xia Liuji inquired urgently. Shanyu smiled and nodded. "This time, everyone may join, but we must leave some totem warriors behind in the tribe." He was not concerned about a surprise attack from the Serpent Tribe, for they had already slain numerous totem warriors of that tribe, and thus, he felt no fear of ambush. Moreover, they had already dispatched someone, ensuring that no further reinforcements would arrive. Those who could venture out were more than willing to do so. Big Bear and Sky Wolf chose to accompany him, as did Xia Qingyu and Xia Luji, for they too were tasked with safeguarding the shaman. They did not believe the shaman would remain within the tribe's confines, as their shaman was unlike any other. There was an unmistakable distinction about them. In other tribes, shamans merely needed to stay within the village without engaging in hunting. However, their shaman, akin to a totem warrior, ventured forth to hunt. Furthermore, their shaman possessed extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, Mo Shanyu conferred with Xia Qingyu and the others, ultimately deciding to send over a dozen totem warriors to annihilate the serpent tribe. Presently, the serpent tribe could hardly muster many totem warriors, having lost a 5th-level totem warrior just today. Qingqing had hoped to learn the art of inscribing shamanic bone cards today, but Mo Shanyu instructed her to observe instead. With the impending mission to eradicate the serpent tribe, Mo Shanyu aimed to inscribe as many shamanic bone cards as possible to ensure the utmost safety of the totem warriors. Given that there was only one carving knife, Qingqing remained by the side, absorbing knowledge. Mo Shanyu requested some bones from Xia Qingyu and began the intricate process of inscribing shamanic bone cards. Qingqing attentively watched. However, when she witnessed Mo Shanyu effortlessly inscribing 4th and 5th-level shamanic bone cards, doubts began to creep into her mind regarding her own shamanic potential. Why was it so effortless for Mo Shanyu? Before long, Mo Shanyu had successfully completed a shamanic bone card and continued with his work. Qingqing picked up the meticulously inscribed bone card, her heart filled with astonishment at its flawless perfection. Nevertheless, Qingqing felt she had greatly benefited from the experience. She believed she could now inscribe shamanic bone cards herself, though she doubted her ability to manage the 3rd and 4th levels just yet. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that Mo Shanyu had already ascended to the rank of intermediate shaman? At that moment, her mind felt overwhelmed, for she had only recently learned that Mo Shanyu had become a shaman, and they were of similar age. Her fragile spirit suffered a blow. As time passed, Mo Shanyu inscribed over a dozen shamanic bone cards before stretching contentedly and preparing to rest. However, just as he was about to lie down, he noticed that Qingqing was already sprawled on his bed, causing his lips to twitch in surprise. He glanced out the window. The dawn had yet to break, and he could not bear to wake her. Thus, he simply lay down beside her. The next day, as the sun began to rise, Qingqing awoke to find herself staring at a fair visage. Startled, she shot up, her mind momentarily blank. But upon recognizing Mo Shanyu's clean-cut features, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Once she regained her composure, she promptly leapt from the bed and dashed out the door. Outside, she took several deep breaths, gradually calming her racing heart. She had just shared a bed with Mo Shanyu. The recollection of having held Mo Shanyu in her arms moments ago caused her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson. "Wu, what troubles you?" At that moment, Feng Jun approached and noticed Qingqing's flushed face, instantly filled with concern. "Wu, are you unwell?" Qingqing snapped back to reality upon hearing the voice and quickly shook her head upon meeting Feng Jun's gaze. "I'm fine, stop overthinking." Feng Jun continued to look at her with a hint of worry. "Wu, if you are indeed ill, you must let me know. I am Wu, and I am aware of my own health. Now, let us prepare to return," Qingqing replied. Feng Jun could only nod in agreement. Very well. At that moment, many totem warriors of the Dian tribe had already risen, their excitement palpable. Today marked the day they would eradicate the serpent tribe, who had previously subjected them to relentless humiliation. Finally, they could exact their vengeance. After gathering some wild fruits, Feng Jun and Qingqing departed, leaving Feng Qi somewhat puzzled by Qingqing's hurried exit, though she chose not to dwell on it. "Wu, it is time for us to set forth." Xiao Liuji called from outside Mo Shanyu's dwelling. Still in slumber, Mo Shanyu felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the voice and abruptly sat up. Previously, there was nothing she detested more than having her dreams interrupted, even after her journey through time. At that moment, her first instinct was to forego the expedition and allow Xia Qingyu and the others to venture forth alone while she returned to her slumber. However, such thoughts were fleeting. As she had already opened her eyes, Mo Shanyu rose and pushed open the door, only to find Xia Qingyu and the others standing at her doorstep, fully prepared and wearing expressions of excitement. Rubbing her slightly tousled hair, she said, "Wu, let us depart." Xiao Liuji, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Mo Shanyu, let us go." Mo Shanyu stretched lazily and responded, "Let us first have something to eat. There is no haste." "We have already eaten," Xiao Liuji replied with a smile. "We shall wait for you, Wu." Mo Shanyu pondered how to manage the situation, as it would be rather inconsiderate to keep them waiting, though she secretly disliked making others wait. Eventually, she gathered some wild fruits and bid farewell to the tribe. The members of the tribe watched them leave, their hearts heavy with apprehension for their safety, offering silent prayers. Mo Shanyu also distributed the Wu bone tokens she had carved the previous night to everyone, taking her bow along with her. Feng Qi received 2 bone tokens as well. "What is this?" Feng Qi inquired, looking at Mo Shangyu in confusion. Do I have one too? Mo Shangyu nodded. Take it, just in case. Chapter 34. Arrival at the Serpent Tribe. A group of individuals set out towards the Serpent Tribe. Mo Shangyu did not urge them to walk briskly, as she wished to observe her surroundings. What if they stumbled upon something edible or valuable? The Serpent Tribe lay several dozen miles away from the Dian Tribe, requiring nearly half a day's travel. Wu, there are red bees ahead. Let us take a detour, Xia Qingyu suddenly suggested. As Mo Shangyu followed Xia Qingyu's gaze, he indeed spotted a large swarm of bees ahead, their size considerably larger than that of ordinary bees. However, Mo Shangyu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the honey, a truly valuable treasure. Are those red bees dangerous? He inquired. Xia Qingyu nodded. These red bees typically travel in swarms, and they are difficult to kill. The main concern is that a single sting can quickly lead to death. Mo Shangyu gazed at the bees, and upon hearing Xia Qingyu's description, he realized they were venomous. However, he was surprised that a single sting could be fatal. Nevertheless, the sight of the abundant honey made him reluctant to abandon the endeavor, as consuming it would be beneficial for his health. Soon, a plan formed in Mo Shangyu's mind. There was no need to take a detour. Xia Qingyu looked at him, puzzled. Shaman, why not circumvent them? If these red bees attack us, it will be difficult to evade. Mo Shangyu smiled. I have a solution. Have a few totem warriors gather some dry grass. Although Xia Qingyu was perplexed, she complied and sent someone to fetch the grass. Mo Shangyu intended to use smoke to drive the bees away, allowing them to collect the honey and depart swiftly. Before long, four totem warriors returned, clutching bundles of dry grass. Mo Shangyu instructed them to approach quietly and then ignite the grass. Xia Qingyu summoned the 4 totem warriors to their designated corners, where they set down the grass and began their task. In no time, thick smoke billowed forth, causing the red bees to disperse into the sky. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu remained somewhat puzzled. Shaman, if we could easily circumvent them, why drive the red bees away? Mo Shangyu pointed toward the honey with a smile. That is precisely what I want. Without hesitation, he approached to harvest the honey, aware that they needed to act quickly before the bees returned. Upon reaching the tree, Mo Shangyu looked up at the large mass of honey and instructed, cut that down. Although Xia Qingyu was still somewhat confused, she swiftly leaped into the tree, drew her bone knife, and began to slice. Before long, a sizable chunk of honey was cradled in Xia Qingyu's arms as she descended from the tree, some golden nectar still dripping from it. Mo Shangyu chuckled, let's leave this place. Xia Qingyu nodded, leading the totem warriors away swiftly. Shaman, what is this? After they had distanced themselves, Xia Qingyu curiously examined the object in her hands before turning to Mo Shangyu. Feng Qi also looked at Mo Shangyu with intrigue. The totem warriors from the Dian tribe regarded the honey with eager eyes, well aware that their shaman would not acquire such a thing without reason. It was either edible or useful. Mo Shangyu smiled, drawing his bone knife and slicing off a small piece, which he promptly tasted, his face lighting up with joy. It was far more delicious than ordinary honey. You all should try it, he urged, and Xia Qingyu realized that this substance was indeed edible. Observing the radiant smile on Wu's face was enough to discern the delectable nature of the delicacy. The others, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly produced their bone knives and began to slice off small pieces to savor. The moment the morsels were lifted into the air, joy erupted among them, with one totem warrior exclaiming in delight, "This is truly exquisite." At that moment, Xia Qingyu also yearned to partake, yet her hands were occupied with a sizable chunk of honey, rendering her unable to act. Mo Shangyu, with a playful smile directed at the totem warriors, remarked, "Why not share a bit? Can't you see the tribe leader is quite fatigued?" It was only then that the other totem warriors registered her words and promptly divided the large piece of honey, ensuring each one held a generous portion. Go ahead, enjoy it. It's cumbersome to carry, and we can always seek more later. Mo Shangyu encouraged them with a smile. Their excitement was palpable. Having only tasted a small piece earlier, they were clearly unsatisfied. Upon hearing that more was available, they eagerly resumed indulging in the honey. Feng Qi also received a share, and upon tasting it, she was taken aback by its delightful sweetness. Xia Qingyu, too, was filled with joy as she savored her piece. Wu, have some. She offered a chunk to Mo Shangyu. However, Mo Shangyu gently declined. No, you all enjoy it. She had never been particularly fond of overly sweet treats, and felt that consuming it in such a manner would become quite cloying. Reluctantly, Xia Qingyu continued to eat, her face radiating happiness, a sentiment echoed by Xia Luji, De Xiong, and Tian Lang, who mirrored her expression. Wu, how did you know this was edible and so delicious? Xia Luji asked eagerly, turning to Mo Shangyu. She was astonished by their shaman's prowess, not only in strength, but also in discovering such delightful foods. Mo Shangyu smiled and explained, "This is something found within the realm of shamans. Even if I told you, it would be beyond your understanding. Once you finish, be sure to wash your hands with water, or it will become quite sticky." Yet, they were reluctant to part with the remnants, licking their fingers clean afterward. Mo Shangyu couldn't help but be reminded of her childhood. Reminiscent of the times she enjoyed spicy strips in a similar fashion. After licking their fingers, they ultimately chose to wash their hands with the water they had brought along. "Let us move on," Mo Shangyu said as they finished their feast. "Yes, Wu. If we pass through here, we will reach the snake tribe." Xia Qingyu pointed towards the woods ahead. Mo Shangyu nodded, and the group quickened their pace, heading forward. Having now stepped into the territory of the snake tribe, they proceeded with caution, aware that being discovered could spell trouble. Upon traversing the thicket, Mo Shangyu caught sight of individuals ahead. "Wu, that is the snake tribe," Xia Qingyu whispered as they concealed themselves among the trees, observing the tribe below. Mo Shangyu noted that the dwellings of the snake tribe were not wooden houses, but rather caves carved into the stone. It appeared that nearly 100 individuals resided there, each engrossed in their respective tasks. However, Mo Shangyu soon spotted a group laboring diligently, supervised by others wielding sticks, ensuring the work was carried out effectively. On the path, Mo Shangyu curiously pointed to the individuals laboring below and inquired, "Are they not from the snake tribe?" Chapter 35. The outbreak of war. Feng Qi, standing beside him, elucidated. "They are not members of the snake tribe. Rather, they are slaves captured by them." Slaves. Mo Shangyu was taken aback by the existence of slavery in this era. Yet he pressed on with another question. "Are these slaves taken after their tribe was annihilated?" Feng Qi nodded, then elaborated. "Originally, there were 5 tribes in our region. However, after the shamans of the other 2 tribes perished without successors, the snake tribe seized the opportunity to eradicate them. Their next target is your Diyin tribe." Upon learning that the shaman of the Diyin tribe had died, they recognized the absence of a capable successor and devised a plan to eliminate your tribe swiftly. Little did they know, a formidable shaman like you would emerge. After Feng Qi spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Mo Shangyu, who in turn observed the snake tribe below, where both the young and the elderly toiled. Should they cease their labor, the members of the snake tribe would mercilessly strike them with sticks. Those who were too exhausted to continue risked being beaten to death. This epitomized the brutal reality of primitive tribes, an era where human life was deemed worthless. After all, some tribes in this age are known to practice cannibalism. "Which, shall we make our move now?" Xia Qingyu turned to Mo Shangyu and asked. Mo Shangyu snapped back to attention, noticing that Xia Qingyu and the others were already eager for action, yearning for the opportunity to confront the snake tribe. However, he was not in haste. He wished to avoid unnecessary sacrifices among his kin. "What of the shaman of the snake tribe?" Mo Shangyu inquired again, directing his gaze toward Feng Qi. Feng Qi furrowed his brow slightly before responding. "The shaman of the snake tribe is rather unique. He is a cursed shaman capable of rendering those nearby instantly powerless, ultimately leading to their demise." Upon hearing this, Mo Shangyu grasped the gravity of the situation. It was imperative to maintain distance from the shaman of the snake tribe to avoid complications. "Xia Qingyu, dispatch someone to stealthily harass the snake tribe. Should any totem warriors pursue you, deal with them accordingly," Mo Shangyu instructed Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu nodded, then signaled for Daxiong and Tianlang to leap down from the tree and stealthily maneuver around from the opposite side. The group concealed themselves behind a tree. Observing 2 totem warriors from the snake tribe ahead, Xia Qingyu swiftly drew a spear, aimed at one of the warriors, and in the next moment, hurled it forward. The totem warrior had yet to react when the spear pierced through his chest. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. The other totem warrior, witnessing this, was immediately engulfed by panic and shouted in alarm. Moments later, several totem warriors emerged from the depths of the snake tribe. The members of the snake tribe, upon spotting Xia Qingyu and the lifeless body of their kin on the ground, were filled with fury and charged toward her. Seeing them in pursuit, Xia Qingyu quickly turned to flee. Soon, 4 or 5 totem warriors from the snake tribe were hot on her heels. Xia Qingyu nimbly maneuvered through the forest, evading those pursuing her with ease. However, in the next moment, she halted and turned to face the members of the serpent tribe behind her. The serpent tribe also came to a standstill, gazing up at Xia Qingyu perched on a branch. Just as one of them opened their mouth to speak, several totem warriors suddenly appeared beside her. Tianlang and Daxiong, along with Xia Lu, leapt down, encircling the members of the serpent tribe. Upon seeing the overwhelming number of totem warriors, the serpent tribe members felt a sense of dread wash over them. Without granting them a moment's respite, Xia Qingyu commanded, "Kill them." Daxiong and Tianlang surged forward at once. In a heartbeat, the 5 members of the serpent tribe met their demise. After dispatching them, Xia Qingyu scavenged useful items from their bodies before returning to report. Upon rejoining Mo Shangyu, the latter inquired, "Are they all dead?" Xia Qingyu nodded. Mo Shangyu surveyed the dwindling number of totem warriors among the serpent tribe, realizing that their ranks had been severely thinned after the previous missions and this latest slaughter. However, he remained vigilant and said to Xia Qingyu, "Find a way to draw out the shaman of the serpent tribe. I will take him down with a single arrow." Xia Qingyu nodded and summoned Tianlang and Daxiong as they proceeded towards the serpent tribe's territory. Upon their arrival, they were intercepted, but Xia Qingyu wasted no time and swiftly eliminated 2 of the guards. In an instant, chaos erupted within the serpent tribe. Xia Qingyu issued a ruthless order: "Kill them all." Tianlang, Daxiong, and Xia Lu brandished their weapons and commenced their brutal assault. Soon, the cries of despair echoed throughout the serpent tribe as the ground became littered with lifeless bodies, and the soil was stained crimson with blood. At this moment, the leader of the serpent tribe emerged, furious upon witnessing the slaughter of his people. Spotting Xia Qingyu, he charged at her. Reacting quickly, Xia Qingyu raised her hands in defense. The impact of his punch sent her staggering back several meters. Once she regained her footing, a tingling numbness coursed through her hands. Wang Qi, with his imposing stature nearing 2 meters and his robust physique, was a level 5 totem warrior. Witnessing this, Xia Qingyu furrowed her brows and prepared to unleash the power of the Shaman bone talisman at her waist. Yet, Wang Qi charged at her again. Fury blazing in his eyes, "You are from the Dayan tribe." At that moment, he recognized her. Astonished that the leader of the Dayan tribe had ventured into their territory and wreaked such havoc, Xia Qingyu met Wang Qi's advancing form with clenched fists, choosing not to respond to his question. In the next instant, their fists collided, and both warriors were forced to retreat several steps before regaining their balance. Wang Qi gazed at Xia Qingyu with an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere Tier 4 totem warrior could stand on equal footing with him. A Tier 5 totem warrior, especially given his more robust physique. However, his astonishment was abruptly quelled when he noticed the shaman bone token hanging from Xia Qingyu's waist, leaving him momentarily stunned as he stared in shock. Yet, Xia Qingyu paid no heed to Wang Qi's astonished demeanor and charged forward without hesitation. With the shaman bone token in his possession, Xia Qingyu was now fully capable of engaging Wang Qi in combat. Mo Shangyu, meanwhile, had spotted Wang Qi but was not concerned with him. His focus lay on the shaman of the serpent tribe. Once the shaman emerged, he would draw his bow and dispatch him without mercy. Observing the blood-soaked grounds of the serpent tribe stirred something within Mo Shangyu, yet he maintained a stoic exterior, needing to swiftly acclimate to this newfound sensation. Chapter 36. Capturing the serpent tribe. Mo Shangyu's gaze swept continuously across the battlefield below, intent on locating the shaman of the black serpent tribe. He knew that once the shaman made an appearance, he could strike decisively. However, as he surveyed the chaos of the battle, he could not discern the whereabouts of the black serpent tribe shaman. The warriors of the black serpent tribe had suffered greatly at the hands of Xia Qingyu and Xiao Yoji, with a significant portion annihilated. Despite the warriors of the Dayan tribe lacking the prowess of their black serpent counterparts, each Dayan totem warrior bore a shaman bone token. Mo Shangyu was untroubled by the situation, confident that Xiao Yoji and his comrades could handle the tribe leader, and thus he awaited the shaman's emergence. At this moment, Mo Shangyu had drawn his bow, vigilant for any movement from the serpent tribe. The instant the shaman revealed himself, he would release his arrow, ready to eliminate him. The chaos below had reached a fever pitch, with the enslaved individuals captured by the serpent tribe seeking refuge as the attack unfolded. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the black serpent tribe's cave, wielding a staff and clad in a black linen robe. Distinctly different from the other serpent tribe members, who donned animal skins reminiscent of primitive beings. Mo Shangyu's eyes locked onto the shaman, instinctively drawing his bow to target the figure before activating the shaman bone token at his waist. In the next instant, whoosh, the arrow was loosed, slicing through the air with a piercing cry. The shaman of the serpent tribe barely had time to react before the arrow pierced his chest, driving itself into the stone wall behind him. Without pausing, Mo Shangyu swiftly notched another arrow and aimed it directly at the tribe leader of the serpent tribe. Shocked by the sudden demise of the shaman, the tribe leader barely regained his senses when the arrow was already upon him. Caught completely off guard, the projectile pierced through his body, embedding itself in the trees behind him. The remaining warriors of the serpent tribe, witnessing the deaths of their 2 leaders, faltered in their resolve, casting aside their weapons in a panic and fleeing. With their leaders slain, the serpent tribe warriors, akin to primitives, found themselves disorganized and bereft of discipline. Upon witnessing the situation, Mo Shangyu immediately called out to Xiao Yoji and the others below, instructing them to restrain all individuals present. Without delay, Xiao Yoji and his companions swiftly subdued the group, encircling them with members from both the Dian tribe and the Qingwan tribe. At that moment, Mo Shangyu descended and commanded, "Kneel before me." Instantly, an overwhelming force enveloped those individuals, compelling them to bow to the ground. Utilizing the gravity wishbone card, Mo Shangyu aimed to instill a sense of dread within them, ensuring their subjugation through fear. As anticipated, the display of his powers silenced the crowd, with some even convinced that he was indeed a witch. Their reverence and trepidation towards witches only intensified, rendering them unable to meet Mo Shangyu's gaze. "Witch, why don't we simply eradicate these individuals?" Xia Qingyu suggested. Feng Qi concurred, adding, "Witch, I too believe we should eliminate them." Mo Shangyu gently shook his head. His reluctance was not born of compassion, for he held little regard for their lives. Rather, he recognized their value as laborers, especially given the dire shortage of manpower within the Dian tribe, which hindered their capabilities. Turning to Qingqing, he stated, "Leave these individuals to me, and all the spoils from the snake tribe shall belong to you." Qingqing gazed at Mo Shangyu with confusion, perceiving him as somewhat foolish. There were nearly 100 individuals present, many of whom were slaves from the snake tribe incapable of hunting. Furthermore, these people might not wholeheartedly pledge their allegiance to the Dian tribe, posing a potential threat of rebellion. The logistics of transporting them back would also present a significant challenge regarding sustenance. Thus, Qingqing found Mo Shangyu's decision perplexing. Xia Qingyu, Xiao Yoji, and Dexiong were equally astonished, eager to dissuade Mo Shangyu. Ultimately, it was Xia Qingyu who stepped forward, stating, "Which, it would be unwise to take these individuals back. I believe it is better to dispose of them." Mo Shangyu fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yoji and replied, "Rest assured, I have my reasons for wanting them. Your concerns are unwarranted." Reluctantly, Xia Qingyu sighed in resignation, realizing her inability to sway him. Qingqing, having overheard their exchange, approached Mo Shangyu and asked, "Are you certain you only want these people?" Mo Shangyu nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, the spoils of the snake tribe shall be yours." In truth, Mo Shangyu harbored intentions of incorporating the Qingwan tribe into the Dian tribe, but given their current disposition, it was unlikely they would acquiesce. The Qingwan tribe possessed witches and formidable totem warriors capable of securing their own sustenance, making betrayal of their totem utterly inconceivable. Thus, Mo Shangyu had to proceed with caution. Qingqing could only perceive him as foolish for so readily rejecting the abundant resources of the snake tribe. In this instance of attacking the serpent tribe, neither the Dian tribe nor the Qingwan tribe suffered any fatalities. This was due to the fact that whenever an injury occurred, healing talismans were employed, thus preventing any loss of life. Mo Shangyu looked at the more than 100 individuals before him and proclaimed loudly, "From now on, you shall serve as slaves to the Dian tribe. Should any of you dare to rebel, I shall not hesitate to end your life." The captives remained silent, trembling on the ground, as the aura of terror emanating from Mo Shangyu was overwhelmingly potent. Even the shamans of the serpent tribe had never instilled such fear in them. Subsequently, Mo Shangyu and Qingqing instructed their tribesmen to commence the cleanup of the serpent tribe's possessions, for night had already fallen. It was impossible to journey back under the cover of darkness, and they would need to set out again the following day. Thus, they resolved to spend the night within the confines of the serpent tribe. The members of the Qingwan tribe and the Dian tribe separated to either side and began to kindle a fire. The former slaves and warriors of the serpent tribe looked on in astonishment, as they had not anticipated that ordinary individuals could ignite a fire. They had presumed that only shamans or divine beings could summon flames. In their understanding, fire was either conjured by shamans or descended from the heavens, often sparked by lightning striking the trees. Suddenly, the serpent tribe was illuminated by the glow of fire, as darkness enveloped the land. And with an abundance of food available in the serpent tribe, Qingqing promptly distributed provisions to the Dian tribe. All that belonged to the serpent tribe now rightfully belonged to the Qingwan tribe. Chapter 37. The astonished slaves Mo Shangyu and his companions gathered around a fire, commencing to roast meat, as they had no other sustenance available. Meanwhile, the slaves sat nearby, watching them with longing eyes as they savored the roasted meat, their throats involuntarily swallowing in envy. These slaves, who had barely received any nourishment in the Black Serpent tribe, were subjected to the heaviest labor while consuming the least amount of food. At that moment, Mo Shangyu noticed the slaves and let out a gentle sigh before calling out to the jovial bear, Daxiong. Upon hearing his name, Daxiong hurried over, respectfully inquiring, "Shaman, what is it?" Mo Shangyu instructed, "Kindle a fire for them, and then borrow some food from the Qingwan tribe to share with them." Daxiong, looking perplexed, responded, "Shaman, why should we do that? They are merely slaves." Mo Shanyu explained. If we do not provide them with food, what if they faint from exhaustion or lack the strength to travel when we return tomorrow? You would have to carry them. Daxiong fell silent, wrestling with his thoughts, tempted to argue that their deaths would be inconsequential since they were only slaves. At that moment, Xia Qingyu stood up and said, Daxiong, we should simply do as the shaman says. Very well, Daxiong replied, then made his way toward the Qingwan tribe. Xia Qingyu's conviction stemmed from his belief that Mo Shanyu would not harm them, as everything they had now was granted by him. Clearly, Mo Shanyu had a greater purpose for retaining these slaves. When the group, led by Daxiong, arrived at the Qingwan tribe seeking provisions, Fengqi readily offered them assistance. However, as Fengqi assumed that the members of the Dian tribe were merely in need of sustenance, she witnessed Daxiong kindling a fire and distributing food to a number of slaves, leaving both her and Qingqing perplexed. Upon seeing Daxiong approach with food intended for them, the slaves were gripped by fear, for they had never been treated in such a manner before. At that moment, Mo Zhangyu also rose and addressed the slaves, stating, from this day forth, you shall serve as slaves of the Dian tribe. Should you exhibit commendable behavior, I may grant you freedom from your servitude and allow you to join our ranks. As your master, I shall ensure you are not left hungry. These provisions are for you, and your rations will not diminish in the days to come. Tomorrow, we must continue our journey. After delivering this message, Mo Zhangyu turned away, delegating the task of food distribution to Xia Qingyu, instructing them to prepare their own meals. Mo Zhangyu then sought a suitable place to rest within the cave formerly inhabited by the Black Snake tribe. Upon entering, he discovered a faint glow emanating from the walls, which appeared to be phosphorescent stones, a delightful find indeed. He resolved to take some of these stones back with him. For now, however, he chose to focus on his cultivation. He settled onto a nearby bed, which was adorned with a warm, soft pelt, likely from a formidable beast, having been thoroughly cleaned and rendered smooth. Crossing his legs, Mo Zhangyu began his practice. He contemplated the establishment of a fortified wall around the Dian tribe upon his return, intending to revamp the tribe and prepare for the upcoming trade fair. With winter's end, he envisioned venturing beyond this limited realm to explore the wider world. After all, this territory felt constricted, and many treasures remained undiscovered. Presently, Mo Zhangyu's greatest desire was to locate rice grains, for with them would come the promise of fragrant rice and materials for crafting garments. There was an abundance of items he sought. On this day, he also acquired the shamanic texts and bone tokens from the Black Snake tribe. While he planned to study the bone tokens upon his return to the Dian tribe, he first delved into the shamanic script. To Mo Zhangyu, these inscriptions were easily comprehensible, and soon he had grasped the entirety of the Black Snake tribe's shamanic writings. There were 3 types of shamanic arts, predominantly linked to poison, yet one particular technique piqued his interest, the art of control. By implanting this shamanic spell within an individual, their life and death would rest in his hands. With a mere thought, he could extinguish their existence. This ability would prove advantageous in managing the slaves outside. Although Mo Zhangyu was not particularly concerned about them uniting in rebellion, planting such a spell would alleviate numerous complications, especially since the majority of those slaves were ordinary folk. With the totem warriors having been largely eradicated, time passed quietly. The following morning dawned. Mo Shanyu awakened early, opening her eyes and stepping out of the cave. She stretched her limbs as a ray of sunlight streamed in, prompting her to squint slightly. This place, indeed, possessed a certain charm. At that moment, Xia Qingyu approached respectfully, calling out to her. Mo Shanyu nodded slightly, noticing that the people of the Dian tribe were also rising, preparing breakfast, which consisted primarily of roasted meat. However, Mo Shanyu had no inclination to indulge in roasted meat so early in the day, opting instead to request some fruit from Xia Qingyu. Yet, she soon observed that several individuals were missing and inquired of Xia Qingyu. Where are the others? Xia Qingyu replied, the Qingwan tribe departed early this morning. It then dawned on Mo Shanyu that the absent ones were indeed from the Qingwan tribe, and she was surprised they had left so promptly. Nevertheless, she paid it little mind, as the remaining slaves were still present. Let us finish our breakfast and set off, she instructed. Understood, which Xia Qingyu responded. Meanwhile, the slaves gazed in astonishment at the Dian tribe, who were, astonishingly, consuming food in the morning. In their understanding, breakfast was an unheard of practice. Meals were typically reserved for noon and night. Many of them were accustomed to only 2 meals a day, with some tribes even subsisting on a single meal. Was the Dian tribe truly a grand and affluent tribe, unburdened by scarcity? As their confusion lingered, a member of the Dian tribe called out to the slaves. Once you have finished eating, we shall depart together. Following this, Daxiong began distributing food. The slaves were taken aback, clearly not expecting to be included in this act of generosity. Mo Shanyu, meanwhile, found a spot to sit and observe this unfolding scene, savoring a greenish fruit. However, her attention was soon drawn to a pile of bodies nearby, prompting her to forget her meal. She quickly called for Xia Qingyu. Is there something amiss? Xia Qingyu asked, concerned by Mo Shanyu's urgency, thinking it might be a grave matter. Mo Shanyu pointed towards the corpses and instructed, "Have De Xiong take some of the slaves to dig a grave for those bodies." Why? Xia Qingyu could not help but ask, as it was customary for them to disregard the deceased, leaving them to be disposed of carelessly. Mo Shanyu explained, "These bodies left here will either be consumed by other creatures or gradually decay, eventually releasing harmful viruses and unpleasant odors. Given the number of bodies, burying them would be far more prudent." Xia Qingyu, though not fully comprehending, understood that the stench from the corpses being consumed by beasts was indeed a reality she had witnessed. Nevertheless, she summoned De Xiong to enlist the slaves' assistance in digging a grave to inter the bodies. With the aid of the slaves, a large pit was soon excavated, and under De Xiong's direction, the bodies were carried one by one and cast into the grave, followed by the covering of soil. Mo Shanyu stood by, patiently awaiting the completion of the task. After they had dealt with the bodies, Mo Shanyu finally spoke, instructing Xia Qingyu to lead the return journey. Xia Qingyu and his group walked ahead, flanked by the slaves, while Tianlang accompanied Mo Shanyu, as their duty was to protect the shaman. Even in death, the shaman must survive. The procession made its way towards the Dayan tribe in grand fashion. Originally a party of several dozen, they now returned with over 100. For Mo Shanyu's primary desire was the acquisition of people, as only a larger number could facilitate certain tasks. Upon their return, he intended for Xia Qingyu to commence the construction of the city walls, as he would be absent for a time, making such preparations essential. The journey back to the Dayan tribe would not be completed in a single day, especially with the addition of these new members. Along the route, they would encounter totem warriors from the Dayan tribe, who would dispatch any aberrant beings they came across, serving as a potent deterrent. The slaves, witnessing the ease with which the Dayan totem warriors vanquished these anomalies, would naturally feel a sense of trepidation, further diminishing any thoughts of rebellion or defection. This was precisely the effect that Mo Shanyu sought to achieve. At times, Mo Shanyu would also take action, allowing the slaves to witness the shaman's formidable prowess, which would instill an even greater fear and reverence for the Dayan tribe. During these hunts, he would skillfully wield the bow slung across his back to eliminate the aberrations. As a day passed, the sky gradually darkened, and traveling at night proved unwise. Mo Shanyu directed Xia Qingyu to arrange for the group to rest in place. Though the nighttime woods were fraught with danger, a fire would greatly enhance their safety. "Shaman, have something to eat," Xia Qingyu said, approaching with a piece of roasted meat. Mo Shanyu accepted it without hesitation and began to eat. The meat was somewhat tough, for these primitive folk could consume it even when charred, and it was palatable without salt. However, it was still a challenge for Mo Shanyu to accept. Yet it was far preferable to the sight of them consuming raw flesh when he first arrived at the Dayan tribe. The slaves, too, had their share of food, and upon realizing that being a slave in the Dayan tribe was far more favorable than in the Black Snake tribe, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. In this primitive era, survival outside of a tribe was exceedingly difficult. Today, they had already witnessed the Dayan tribe's routine of 3 meals a day, a stark contrast to their previous existence in the Black Snake tribe. After their meal, Xia Qingyu organized shifts for sentry duty, ensuring the area was secure. In the nighttime forest, they had little to fear, save for the aberrations, as humans typically did not venture forth under the cover of darkness. "Shaman, you should rest early as well," Xia Qingyu suggested. Mo Shanyu nodded and settled down to meditate, practicing the shamanic incantations he had acquired from the Black Snake tribe. As for the shamanic bone tokens, he intended to inscribe them upon his return to the tribe, planning to craft some lower-tier tokens that could be traded for goods. The slaves began to rest, relieved from their night watch duties. This was primarily due to Mo Shanyu's distrust of them. As dawn broke the next day, Mo Shanyu opened her eyes to find Xia Qingyu and the others already preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Mo Shanyu's awakening, Xia Qingyu approached with several fruits in hand, saying, "Have some fruit." Mo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Knowing that Mo Shanyu typically refrained from consuming meat in the morning, Xia Qingyu had sent De Xiong and the others to gather some fruits nearby. After finishing their meal, the group continued their journey towards the Dayan tribe. "Are you truly planning to exchange the witch's totem at the trading post for goods?" Xia Qingyu inquired, taking a step closer to Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu nodded and retorted, "What else can our Dayan tribe offer for trade if not the witch's totem?" Xia Qingyu fell silent, realizing that their tribe genuinely lacked any significant items for barter. However, Xiao Liuji suddenly stepped forward, suggesting, "Actually, we could trade these slaves. They can fetch a considerable amount at the trading post." Mo Shanyu promptly dismissed this idea, as he was contemplating using the trading post to acquire more individuals. After all, the Dayan tribe was severely underpopulated, with a surplus of men and a scarcity of women. It would prove troublesome if some men could not find suitable partners. After all, the continuation of their lineage required women, which, there seems to be a group ahead. At that moment, Tianling approached Mo Shanyu, alerting her. Mo Shanyu directed her gaze forward and indeed spotted a gathering of approximately 30 to 40 individuals. Their attire was quite primitive, primarily consisting of animal skins, with some even adorned with animal bones around their necks. "Be cautious," which Xiao Liuji urged. And De Xiong and the others also adopted a vigilant stance, eyeing the approaching group. However, Mo Shanyu continued walking forward. Xiao Liuji attempted to intervene, but Mo Shanyu softly reassured her, "It's fine." She then stepped into the midst of the gathering, observing that most of the 30 or so individuals were armed with bone knives. "Greetings, I am the leader of the Setting Sun tribe," named Shaluo, the man before her, who bowed respectfully, introduced himself. Mo Shanyu sensed the totemic power emanating from him, recognizing him as a level 5 totem warrior. Yet, she was perplexed. She recalled Xiao Liuji mentioning that only the Qingwan tribe, the Black Snake tribe, and the Dayan tribe inhabited this region. Why, then, had another tribe suddenly emerged? The Setting Sun tribe? De Xiong interjected, "I recall you were located to the north. What brings you to our territory?" Xiaoyuo's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "We had no choice but to come here. Our tribe was attacked by the totem warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, and only 30 of us managed to escape." After hearing this, Mo Shanyu turned to the people behind him. Although there were a few strong young men, the majority were frail elderly, women, and some children cradled in their arms, appearing to be on the brink of collapse. Chapter 39. Becoming an affiliated tribe of the Great Yin tribe. Mo Shanyu then inquired of De Xiong, "What tribe is the Black Mountain tribe?" De Xiong replied, "I know little about it. The Sunset tribe is what I learned about during the trading fair with the previous chief, but I have scant knowledge of the Black Mountain tribe." Mo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Sha Luo suddenly knelt before Mo Shanyu, pressing his forehead heavily to the ground, and respectfully proclaimed, "Shaman, we beseech you to allow us to find a place to rest here. In the future, should your tribe require assistance, we shall undoubtedly help." At the instant Sha Luo knelt, those behind him followed suit. Even the women holding children dropped to their knees. Witnessing this, Mo Shanyu felt a pang of sympathy for these pitiable souls. "Please rise," Mo Shanyu gently urged. "Here, there is not only our Great Yin tribe, but also the Qingwan tribe. However, you may settle with my Great Yin tribe." Sha Luo's eyes brightened with excitement as he raised his head to look at Mo Shanyu. "Is that true?" Mo Shanyu nodded and, narrowing his eyes with a hint of curiosity, asked, "How did you know I am a shaman?" Sha Luo again pressed his forehead to the ground, explaining, "I did not sense the totemic power within you, but these totem warriors show you such respect, so I surmised you must be their shaman." Mo Shanyu was pleasantly surprised to find that this person possessed some intellect. "Enough, rise," he instructed Sha Luo, who complied. Then, Mo Shanyu turned to De Xiong, saying, "Let us rest here for a moment. Please distribute our provisions among these people." De Xiong initially hesitated to comply, but upon receiving a look from Xiao Liuji, he reluctantly began to share the food with the people of the Sunset tribe. When the members of the Sunset tribe beheld the food, they were filled with excitement. Sha Luo, filled with gratitude, prepared to kneel once more, but Mo Shanyu hurriedly stopped him, genuinely concerned for his own longevity. He had not yet passed away, and here was a throng of people kneeling before him. "Could you share some information about your circumstances?" Mo Shanyu was eager to learn more about the outside world and wished to incorporate the Sunset tribe into the Great Yin tribe, which motivated his assistance. In truth, Mo Shanyu was not overly concerned whether these people were malicious. In the face of power, all intentions are rendered moot. Initially, the women of the Sunset tribe intended to crush the food to feed their children, but De Xiong intervened, igniting a fire for them instead. The members of the Sunset tribe were astonished to witness De Xiong's ability to start a fire with his bare hands. Sha Luo wore a shocked expression, internally pondering if he too might be a shaman. Mo Shanyu seemed to have deciphered Sha Luo's thoughts and chuckled. "He is not a shaman. He merely knows how to create fire. Now, please tell me about the Black Mountain tribe." "Of course," Sha Luo responded. Saro then turned to look at Mo Shanyu and said, "The Black Mountain tribe consists of nearly 700 individuals, with 400 of them being totem warriors, including several at the 7th level. This tribe specializes in assaulting others to capture slaves. The women are taken to ensure the continuation of their lineage, while some individuals are even sold at trading fairs as commodities. Recently, Our Sunset Tribe suffered an attack from the Black Mountain Tribe. We have dwindled to just over 300, and our shaman sacrificed herself to protect us. Now, only we remain. The shaman conveyed to us that the children are the future of the Sunset Tribe, prompting us to escape with the children, ultimately leading us here, where the Black Mountain Tribe did not pursue us. Upon hearing this, Imo Shanyu felt a newfound respect for the shaman of the Sunset Tribe, who understood that the children represented the tribe's future. Simultaneously, he gained insight into the Black Mountain Tribe, recognizing them as mere brigands. Please tell me more about the surrounding area, Imo Shanyu inquired once more. Saro began to elaborate. Our original tribe's location is known as Jade Mountain, while this area is called Blackchild Mountain. On the other side lies Phoenix Mountain. And in front of these three mountains stands a grand peak known as Heavenly Jade Mountain, the largest tribe's stronghold, home to the Heavenly Jade Tribe. The annual trading fairs are held there, and the Heavenly Jade Mountain boasts around 4,000 inhabitants, with nearly 2,000 totem warriors. Imo Shanyu nodded slightly. Recognizing the necessity of attending this trading fair, I now present you with an opportunity, he declared, looking at Saro. Saro, somewhat puzzled, gazed back at him, clearly unsure of his meaning. Imo Shanyu continued, join my great Yin tribe and follow my commands henceforth. Saro immediately declined, saying, no, thank you. He then regarded Imo Shanyu with caution, aware that they were not a match for this group, which numbered over 100, should they choose to act aggressively. Their only option would be to flee. However, the totem warriors of the Sunset Tribe, noticing their leader's wary demeanor, stood up and prepared to draw their bone knives. Yet, in the next moment, De Xiong and his companions advanced and swiftly knocked these individuals to the ground. Saro, witnessing this, readied himself to engage. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, causing his knees to buckle and crash against the ground. In shock, Saro's eyes flickered with a hint of desolation. Imo Shanyu spoke softly. Did you not wish to hear me out? Before Saro could respond, Imo Shanyu continued. What I mean is, I invite you to join the Great Yin Tribe, but this does not necessitate that you abandon your identity within the Sunset Tribe. Rather, your entire tribe would become a subordinate tribe to ours. As Imo Shanyu finished speaking, the oppressive weight dissipated, and Saro looked up at him, still in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this shaman would exude a sense of power surpassing that of their own. Is this true? Saro asked, his disbelief evident. The affiliated tribe of Shaluo is certainly aware of the numerous subordinate tribes belonging to the Tianyu tribe, which annually bestow various offerings upon Tianyu in hopes of seeking protection. Thus, Shaluo's discovery of a powerful tribal sanctuary is indeed fortuitous. Having witnessed the might of Moshanjiu, Shaluo hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. I am amenable to this. However, Moshanjiu continued. My subordinate tribes may differ somewhat. Should your Sunset Tribe become a vassal of my Dian tribe, you must adhere completely to my commands and align yourselves with us. Nonetheless, you may still retain the name of Sunset Tribe. In the future, as we, the Dian tribe, incorporate many other tribes, you too will be counted among my vassals. Upon hearing this, Shaluo fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 40, The Beast Tide. After a fleeting moment of reflection, he knelt once more upon the ground, declaring, the Sunset Tribe willingly submits to become a subordinate of the Dian tribe. Moshanji nodded slightly. Rise, and after your meal, we shall journey together back to the Dian tribe. Yes, Shaluo responded. At this juncture, Shaluo found himself with no alternative. His tribe consisted solely of a handful of totem warriors, while the remainder comprised the elderly, women, and children. Even if they could settle here, the question remained, how would they survive? Furthermore, without a shaman, they could not awaken their totem warriors, and ultimately, their lineage faced annihilation. Thus, aligning with the Dian tribe emerged as the most prudent choice, one devoid of alternatives. Moreover, he perceived the Dian tribe not as a mere small faction, but rather as a formidable force. Subsequently, Moshanjiu seated himself beside Shaluo and inquired, are you familiar with the Heishan tribe? Shaluo nodded, acknowledging his acquaintance with the Heishan tribe, as they coexisted in the northern regions. Do you believe we possess the capability to vanquish the Heishan tribe? Moshanjiu asked. Shaluo was momentarily taken aback. His hand, which had been holding roasted meat, froze as he turned his gaze towards Moshanjiu. In truth, he was not well versed in the affairs of the Dian tribe, having never heard of them before, thus rendering him unable to ascertain their prowess. The Heishan tribe boasts formidable totem warriors and a powerful shaman. Their ranks are numerous, making victory seem improbable. Shaluo articulated his thoughts candidly. Moshanjiu nodded knowingly, aware that the current Dian tribe indeed lacked the strength to defeat the Heishan tribe. However, that did not preclude future possibilities. Are you aware of any surviving tribes in your northern vicinity? Mo Shanjiu queried again. Shaluo affirmed, certainly, for some tribes excel in concealment, eluding the detection of the Heishan tribe. Mo Shanjiu interrupted Shaluo's continuation, asserting, I shall aid you in avenging your people. Provide me with your tribe's shamanic scripts and bone talismans. Shaluo was taken aback. His vigilance renewed as he regarded Mo Shanjiu warily, instinctively placing his hand upon the pouch of animal hide at his waist, appearing to safeguard it. Mo Shanjiu, with a slight glance, sensed an undercurrent of shamanic power emanating from Shaluo. Shero remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Mo Shanjiu, who, seemingly unfazed, directed his gaze back at Shero as if awaiting a decision. From the moment he encountered Shero, he sensed the aura of shamanic power emanating from him. However, as a totem warrior, Shero could never truly become a shaman. It was evident that he possessed either shamanic runes or shamanic talismans. These artifacts were undoubtedly bestowed upon him by the Sunsetting tribe's shamans, granting Shero the opportunity to seek out a person with shamanic talent within the tribe, thereby gradually strengthening the Sunsetting tribe. Yet, the shamans of the Sunsetting tribe harbored similar aspirations. For the primary shamanic runes and talismans were their means of survival on this land. Mo Shanjiu, observing Shero's cautious demeanor, smiled and proposed. You are aware of my shamanic nature. I am willing to strike a bargain with you. I will borrow your tribe's shamanic runes and talismans, and once I have utilized them, I shall return them to you. Furthermore, should a person with shamanic potential emerge from your tribe, I will personally instruct her. At that moment, Shero's resolve began to waver. Without the shamanic artifacts, even if a child with shamanic potential were to arise within the Sunsetting tribe in the future, she would have to navigate her path alone. The presence of a formidable shaman as a mentor would undoubtedly be invaluable. Mo Shanjiu had no intention of resorting to forceful acquisition, as such actions would breed mistrust and prevent genuine allegiance to the Dayan tribe. Should the Dayan tribe encounter peril in the future, the Sunsetting tribe might be the first to betray them, a scenario that Mo Shanjiu wished to avoid. What he sought was sincerity. Ultimately, Shero acquiesced to the proposal, reluctantly removing the leather pouch from his waist and handing it over to Mo Shanjiu. Observing Shero's reluctant expression, Mo Shanjiu offered a resigned smile, assuring him, it won't be long. I shall return it to you in a couple of days. Shero, however, remained skeptical, recognizing that it would take years, if not a lifetime, to master all the shamanic arts and runes of the Sunsetting tribe. Yet, he refrained from voicing his doubts. He had no justification to do so at that moment. This agreement effectively consolidated the allegiance of the Sunsetting tribe, increasing their numbers, which brought Mo Shanjiu a sense of satisfaction. Once the members of the Sunsetting tribe finished their meal, they knelt before Mo Shanjiu and his companions, expressing their gratitude through bows. This gesture left Mo Shanjiu, Daxiong, Xiao Yoji, and Xia Qingyu momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and elation, as if they found joy in the act they had undertaken. The journey continued, and should they proceed at this pace, they would return to the Dayan tribe by the following morning. Along the way, Shero quickly bonded with Daxiong, who was eager to learn more about the Heishan tribe. Daxiong exhibited an affable demeanor, akin to that of a social butterfly. Shero could only respond to the inquiries with the knowledge he possessed. Xiao Yoji, noticing a child ahead who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, donned with a bone knife at his waist, couldn't he help but feel a playful urge. She jogged forward and called out, Child, how old are you? Xiao Qi turned her head with an impassive expression, glancing at Xia Luji, and replied in a voice tinged with coldness, 8 years old. Xia Luji was evidently taken aback, for this child was merely 8 years old, yet spoke in a manner that was rather infuriating. Observing Xiao Qi's emotionless visage left her somewhat speechless, but she patiently forced a smile and inquired, What is your name? Xiao Qi, came the calm and indifferent response. Xia Luji, witnessing this, could only stare at the little one in exasperation, momentarily at a loss for words. Shaman. Trouble is brewing. A horde of aberrations is swiftly approaching us, Tianlang suddenly announced as he rushed to Mo Shanjiu's side. The slaves and the members of the Sunset tribe, upon hearing this, erupted into chaos. A multitude of aberrations was indeed heading their way, signifying a potential beast tide. In such dire circumstances, the only recourse was to seek refuge, lest they face significant casualties. The totem warriors of the Dayan tribe and Mo Shanjiu were not particularly fearful, but given the presence of numerous slaves alongside women and children from the Sunset tribe, they had no choice but to hide temporarily. Daxiong, Xia Qingyu, please lead the ordinary folk to a safe place, Mo Shanjiu commanded. Understood. Daxiong and Xia Qingyu responded promptly, proceeding to organize the slaves to move towards a different direction. Observing this, Shero instructed the women, children, and elders of her tribe to follow suit. Chapter 41. Life hanging by a thread once the slaves had departed. Mo Shanyu addressed the remaining totem warriors. You all must retreat to the trees. When the beast tide passes through here, hurl your spears. If you can kill, that would be splendid. If not, that is acceptable too. Yes, Tian Lang shouted in agreement. Shero, taken aback by Mo Shangyu's words, hesitantly asked, Are you truly intending to slay these approaching aberrations? Mo Shanyu nodded, stating, Indeed, we do wish to eliminate these aberrations, as they have presented themselves so conveniently. However, our approach will not be a direct confrontation with the beast tide. Rather, we will engage from a distance. Shero seemed somewhat bewildered by this explanation, and Mo Shanyu did not elaborate further, instructing him, You should also take your heavenly warriors and hide in the trees. Ultimately, Shero allowed the totem warriors of the Sunset tribe behind him to ascend into the trees. Subsequently, Mo Shanyu turned to Tian Lang and said, Go ahead and check how far away those aberrations are. Just as Tian Lang was about to rise and assess the situation, his speed, bolstered by his 5th-level shamanic bone token, enabled him to escape swiftly. However, as Shero watched Tian Lang vanish from sight at such a remarkable speed, he was left in astonishment. He could scarcely believe that a totem warrior of less than 5th level could surpass him in swiftness. Yet, he soon noticed that all the totem warriors of the Dayan tribe bore shamanic bone tokens at their waists, and not low-level ones at that. Previously, he had not paid much attention, as it was uncommon for all totem warriors of a tribe to possess shamanic bone tokens, especially those of intermediate level. Shamanic bone tokens classified as below level 4 are considered low level, those between 4 and 7 are intermediate, and those from 7 to 10 are high level. Initially, he believed that the totem warriors of the Great Yin tribe donned these symbols merely for decoration or intimidation, never suspecting their authenticity and casual use. How could he not be astonished? Meanwhile, Mo Shanyu remained oblivious to Shaluo's shock, fixated instead on the horizon where the ground had begun to tremble, signaling the imminent arrival of the beast tide. At that moment, the celestial wolf swiftly maneuvered through the trees, soon alighting beside Mo Shanyu on a branch. Which, the beast tide approaches, it conveyed. Mo Shanyu nodded, then called out to the totem warriors of the Great Yin tribe, Prepare yourselves. Instantly, the celestial wolves drew their spears, ready to hurl them at a moment's notice. Mo Shanyu's intent to eliminate some of the aberrant creatures stemmed from the fact that hunting in large numbers consumed precious time, and these creatures were practically delivering themselves to them, a golden opportunity not to be missed. The tremors beneath their feet intensified, and soon they beheld a throng of aberrations surging toward them. Ready, everyone raised their spears, and Mo Shanyu stood, lifting his bow and knocking an arrow. He prepared to release it as the aberrations drew nearer. Harnessing the power of the Witchbone Talisman, some totem warriors also invoked its might. For these aberrations were of levels 3 and 4. Release, Mo Shanyu commanded suddenly. In unison, all tightened their grips on their spears and hurled them forth, striking down 4 or 5 aberrations that collapsed to the ground, only to be swiftly engulfed by their advancing kin. Mo Shanyu pulled back his bowstring, releasing an arrow that pierced the skull of one aberration. He swiftly knocked and fired another 10 arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark in the heads of the aberrations. This spectacle captivated Shaluo and the others, drawing their gazes toward Mo Shanyu, who remained composed upon the branch. Observing the chaos below, the slain aberrations seemed to elicit no reaction from the oncoming tide, as if in their frantic flight, they were oblivious to their fallen comrades. In the next moment, an aberration careened into the very tree where Mo Shanyu perched, causing the trunk to splinter and crash to the ground. Alarmed, Mo Shanyu's expression shifted, and he began to descend toward the beast tide, fearing he would be devoured by these creatures. At that instant, Shaluo leaped toward him, grasping his hand and landing on a nearby tree. She extended her palm, embedding it into the trunk, and held on to Mo Shanyu tightly, preventing them from plummeting. The celestial wolf, albeit a moment too late, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the witch fall into the beast tide, his heart heavy with concern. Should anything happen to her, he could not bear the thought of returning to the tribe. He would rather die in atonement. The Great Yin tribe owed everything to the witch, who was their steadfast support. Relieved, Mo Shanyu exhaled, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Although he possesses the shamanic bone card, his actual combat abilities are remarkably poor, lacking the exceptional skills of the totem warriors. He can only confront challenges head-on, relying on the shamanic bone card and his own sorcery and mystical power to achieve victory. At critical moments, the likes of Mo Shanyu truly cannot react in time, and upon returning to the tribe, he realizes he must cultivate his skills. Once the beast tide recedes, Shero withdraws his hand from the tree trunk and lands on the ground with Mo Shanyu. Subsequently, the other totem warriors also descend one after another. Tian Kong kneels before Mo Shangyu, filled with self-reproach. I am sorry, Shaman. I failed to protect you. Seeing this, Mo Shangyu wishes to help Tian Lang up, understanding that the fault lies not with him, but with himself. However, just as Mo Shangyu extends his hand, Tian Lang turns and kneels before Shero. Thank you for saving us, Shaman. Tian Lang expresses his gratitude sincerely, for the shaman is of utmost importance. Shero, feeling somewhat embarrassed, is taken aback. The other totem warriors of the Day Flame tribe soon follow suit, kneeling before Shero, not for any other reason, but simply because he saved their tribe. Mo Shangyu is the very backbone of the Day Flame tribe. Without him, their tribe would inevitably face extinction. Shero never anticipated such heartfelt gratitude from Tian Lang and the other totem warriors. Mo Shangyu does not intervene, as he too wishes to express his thanks to Shero. Had it not been for him, the outcome would have been dire. Though Mo Shangyu possesses means to ensure his survival, he would still sustain severe injuries. Thank you, Mo Shangyu says to Shero. Shero feels a touch of embarrassment at the multitude expressing their gratitude. It's nothing. You are now the shaman of our Sunset tribe. And rescuing a shaman is our duty. We, the Sunset tribe, should also be grateful to you for sheltering us. Meanwhile, the bodies of the aberrations slain by Mo Shangyu and his companions lay trampled and grotesque on the ground, yet they can still be processed for sustenance. Chapter 42. The Cambrian epic. Mo Shangyu gazes at the mangled remains of the aberrations ahead and addresses Tian Lang and the others. You should salvage any parts of these aberrations that are still edible. Cut them away and bring along the bones, as they may prove useful. If any cores are found, that would be ideal. Tian Lang nods and begins instructing the totem warriors of the Day Flame tribe to retrieve their bone knives and commence the dismemberment of the aberrations. Shero and his companions stand by, uncertain of how to proceed. Mo Shangyu approaches Shero and says, Aren't you going to assist? If you discover any cores, including those obtained from hunting aberrations in the future, they will belong to you. I will also aid you in awakening totem warriors. Really? Shero's excitement surges as he looks at Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu nods and smiles. Indeed, but there may be some changes when the time comes. Once we return to the tribe, I will discuss it with you personally. Shero promptly nods and calls upon several totem warriors of the Sunset tribe. Let us go. We should help as well. The group then begins to efficiently dismantle the aberrations. At that moment, Xia Qingyu arrives with the slaves and members of the Sunset tribe, their faces filled with astonishment at the sight of the aberration corpses on the ground. Shaman, what has transpired here? Xia Qingyu stepped forward and inquired of Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu replied, These aberrations are ones I did not eliminate from a distance. Xia Qingyu remained somewhat astonished. After all, they had always kept their distance during previous encounters with beast tides, making this situation a first. The slaves, witnessing this, were equally taken aback, as they began to grasp the strength of the Dayan tribe. As they awaited the dismemberment of the aberrations, darkness fell swiftly. Mo Shangyu instructed Tian Lang and the others to scout 2 locations, suggesting they rest for the night. Clearly, they could not spend the night here, given the overwhelming stench of blood that would inevitably attract aberrations. Although Mo Shangyu and his companions were undaunted, the occasional emergence of these creatures at night would prove bothersome. Tian Lang discovered a cave and ventured inside to ensure it posed no danger before returning to inform Mo Shangyu. Subsequently, they entered the cave to rest. Inside, the cave was refreshingly cool, featuring a crystal-clear pool of water, making it an ideal spot for the night. Tian Lang and the others began to kindle a fire and roast meat. They had acquired a substantial amount of aberration meat, more than sufficient to sustain them. The members of the Setting Sun tribe gazed in astonishment at the bounty that Shaluo and the others carried, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shaluo promptly instructed the totem warriors to distribute the meat. He then approached Mo Shangyu, who was engrossed in studying the runes of the Setting Sun tribe, and called out to him twice before he snapped back to attention. What is it? Shaluo settled beside Mo Shangyu, recalling the recent beast tide, and remarked, I believe this beast tide is extraordinary. Mo Shangyu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? At this moment, Tian Lang, Daxiong, Xia Qingyu, and Xia Lu also gathered around, sitting close by, as if preparing to hear gossip, roasting meat while shifting their gazes toward Shaluo. Shaluo took a seat and continued, I sense that this beast tide is indeed unusual. Typically, such tides should not occur. I observed that those aberrations seemed to be fleeing from something. If it were a standard beast tide, some aberrations would notice the danger and halt their advance when we began hunting. Yet, these aberrations appeared oblivious, as if they had not noticed at all, continuing to flee. This scenario suggests 2 possibilities. Either they are evading even more fearsome aberrations, or the harsh winter is approaching. A harsh winter? Mo Shanyu pondered this notion, fully aware that it merely referred to winter itself. Xia Qingyu and the others had conveyed this much. I understand. It is just winter. Shaluo shook his head, then, with a serious gaze directed at Mo Shanyu, asserted, no, this is not the ordinary winter. Such a situation could only signify the impending arrival of the Cambrian era. The Cambrian era? Mo Shanyu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixed on Shaluo. Saro continued, explaining that the Cambrian period occurs only once every 100 years. During this time, entire forests would be frozen, and even water would be encased in ice. The world would transform into a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of the era when their ancestors experienced the Cambrian, a phenomenon that could last 3 to 4 years, with the longest instance extending over a decade, during which nearly all perished. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanyu furrowed his brow, well aware that if what Saro described were true, lacking adequate warmth and sufficient food would indeed lead to death. The frigid temperatures of the Cambrian would render hunting impossible. Moreover, the Cambrian period Saro spoke of would undoubtedly be colder than anything Mo Shanyu had encountered during his time in the Northeast. It seemed imperative for him to prepare in advance, as there would be little opportunity to assess the outside situation shortly. After returning from this trading event, he needed to commence preparations immediately, otherwise he would be caught unawares. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyu and the others were equally astonished, casting fearful glances at Mo Shanyu. They had never heard of such a Cambrian period. The previous generation of shamans had never mentioned it. Mo Shanyu reassured Xia Qingyu and the others, instructing them to begin preparations for the Cambrian period. Observing his confident demeanor, they felt a sense of calm wash over them. It seemed as though as long as Mo Shanyu was present, their worries would dissipate. Do not fret, I will devise a way to confront the Cambrian period, he added to Saro. Saro regarded Mo Shangyu's unwavering confidence with skepticism, uncertain whether to believe him since he had never witnessed the Cambrian period himself. He had only heard tales. After finishing their meal, Xia Qingyu continued to arrange for people to take turns guarding the cave entrance, while Mo Shanyu resumed studying the shamanic scripts and talismans of the Sunset tribe. Mo Shanyu required no sleep. He could meditate in his conscious space, which sufficed as rest, allowing him to awaken revitalized the following day. Early the next morning, after a light meal, everyone set off towards the Dayan tribe. By the time the sun hung high in the sky, they finally arrived at the Dayan tribe. Chapter 43. Return to the Dayan tribe. When a large group of individuals appeared outside the Dayan tribe, the totem warriors stationed there suddenly became agitated, fearing an attack from another tribe due to the sheer number of people. From such a distance, they could not discern Mo Shanyu and his companions' appearances. Just as they prepared to summon reinforcements, Xiao Zi dashed out, calling out excitedly in their direction, wagging its tail in delight. At that moment, Mo Yingying also emerged, scolding Xiao Zi, "Could you please behave and stop running around? You are becoming increasingly disobedient." However, Xiao Zi seemed oblivious to Mo Yingying's words, sprinting toward Mo Shanyu and the others. Upon noticing the commotion, Mo Yingying lifted her head and beheld a throng of people in the distance, momentarily taken aback, believing them to be adversaries from another tribe intent on attacking her own. After all, when the shaman and the others had departed, they had not encountered such a multitude. The totem warrior of the Dayan tribe, upon witnessing this, intercepted Mo Yingying and urged her to return swiftly, stating, "Hurry back. I shall gather the others and prepare at once." However, before he could finish, Mo Yingying was suddenly overcome with excitement and dashed forward. "Brother," she called out, having spotted Xiao Zi joyfully bounding towards one of the individuals in the crowd. It was unmistakably her brother, the shaman of the Dayan tribe. Xiao Zi, being inherently aloof, would only show such affection towards her and her brother. At that moment, the Dayan tribe's totem warrior paused, and upon hearing her call for her brother, he quickly regained his composure and excitedly shouted towards the tribe, "The shaman and the chief have returned. The shaman and the chief have returned." Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the Dayan tribe abandoned their tasks and rushed outside. "Oh dear, Xiao Zi, what are you doing, prancing around like a dog?" Mo Shanyu observed the exuberant creature circling her, finding it amusing. It resembled a canine in its antics, albeit a far more charming one than an average husky, its lustrous purple fur and striking appearance captivating. Mo Shanyu knelt down to pat Xiao Zi's head, noting how much the little creature had grown in just a few days. Its rapid growth was astonishing. She mused that it wouldn't be long before it would be as large as her mother. Nevertheless, riding it would undoubtedly be a magnificent sight. "Brother," Mo Yingying called out as she approached, standing before Mo Shanyu, and sweetly exclaiming. She watched as her brother smiled down at their younger sibling, gently pinching her cheek. "Yingying, Mo Yingying responded with a cheerful affirmation, her face brightening as she said, "Welcome home, brother." Mo Shangyu grinned while ruffling Mo Yingying's hair, as Xiaozi nuzzled against her leg. At that moment, the warriors of the Dian tribe began to emerge, and upon seeing Mo Shangyu and Xia Qingyu unharmed, they exhaled in relief. Several totem warriors, alongside their partners and children, joyously embraced one another. The fact that no lives were lost during this expedition was undoubtedly the greatest triumph. However, the members of the Dian tribe soon noticed the disheveled individuals standing behind Mo Shangyu, their expressions shifting to confusion and curiosity regarding the unexpected return of so many. Sensing the collective inquiry in the air, Mo Shangyu addressed Xia Qingyu, "Please summon everyone from the tribe." Xia Qingyu nodded and began calling out for the others, some of whom had gone in search of fruits, while a few totem warriors had ventured out to hunt. She instructed Tianlang to gather the tribe members. Yet, after a while, one of the returning figures appeared, battered and bloodied, bearing grievous wounds. Upon witnessing this, Mo Shangyu and the others quickly approached, with Fa Xiong stepping forward to support the injured man, concern etched on his face as he asked, "What happened?" "We were initially on the hunt for a level 2 aberration when, unexpectedly, a level 5 aberration emerged. Despite our efforts with the most powerful bone talismans, we found ourselves outmatched. Had it not been for the healing bone talisman, we might have perished." In the end, Brother Tianlang appeared, diverting the attention of the aberration. With some strength left, he instructed me to return and inform you all. Upon hearing this, Daxiong handed the injured individual over to a nearby totem warrior and proceeded onward. Mo Shangyu's gaze fell upon the wounded totem warrior before her. The injuries had been somewhat stabilized, yet urgent treatment was still required. She then retrieved a level 5 bone talisman from her waist and tossed it to Xia Qingyu, instructing her to assist, for the others were likely in more dire straits. Yes, Xia Qingyu promptly nodded, accepting the talisman, and hastened in the direction Daxiong had gone. Mo Shangyu, observing the now unconscious totem warrior, extended her hands and began to employ her healing magic. Soon, a vibrant green light enveloped the warrior, and gradually, the wounds began to mend. In no time, the previously gaping lacerations had healed, leaving only the internal injuries to address. As moments passed, on the other side, Tianlang was entangled in a fierce battle with a level 5 aberration known as the Blood Demon Wolf. True to its name, the beast was cloaked in crimson fur, armed with sharp claws and teeth, and possessed incredible speed. Even with the bone talismans at his disposal, Tianlang struggled to inflict fatal damage, sustaining some injuries himself. Yet he was fortunate to have the healing bone talisman. With a fearsome howl, the Blood Demon Wolf turned its gaze towards Tianlang and lunged forward with ghostly swiftness. Recognizing the threat, Tianlang quickly distanced himself. Proximity would spell doom for him. However, his thoughts were consumed with concern for the 3 individuals lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. If their condition continued to deteriorate, they would surely meet their end. Yet, with the Blood Demon Wolf present, he could not retrieve them. Hoping instead that someone had returned to the tribe to inform the shaman of their plight, while he did his utmost to buy them some time. In that moment, the Blood Demon Wolf appeared before Mo Shangyu, raising its razor-sharp claw to strike. Tianlang reacted swiftly, evading the attack just as the claw swept past him. Seizing the opportunity, he drew forth a bone dagger from his waist and lunged towards the creature's abdomen. However, the Blood Demon Wolf seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, leaping back to evade the strike, creating distance between them. At that moment, Tianlang felt as though he was not battling a mere aberration, but rather a creature endowed with a semblance of human intelligence, rather than a mindless beast. The Wolf clan was known for its exceptional intellect, and this level 5 Blood Demon Wolf likely possessed the cunning of a 14 or 15-year-old human. Chapter 44. The Rules. Tianlang found himself in a predicament. It was nearly impossible to defeat the Blood Demon Wolf in such a short span of time. Just then, Daxiong emerged from behind, charging toward the Blood Demon Wolf and racing past Tianlang. "Let us join forces and swiftly bring it down," Daxiong urged Tianlang. Tianlang regained his senses, astonished that the Great Bear and his companions had arrived so swiftly. Soon after, Xiao Liuji's silhouette emerged, alighting upon a tree, whereupon she deftly drew an arrow from behind and pulled back her bowstring, crouching in preparation to strike the Blood Demon Wolf below. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu approached the injured totem warrior, clutching a 5th-level witch bone tablet, and began her healing. They were soon enveloped in a radiant green glow. Xiao Liuji released her bowstring with a swift motion. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle as it sped towards the Blood Demon Wolf. The creature, sensing the impending danger, instinctively recoiled, swiftly evading the projectile that embedded itself into the ground. At that moment, the great bear charged forth, fists clenched, and struck down with tremendous force, activating the gravitational witch-bone tablet at his waist. The blood demon wolf, perceiving the threat, leaped backward. The great bear's powerful fists slammed into the earth, creating a web-like fissure, the ensuing shockwave compelling the blood demon wolf to retreat further. However, as the creature distanced itself and landed on the ground, Tianlong's figure materialized behind it, wielding his knife with determination. The blood demon wolf reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to adjust its stance, raising its claws to counter the attack. The clash of claws against Tianlong's bone knife sparked briefly, yet within 3 seconds, the bone knife shattered under the force. The blood demon wolf, intent on eliminating Tianlang, prepared to advance, but suddenly sensed danger behind it. Without hesitation, it leaped away, narrowly avoiding an arrow that struck the spot it had just vacated. Now at a distance, the blood demon wolf observed that the 3 adversaries before it were not particularly formidable, yet their unleashed power was oddly potent, rendering it unable to defeat them. Consequently, the blood demon wolf turned and fled, its speed rendering it invisible in moments. Tianlang wished to pursue, but was halted by Xiao Liuji's voice. "Do not chase. You will not catch up. It would only waste the power of the witchbone tablet." "Understood," Tianlang replied, halting his advance. The two then joined Xiaqingyu. Gazing at the 3 tribesmen lying on the ground, their injuries healed but in need of rest to regain consciousness. "Tianlang, Great Bear, each of you carry one back," Xiaqingyu instructed as she rose. The two nodded, promptly lifting the injured warriors onto their backs and making their way towards the tribe, followed closely by Xiao Liuji and Xiaqingyu. Upon returning to the tribe, they found others already bustling with activity, while the witch's whereabouts remained a mystery. Xiaqingyu approached her fellow tribespeople and inquired, "Where is the witch?" "It seems she has taken over 100 slaves and the people of the Setting Sun tribe further back," came the reply. "Let us continue with our work." Xiaqingyu nodded, instructing the Great Bear and Tianlang to escort the injured to safety before heading towards the rear of the mountain. Mo Shanyu gazed upon the over 100 slaves and the members of the Setting Sun tribe before him and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be part of the Dian tribe." He then pointed at the multitude of slaves, stating, "You will serve as our tribe's servants. Yet should you exhibit exemplary behavior, I may grant you emancipation, allowing you to join the Dian tribe. You will live as we do, armed, with your own dwellings, companions, and children, along with an abundance of sustenance." His resounding proclamation ignited the imaginations of those who stood before him. Most of them were formerly slaves of the Black Snake tribe, where they endured hunger, relentless toil, and harsh punishment, with many having lost their partners at the hands of the tribe's cruel members. However, during their journey with the Dayan tribe, they had been well fed and treated with kindness, instilling in them a profound appreciation for their new tribe. Observing their expressions, Mo Shangyu could not help but smile in satisfaction. It was no wonder that those in power often indulged in grandiose promises. The thrill of weaving such visions was exhilarating, especially when the deception did not fall upon oneself. In a modern context, his promises might have elicited whispers of skepticism, yet these primitive souls had likely never encountered such notions, making them ripe for persuasion. Yet, it was not merely a ruse. Mo Shanyu sought their obedience. Suddenly, a man among the slaves fixed a determined gaze upon him, as if a spark of hope had reignited within his eyes. "I agree, but you must honor your word. Surely you recognize that I am a shaman." "Do you think a shaman would boast without merit?" Mo Shanyu replied, addressing the man. "Moreover, have we not provided you with sustenance these past few days?" After a moment of hesitation, the man knelt, bowing his head to the ground. "We are willing to follow the Dian tribe." As one fell to his knees, others soon followed, first the second, then the third, until a considerable portion of the crowd had succumbed to kneeling, leaving only the members of the Black Snake tribe standing. Among those who knelt were individuals forcibly taken by the Black Snake tribe, and Mo Shangyu's gaze fell upon approximately 20 members of the Black Snake tribe, both men and women. Under his steady gaze, several women from the Black Snake tribe eventually knelt in terror. In response, Mo Shangyu abruptly raised his hand, conjuring a few fireballs that materialized before him. In the next instant, the fireballs shot forth, striking the standing figures, igniting them in flames. They writhed in agony on the ground, their screams echoing in the air. The slaves trembled in fear, too terrified to raise their eyes. The members of the Setting Sun tribe were equally startled, taken aback by Mo Shangyu's decisive actions. Soon, the figures collapsed, their movements stilled, leaving only charred corpses as the flames dwindled into darkness. What Mo Shangyu seeks is to instill fear, akin to killing a chicken to scare the monkey, while simultaneously offering them a morsel of sweetness. This exemplifies the adage of delivering a slap only to follow it with a treat, leaving one ultimately grateful. In Chapter 45, the chieftain is questioned about when he will find a partner to set an example. While returning, Mo Shanyu became aware of a few troublemakers from the Black Snake tribe. Initially, he chose to disregard them, as they posed minimal threat. However, he now possessed the capability to eliminate them, thereby serving a greater purpose. At this juncture, Mo Shanyu addressed the slaves kneeling below him, instructing, "Now, you men and women shall separate." The slaves rose and swiftly divided into two groups, with the women on one side and the men on the other, the latter significantly outnumbering the former. There were approximately 30 women, while the remainder consisted of men. Mo Shanyu found this acceptable, as the imbalance of the De Yin tribe's gender ratio necessitated the presence of these women to alleviate the situation. However, he had no intention of confining these women to bear children for the tribe. He was not that kind of person. Suddenly, one of the women knelt on the ground, tearfully pleading with Mo Shanyu, "Great Lord, please do not imprison us for the purpose of bearing children. Do not torment us, even without confinement. We shall obediently bear your children." This unexpected display startled Mo Shanyu. As one woman knelt, the others followed suit, revealing their desperate desire for survival. Devoid of any sense of dignity, Mo Shanyu had not anticipated this turn of events. He never intended to imprison them for reproduction. In that moment, he recalled how the Black Snake tribe treated these enslaved women. He slowly approached the first woman who had spoken. "What is your name?" he softly inquired. The woman raised her head, revealing tangled hair and a dirty face, her attire consisting of scant animal hide. Yet, her inherent beauty was still evident. I am Yang, from the Black Snake tribe," she stammered. Mo Shanyu was taken aback by her revelation. "You claim to be from the Black Snake tribe. Do you truly believe I would treat you women as mere instruments for release and reproduction?" "No, I am simply afraid," Yang replied, trembling. "During my time in the Black Snake tribe, I witnessed the torment endured by women, some even perishing from mistreatment. Though my heart resisted, I am but a woman, powerless to intervene. Hence, I fear becoming like those women I have seen, not wishing to be confined in a cage for amusement. I am willing to bear your children voluntarily, but please do not imprison me in such a place." Mo Shanyu gazed at the woman before him, his heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he addressed the sheep-like figures before him. "If any among you wish to depart, you are free to do so. The Great Yin tribe shall not impede your choice." The women remained kneeling, motionless on the ground. Turning his gaze to the sheep, he inquired, "Do you not wish to leave?" The sheep looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, and replied, "I wish to survive. If I leave, death is certain." The women continued to remain still, unyielding in their silence. Observing this, Mo Shanyu refrained from further words and turned to the men nearby, stating, "Likewise, you may choose to leave as well." The men exchanged glances, yet none showed any inclination to depart, for the odds of survival outside were slim. Seeing their reluctance to leave, Mo Shanyu continued, "Since you all have chosen to stay, you shall abide by the rules of my domain." He then addressed the sheep once more, assuring her, "I shall not confine you as mere tools for procreation." Without waiting for her response, he directed his attention to Shaluo and the others from the Sunset tribe, instructing, "You may begin constructing your dwelling here. From now on, this shall be your home. You may also enlist these laborers to assist you." "Yes," Shaluo replied, excitement evident in his voice. Just then, Xiaqingyu approached, questioning, "Why have you brought them here? What is the harm? This place is quite suitable. Let them reside here. Surely you do not expect us to build their accommodations?" Mo Shanyu replied. In truth, he felt a myriad of tasks awaited him, foremost among them the upcoming trading event and matters pertaining to the Cambrian era. The trading event seemed imminent, perhaps even coinciding with the Cambrian era. Upon noticing Xiaqingyu's arrival, he instructed, "Wait a moment. Please inform the men of the Great Yin tribe to dress appropriately for tonight, and take these women to freshen up and adorn themselves as well." Initially perplexed, Xiaqingyu soon grasped his intent. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Mo Shanyu. Xiaqingyu halted and looked at him, asking, "Is there something else? I notice you are not yet partnered. As a leader of your clan, it is essential to set an example by finding a companion," Mo Shanyu remarked. A flush crept across Xiaqingyu's face, and she hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your concern, witch." With that, she rushed to the women, exchanging a few words before departing with them. Mo Shanyu, bemused, pondered the implications of her reaction. Was it forbidden for a leader to seek a partner? Sympathy stirred within him for Xiaqingyu, and he mused that her emotional turmoil might lead to an early midlife crisis, potentially resulting in a temperamental leader. Oh well, he thought, should Xiaqingyu's frustrations reach a breaking point, as a witch, could simply abolish that outdated rule. Now, Shalu has instructed the slaves to commence the construction of their dwelling. Upon witnessing this, Mozhangyu addressed Shalu, saying, "You need only construct the essentials. As long as it is habitable, it suffices. For, regardless of how exquisitely they build, the arrival of the Cambrian era remains uncertain, and it is only after its passage that clarity will emerge." Mozhangyu, uncertain of the true nature of the Cambrian era, has decided against hastening the construction of walls by the slaves. It would be prudent to await further understanding before proceeding. As twilight approaches, Mozhangyu intends to return and review the shamanic texts. Meanwhile, Xiaqingyu has led a group of women, including Yang, to a stream not far from the great Yin tribe. "All right, you may disrobe," Xiaqingyu instructed her companions. Yang looked at her with confusion, prompting Xiaqingyu to clarify. "You are to cleanse yourselves. Fear not. This is a place designated for women to bathe, and no men will intrude." Subsequently, Xiaqingyu began to remove her animal hides, preparing to wash, as she had not bathed properly for several days and felt quite uncomfortable. As she undressed, the other women followed suit, and soon the small pool was filled with naked bodies. Gradually, their initial reservations dissipated. Before long, the women from the great Yin tribe arrived, seamlessly joining in the ritual of undressing and washing. The scene transformed into a vibrant tableau of femininity, with some women frolicking and playing. A small girl, appearing no older than 13 or 14, approached Xiaqingyu with a pitiful expression and asked, "Will you imprison us?" Although her voice was soft, it caught the attention of the other captured women, who turned their gazes towards Xiaqingyu. Kneeling down, Xiaqingyu gently ruffled the girl's hair, smiling as she reassured her, "Fear not, we shamans are kind-hearted. We will never treat you as the Black Snake tribe has." "Is that true?" the girl asked. "Indeed," Xiaqingyu affirmed, once again patting the girl's head. At that moment, the women of the great Yin tribe began to comfort those around them. "We shamans are benevolent. We would never treat you poorly." "Yes, we are truly kind," they echoed. Gradually, under the soothing words of the great Yin women, the spirits of the captives began to lift. Their bathing extended for quite a while, as they quickly became comfortable in one another's presence. By the time they finished, the night had fully descended. The group of women then made their way back to the tribe. Outside the great Yin tribe, a clearing was illuminated by numerous bonfires, where the slaves and members of the Sunset tribe were busy roasting meat. Mozhangyu had specifically arranged for the slaves to be separated from the others, ensuring they were not together. The slaves harbored no objections. When Xiaqingyu returned with the women, illuminated by the flickering flames, they appeared far less disheveled and rather more refined. Among these women, some were robust while others were undeniably slender, the latter evidently having been emaciated by hunger. "Which?" Xiaqingyu called out as she approached Mozhangyu. "We have returned." Mozhangyu nodded, and then turned her gaze towards the women behind Xiaqingyu. Rising to her feet, she addressed them, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Mozhangyu approached the women, who began to exhibit signs of nervousness. Mozhangyu spoke directly, "From this day forth, you shall be considered members of our Dayan tribe, not slaves. However, should any of you betray us, we will not hesitate to end your lives, regardless of where you may flee." The women were taken aback, bowing their heads in silence, save for one named Yang, who boldly replied, "We will not." Mozhangyu regarded Yang with a slight nod before directing her attention to the men of the Dayan tribe. "Some of you lack partners. I have brought back women for you. Those capable may step forward to seek their consent, but coercion is strictly forbidden." The men of the Dayan tribe stirred with excitement, for they were outnumbered by women, many of whom had no partners, and now they faced a promising opportunity. Seeing their eager expressions, Mozhangyu could not help but smile gently, reiterating her point. Those with partners need not apply. Those without may choose as they wish, provided the women consent. Soon, the unpaired men of the Dayan tribe stood up, beginning to select their preferred companions. The women, upon encountering suitable candidates, strong and capable of providing for themselves, did not refuse. The newly captured women understood Mozhangyu's message. As long as they did not agree, the men would not force them. Yet, numerous women were willing to accept, for without a man's protection, they faced the peril of starvation or mistreatment. Before long, the Dayan tribe buzzed with activity, with instances of two men vying for the same woman leading to duels, creating a lively atmosphere. Mozhangyu took her seat once more, genuinely delighted by the scene unfolding before her, as it was her first experience of such vibrant commotion, observing two men brawl over a woman. She wore an expression akin to that of an amused spectator, while the woman stood to the side, her cheeks flushed with a blend of shyness and happiness. In the Black Snake tribe, they had never been treated in such a manner, and the men of the Dayan tribe, obedient to Mozhangyu, relied solely on their own merits. Mo Shangyu marveled at the spectacle, pondering how delightful it would be if modern matchmaking were conducted in such a manner, free from dowries. Inquiries about savings, cars, homes, or income, simply allowing attraction to guide the selection. The members of the Dayan tribe were utterly astonished, their atmosphere profoundly affected by the unfolding events. At that moment, the previously seated Tianlang suddenly rose to his feet, drawing the attention of Mo Shangyu, who turned to him in curiosity. Without hesitation, Tianlang approached a woman named Yang, who stood before a man of larger stature, a totem warrior. Though not as formidable as Tianlang himself, "I am quite capable. I can ensure your every need is met," the man declared confidently to Yang. However, she shook her head in refusal, not even glancing at him. The man, undeterred, persisted in his pursuit. At that juncture, Tianlang positioned himself protectively in front of Yang, asserting, "I have also taken an interest in her. Let us compete." The unexpected appearance of Tianlang momentarily startled the man, yet he quickly regained his composure, responding defiantly. "A competition it shall be." Before long, the commotion surrounding Tianlang captured the attention of all present. Yang, gazing at the imposing figure of Tianlang, felt a surge of security emanate from his sturdy back. The surrounding wolves instinctively cleared a space for the impending contest. Tianlang turned to Yang, instructing, "Please step aside." She obediently nodded and retreated to the back. Subsequently, both Tianlang and the man removed the bone talismans from their waists, preparing for a physical confrontation. Chapter 47. Which? Have we become unbelievably wealthy? The battle commenced, with Tianlang undoubtedly gaining the upper hand. The crowd erupted in cheers, their chants echoing. And Mo Shangyu couldn't help but grimace at the primal display before him. Ultimately, Tianlang emerged victorious, prompting even louder cheers from the onlookers. Yet, he did not press Yang. She remained silent, casting shy glances at him, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. "Which, did you see how impressive I was?" Tianlang exclaimed joyfully as he approached Mo Shangyu. The latter was left speechless, having anticipated Tianlang would boast to Yang instead. To his surprise, Tianlang had come to him seeking praise. Mo Shangyu observed Yang, her head bowed and cheeks flushed as she stole furtive glances at Tianlang, then turned to Tianlang's beaming face, which seemed to seek his approval. Unable to contain his irritation, Mo Shangyu retorted, "Go away." Tianlang looked perplexed, asking, "What's wrong?" Xia Qingyu and Da Xiong exchanged amused glances, their expressions conveying, "We know. But we want to tell." Tianlang scratched his head in confusion. The gathering continued with lively feasting on roasted meat. However, some of the newly coupled individuals abandoned the feast, retreating to the nearby grove. Occasional sounds from the forest caused Mo Shangyu's expression to darken. Is this what it means to be primitive? As a spirited young man himself, Mo Shangyu found it intolerable. After a few bites, he stood up, declaring, "You all continue. I shall return to rest." With that, he turned and hurried back to his wooden dwelling, leaving Da Xiong bewildered. Xia Qingyu's complexion flushed slightly as she rose to leave. In the subsequent days, Mo Shangyu devoted himself to studying the shamanic texts and bone tablets. The recent annihilation of the Black Snake tribe had yielded a wealth of shamanic tablets and texts, including those from the Sunset tribe. Throughout these days, Mo Shangyu immersed himself in this knowledge, sensing a vague enhancement in his shamanic powers. Having completed his studies, he now focused on inscribing the bone tablets, preparing for their utility at the upcoming trading event. Meanwhile, tribal affairs began to run smoothly, as Mo Shangyu instructed Xia Qingyu to ensure ample food storage, anticipating the significance it would hold during the Cambrian era. He had learned that Xia Qingyu and her companions would seek refuge on the mountaintop when a deluge, lasting nearly a month, approached. Consequently, he urged her to clear the summit for habitation, and she had been assigning tasks to the slaves while others engaged in hunting and foraging. The days drew closer to the trading event, necessitating the inscription of additional tablets for successful transactions. 2 days passed swiftly. This time, emissaries from the Qingwan tribe arrived. Feng Jun and Feng Qi, accompanied by several totem warriors, were en route to the trading event alongside the Dayan tribe. "Shaman, the Qingwan tribe has arrived. Let us proceed to the trading event," Feng Qi announced. Upon hearing that they could embark on this journey, Mo Shangyu was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed outside. He was slightly taken aback by the exotic mounts ridden by Feng Qi and the others, resembling a second-tier creature akin to an ostrich. "Shaman of the Dayan tribe, we are ready to depart," Feng Qi remarked, fully aware of Mo Shangyu's eagerness to join. However, the Qingwan tribe lacked the audacity to invite a shaman to accompany them, for any unforeseen mishap could spell doom for their tribe. Given that a shaman was essential for their survival and continuity, Mo Shangyu nodded in agreement and returned briefly to gather some belongings. his excitement palpable as he prepared for the trading event. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, dragging a large bundle of animal hides, the sounds of clattering bones emanating from within. Everyone turned to Mo Shanyu with puzzled expressions. Xia Qingyu and the others were equally unaware of the contents, as Mo Shanyu had remained indoors for the past few days, engrossed in his work. However, Fengqi discerned that it must be the shamanic bone tablets, questioning. You don't mean to say that this entire bundle is filled with shamanic tablets, do you? Mo Shanyu nodded affirmatively, showing no intention of concealing the truth. Indeed, just some shamanic bone tablets. Yet, upon receiving this confirmation, Fengqi was still astounded. Although they had made progress in carving bone tablets, it typically took them 3 to 4 days to complete a third-tier shamanic tablet. However, gazing at the substantial bundle of witch bone tokens dragged by Mo Shanyu, a profound sense of distress enveloped her, akin to a grievous blow. The witch bone tokens now seemed as commonplace as cabbages. Fengqi couldn't help but ponder whether Mo Shanyu was truly human. At that moment, she felt that even a witch could be deemed a person, and possessing hands was sufficient to create witch bone tokens. Xia Qingyu, equally astonished, stepped forward and addressed Mo Shanyu. You don't intend to trade these for items at the exchange, do you? Mo Shanyu nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, we are not lacking in beast bones. Xia Qingyu's heart ached at this thought. Such extravagance. We could use other items. She exclaimed. What items? Does our tribe possess anything else worthy of trade? Xia Qingyu fell silent, only to weakly suggest, we have people and meat. Mo Shanyu replied, I initially hoped to exchange for more meat and food on this trip. And if possible, even some people. Yet now you're suggesting we trade meat? As the Cambrian era approached, the idea of sending food out rather than bringing food back seemed utterly nonsensical. Mo Shanyu released her grip on the beast skin bundle and turned to the great bear. Please carry this for me. Xia Qingyu reluctantly accepted this reality. The workings of a witch's mind were unfathomable, yet they could not doubt her wisdom. Fengqi, witnessing the exchange, suddenly felt a hint of embarrassment and said, well, since you all intend to trade, why not let us trade first? Mo Shanyu regarded Fengqi. That sounds splendid. Do you have meat? Yes. Fengqi was taken aback by Mo Shanyu's unexpected agreement and promptly summoned several totem warriors behind her to bring forth the meat. Soon, 4 or 5 individuals emerged, each laden with a hefty bundle of meat. Mo Shanyu turned to Fengqi. You aren't planning to trade this meat at the exchange, are you? Indeed. Fengqi nodded. Chapter 48. The nouveau riche of the Dian tribe. Mo Shanyu was astonished that Fengqi and her companions exhibited no concern for the impending Cambrian era, now choosing to trade meat for goods. I will take all that you have, she declared to Fengqi, then directly seized the beast skin bundle, filled with witch bone tokens from beside the great bear. Feel free to select any witch bone tokens from this collection. Fengqi stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Mo Shanyu's decision to trade all their meat. Even the totem warriors from the Qingwan tribe, who had followed, appeared bewildered, questioning whether the Dian tribe had indeed become so affluent. Mo Shanyu paid no heed to their astonishment and promptly opened the bundle before her, revealing a multitude of witch bone tokens. With a flourish, she proclaimed, these witch bone tokens are the fruits of my labor over the past few days. The finest among them is the 3rd level token, accompanied by some 1st and 2nd level ones. Choose as you wish. Fengqi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth, perceiving Mo Shanyu as foolish for trading such a bounty of meat for what seemed like mere trinkets. As the sheer number of witch bone tokens crammed into a single beast skin bundle resembled nothing more than refuse. Truly, it was beyond words. Fengqi could no longer restrain herself and quietly voiced a remark. At that moment, Fengjun suddenly leaped down from the peculiar creature, gazing at the witch bone tokens before Mo Shanyu with a blissful expression as she began to select them. Observing this, Fengqi could not help but cover her forehead in exasperation. Ultimately, they exchanged all of their meat for the witch bone tokens from Mo Shanyu and his companions, significantly increasing the meat supply for the Dayan tribe, who had already been stockpiling meat over the past few days. The totem warriors of the Qingwan tribe and Fengjun were exhilarated, clutching the witch bone tokens in their hands. They had never encountered such a plethora of tokens before. In the past, a single witch bone token had been regarded as a precious treasure within the Qingwan tribe, something they could scarcely bear to use, relegating it to mere admiration. Yet now, they found themselves with nearly 7 or 8 tokens each, including several level 3 tokens. At this juncture, Mo Shanyu surveyed the peculiar creature that Fengqi was riding. Are you considering an exchange for this? Fengqi replied, oh, this is called a foot bird. It runs at remarkable speed and is easily tamed. Just feed them, and they will obey. Mo Shanyu shook his head. I do not wish to know about that. I am inquiring how many witch bone tokens this requires for exchange. Before Feng Qi could respond, Feng Jun interjected, we require 5 tokens. Feng Qi, taken aback by the 5-token demand, was about to chastise Feng Jun, only to be astounded as Mo Shanyu promptly produced 5 witch-bone tokens and tossed them to Feng Jun. Feng Jun was momentarily stunned, never expecting Mo Shanyu to be so straightforward. Indeed, witch-bone tokens had become as common as dirt within the Yin tribe, with an ample supply. Ecstatic, Feng Jun clutched the 5 tokens like a child, even though the footbird was worth much more than just 5 tokens. A single level 1 token was already quite valuable. Nevertheless, Mo Shanyu generously provided Feng Jun with 3 level 1 and 2 level 2 tokens. Feng Jun led the footbird before Mo Shanyu, stating, this is yours now. Mo Shanyu nodded, recognizing that he was not a totem warrior and could not rely solely on speed tokens for travel. If they walked leisurely to the trading event, they might not arrive before it concluded. Before reaching the trading event, the Qingwan tribe and the Yin tribe commenced their trade, both parties believing they had gained the upper hand. After all, the Yin tribe lacked witch-bone tokens, while the Qingwan tribe had exchanged their meat for a significant number of tokens, ensuring that they would be praised upon their return to the tribe. Following the completion of their transaction, Mo Shanyu instructed De Xiong to gather some beast bones, and he strapped a carving knife to his back. A group of them then swiftly made their way toward the trading event. Xia Qingyu remained behind at the tribe, while Mo Shanyu set out with De Xiong, Tianlang, Xiao Yoji, and Sha Luo, accompanied by dozens of totem warriors, making for quite a splendid entourage. Brother, return soon and stay safe, Mo Yingying called out, her eyes glistening as she watched Mo Shanyu's figure gradually fade away. Xiao Zi, nearby, howled in protest. Originally, Xiao Zi had wished to accompany Mo Shanyu, but he had insisted that Xiao Zi stay with Mo Yingying. Primarily, Mo Shanyu intends for Xiao Zi to accompany Mo Yingying in the future, safeguarding her as she matures. After their figures vanished from sight, Xia Qingyu began organizing the tribe members to commence their tasks, as many instructions had been entrusted to them by the shaman prior to her departure. Meanwhile, Mo Shanyu rode atop a swift-footed bird, feeling an exhilarating rush. It was far quicker than a horse and devoid of any jarring jolts. The Tianlang warriors flanked Mo Shanyu, their primary objective being her protection, for she was the shaman of their tribe, and they could not allow any harm to befall her. Feng Jun and the others likewise trailed beside them, hastening towards the trading event, which they could reach within a day and night of relentless travel. Initially, such a pace was unnecessary, but their prior engagement in exterminating the serpent tribe had left them somewhat pressed for time. Fortunately, Mo Shanyu possessed healing shamanic talismans, alleviating concerns of fatigue. As time passed, the Tianlang warriors felt no weariness, for any signs of exhaustion were swiftly remedied by the healing talismans. When darkness descended, they halted to find a suitable place to rest and procure some nourishment, as the cold night air posed dangers, and they had already distanced themselves significantly from the Yin tribe. Shaman, have something to eat, Tianlang said, presenting a skewer of roasted meat before Mo Shanyu. She nodded in acknowledgement and took the meat, beginning to eat. Feng Jun and the others also consumed some roasted meat. As their sustenance was limited to meats and a few fruits, they had no rice, flour, or buns available. Mo Shanyu couldn't help but reminisce about the delightful aroma of fragrant rice. Shaman, something feels amiss, Tianlang suddenly remarked. Mo Shanyu looked up to see Feng Jun, De Xiong, and Tianlang, all on high alert. The latter two encircled Mo Shanyu, shielding her. Mo Shanyu was bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the trees around them, accompanied by shadows flitting through the night. It appeared that someone or some creature lurked among the branches, but the distance and darkness obscured their visibility. Feng Qi also grew vigilant. At that moment, a stone hurtled through the darkness, striking De Xiong squarely on the forehead before he could react. Blood instantly flowed from the wound, a long gash appearing on his brow. The night, compounded by the speed of the stone, rendered it nearly impossible to respond in time. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qi and the others heightened their alertness, scanning their surroundings. De Xiong's injury began to heal swiftly under the influence of the healing talismans, leaving only dried blood on his forehead. Once again, rustling sounds echoed from the trees, followed by a cacophony of calls resembling that of monkeys. A whoa, whoa, whoa. It seemed to express a fervent excitement, echoing through the night. Mo Shanyu approached gently and patted Tianlang's shoulder. Tianlang turned to look at Mo Shanyu and asked, what is it? Mo Shanyu replied, step aside for a moment. Concerned, Tianlang gazed at Mo Shanyu and said, but it is too dangerous. Mo Shanyu softly reassured him. It is all right. Tianlang was genuinely worried, as they were entirely unaware of the current situation. If the witch were to encounter danger, it would spell trouble. Nevertheless, Mo Shanyu stepped forward slightly and raised her hand. Suddenly, fireballs appeared before her, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, Tianlang, Daxiong, and Fengqi also discerned what lay ahead in the trees. It was a group of people, approximately a dozen, all camouflaged by green leaves and lacking animal hides, resembling true primitives. Instantly, upon witnessing the fireballs conjured by Mo Shanyu, the individuals in the trees were startled and leaped down, kneeling on the ground, their foreheads striking the earth repeatedly in fervent worship. Observing those bowing before them, it was evident that they were emaciated, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 49. The might of a little girl. Mo Shangyu's gaze fell upon those still kneeling, their reverence making it seem as if they regarded her and her companions as deities. Who are they? Mo Shangyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Fengqi, observing the scene, responded. They are likely discarded people. Discarded people? What does that mean? Mo Shangyu asked, intrigued. Fengqi explained. They are those cast out by their tribes, some deemed burdensome, others believed to bring misfortune, thus left to fend for themselves. Nodding in understanding, Mo Shanyu looked once more at the individuals before her, who indeed appeared gaunt and skeletal. Tianlang, provide them with some food, she instructed. Yes, Tianlang replied, turning to fetch a sizable piece of roasted meat that resembled his own stature. Approaching the group, he extended the offering. The individuals, who had been in the midst of their worship, lifted their heads at the enticing aroma of the roasted meat. Yet one child, seemingly around 12 years of age, cast a hopeful glance at Mo Shangyu, as if seeking her approval, treating her as a divine figure. After witnessing the extraordinary display of power, it was no wonder they viewed her thus. Mo Shangyu nodded slightly at the child, who then sprang to his feet and rushed to Tianlang, seizing the meat and taking a bite. However, upon touching the hot meat, he instinctively released it and shook his hands, yet displayed no awareness of the heat as he devoured it. Seeing one eat, the others quickly rose and rushed towards the offering, ravenously consuming the food. Observing their desperate appetite, Tianlang stepped back, realizing they must have been starving for quite some time, or they would not have behaved in such a manner. Mo Shangyu was at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene. You all should eat, he said to the totem warriors of the Dayan tribe, accompanied by several others, including Shaluo and Yang. After all, these individuals had only recently joined the Dayan tribe, and some were even slaves from the Black Snake tribe. He felt uneasy leaving them within the tribe, fearing that Xia Qingyu might not be able to control them. When the time came to return from the trading event, he worried that the Dayan tribe might be transformed into the Black Snake tribe or the Sunset tribe. Although such a probability was slim, it was better to be cautious. Subsequently, Mo Shangyu and his companions resumed their meal, as the previous individuals posed no significant threat, being primarily ordinary people without totem warriors among them. However, Mo Shangyu's curiosity was piqued by the group ahead, moments ago, when a stone had struck the great bear. It had not evaded the blow and had sustained an injury. Yet, there were indeed no totem warriors among them. The rapidity with which they finished devouring an exotic creature was impressive, after which they squatted on the ground, gazing at Mo Shangyu and his companions, leaving only bones scattered about. The sight of these individuals, seemingly well-behaved as they squatted, caught Mo Shangyu's attention. He surmised that they had likely been abandoned at a young age, for they resembled true primitives. Their utterances were merely primitive sounds, devoid of any semblance of coherent speech. Rising from his seat, Mo Shangyu noticed that Tianlang stood up as well, instinctively protecting Wu's safety. Who threw that stone just now? Mo Shangyu inquired softly. In the following moment, the group appeared to understand, and in a display of fear, they hurriedly shielded a little girl behind them. Mo Shangyu observed this clearly. At such a close distance, it would be absurd for him to have missed it. The girl they sheltered was the same child who had previously looked to him for guidance. However, he could not discern whether she was male or female. Suddenly, one among them stepped forward, pointing to himself repeatedly before kneeling before Mo Shangyu, bowing his head in apology, as if to convey that he was the one who had thrown the stone. Mo Shangyu cast a glance at the kneeling figure, Blade, before shifting his gaze to the little girl they protected. It appeared they cared for her deeply, yet Mo Shangyu sensed no totemic power emanating from her, indicating she was not a totem warrior. Mo Shangyu exchanged a subtle glance with Tianlang, who seemed to grasp the unspoken message. Without hesitation, Tianlang stepped forward a few paces and crouched before the man who was still bowing. He suddenly drew a bone knife from his waist. The sight sent the others into a panic, their startled cries echoing as they flailed in disarray. Nevertheless, Tianlang paid them no heed, despite their frantic shouts. None dared to approach, as they seemed to recognize the formidable strength of Mo Shangyu and his companions, perceiving Mo Shangyu as a figure of divine authority. At this moment, the boy who had been kowtowing halted, lifting his gaze to glance at Mo Shangyu before turning his attention to Tianlang. Mo Shangyu observed the boy's eyes, and then the young man gestured to himself and pointed towards the people behind him, seemingly pleading for mercy, indicating that if he were to be killed, they should be spared. However, Mo Shangyu disregarded his plea, instead focusing on Tianlang and giving a slight nod. Instantly, Tianlang raised the bone knife in his hand and lunged towards the boy. Yet, in the next instant, a little girl suddenly emerged from the crowd. Her presence unimpeded as she stood before Tianlang, clenching her fist and striking at him. Tianlang, dismissive of her threat, did not believe a mere child could pose any danger, reaching out to easily catch her fist. But the moment her punch connected with his palm, Tianlang was taken aback, retreating rapidly. Both Mo Shangyu and Tianlang were astonished. The little girl, seeing the reaction, began to communicate animatedly with those behind her, prompting them to rise and prepare to flee. However, at that very moment, De Xiong, accompanied by the totem warriors of the Dayan tribe, surrounded them. The sight incited a sudden fury among the crowd, as if they were ready to charge and fight. Nonetheless, Mo Shangyu, merely curious about the unfolding events, harbored no intentions of violence. He raised his hand, and once again, several fireballs materialized before him. The onlookers, frightened, promptly knelt on the ground, their foreheads striking the earth, too terrified to look up. Yet, the little girl stood resolutely before Mo Shangyu, her fists clenched, torn between the desire to act and her hesitation. Chapter 50. The Tianyu tribe. At this moment, Tianlang returned to Mo Shangyu's side, still somewhat astonished as he regarded the fierce little girl before him. She glared at Tianlang with a fierce expression, exuding an air of vigilance. "All right," Mo Shangyu spoke softly, causing the fireballs before him to dissipate, and De Xiong resumed his original position. Feng Qi and the others had been observing the spectacle, equally surprised to witness the little girl successfully repel Tianlang. Mo Shangyu cast another glance at the girl, pondering if this might be what they referred to as innate divine strength. It was hard to imagine how powerful she would become if she awakened to become a totem warrior. Nevertheless, Mo Shangyu had no intention of incorporating the Dayan tribe into his plans for the time being, as he was unfamiliar with them and was scheduled to head to the Tianyu tribe the following day. He could not ascertain whether bringing them along would lead to trouble, opting instead to wait and see if fate would intertwine their paths after the trading event concluded. Subsequently, Tianlang and De Xiong took turns patrolling, while the Qinghuan tribe also ensured night watch, for they were still outside. The little girl and her companions, sensing Mo Shangyu's lack of malice, stood up. As the girl prepared to lead them away, the group settled beneath a tree nearby, resting against it. It appeared they understood that Mo Shangyu posed no threat and were reluctant to leave, especially since they had food with them. Mo Shangyu noticed, but chose to feign ignorance, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. A night passed. The next morning arrived. After rising, Mo Shangyu and his companions began to prepare some food before setting off, while the individuals from the previous night were also awake. However, the little girl was nowhere to be found. Just as Mo Shangyu assumed she had departed, he was surprised to see her return, carrying a modest assortment of food, all of which appeared to be rather small. Upon noticing the food, the others prepared to consume it raw, as the prospect of starting a fire was utterly beyond them. Lacking the means or knowledge to create fire by friction, they were reliant on their raw provisions. Ultimately, it was Mo Shangyu who instructed Tianlang to teach them how to kindle a fire and roast their food, for the continuous consumption of raw meat could lead to illness or even death. Mo Shangyu pondered how they had survived thus far, but he recognized that eating raw meat was inherently detrimental. Once their meal was concluded, Mo Shangyu and Feng Qi resumed their journey, disregarding the little girl and her companions. After their figures had completely vanished from sight, the little girl set down her roasted meat and gazed in the direction of their departure. Reflecting on Mo Shangyu's visage, she inexplicably raised her hand and pointed toward where they had gone, uttering a sound of exclamation. The others looked up at her, seemingly understanding her intent, and responded in kind. Time passed swiftly, and Mo Shangyu and his group encountered no significant dangers along their route, even when facing strange creatures, which they swiftly dispatched. By afternoon, they finally reached the base of the Tianyu tribe, where they observed a multitude of individuals. Their attire indicated that they belonged to various tribes, likely gathered for the trade fair. In front of them lay a vast expanse dotted with structures resembling yurts. At this moment, Feng Qi spoke up, stating that this area was the trade fair. To engage in trade here, one must present food or other valuable items to the Tianyu tribe in exchange for a yurt. When the trade fair commenced, They could display their goods outside their yurt for barter or venture out to procure items from other tribes. Upon hearing this, Mo Shangyu grasped that it was akin to an entrance fee. Feng Qi instructed a few individuals to remain behind and lead the peculiar mounts into the nearby woods. Mo Shangyu turned to look and indeed saw numerous strange creatures within the trees, all appearing to be mounts. And he subsequently directed Tianlang to take his mount there as well. Following Feng Qi, they proceeded to another area, with Daxiong dutifully staying by Mo Shangyu's side. They arrived beneath a grand tree, its stature reminiscent of towering giants, accompanied by totemic warriors. Observing these individuals clad in intricately crafted animal skins, Mo Shangyu noted their garments were far more refined than those worn by Daxiong and the others. One of the warriors stepped forward, brandishing a weapon to block their path. Feng Qi declared, "We are here to secure a trading space." It was evident that the trading space referred to those yurts, as possessing one was essential for engaging in exchanges. After scrutinizing Mo Shangyu and Feng Qi, the warrior eventually turned and opened the gate of the great tree before them. Mo Shangyu was utterly astonished, clearly not anticipating that this tree could actually open. Once it did, a person instructed Feng Qi to enter alone. However, Feng Qi replied, "This individual behind me is the chieftain of the Dian tribe, while I am the chieftain of the Qingwan tribe." The man glanced at Mo Shangyu and then nodded in agreement. Just as Mo Shangyu was about to follow Feng Qi inside, Daxiong stepped forward, prompting several totem warriors from the Tianyu tribe to raise their weapons. Realizing the situation, Mo Shangyu quickly looked at Daxiong and said, "I am fine." Daxiong, seeing this, could only retreat to his previous position, waiting patiently. Yet, Mo Shangyu was puzzled as to why Feng Qi claimed they were both tribe leaders. It was not the right moment to inquire, so she simply trailed behind Feng Qi. Upon entering the tree, Mo Shangyu immediately felt a refreshing coolness. The temperature inside was slightly lower than outside. There was a soft glow emanating from the creatures clinging to the tree, resembling fireflies, albeit much larger than any she had previously encountered. "We are here to exchange for a venue," Feng Qi respectfully stated as she approached the woman before her, who was none other than the shaman of the Tianyu tribe, Hua Qiandao. Hua Qiandao, engrossed in carving a shamanic bone tablet, did not even lift her head as she replied, "What do you have?" Feng Qi, seeing this, promptly produced a stone that emitted a faint blue luminescence. "A fine item," Hua Qiandao remarked, surprised by the subtle power radiating from the stone as she took it from Feng Qi. After inspecting it, she finally raised her gaze to meet Feng Qi's. However, her attention abruptly shifted to Mo Shangyu, her eyes gradually drifting toward the leather pouch at Mo Shangyu's waist. The leather pouch, intricately wrapped around her waist, was designed to conceal several shamanic bone tablets, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a regular pocket. "Is that a shamanic bone tablet?" Hua Qiandao suddenly inquired, pointing at the pouch. "Are you a shaman?" Chapter 51, The Curse of the Shaman. Hua Qiandao's gaze seemed inexplicably fixated on the leather pouch at Mo Shangyu's waist. Feng Qi, observing this, was equally perplexed by Hua Qiandao's demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, Hua Qiandao abruptly stood and approached Mo Shangyu. Although Mo Shangyu felt no immediate danger, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance, prepared for any sudden action. Hua Qiandao arrived before Mo Shangyu, and before she could react, a wave of dizziness washed over her, rendering her weak and unsteady. With a thud, Mo Shangyu knelt on one knee. Hua Qiandao looked down at her, a glint of greed flickering in her eyes. Standing nearby, Feng Qi frowned and placed her hand on the bone knife at her waist, ready to intervene should a crisis arise. She was determined to ensure Mo Shangyu's safety. "You are also a shaman." At that moment, Mo Shangyu spoke with some difficulty, having caught sight of the witch bone card in Hua Qiandao's hand. The dizziness and weakness she felt were undoubtedly attributed to this card. However, its effect was not particularly potent. The reason it had such a significant impact on her, while leaving Feng Qi unaffected, was clearly due to Feng Qi being a totem warrior, possessing a formidable physique, whereas Mo Shangyu's strength was merely above that of an ordinary individual. Hua Qiandao's gaze turned towards Mo Shangyu, a hint of appreciation glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, I am a witch from the Tianyu tribe. You must also be a witch. It is quite surprising that another tribe would allow a witch to attend the trading fair. This is a first for me." Mo Shangyu, oblivious to Hua Qiandao's underlying intentions and perceiving no hostility, refrained from using the healing witch bone card, as doing so might provoke unnecessary complications. She was curious to ascertain what the witch from the Tianyu tribe intended. "Show me your witch bone card." Hua Qiandao extended his hand towards Mo Shangyu. Without much hesitation, she reached into her leather pouch and retrieved a level 4 witchbone card. For all the cards within her pouch were of at least that caliber. Upon seeing the witchbone card, Hua Qiandao was momentarily taken aback. his excitement palpable as he carefully accepted it with both hands. A level 4 Witchbone card. Mo Shanyu was astonished that such a card could elicit such fervor from a witch. Feng Qi gradually relaxed her grip on the bone knife, sensing that the immediate danger had dissipated. What type of witch are you? Hua Qiandao inquired, fixing his gaze on Mo Shanyu. What type of witch? Mo Shanyu was momentarily stunned before recalling that witches were classified into several categories: the healing witch, the blessing witch, the sorcery witch, and the curse witch. I am a healing witch, she replied, considering the witches of the Dian tribe indeed fell under this category. A healing witch? Hua Qiandao expressed surprise, looking at Mo Shanyu. I am a curse witch. Upon learning Hua Qiandao's affiliation as a curse witch, Mo Shanyu found it unsurprising that he could wield such enigmatic powers, as curse witches were indeed the most elusive to comprehend. Did you inscribe this level 4 Witchbone card? Hua Qiandao raised the card he held, directing the question at Mo Shanyu. She shook her head. No, this is the only Witchbone card our tribe possesses. I do not know which generation of witches inscribed it, but it has been passed down through our tribe. After speaking, she regarded Hua Qiandao's expressionless face, uncertain whether he believed her. This Witchbone card is now mine, Hua Qiandao suddenly declared, turning to snatch a small wooden token from a nearby table and tossing it to Mo Shanyu. This is your location for this trading fair. Mo Shanyu felt an urge to scold him. If this level 4 Witchbone card truly was the sole one passed down from their Dian tribe, she would indeed have berated the witch standing before her. Regrettably, this 4th level Witchbone token could be effortlessly engraved by Mo Shanyu. Finally, with a look of dejection, Mo Shanyu remarked, all right, fine. Observing Mo Shanyu's troubled expression, Feng Qi felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but managed to suppress it. Hua Qiandao nodded slightly and returned to his seat, beginning to study the 4th level Witchbone token. You may leave, Feng Qi instructed, leading Mo Shanyu out of the tree hollow. Once they were outside, Hua Qiandao turned to a totem warrior from the Tianyu tribe beside him and said, follow that man discreetly, ensuring that he does not notice you. Report any developments to me. Understood. After exiting, Mo Shanyu examined the small wooden token in her hand, which bore an abstract engraving resembling a tiger. I can't believe she gave you this token, Feng Qi remarked, surprised by the wooden piece. Curiously, Mo Shanyu asked, what significance does this token hold? Feng Qi replied, with this token, during the trading fair, no other tribes will dare to provoke you, for it signifies that the Tianyu tribe will protect you. You are under the protection of the Tianyu tribe, which is quite advantageous for you, especially since you can carve a 4th level Witchbone token whenever you wish. Mo Shanyu was immediately displeased, retorting, what do you mean by that? It still requires my time and effort. Feng Qi rolled her eyes in response. At that moment, Tianlang and his companions approached, calling out, witch. Mo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Qi addressed her, saying, I will head over there now. Your location is deeper ahead. Continue straight until you see a similar token marking your area. We will be outside. After speaking, she led the members of the Qingwan tribe toward the exit. Mo Shanyu gazed at the wooden token in her hand, and then looked ahead. Let us proceed to our designated area, Tianlang and Daxiong, along with Shaluo, chimed in unison. Shaluo, glancing at the wooden token Mo Shanyu held, felt a twinge of surprise but refrained from inquiring, as he had participated in several trading fairs and understood the token's significance. Mo Shanyu and her group arrived at the center of the venue, which was vast, far larger than the yurts outside, and entirely suitable for their accommodation. As dusk approached, the day before the official commencement of the trading fair, most tribes had already arrived, even those from distant lands. Chapter 52, The Bear King Tribe Witch. Tianlang approached Mo Shanyu, saying, Witch, we wish to explore a bit. It is still early. Daxiong stood nearby, along with other totem warriors from the Dian tribe, all appearing like curious children fascinated by the trading fair. In Mo Shanyu's memory, it seemed that the Dian tribe had not participated in many trading fairs, primarily due to the long distance and the inability to sustain resources, as the tribe also required guardians. Tianlang and Daxiong had, however, attended once before. Go ahead, Mo Shanyu replied. However, both Tianlang and Daxiong exhibited a peculiar demeanor, for their mission was to safeguard the shaman. If both were to venture out, there would be no one left to protect her. Mo Shanyu discerned their thoughts and chuckled, saying, You two may go together. I am perfectly fine. Do you really believe I am weak? Tianlang and Daxiong exchanged glances, both sheepishly scratching their heads, realizing that in a true confrontation, they might not stand a chance against Mo Shanyu. Primarily, her shamanic bone talismans were all of the 5th level, complemented by her elusive shamanic arts. All right then, we shall go have some fun, Tianlang replied with a smile. Mo Shanyu nodded. Yes, but from now on, you must call me boss instead of shamanic power. Understood, boss, Tianlang proclaimed without hesitation, excitement coursing through him regarding the trade fair. Daxiong echoed his joy. Boss. Indeed, she affirmed. Subsequently, the other totem warriors from the Dayan tribe also chimed in. Boss. Mo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Tianlang and Daxiong then dashed outside, while Mo Shanyu turned her gaze towards Shaluo and the others nearby, asking, Aren't you coming out to play? Shaluo shook his head. No, we will remain here to protect the shaman. Mo Shanyu said nothing further but instructed Shaluo and the others, You should start calling me boss as well. Yes, boss. With no pressing matters at hand, Mo Shanyu prepared to continue her meditation and refine her shamanic abilities. Meanwhile, Tianlang and Daxiong found themselves outside as dusk approached, the sky dimming gradually. Several tribes had kindled fires in front of their gathering area, preparing food, creating a lively atmosphere. Conversations began to flow among the tribes, some even engaging in friendly comparisons, resembling a grand tribal gathering devoid of conflict or discord. Everything was harmonious. What brings you out here? Tianlang and Daxiong, wandering about, unexpectedly stumbled upon the gathering area and spotted Fengqi and her companions from the Qinghuan tribe. Fengqi approached them, inquiring, What are you doing out here? We came to take a look, Tianlang replied with a grin. Where is your shaman? Fengqi asked, noticing Mo Shanyu's absence behind them. Our boss is resting at the venue, Tianlang answered. Boss? Fengqi inquired, curiosity piqued. Leaning closer to her ear, Tianlang lowered his voice. Our shaman told us not to call her shaman outside, but boss. Oh, Fengqi nodded in understanding. Well then, would you like to come and play with us? Absolutely. Tianlang and Daxiong responded cheerfully, the other Dayan tribe totem warriors also nodding in agreement. Fengqi then led Tianlang toward her gathering area. As for Mo Shangyu, she was taken aback to find that the Tianyu tribe had relinquished their venue to others. At that moment, 5 figures approached the outer area of Mo Shangyu's gathering, exuding an intimidating presence, one of whom was a 6th-level totem warrior. Who are you? As one of the men prepared to forcefully intrude upon the dwelling of Mo Shangyu, Shaluo emerged, inquiring as he was followed by the remaining totem warriors of the Sunset tribe. However, upon recognizing the individual before him, Shaluo paused momentarily, for he discerned that this person belonged to the Bear King tribe of Tianyu Mountain, known for their formidable nature. Furthermore, the individual in question was a 6th-level totem warrior, known as Xiangshan of the Bear King tribe. Xiangshan cast a familiar gaze upon Shaluo, though the recognition eluded him. Nevertheless, upon realizing Shaluo was merely a 5th-level totem warrior, he regarded him with even greater disdain. By what right do you claim this badge? If you possess any sense, you ought to yield this ground to us, Xiangshan declared, his tone laden with menace. Shaluo furrowed his brow, anticipating the trouble that would inevitably arise from acquiring this badge, typically reserved for the several affiliated tribes of the Tianyu tribe. Yet, this time it had been seized by another tribe, one of the 7th level, the Bear King tribe. Being a 5th-level tribe, paled in comparison to the might of the Dayan tribe. Had this been the former Sunset tribe, Shaluo would have relinquished the badge without hesitation. However, now, as a subordinate of the Dayan tribe, he lacked the authority to do so. Are you not planning to yield? Xiangshan scoffed at Shaluo's hesitation, his temper flaring as he suddenly raised his hand to seize Shaluo. Caught off guard by Xiangshan's brazen assault, Shaluo realized that with the badge in their possession, they had the protection of the Tianyu tribe. Yet, Xiangshan appeared utterly unconcerned as he lunged forward, grasping Shaluo by the neck. Xiangshan's immense strength rendered Shaluo breathless before he could even attempt to evade the grasp. Desperately, Shaluo struggled to free himself from Xiangshan's grip. The 4 totem warriors of the Sunset tribe, witnessing their leader in peril, prepared to intervene. However, Shaluo abruptly shouted, Do not move. In that instant, Shaluo propelled himself upward, wrapping his legs around Xiangshan's arm, attempting to throw him to the ground. Yet, the strength of Shaluo was insufficient to budge Xiangshan, whose frame was robust and powerful. Enraged by Shaluo's defiance, Xiangshan forcefully flung him aside. Shaluo spun through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several meters away. The commotion drew the attention of other tribes, who gathered to observe the spectacle, yet none dared to intervene, assuming the role of mere spectators. As Shaluo lay on the ground, he felt a profound ache throughout his body, and his neck bore the marks of Xiangshan's grip. Xiangshan's gaze returned to the contested ground, while the totem warriors of the Sunset tribe stood guard with vigilance. Who dares to touch me? At that moment, the voice of Mo Shanyu resonated. As he emerged from the yurt, his eyes coldly fixed upon Xiangshan. Chapter 53. The intriguing Mo Shanyu, and the imposing Xiangshan locked eyes, the latter scrutinizing the former with an intensity that belied the apparent ordinariness of his appearance. Mo Shanyu was slender, lacking the robust physique typical of their totemic warriors. And he seemed an unlikely representative of such a lineage. "It is I," Xiong Shan declared boldly, unperturbed. Mo Shanyu offered a slight nod, observing as Xiong Shan retrieved a wooden token from his waist. "This token is from the Tianshan tribe," he stated. "If you are dissatisfied, you may confront them. Or do you believe they have erred?" Xiong Shan's brow furrowed slightly, evidently taken aback by Mo Shanyu's retort. "What about the one who struck me?" Mo Shanyu pressed further. With a dismissive chuckle, Xiong Shan replied, "And if I did? Do you think you can exact revenge on my behalf?" His arrogance stemmed from ignorance. He did not recognize the warriors before him, nor had he encountered them before. Additionally, Shaluo was merely a level 5 totem warrior, while those surrounding him were all at levels 2 or 3. He was certain they hailed not from a major tribe, as he was familiar with those. "Indeed, I cannot harm you," Mo Shanyu replied coolly, "but when I engage in trade with the Dian tribe, I shall not deal with your tribe." He refrained from confronting Xiong Shan physically, uncertain of his own capabilities against a level 6 totem warrior. Moreover, he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. As this trade was of great significance to him, he sought provisions for his return, for the Cambrian era promised to be fraught with challenges otherwise. "Ha ha!" Xiong Shan suddenly erupted in laughter. "You claim you will exchange with my Xiong Shan tribe?" Mo Shanyu nodded slightly, yet to Xiong Shan, it seemed an absurd jest. For annually, many yearned to trade with the Xiong Wang tribe. They held dominion over a coveted resource, salt, which drew countless tribes to seek their favor. Yet today, someone had the audacity to assert they would not trade with the Xiong Wang tribe, which struck Xiong Shan as laughable. Mo Shanyu remained unfazed by the amused glances of those around him. His focus was solely on acquiring food, rendering other commodities of little interest. "Very well," Xiong Shan said, grinning at Mo Shanyu. "Then we shall not exchange." Mo Shanyu nodded again, continuing, "This venue is now ours. If you believe it rightfully belongs to you, perhaps you should consult with the Tianyu tribe?" Xiong Shan stepped back, a smile still gracing his features. "No need. If the Tianyu tribe has granted it to you, then it is yours. However, I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's trade fair." Mo Shanyu smiled in return. "Indeed, I too look forward to it." Xiong Shan's nonchalance stemmed from the knowledge that other tribes would hesitate to engage with the Dian tribe, for the Xiong Wang tribe's control of salt rendered them an irresistible force in trade. A single word from them could deter any tribe from trading with Mo Shanyu and his companions. Amidst the unfolding events, Mo Shanyu remained unperturbed, confident that the witchbone cards in his possession would appeal to any tribe, leaving the Bear King tribe with nothing but envy. At this moment, Shalu rose and approached Mo Shanyu, exclaiming, "Which leader?" He initially called out with familiarity, but quickly corrected himself to leader, a habit he had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, the Bear Mountain tribe failed to comprehend his words clearly. Eagerly anticipating the next day, Bear Mountain wondered if anyone would engage in exchanges with the Dian tribe. He smiled at Mo Shanyu and expressed his anticipation for tomorrow. After this, he led the other members of the Bear King tribe back to their designated area, which was conveniently located at the center of the venue, typically reserved for subordinate tribes of the Tianyu tribe or prominent tribes. This year, however, a small tribe had unexpectedly been granted accommodation, courtesy of the Tianshan tribe. Once Bear Mountain and his companions departed, Mo Shanyu turned to Shalu and inquired, "Are you all right?" Shalu shook his head, assuring him that it was merely a few superficial injuries. Mo Shanyu nodded and remarked, "I recall we brought some blank high-grade skeletal cards. Did we not?" Shalu affirmed this, and Mo Shanyu instructed, "Fetch them. I intend to carve some level 5 witchbone cards today." Initially, he had planned to exchange only level 2 or 3 witchbone cards for provisions, but it now seemed prudent to craft some level 4 and 5 cards for trading purposes, which might prove beneficial later. Meanwhile, within the vast tree hollow of the Tianshan tribe, the individual previously summoned by Hua Qiandao to accompany Mo Shanyu entered respectfully and addressed, "Witch." Hua Qiandao was meticulously examining a witchbone card acquired from Mo Shanyu, unable to discern its true nature. The intricate patterns on the card indicated that it had been carved by a master witch, executed in a single, flawless stroke. "What is it?" Hua Qiandao inquired without lifting her gaze from the card. The individual reported a looming threat as Bear Mountain sought to confront him. Hua Qiandao replied, seemingly anticipating the situation. How did he handle it? He did not take any significant action. He merely stated that there would be no trade with the Bear King tribe at tomorrow's exchange. Bear Mountain found it amusing and chose not to press the issue further, subsequently leaving with his companions. After hearing this, Hua Qiandao finally raised her head, gently placing the witchbone card upon a soft fur hide before her. Interesting, she mused. Does he not realize that the Bear King tribe controls the salt supply? They possess other valuable resources as well. How audacious of him to offend the Bear King tribe in such a manner. Hua Qiandao began to ponder the courage that Mo Shangyu must possess to forego trading with the Bear King tribe. Could it be that he was oblivious, or simply reckless? Perhaps he possessed something even more valuable, or perhaps his tribe had salt of their own. A smile crept across Hua Qiandao's face as she found the situation rather intriguing. Indeed, I too eagerly anticipate tomorrow's trading fair. Turning to the totem warrior before him, he instructed, continue to watch over them. Should anyone trouble them, step forward and issue a warning. Understood. With that, the individual departed. Hua Qiandao resumed his seat, grasping the shamanic bone tablet, and in his mind, the image of Mo Shangyu surfaced. A faint smile graced her lips. It had been a long time since she encountered someone so intriguing, truly an enigma. Chapter 54. The Tianyu tribe surprisingly engages in agriculture at this moment. Mo Shangyu was in the arena, engraving the shamanic bone tablet. Shaluo and the others, wishing not to disturb her, rested outside. Upon their return, Tianlang and Daxiong also chose to remain outside, opting not to enter. Early the following day, Mo Shangyu stepped out of the yurt, stretching lazily, and spotted Tianlang and the others leaning against the yurt, still in slumber. However, as she gazed outside, she noticed that most of the others were already awake and appeared to be heading out for some purpose. Boss. Tianlang opened his eyes to see Mo Shangyu calling out. She nodded and instructed Tianlang, wake them up. All right. Tianlang then stood, proceeding to nudge Daxiong and the others with his foot. Awake, awake, awake. Gradually, Daxiong and Shaluo opened their eyes. What is going on? Daxiong rubbed his eyes and stood up. You all need to get up. Fengqi and the others approached. Noticing that Tianlang and his group had just awakened, they inquired. Shall we go hunting together? Hunting? Intrigued by Fengqi's mention of hunting, Mo Shangyu asked. Yes, indeed, hunting. There is not much to do now, so we might as well go. Who knows, we might acquire more goods this evening. Where are we hunting? Mo Shangyu curiously inquired. This area should be the territory of the Tianyu tribe. Do they permit us to hunt there? With a smile, Fengqi replied. We are indeed hunting within the Tianyu tribe's territory, but we must surrender half of any exotic creatures we capture to them. Mo Shangyu grasped the concept. This was merely labor exchange, yet it was fair to only part with half. Does the Tianyu tribe truly allow everyone to hunt? Mo Shangyu questioned, her curiosity piqued. After all, with so many individuals, wouldn't they deplete the nearby exotic creatures, leaving the Tianyu tribe with nothing to hunt? Fengqi smiled at Mo Shangyu and said, I understand your concerns, but the Tianyu tribe is not worried about exhausting these exotic creatures. There are plenty in the vicinity, and they seldom hunt. Their primary food sources come from cultivated crops. Cultivated crops? Mo Shangyu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she placed her hands on Fengqi's shoulders. They rely on farming to sustain themselves? Fengqi was momentarily taken aback by Mo Shangyu's sudden movement, her body stiffening for an instant before she took a few steps back, feeling somewhat ill at ease as she spoke. Indeed, they primarily rely on agriculture to sustain themselves. Yet it is not solely that. They also engage in the hunting of various exotic species. However, I have heard that such hunts are infrequent, as they predominantly depend on cultivation. Moreover, the Tianyu tribe has numerous affiliated clans that supply them with exotic species. After hearing this, Mo Shangyu gained some understanding. Yet his curiosity about the Tianyu tribe intensified. He yearned to discover what the Tianyu tribe cultivated, and if there was any. He was determined to acquire it at all costs. Very well, let us proceed, Fengqi suggested. This is merely the outskirts of the Tianyu tribe. The actual tribe lies beyond that vast expanse of forest. We must hurry, lest the lower-tier exotic species be hunted to extinction. Mo Shangyu snapped back to reality, casting his gaze towards the thicket beyond, genuinely eager to glimpse the plants cultivated by the Tianyu tribe. He was truly anxious to procure some items for cultivation. However, he understood the necessity of patience. Calling upon Tianlang and the others, they followed Fengqi as they made their way towards the hunting grounds. Mo Shangyu also secured his bow on his back. It was the only one he possessed in the Dayan tribe, as the string it required was particularly hard to come by. Ordinary strings were readily available, but Mo Shangyu needed a special kind. The regular ones would snap easily under the strain of Tianlang and Daxiong. Wu. Fengqi called out to Mo Shangyu, let us hunt ahead. Mo Shangyu nodded and replied, you need not call me Wu anymore. Refer to me as your leader. Leader? Fengqi inquired with a curious glance at Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu smiled in response. It is akin to a title of chief. Very well, Fengqi acquiesced, aware that continuously addressing Mo Shangyu as Wu outside might attract unnecessary complications. Before long, Fengqi led Mo Shangyu and the others into a dense thicket, where they soon stumbled upon several exotic species, all of which were of the first or second tier. Mo Shanyu instructed Tianlang and the others, try to refrain from using the Wu bone tokens. Tianlang chuckled and replied, Wu, do you underestimate me? These are merely ordinary exotic species. There is no need for the bone tokens. His primary concern was that the use of the bone tokens might provoke unwarranted troubles. Swiftly, Tianlang, Daxiong, Shaluo, and Feng Qi commenced their hunting. The exotic species of Tianyu Mountain were indeed plentiful, with many being of relatively low levels. In no time, they had already hunted a considerable number of exotic creatures. At that moment, Mo Shanyu perched atop a tree, drawing an arrow from behind him and pulling back the bowstring, aiming directly at an exotic creature below that was indulging in its meal. Instead of employing the power of the Wu Bone token, he opted for a direct invocation of sorcery. In the next instant, the arrow was loosed, releasing a sharp whistle as it flew. The arrow struck the exotic creature squarely in the head, causing it to collapse to the ground, convulsing. Mo Shanyu leapt from the tree and approached the exotic creature he had felled, but just as he neared it suddenly, a group of 4 or 5 individuals appeared. Their demeanor suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Their attitude was exceedingly arrogant, and they cast provocative glances at Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu came to a halt, refraining from advancing further. The group approached the slain aberration, with one of them brazenly inserting his spear into the creature's skull. Blood gushed forth, and the man, with an air of arrogance, snapped the arrow embedded in the aberration's head. Apologies, but this aberration is our quarry, the man declared, eliciting a slight furrow of Mo Shanyu's brow, his gaze sharpening with discontent. This was nothing short of blatant theft. At that moment, Tianlang, Fengqi, Shaluo, and Daxiong, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the scene. When the man saw the group approaching, he displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he gazed at the aberrations they carried with a hint of greed. Black tribe, Shaluo exclaimed, unable to restrain herself upon recognizing the man before her. Mo Shanyu and the others perceived her words, realizing that Shaluo seemed to be familiar with this group. As Shaluo observed the individuals ahead, memories surged in her mind of the time when their Black Mountain tribe had slaughtered her Sunset tribe. The man before her, a member of the Black tribe, evoked a surge of fury within her, causing her fists to clench tightly. However, the Black tribe members remained oblivious to Shaluo's presence, their attention fixed on Mo Shanyu, their eyes glinting with challenge. The Black Mountain tribe was notorious for their brutality, and they regarded Mo Shanyu, whom they had never encountered and sensed no totemic power emanating from, with unabashed contempt. Though Tianlang and his companions bore the aura of totemic strength, it was not formidable enough to warrant concern from the Black tribe. The Black tribe member acknowledged Fengqi's considerable prowess, but doubted that the group would dare to oppose them. The prey is ours now, including the aberrations behind you. If you relinquish them and depart, I may spare your lives, he declared arrogantly, fixing his gaze on Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu, slightly furrowing his brow, turned to Fengqi and quietly inquired, is it permissible to seize aberrations from other tribes during a hunt? Is killing allowed? Fengqi nodded subtly. Such occurrences transpire annually. Weaker tribes often find their aberrations stolen or even face extermination, and the Tianyu tribe remains indifferent to these matters. Mo Shanyu grasped the situation, recognizing the ruthless nature of primitive tribes, and a smirk crept upon his lips. He then turned to Shaluo and asked, do you know them? Shaluo, roused by Mo Shanyu's question, responded, indeed, they are from the Black Mountain tribe. The man before you is named Black Tribe and is a level 5 totem warrior. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanyu turned his attention back to the Black tribe member, his lips twitching slightly, truly deserving of the title Black Tribe. Their skin tone evokes the image of individuals from that lineage, yet their appearance fails to align with such a notion. Perhaps they are merely sun-kissed. Did I not instruct you to abandon your foreign ways and depart? At that moment, the Black tribe observed the furtive whispers of others, and their ire quickly ignited. Mo Shanyu turned to regard the Black tribe, a playful smirk dancing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to the Black tribe, who misinterpreted Mo Shanyu's unsettling smile as a provocation, their fury surged. They barked an order to their 2 companions, demanding they eliminate him. As the 2 approached Mo Shanyu, he suddenly raised his hand, an overwhelming force of gravity descending upon them. Before they could react, they found themselves kneeling, hands pressed against the ground. The Black tribe froze. Terror etched across their face as they gazed at Mo Shanyu, trembling and stuttering. Why, you are a shaman. At that moment, Mo Shanyu brandished his bow, knocking an arrow and revealing a smile. Congratulations, you are correct, but alas, there is no reward. In the next instant, he released the arrow, which pierced one man's throat, embedding itself in the earth behind him, blood staining the arrow as his eyes widened in a final, unblinking stare before he collapsed. Before Imo Shangyu could command Tianlang and the others to advance, they surged forward, with only a handful following the Black Tribe, likely having ventured out alone. The trio, empowered by the shaman's bone talisman, swiftly dispatched their foes, leaving only one Black Tribe member encircled by Tianlang, Dayun, and Shaluo. In that moment, the Black Tribe felt fear take root, for they were in the presence of a shaman, an entity both sacred and mysterious, revered and feared by all. The bravado that had once characterized the Black Tribe dissipated, replaced by sheer panic. Tianlang and Dayun exchanged glances before turning to Shaluo. Dayun, with a grin, urged, "You take the lead." Shaluo, taken aback by their unexpected confidence in her, hesitated no longer. She unsheathed a bone dagger from her waist and charged at the Black Tribe member. He recognized the weapon as familiar, yet could not recall from where. Though shaken by the revelation of Imo Shangyu as a shaman, he could not simply acquiesce to death. After all, he was a totem warrior. As he evaded Shaluo's advance, he quickly prepared to flee, intent on returning to his leader to relay the incident before returning to exact vengeance. However, as he turned to escape, Tianlang and Dayun swiftly blocked his path. Panic surged within him, prompting him to cry out to the trio, "I am of the Black Mountain Tribe. You shall not escape the wrath of my people." Yet, upon glancing back, he beheld Imo Shangyu, who was employing shamanic rites to incinerate the fallen. In that instant, fear enveloped him entirely. At this moment, Shero once again brandished her bone knife and charged forward. The dark-skinned man, compelled by the situation, had no choice but to evade her attack, leading to an immediate clash between the two. "Are you truly intent on killing the members of the Black Mountain Tribe?" Fengqi, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to inquire of Mo Hangyu. Mo Hangyu, having ignited the last corpse, turned to Fengqi with a smile and said, "What do you mean by that? I am not the one who has slain them. Besides, should they die here, I shall merely set fire to them again. Who would know that we were the ones responsible?" Upon hearing this, Fengqi felt a flicker of understanding but remained uneasy. "The Black Mountain Tribe is not to be trifled with." Mo Hangyu retorted, "Am I to be trifled with then?" Fengqi paused, momentarily taken aback, and then felt a hint of embarrassment, realizing that the person before her was perhaps even more formidable. At such a young age, he could already carve 5th-level shamanic bone talismans, and he made it seem as effortless as drinking water. In that instant, Fengqi found herself silently mourning for the Black Mountain Tribe. They had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. The strength of the dark-skinned man and Shero was roughly equal, both being 5th-level totem warriors. However, Shero now wielded the shamanic bone talisman, significantly enhancing her power. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man was utterly fearful and could hardly muster the will to fight. Soon, he bore numerous wounds, with blood staining his body as he collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath and looking at Shero with terror in his eyes, "You can't kill me. I am of the Black Mountain Tribe. If you slay me, they will not spare you." In that moment, the dark-skinned man only wished to survive, hoping to intimidate them with the name of his tribe. But as he looked at Mo Hangyu and Shero, he saw no hint of fear on their faces. Chapter 56. The death of the dark-skinned man. Shero stepped forward, gripping her bone knife even tighter, her gaze sharp as she confronted the dark-skinned man. "You cannot kill me," he stammered, his eyes trembling as they met hers. Shero remained silent, yet a murderous intent had already filled her heart. In the next instant, she slashed her knife across his throat. The dark-skinned man clutched his neck, but the blood gushed forth uncontrollably, his pupils quivering as he looked at Shero. He raised a trembling hand, as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent and collapsed to the ground. As Shero gazed at the lifeless body of the dark-skinned man, a wave of relief washed over her, accompanied by a sense of vengeance fulfilled for her kin. Meanwhile, Tianlang and Daxiong, standing behind her, leaned close together, whispering to each other. "This is unacceptable. I agree. If our shamans were here, they would definitely torment this man repeatedly. After all, our shamans can pierce the body and then heal it, only to strike again. Indeed, our shamans are truly benevolent." Though their voices were low, Mo Hangyu still caught wind of their conversation, his expression darkening as he glared in their direction, resembling a disapproving elder. "Is there something wrong with you too?" No, everything is fine," Tianlang and Daxiong exclaimed, startled by Mo Hangyu's sudden inquiry. Mo Hangyu looked at them in exasperation, realizing he had never noticed how gossipy they were before, nor how fond they were of idle chatter. After vanquishing several members of the Black Tribe, Imo Shangyu instructed Shaluo to pile their bodies together. He then raised his hand and set them ablaze, ensuring a measure of safety. Soon, the corpses of the Black Tribe ignited, and an acrid scent wafted through the air, causing Tianlang and the others to instinctively step back. Observing the flames before them, Imo Shangyu addressed Shaluo, Tianlang, and Daxiong, saying, Let us take the exotic species and continue our hunt elsewhere. Understood. Tianlang and Daxiong promptly responded. Fengqi, witnessing this scene, appeared largely unfazed, as he seemed to harbor little concern for Imo Shangyu. If the Heishan tribe were indeed to confront Imo Shangyu, it would inevitably be the Heishan tribe that would bear the brunt of misfortune. Before long, Imo Shangyu and his companions departed, leaving the fire still raging. However, the flames soon attracted the attention of other tribes. The nearby Heishan tribe hurried over. Upon seeing the blaze, they were puzzled as to why there was a fire, yet no sign of life. A group of over 20 approached, curiosity etched on their faces. Hugh. At that moment, a man rushed forward, anxiety evident as he spoke to the man before him. Hugh, it seems they have vanished, and the direction they fled is this way. What? Hugh. The captain sent by the Heishan tribe for the trade meeting furrowed his brow at the man. What are you saying? Just moments ago, the black tribe reported hearing sounds of a hunt from this direction, and they had come to investigate. Now, with the black tribe missing, I have searched the vicinity but found nothing, the man replied, fear creeping into his voice. Hugh, could that be a shaman's bone token? Suddenly, one of the Heishan tribe members pointed toward the flames, where they spotted a shaman's bone token. Hugh turned to look, and indeed, it was a shaman's bone token belonging to the Heishan tribe. For safety's sake, they had been given 2 level 3 bone tokens for this outing, one for the black tribe and one for themselves. The black tribe's token was the same as the one found amidst the flames. Hugh's heart sank. It was evident that the burning bodies were those of the black tribe. The bone token was something the black tribe would never lose or relinquish to another. Clenching his fists, Hugh was taken aback by the audacity of those who dared to slay members of the Heishan tribe. Spread out and find those responsible for the death of the black tribe. Hugh commanded loudly. Instantly, the members of the Heishan tribe grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly dispersed to search for the culprits. However, Imo Shangyu and his group had already ventured far, rendering it impossible for them to be found. In the end, the Heishan tribe failed to locate Imo Shangyu and his companions, infuriating Hugh further as he clenched his fists in frustration. Nightfall gradually enveloped the landscape, and the hunting tribes began returning to their gathering place, igniting bonfires and preparing to roast meat while organizing the items to be exchanged that night. They all laid down a piece of animal hide within their designated area, arranging the items they wished to barter. Some individuals even stood there, ready to exchange themselves. After all, certain tribes lacked the strength to hunt exotic beasts and would resort to trading humans for sustenance. Imo Shangyu and his companions gradually returned to the gathering place. Yet upon arriving at the periphery, they found the members of the Tianyu tribe stationed outside, intercepting every entering tribe. These were the totem warriors collecting exotic meats, and the tribes complied willingly, with Imo Shangyu and his group also contributing a portion to the Tianyu tribe. However, when Tianlang, Daxiong, and Shaluo presented a substantial amount of meat before the totem warriors of the Tianyu tribe, they immediately attracted the attention of many tribes. The sheer quantity they had hunted was astonishing, amounting to several thousand pounds. Some were left in awe, unable to fathom the prowess of Tianlang and his companions. After all, such a bounty could sustain some tribes for an entire year. The totem warriors of the Tianyu tribe were equally taken aback, their gaze fixed upon Tianlang and his group. Yet they ultimately allowed them entry without further comment. Tianlang and his companions then carried their remaining share towards the center of the gathering place. Fengqi and the others followed closely behind, but it wasn't long before they reached their designated area, as it was situated on the outskirts. After parting ways, they continued deeper into the gathering. Upon entering the inner area, they encountered a few individuals approaching from the opposite direction. Well, I didn't expect you to be so formidable, managing to hunt so many exotic beasts, remarked a figure from the Xiongwang tribe, Xiangshan. His burly frame loomed before Imo Shangyu like an impenetrable wall. Imo Shangyu glanced up at Xiangshan, a light chuckle escaping his lips. What is this? Did you fail to hunt any exotic beasts yourselves? Would you like us to share some of ours? Xiangshan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning fierce as he glared at Imo Shangyu. What did you say? Sensing the tension, Tianlang, Daxiong, and Shaluo quickly stepped forward. The three of them fixed their own intimidating stares upon Xiangshan, prompting the totem warriors of the Xiongwang tribe to advance, creating a palpable atmosphere of hostility. As if a confrontation were imminent, the onlookers from various tribes began to watch with keen interest, curiosity piqued by the audacity of the Dayan tribe, who had already offended the Xiongwang tribe twice in 2 days. They were clearly not ordinary adversaries. What is going on here? A man approached, calling out to Imo Shangyu and Xiangshan. This was Hua Qingdao's envoy, sent to observe Imo Shangyu. The 7th level totem warrior of the Tianyu tribe, Hua Feiyu, made his entrance, causing Xiong bravado to diminish, for the Xiongwang tribe was merely a subordinate tribe of the Tianyu tribe. Moreover, violence was prohibited during the trading event, which was about to commence. Everything is fine, Xiong replied with a smile directed at Hua Feiyu. I merely wish to get acquainted with the newcomers. Hua Feiyu cast a glance at Mo Shangyu, noticing the inscrutable expression on his face, devoid of any visible emotion. He ultimately instructed them to refrain from causing any disturbances before taking his leave. After Hua Feiyu departed, Xiong turned his gaze back to Mo Shangyu and remarked with a smile, do not forget what you uttered yesterday. Once the trading event commences, do not entertain thoughts of exchanging our tribe's possessions. Mo Shangyu, however, did not respond. Instead, he circumvented Xiong and proceeded towards his designated area. Tianlang and the others promptly followed suit. Upon returning to the site and entering the yurt, Tianlang, Daxiong, and Shaluo also made their entrance. Daxiong, unable to contain himself, addressed Mo Shangyu first. Boss, shall we seize an opportunity to eliminate that individual? He truly vexes me. Mo Shangyu set down what he was holding and inquired of Daxiong. What level of totem warrior are you at now? Level 4, Daxiong replied dismissively. Then are you prepared to throw your life away? Mo Shangyu shot him a displeased glance. Unfazed, Daxiong retorted, I possess the Witchbone token. The Witchbone token merely augments your strength. It does not grant you the illusion that you can best anyone in an instant. Mo Shangyu replied with exasperation. Yet Daxiong, still oblivious, insisted, but boss, I feel that after acquiring the Witchbone token, you can truly defeat anyone. Mo Shangyu, now at a loss for words, decided against further explanation. You, go outside and start a fire for roasting meat. Daxiong was about to protest, but was pulled outside by Tianlang and Shaluo. What are you two doing? Daxiong asked, puzzled. Once outside, Tianlang and Shaluo released Daxiong, and Shaluo queried, do you think the boss is formidable? Of course he is. Daxiong affirmed resolutely. Shaluo continued, and do you consider yourself formidable? What about the Dain tribe? After a moment's reflection, Daxiong seemed to grasp the implication, saying, I understand. The witch wishes for us to resolve our own issues. Tianlang and Shaluo fell silent simultaneously, with Shaluo glancing at Tianlang. How did your Dain tribe produce a boss like this witch? I truly suspect he is not one of yours. Tianlang, equally bemused, replied, the boss belongs to our tribe. But I heard from the previous generation of witches that Daxiong was exchanged from a tribe called the Sunset Tribe. Shaluo quipped. Have primitive people begun to curse without using vulgarities? In the end, Shaluo and Tianlang opted not to explain further to Daxiong, directing him instead to prepare the fire for roasting meat and to get ready for the upcoming trading event. This time, Mo Shangyu and his companions would not need to set up stalls outside their designated area for the trading event. After all, it was hardly feasible to dump a plethora of Witchbone tokens in front of their site and proclaim, Witchbone tokens, freshly minted, first come, first served. Such an occurrence would likely incite chaos throughout the trading event. Thus, Mo Shangyu planned for Tianlang and the others to separate and carry the tokens to exchange for various exotic goods and food. As for the multitude of meat, the impending arrival of the Cambrian era alleviated any concerns regarding preservation. After all, it would simply serve as a natural refrigerator. Today, I followed them, and they were primarily engaged in hunting. However, there was one individual who appeared rather peculiar, for he carried a formidable curved object upon his back. And I also noticed numerous shamanic talismans adorning him. Hua Feiyu spoke to Hua Qiandao, who responded with a slight nod. Moreover, it seems that they have encountered some troubles with Bear Mountain, and it is likely that Bear Mountain may retaliate against them. There is no need for concern regarding that matter. Hua Qiandao then rose and declared, let us go. The trading fair is about to commence, and we should see what unfolds. Indeed, Hua Feiyu replied, following Hua Qiandao as they ventured outside. The trading fair was gradually beginning. As some tribal members had already initiated exchanges after their evening meal, certain tribes would leave a portion of their members behind, while others would venture out to seek valuable items for barter, intending to return to their own tribes with goods to exchange. In the area where Mo Shangyu and his companions were situated, he inquired, have you all had your fill? The Tianlang group, with satisfied expressions, replied, boss, we are quite full. Very well, then, go inside and retrieve some shamanic talismans and discreetly store them. Afterwards, venture out and trade for what you desire. Exchange whatever catches your eye, for we are not lacking in shamanic talismans, Mo Shangyu proclaimed with great generosity. Understood. The Tianlang group responded enthusiastically. Mo Shangyu could not help but rub his palms together, as this was his first experience as a sudden wealthy individual. In his previous life, he was quite impoverished. And now, embracing this newfound wealth felt somewhat unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Hua Qiandao had arrived at the trading fair, which was ablaze with light. Flames illuminated every venue, creating a lively atmosphere, and some tribes had already begun their trading. Hua Qiandao observed the array of exotic items, peculiar flowers, and rare fruits, yet nothing piqued his interest. Let us go and see the great flame tribe. Hua Qiandao suddenly smiled and turned to Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Engulfed in self-doubt, the shaman can smile? It's rather charming. What smile? Hua Qiandao's expression turned suddenly cold. And nothing. Hua Qiandao did not press further and proceeded towards the great flame tribe, with Hua Feiyu trailing behind. However, when they arrived at the great flame tribe's venue, they were both taken aback. All that remained was a heap of ash. The people had vanished. Chapter 58. The adorable Lan Zi. Hua Qiandao turned to Hua Feiyu, puzzled, and asked, where have the people gone? Were they not here to trade? Did they not display their goods? Hua Feiyu, equally perplexed, shook his head slightly. I do not know. I followed you after they returned. Hua Qiandao, somewhat speechless, said, you should search for them. Understood. But let us go together, they decided. And thus the two began to wander through the trading fair. On the other side, Tianlang and Daxiong initially intended to follow Mo Shanjiu. However, Mo Shanjiu insisted they venture forth on their own, urging them to indulge in their own pursuits. Consequently, Tianlang and Daxiong found themselves meandering alone, not overly concerned for Mo Shanjiu, as they understood their leader's formidable prowess. If even their leader could not prevail, then they would inevitably step in to shield him from harm. Nonetheless, such occurrences were rare at the trading fair, given that it was the territory of the Tianyu tribe. As Tianlang and Daxiong wandered through the fair, they were captivated by the array of intriguing wares displayed before them. The attendees were primarily from local tribes, with even more distant clans making an appearance, resulting in a plethora of goods. Tianlang, look at this. I adore it, exclaimed Daxiong, his gaze fixed upon a row of attractive stones resting on a hide on the ground. Tianlang concurred that they were indeed beautiful, yet they were merely decorative items. They were acutely aware of the task bestowed upon them by their leader to primarily procure provisions. Such non-edible items were best admired from afar until they had secured ample food. After all, Mo Shanjiu and the others could not possibly exchange all their offerings for sustenance. It would be troublesome if they could not return with anything. Exotic meats. A variety of exotic meats. A voice rang out nearby, prompting Tianlang to turn and spot a vendor showcasing an abundance of fresh and dried meats. The fresh cuts were recently hunted, while the dried options had a significantly longer shelf life. Come on, let us trade for some meat, Tianlang urged, pulling Daxiong towards the stall. Upon arriving, Tianlang inquired, what is the exchange for these meats? The vendor, a somewhat simple-minded man with a goofy grin, replied, that depends on what you have to offer for trade. Just as Tianlang was about to present the witchbone token, an elderly voice came from behind the vendor. I'm sorry, but we cannot trade. Both Tianlang and Daxiong exchanged puzzled glances at the elder, who reiterated, we truly cannot engage in an exchange with you. The duo felt bewildered, prompting Tianlang to ask, why not? The elder looked intently at Daxiong and Tianlang. Do you not realize whom you are offending? Tianlang paused, recalling the encounter they had with Xiangshan upon their return. It was undoubtedly his doing. Daxiong's temper flared, and he pointed angrily at the elder, ready to unleash a torrent of verbal rebuke. However, Tianlang swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him away. He was keen on avoiding any further trouble for their leader. Why are you dragging me? I should have been allowed to give him a piece of my mind, Daxiong grumbled, prying Tianlang's hand away. Tianlang responded, sure, go ahead if you wish. But in the end, it will be our leader who has to resolve it, and we are the ones who would bear the brunt of it. Daxiong fell silent, contemplating the weight of their situation. The tribe that just showcased such a plethora of exotic meats undoubtedly possesses formidable strength, for to hunt down so many totem warriors from various tribes requires great prowess. Upon noticing that the formidable bear had regained his composure, the wolf of the heavens remarked, let us continue our exploration. With such a vast trading fair and numerous tribes, I refuse to believe there aren't any willing to barter with us. The bear could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the trading ground, Mo Shanyu strolled amidst the myriad of intriguing curiosities, feeling a sense of wonder. As this experience was unlike anything he had encountered in the modern world, the atmosphere evoked a unique nostalgia, reminiscent of his childhood days spent accompanying his grandparents to bustling markets, where merchants and elders displayed their wares and called out their prices. This sensation was one he deeply cherished, stirring fond memories of his beloved grandparents. Would you like to see this? Just as Mo Shanyu was lost in sentimental reverie, a small girl approached him, holding a delicate flower and sweetly chiming, it's quite cheap. We only need 1, 2, 3 pieces of meat for it. Mo Shanyu gazed down at the adorable child before him, feeling his heart melt at her charm. Though her cherubic face was slightly soiled and wrapped in a small piece of beast skin, it only added to her endearing nature. As Imo Shanyu crouched down, intending to pinch the girl's chubby cheeks, a woman hurriedly rushed over, snatching the little girl into her arms. She quickly apologized to Imo Shanyu, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry." After speaking, she cradled the child and made her way back to their tribe, gently admonishing her, "Lanzi, how many times must I tell you not to wander off? It's dangerous." The little girl, nestled in her sister's embrace, pouted as she replied, "I know, sister." Observing the charming duo, Imo Shanyu found them delightful. The older girl appeared to be about 15 or 16, while the younger one seemed around 4 or 5 years of age. As they returned to their tribe's humble spot, Imo Shanyu noted the simplicity of their dwelling, marked by a rough animal skin spread on the ground, adorned with an array of unremarkable flowers and herbs. It seemed a rather small tribe, with no one lingering nearby. Curiosity drew Imo Shanyu closer. After returning, Lanyu set Lanzi down, hands on her hips, and looked at her with concern. "Can you please be obedient and not make your sister worry?" Lanzi nodded earnestly. I'm very good and won't trouble you." Lanyu crouched down, playfully pinching her cheek. "You must sit here quietly and not run off while I check on Feng Miao's injury." Lanzi nodded vigorously in reply. With that, Lanyu lifted the curtain of her Mongolian robe and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Lanzi stood before the stall, appearing quite obedient as she fixated on the flowers and herbs on the ground. At that moment, Imo Shanyu approached. Yet it seemed Lanzi was entirely oblivious to his presence, her gaze still fixed downward on the colorful flora. Imo Shanyu stepped forward a few paces, then paused to gaze at the flowers and plants scattered across the ground. Indeed, most of them were merely flora, yet some bore fruit that appeared remarkably fresh. Surprisingly, Imo Shanyu failed to recognize that these fruits were not solely those found on Earth. "Hello, how much for this?" Imo Shanyu blurted out impulsively. Upon hearing the voice, Lanzi slightly raised her head, and, upon seeing Imo Shanyu, was taken aback before her face brightened with joy. Chapter 59. A level 2 witchbone token in utter chaos. Lanzi then raised her own little flower, saying, "Would you like to buy my flower? It's not expensive, just a piece of meat." She contemplated for a moment, making her demeanor even more endearing. Imo Shanyu smiled at Lanzi's appearance and replied, "All right, I will buy it. But I currently have no meat on me. I wonder if this will suffice." Subsequently, Imo Shanyu produced a level 2 witchbone token from her possession. Lanzi leaned forward, yet could not reach it. Ultimately, she cautiously crawled forward on the beast hide to retrieve it before slowly retreating to her feet, examining the token in her hand with a hint of confusion, as she had no idea what it was. Finally, Lanzi picked it up and bit into it, only to find it too hard to chew. She looked at Imo Shanyu and exclaimed, "No, I can't eat this. I don't want to be hungry." With that, she extended her small hand to return it to Imo Shanyu, who did not rush to take it, but simply observed Lanzi. At that moment, a man glanced over and was startled to see the witchbone token in Lanzi's hand. He hurried to Imo Shanyu's side and inquired about the token. "Is that a witchbone token?" Lanzi, tilting her head in confusion, looked at the man, clearly unaware of what a witchbone token was. Meanwhile, Imo Shanyu remained silent, quietly observing. Just then, Lanyu, alerted by the commotion, emerged and was taken aback upon witnessing the scene, particularly the token in Lanzi's hand. She rushed forward to take the witchbone token from Lanzi, exclaiming, "Lanzi, where did you get this token?" Lanzi tilted her head slightly and pointed at Imo Shanyu, saying, "He gave it to me, but he's a trickster. He said he would give me a piece of meat in exchange for my flower, yet he offered me something inedible." Imo Shanyu, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to herself that Lanzi probably had no idea how much meat this level 2 witchbone token could fetch. Lanyu, fully aware of the token's significance and value, quickly returned it to Imo Shanyu, saying, "I apologize, we will return it to you now." Lanyu promptly handed the token back to Imo Shanyu, who smiled and replied, "I have already exchanged it with her. Henceforth, this witchbone token belongs to you." "Really?" Lanyu appeared momentarily stunned. The man, recognizing Imo Shanyu, hesitated to engage in a trade, knowing that exchanging with her might jeopardize his dealings with the Bear King tribe and potentially offend them. Suddenly, Imo Shanyu turned to the man beside her and said, "Did you not desire this witchbone token? It now belongs to them. You may trade meat with them in exchange." The man momentarily paused, then quickly regained his composure. Hastily addressing Lanyu, "Please wait for me." With that, he dashed back to his tribe, his demeanor urgent, as if he might be summoned away at any moment. Although they could not trade with Imo Shanyu, they could exchange with others. Lanyu, slightly bewildered, watched the departing figure, still in a daze. Imo Shanyu, meanwhile, resumed examining the items belonging to Lanyu and the others. Aside from various flowers and plants, There were several seeds, though Mo Shanyu could not discern their specific types. Could you enlighten me about these seeds? He inquired, looking up at the still-dazed Lan Yu. Upon hearing Mo Shanyu's voice, Lan Yu snapped back to reality, and once more handed the witch bone token back to him. I apologize, here is your token. Mo Shanyu smiled, responding, did I not say? This witch bone token now belongs to you. Our exchange has been completed. Lan Yu remained somewhat apprehensive, fully aware of the token's immense value, as such tokens were typically possessed only by larger tribes with shamans. Mo Shanyu waved his hand reassuringly. It's perfectly fine, keep it. After all, I am here to trade with you. Do you not wish to engage in this exchange? At that moment, Lan Yu resembled a startled young girl, hastily replying, no, no. She then crouched down, earnestly explaining the seeds to Mo Shanyu, demonstrating a commendable familiarity with them. Most of these are fruit seeds. Does your tribe survive by cultivating these? Mo Shanyu inquired. Lan Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, our tribe consists of only about 30 individuals, and we have no shamanic totem warriors left. Only 3 remain. Consequently, hunting is quite arduous, and we rely on these for sustenance. Mo Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the earlier departing man returned, shouldering a creature larger than himself, a level 3 beast. I'm back. This is the only level 3 beast we have. If you find it insufficient, we can also offer some level 2 beast meat for exchange, he said, a hint of urgency in his tone. However, both Lan Yu and Lan Zi were taken aback. Lan Yu quickly replied, no need. We do not require level 3 beast meat. Could we perhaps trade for level 1 beast meat instead? The man was taken aback. Lan Yu, thinking he might be unwilling, was about to reassure him when the man excitedly responded, yes, yes. Moments later, he dashed out once more, and before long, he returned with approximately 5 individuals carrying a substantial amount of meat. Lan Yu was left speechless at the sight. Is this sufficient? The man asked, slightly breathless. Lan Yu, still in shock, snapped back to attention and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. The man then inquired, where shall I place this meat? Inside there. Lan Yu pointed toward the yurt, only to realize it was too small to accommodate all the meat, ultimately placing some outside while fitting a portion inside. This moment essentially filled the venue with Lan Yu and his companions, with some dried meat and fresh meat available. At this instant, Lan Yu felt his mind was utterly blank and dazed. All right, the man said as he approached Lan Yu. Only then did Lan Yu, in a stupor, hand over the mystical bone token he held. The moment the man received the token, he was instantly exhilarated and kissed it several times in delight. The companions of the man, upon realizing it was indeed a mystical bone token, were nearly dancing with joy. Meanwhile, the commotion from Lan Yu's side had already drawn the attention of others, who were taken aback upon seeing the mystical bone token. Mo Shanyu was also eager to observe how much meat could be exchanged for a level 2 mystical bone token and the reactions of these individuals. After all, he was unfamiliar with the market dynamics, and since no tribe was willing to trade with the Bear King tribe, he had another purpose, to let them know he was exchanging mystical bone tokens with them. While giving Lan Yu the token held little significance for their small tribe, the primary benefit was the procurement of food. You have mystical bone tokens? We have plenty of meat to exchange. Some individuals could no longer contain their excitement and approached Lan Yu, anxiously inquiring. At this moment, Mo Shanyu slowly stood up, revealing a smile, as his objective had been accomplished. Chapter 60. The thriving transaction. Lan Yu had never encountered such a scene and was suddenly flustered, his voice stuttering with fear. I don't have any left. This isn't mine. The mystical bone token is for trading with others. After speaking, Lan Yu pointed at Mo Shanyu. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, yet Mo Shanyu stood in the center with a smile. However, some individuals recognized him as someone who had offended the Bear King tribe. Everyone began to hesitate, not wishing to provoke the tribe. Mo Shanyu, unfazed, observed the crowd, confident that someone would eventually lose their composure. Do you have more mystical bone tokens? I am willing to trade with your tribe. A woman suddenly emerged from the crowd, anxiously standing before Mo Shanyu. In her mind, anyone capable of trading mystical bone tokens would naturally not fear the Bear King tribe, and she was unaware of how many more tokens Mo Shanyu might possess. She felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Moreover, her tribe was quite distant from here, and she did not fear retaliation from the Bear King tribe. She believed they would not actually annihilate the tribes that had exchanged with Mo Shanyu, but would merely refrain from trading with them. Currently, her tribe did not have a pressing need for salt, nor did they possess enough goods to trade for it. After all, salt was not cheap at this trading event. A handful of salt required the exchange of a level 2 exotic creature. Mo Shanyu gazed at the woman before him and smiled, saying, 10 exotic beasts can be exchanged for 1 first-grade witchbone token, 8 second-grade exotic beast meats for 1 second-grade witchbone token. and 6 exotic beasts for 1 3rd-grade Witchbone token. At present, I possess only 5 1st-grade Witchbone tokens, 3 2nd-grade ones, and 1 3rd-grade token. Once these are traded, I will have none left. I'll exchange for 2 1st-grade Witchbone tokens, the woman quickly replied, then hurriedly squeezed her way through the crowd towards the exit. Wait for me. I will bring the meat to you right away. Observing the woman's flustered demeanor, Mo Shangyu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. You may deliver it directly to my venue at the Great Flame Tribe. Understood. With that, the woman rushed off. Mo Shangyu chuckled softly, then turned to the remaining crowd, saying, those still here may also exchange. Simply bring your exotic beasts to my venue for trade. With that, he turned to head back to his tribe, and the crowd parted to give him passage. Gradually, some individuals discreetly slipped away. Their intentions clear. They too sought to acquire Witchbone tokens, for these tokens were invaluable, and one could not afford to miss the opportunity at this trading event. After all, no tribe would be foolish enough to barter away their Witchbone tokens. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, with some disregarding the Bear King tribe's offerings entirely. For the Witchbone tokens were indeed life-saving treasures. As the throng gradually thinned, Hua Qiandao and Hua Feiyu, having just arrived, noticed the scattering crowd and were momentarily puzzled by the unfolding events. Hua Qiandao exchanged a glance with Hua Feiyu, who instantly grasped the situation. He seized a man emerging from the dispersing crowd and inquired, what just happened here? Initially, the man intended to brush off Hua Feiyu and hasten back to acquire meat for the Witchbone tokens, but upon recognizing Hua Feiyu, he respectfully replied, it appears that someone offended the Bear King tribe and exchanged Witchbone tokens for exotic beast meat. I must hurry back to get the meat. If I delay, it will be gone. With that, the man hastily departed, leaving Hua Feiyu unable to stop him in time. Turning to Hua Qiandao, he remarked, it seems to be about the witch, doesn't it? However, before Hua Feiyu could finish, Hua Qiandao rolled his eyes in exasperation. At such a close distance, do you think I couldn't hear? Or do you presume I am incapable of understanding? Hua Feiyu stood momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Hua Qiandao for 2 seconds before finally conceding, you are right, I have been foolish. Hua Qiandao nodded slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips as the image of Mo Shangyu resurfaced in his mind, piquing his curiosity. Let us go, he said to Hua Feiyu. Let us pay a visit to this esteemed witch. Indeed. With that, the two set off once more towards the venue of the Great Flame Tribe. By this time, some tribes had already arrived with their meat, standing before Mo Shangyu's venue. Yet, as Mo Shangyu stood at his designated spot, he realized it was empty. De Xiong, Tian Lang, and the others had seemingly vanished. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Am I to handle all these people alone? At last, Mo Shangyu, in silence, took out a first-grade Witchbone card and pointed to a man ahead, observing 3 first-grade aberrant beings, and commanded, place your aberrant meat behind me. Yes. The man responded eagerly, calling upon others from his tribe to hastily discard the aberrant meat at Mo Shangyu's feet, which included both fresh meat and jerky. Given that Mo Shangyu could not possibly accept all the fresh meat, he found it impractical to dry and preserve it at that moment. Once the meat was laid down, Mo Shangyu casually tossed 2 Witchbone cards to the man, without even inspecting their nature, as he had simply grabbed 2 at random. The man's tribe members, upon seeing the 2 Witchbone cards, were instantly elated, their joy evident as they leaped in excitement. At that moment, the earlier woman approached, intending to summon her tribe members to witness the considerable pile of jerky. Mo Shangyu smiled and said, just place it behind me. All right. Afterward, Mo Shangyu directly handed them 3 Witchbone cards. At that point, the supply of first-grade Witchbone cards had been completely exhausted. Subsequently, Mo Shangyu indicated several others to place their meat down and distributed Witchbone cards to them, causing those who received the cards to beam with delight. Conversely, those who did not obtain any cards were expressions of dismay. Just then, Mo Shangyu announced loudly, I have no more Witchbone cards on me, but others from our tribe still possess some. You may trade with them. Upon hearing this, the individuals promptly dispersed, eager to seek out Tian Lang and his companions, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Soon, the crowd in front of Mo Shangyu had thinned out, bringing a refreshing sense of calm. Mo Shangyu settled onto the grass, exhaling a long breath. However, he then noticed that Xiong Shan from the Bear King tribe was glaring at him with a murderous intent, brimming with hostility. Xiong Shan had never anticipated that Mo Shangyu and his companions would exchange Witchbone cards, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 61. The Witchbone Card Wholesaler Mo Shangyu, observing the murderous glare from Xiong Shan, smiled and waved a hand in greeting. However, Xiong Shan, seeing this gesture, could no longer contain his fury, interpreting it as a provocation and strode toward Mo Shangyu. Unbeknownst to him, Imo Shanyu remained blissfully unaware, still wearing a smile. Upon reaching Imo Shanyu, Xiong fixed his gaze intensely upon him. Imo Shanyu, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Are you here to exchange meat for witch bone cards? Unfortunately, I have none left." Xiong glared at Imo Shanyu in anger, warning, "Be careful." Imo Shanyu tilted his head slightly, looking up at Xiong, and innocently asked, "Be careful of what?" "Of dying," Xiong retorted coldly. Yet, Imo Shanyu merely found this Xiong somewhat peculiar and chose not to engage further in conversation. At that moment, Hua Qiandao approached. Observing Xiong's readiness to strike, and spoke softly, "What are you doing?" Xiong turned to see Hua Qiandao and Hua Feiyu, and immediately bowed respectfully, placing a hand on his chest, saying, "Which?" Hua Qiandao regarded Xiong and nodded slightly. Do you have business with him?" "No." "Then why are you standing here?" Xiong clenched his teeth and replied, "Which? I shall take my leave." After speaking, Xiong turned and headed towards his tribe's grounds. Once he departed, Hua Qiandao shifted his gaze to Imo Shanyu, who had already risen and slightly bowed, calling out, "Shaman." Hua Qiandao smiled at Imo Shanyu, saying, "You are a shaman yourself. There is no need for such deference. You are the great shaman, while I am merely a lesser one, so it is indeed necessary." Imo Shanyu replied with a smile. The title of great shaman here does not imply that Hua Qiandao is a great shaman, but is merely a term of respect. "I never expected you would exchange meat for shamanic bone tokens," Hua Qiandao remarked with interest, observing Imo Shanyu with a grin. "It seems you possess many shamanic bone tokens." "Not just the one I took." Imo Shanyu smiled slightly in response. "That piece was indeed left by the previous generation of shamans. The others were drawn by me during moments of boredom. Our tribe is in need of food, so I thought to trade these for sustenance. Being a small tribe, these shamanic bone tokens serve a greater purpose in exchanging for meat." Hua Qiandao regarded Imo Shanyu and then extended his hand, saying, "Let me see one." Imo Shanyu, seeing this, retrieved a second-level shamanic bone token he had carved from his waist and handed it to Hua Qiandao. Upon receiving the token, Hua Qiandao examined it closely and was slightly astonished. "Are you certain this is your carving?" Imo Shanyu nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" Hua Qiandao shook his head gently, realizing that the craftsmanship of this token surpassed his own, leading him to admire Imo Shanyu even more. Imo Shanyu looked at Hua Qiandao, seeking the reaction he desired, as he wished to ascertain what the Tianyu tribe cultivated. If rice indeed existed, he would go to great lengths to obtain it. "How long did it take you to carve this?" Hua Qiandao inquired again. Imo Shanyu pondered for a moment before replying, "It seems I only took 7 days." 7 days? Hua Qiandao's expression turned to one of shock as he gazed at Imo Shanyu. "Are you sure you only spent 7 days on this?" Imo Shanyu nodded slightly, "Yes." It was somewhat challenging. Although the second-level shamanic bone token appeared simple, its carving was nearly flawless, something only a great shaman could achieve. Imo Shanyu looked at Hua Qiandao and asked, "Is there a problem?" "None." Hua Qiandao forced himself to regain composure, yet he felt a more profound understanding of Imo Shanyu, realizing that even his own prowess paled in comparison. In the Tianyu tribe, Hua Qiandao was the youngest and most powerful shaman in history, yet before Imo Shanyu, he felt his pride somewhat diminished. Imo Shanyu, noticing Hua Qiandao's astonished expression, was puzzled but smiled, saying, "Shaman, if you like this shamanic bone token, then it is yours." "That would be too generous," Hua Qiandao replied with a smile, yet his hand instinctively placed the token into a leather pouch at his waist. "Wait a moment. I will have Feiyu bring you some meat." Imo Shanyu, not wishing to decline, smiled and replied, "Then I thank you, Shaman." Hua Qiandao nodded with a smile, but then inquired, "Are you aware that the Cambrian era is approaching?" Imo Shanyu was taken aback that Hua Qiandao and his companions were aware of the impending Cambrian era. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as they belonged to a prominent tribe. Indeed, the previous shaman informed me before his departure that the Cambrian era was imminent, urging me to prepare the tribe in advance. Missouri Shanyu responded. Hua Qiandao nodded slightly and remarked, "It appears that your tribe's shaman is quite remarkable, able to predict the timing of the Cambrian era. Thus, you must be a shaman as well." Imo Shanyu smiled and nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, a sense of urgency arose as Tianlang and Daxiong rushed breathlessly before Imo Shanyu, exclaiming, "Shaman, trouble is at hand. We are being pursued by a multitude. We must flee swiftly." Imo Shanyu glanced at the two panting figures and then turned to see a large throng behind them. Shaluo returned as well, and soon other totem warriors gathered, causing the crowd to approach Imo Shanyu. Initially, the members of the tribe intended to engage Imo Shanyu in trade, but upon spotting Hua Qiandao, they fell silent, recognizing him as a member of the Tianyu tribe from their earlier encounter at the trading venue. Hua Qiandao surveyed the considerable number of individuals present for trading and turned to Mo Shanyu with astonishment in his eyes. Do you still possess the shaman bone tokens? Did you not just finish trading? Mo Shanyu scratched his head and chuckled. I have completed my trades, but they still have some. He pointed towards Tianlang and the others. Hua Qiandao stared in disbelief at Mo Shanyu. Are you implying that each of your totem warriors possesses shaman bone tokens, and multiple ones at that? Mo Shanyu beamed and nodded slightly. It seems so. Did you carve all of them yourself? Yes. I occupied myself with carving during moments of boredom. Playing? Hua Qiandao found the notion of carving shaman bone tokens as mere play rather peculiar, especially since every totem warrior possessed them. If Hua Qiandao knew of a wholesaler, he would certainly exclaim, Are you a shaman bone token wholesaler? The other tribes were equally astonished, having initially thought that only Tianlang and Daxiong possessed such tokens. Chapter 62. The Flying Birds of the Light Mist Tribe. Everyone regarded Mo Shanyu with unusual eyes, perceiving him almost as a creature of legend. They now understood that Mo Shanyu was indeed a shaman. Even Xiong Shan, who had previously offended Mo Shanyu, was taken aback upon learning of his status. Shamans are revered and esteemed in every tribe, akin to divine beings, earning the admiration of the people. Hua Qiandao gradually composed himself and smiled at Mo Shanyu. I did not anticipate your talents to be so extraordinary. Mo Shanyu humbly replied with a smile. It is nothing remarkable. Hua Qiandao countered. There is no need for modesty. With that, Hua Qiandao turned to face the Xiong Wang tribe, meeting Xiong Shan's gaze with a gentle smile. I trust that a shaman of your caliber will not find anyone daring enough to offend you. This statement was naturally directed at Xiong Shan, but it also bore relevance to others. When Hua Qiandao uttered these words, his intention was not to imply that Mo Shanyu's innate talent would truly dissuade Xiong Shan from harboring thoughts of harm. Rather, he was subtly informing Xiong Shan that Mo Shanyu was a chosen individual of their Tianyu tribe, rendering him untouchable. Although the shaman was revered, sacred, and noble, such status held little weight amidst the tribal conflicts, which inevitably brought death, enslavement, and annihilation. No matter how gifted one was, until they had matured, their potential posed a minimal threat. Instead, it often incited others to devise means to eliminate them. Mo Shanyu, however, was not particularly fearful of the retribution from the Xiong Wang tribe, for the Cambrian era was soon to dawn, a time when intertribal warfare would pale in significance amidst the greater upheavals. After Hua Qiandao stowed away the shaman bone tokens, he turned back to Mo Shanyu with a smile, suggesting they converse further after the trading fair concluded. With that, he departed. Yet, members from other tribes began to throng around, eager to barter with Mo Shanyu and his companions, as their possession of shaman bone tokens was highly coveted. The exchange was remarkably simple, requiring merely a type of meat. Observing the multitude bearing large bundles, Mo Shanyu felt a peculiar sensation and raised his hands, calling out loudly. Everyone, please wait. At the sight of Mo Shanyu raising his hands and calling out, the crowd fell into an unexpected silence, turning their attention towards him. Clearly taken aback, Mo Shanyu had not anticipated such decorum from these primitive individuals. After clearing his throat, he continued, At this moment, we no longer require meat. We can exchange for other items. Of course, we are also willing to accept people. 10 men for one level 1 shaman bone token, 5 women for 1 token, 20 men and 10 women for a level 2 token, and 30 men and 15 women for a level 3 token. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into silence. Although they engaged in trade, the exchange of human beings for shaman bone tokens seemed excessive. Even though 10 men could indeed procure a level 1 token, hesitation lingered among many. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, some individuals opted to directly trade those they intended for exchange with Mo Shanyu for the bone tokens. Surely you possess level 4 or even level 5 shaman bone tokens, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look at her, including Mo Shanyu, who did not recognize her. To his astonishment, she was a level 7 totem warrior. With his heightened shamanic sensing abilities, he could detect energies below level 8 with ease. I am Fei Niao, from the Qingwu tribe, the woman stated with an icy demeanor before continuing. Do you have any level 4 or 5 shaman bone tokens? When the other tribes learned that it was the Misty Fog tribe, they were slightly taken aback, for the Misty Fog tribe was indeed a significant tribe, albeit rather low-key. Primarily residing on the southern mountains, the Misty Fog tribe rarely engaged in disputes with other tribes, nor did they proactively seek to annihilate them. Despite their subdued presence, the tribe's strength was formidable, boasting a population of nearly 2,000. Mo Shanyu gazed silently at the birds in flight, then shook her head, saying, No. The bird-like figure squinted, fixing its gaze upon Mo Shanyu, then raised a hand, declaring, 50 men, 20 women. I have them. In the next instant, Mo Shanyu produced a level 4 speed, which bone token from her waist, stating, "Let us exchange now." The figure was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though it had been tricked, standing in a daze. Meanwhile, the other tribes were astonished to witness Mo Shanyu casually produce a level 4 witch bone token, something they had not anticipated. They had assumed she would only possess level 1, 2, or 3 tokens, never imagining she could have a level 4. The figure, observing Mo Shanyu's cheerful demeanor, felt a surge of anger but could only grit its teeth and respond, "All right. However, I require a level 5 witch bone token as well." Mo Shanyu, still smiling, replied, 100 men, 50 women. The figure was once again stunned, gazing at Mo Shanyu, clearly not expecting her to truly possess a level 5 token. What astonished her even more was the ease with which Mo Shanyu presented it for trade, implying that she had more than one level 5 token and could even inscribe them. However, this time the figure shook its head, stating, "Our tribe cannot offer you so many people." The Misty Fog tribe primarily consisted of its own members and did not have slaves to trade like other tribes. Therefore, providing 50 men and 20 women was already the utmost she could offer, as returning with more could lead to her being reproached. If she were to give Mo Shanyu 100 men and 50 women, she would have no hope of returning home. Mo Shanyu felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for a substantial client. The reason she had so boldly produced the level 4 and even level 5 witch bone tokens was entirely due to the assistance she had received from Hua Qiandao. Now, under the protection of the Tianyu tribe, any tribe wishing to harm Mo Shanyu would first have to consider the implications of challenging the Tianyu tribe and a witch capable of inscribing level 5 tokens. As for the Tianyu tribe, Mo Shanyu also desired to capture their attention, hoping to establish a favorable relationship and perhaps engage in trade, especially since the Tianyu tribe seemed to lack the items she sought. "Then please send over 50 men and 50 women," Mo Shanyu said, regarding the figure. After a brief silence, the figure replied, "I may not be able to provide them now, but I can ensure they are delivered to you before the trading fair concludes." Mo Shanyu nodded slightly. Receiving them before the fair ended would suffice. By then, there would be someone to carry the goods upon her return. Chapter 63. The Peach Blossom Land. However, Mo Shanyu suddenly addressed Fei Niao, stating, "We shall not accept the elderly, weak, sick, or young." Fei Niao replied, "Mo Shanyu certainly does not wish to return with a throng of the frail and vulnerable trailing behind." The young ones were also excluded purely for their inability to perform arduous labor, which Mo Shanyu's own tribe could manage. Fei Niao nodded in agreement, assuring, "You shall not receive the elderly or the weak." "Indeed," Mo Shanyu affirmed with a nod. "I will also provide the Shaman bone token to you after the trading concludes." Fei Niao remarked, "If I were a modern individual, I would undoubtedly label unscrupulous merchants as lacking intellect." "Very well." Nevertheless, Fei Niao maintained a seemingly innocent demeanor as he nodded, aware that others from different tribes would also seek to barter. Mo Shanyu entrusted the matter to De Xiong and his companions, reclining nearby to observe. This was the treatment befitting a shaman. How could one of their standing engage in menial tasks? At that moment, a man approached, inquiring of Tian Lang about the exchange of a level 5 shaman bone token. Upon hearing the mention of a level 5 token, Tian Lang's gaze instinctively drifted towards the reclining Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu had already taken note of this individual, who belonged to the Bear King tribe, recently summoned by Xiong Shan. However, Mo Shanyu felt that Xiong Shan was underestimating his intelligence. The distance was not great enough to obscure his sight. 1,000 men, 5,000 women, Mo Shanyu casually declared to the man. The individual was taken aback, as were those around him. "What? How many? What did you say?" Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Mo Shanyu chuckled and corrected himself. "Apologies, I misspoke. It is 500 women." The man was once again astonished and looked at Mo Shanyu, asking, "No, I meant to inquire how many 1,000 is, and how much 500 amounts to." Mo Shanyu, perplexed, responded with a blank expression, glancing towards Xiong Shan and calling out, "Hey, could you send someone with a bit more intellect over here?" Xiong Shan was momentarily taken aback, for Mo Shangyu's voice was loud enough for all to hear, prompting everyone to turn and gaze at him. Xiong Shan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he looked at Mo Shanyu, his irritation unmistakably surfacing. Seeing this, Mo Shanyu could not help but smile. Indeed, these primitive individuals were quite innocent. Xiong Shan gestured for the man to approach, and he hurried over eagerly. Yet, Mo Shanyu remained perplexed by the fact that these primitive people possessed knowledge surpassing their apparent simplicity. For instance, while most primitive individuals might not comprehend larger numbers, some were indeed aware, having categorized their tribes into levels, such as level 7 tribes, level 1 tribes, and super tribes, with a rough estimate of their populations. As Imo Shanyu observed those brought forth for trade, he noted that most were slaves, appearing emaciated and seemingly starved for an extended period. When ushered forward, their eyes reflected fear and trepidation. Imo Shanyu felt a sense of helplessness, yet there was little he could do. As the trading concluded, the hour had grown late, and Imo Shanyu found himself succumbing to drowsiness, drifting into slumber unbeknownst to him. Observing the shaman asleep outside, Tianlang approached and gently hoisted Imo Shanyu into the yurt for rest. Tianlang and the others chose to remain outside, as the coolness of the evening air was more pleasant. Despite the weather having cooled considerably, the following morning, Imo Shanyu gradually opened his eyes to the cacophony outside. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was within the yurt, having distinctly remembered dozing off outdoors. It appeared that Tianlang and his companions had carried him inside. Rising to his feet, he drew back the yurt's curtain and stepped out, only to find Tianlang and the others already tending to a fire, preparing breakfast. The area was bustling with activity, as nearly 300 individuals had gathered, around 200 men and over 100 women, the majority of whom were slaves. "Awake at last," exclaimed Fengqi, approaching with a meat bone in hand. "The shaman from the Tianyu tribe visited. He noticed you were asleep and chose not to disturb you, intending for you to visit him once you awoke." Imo Shanyu, a bit puzzled, was unaware of what Hua Qiandao sought from him, but nodded in acknowledgement nonetheless. The totem warriors from the Qinghuan tribe also joined them, and Imo Shanyu, noticing them feasting on meat, inquired, "Are you eating my portion?" Fengqi simply nodded, "Indeed. You won't miss this little bit." Imo Shanyu chose not to comment further. He had grown fond of brushing his teeth with charcoal, as awakening without such a ritual was quite uncomfortable. After washing his face, he set off toward the Tianyu tribe. Upon reaching the base of a colossal tree, he prepared to enter when Hua Feiyu approached, smiling. "Imo Shaman, this way." Imo Shanyu acknowledged him with a nod and followed as they traversed a thicket, soon arriving at a massive gate surrounded by mountains. The sight of the grand entrance imbued Imo Shanyu with a sense of the sacred. "Let us proceed, Imo Shaman," Hua Feiyu called back with a smile. Imo Shanyu nodded and continued in his wake. Initially, Tianlang and Daxiong had intended to accompany him, but Imo Shanyu had specifically asked Fengqi if the shaman of the Tianyu tribe had summoned only him. Fengqi confirmed, leaving Imo Shanyu to venture forth alone. As they approached the immense gate, Imo Shanyu noticed 20 to 30 individuals stationed atop, each armed with weapons crafted from bone and resembling spears. Upon reaching the base of the gate, Hua Feiyu inclined his head respectfully to those above, and then, to Imo Shanyu's astonishment, the great door began to creak open slowly. Imo Shanyu found himself questioning whether these individuals were indeed primitive humans, as such a monumental structure seemed beyond the capabilities of primitive society. Perhaps he should never have defined them by the conventional understanding of primitive beings. After waiting for the gate to open, Imo Shanyu peered inside, utterly entranced. His heart raced as he beheld the scene before him, for behind that grand entrance lay a veritable paradise. It was a sight that seemed entirely out of place in such a primitive society, fields of crops and wooden cabins. This place resembled an idyllic utopia, where farmers toiled and lived in serene contentment. "Come, this is our Tianyu tribe," Hua Feiyu said with a smile, beckoning Imo Shanyu to follow. Chapter 64, Esteemed Shaman. Snapping back to reality, Imo Shanyu trailed behind Hua Feiyu, still in awe of the wondrous sights that unfolded before him. "These people are our ancestors, who have painstakingly built this formidable tribe over generations, leading to the multitude we see today," Hua Feiyu explained as he walked ahead. Imo Shanyu observed the individuals diligently tending to their fields. Although clad in animal skins, they appeared far cleaner than those outside. This sight evoked memories of his childhood, when his grandfather would carry him in a basket down the hill, tying him to a tree with a rope while he played as the adults worked. "Have you always lived here?" Imo Shanyu inquired. Hua Feiyu shook his head. "No, our ancestors sought refuge here during a time of hardship, gradually gathering people from other tribes to live alongside them. Initially, there were only about 1,000 of them, but now we number over 4,000, as passed down by the previous shaman." At the mention of the previous shaman, Imo Shanyu could clearly see the admiration and reverence etched on Hua Feiyu's face. "The previous shaman?" Hua Feiyu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the previous shaman accompanied our ancestors to this land." Imo Shanyu, taken aback, asked, "Is the shaman still alive? How old would that be?" Hua Feiyu chuckled and shook his head. "I don't know, but it is indeed the previous shaman who wishes to meet you." "Meet me?" Imo Shanyu pointed to himself, his confusion deepening. He had no idea why the previous shaman of the Tianyu tribe would desire an audience with him. "Why?" he questioned. Hua Feiyu responded with a smile. Who can fathom the thoughts of a shaman? At that moment, Hua Feiyu led Imo Shanyu through the cultivated fields and into a thicket overgrown with vines. He parted the vines and stepped inside, revealing a magnificent tree, towering above all others. Its grandeur was such that Imo Shanyu had not noticed it from outside. Surely, no vine could conceal such a colossal tree from view. Hua Feiyu offered no explanation, having approached Hua Qiandao. "Shaman, I have brought him," he announced. Hua Qiandao nodded slightly, casting a glance at Imo Shanyu. She too was curious about the previous shaman's intent in summoning him, but dared not ask further, merely guiding Imo Shanyu into the unknown. At this moment, Imo Shanyu was still gazing at the towering tree before him, which loomed over the area like a colossal entity. He had not noticed that Hua Qiandao had already approached him. "This is the sacred tree of our Tianyu tribe. Isn't it magnificent?" Hua Qiandao remarked, standing nearby. Imo Shanyu nodded instinctively, for the tree was indeed immense, truly immense. Gradually, Imo Shanyu regained his composure and turned to Hua Qiandao, inquiring, "I wonder why you brought me here. It is not merely to meet you." Hua Qiandao began to respond, but before he could finish, an ancient voice echoed from within the tree. "Enter, esteemed shaman." Imo Shanyu, Hua Feiyu, and Hua Qiandao were momentarily taken aback, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Imo Shanyu was astonished that the tree could speak, as he had not discerned any entrance, yet the voice emanated from within the tree. Meanwhile, Hua Qiandao and Hua Feiyu were shocked that the previous shaman had addressed Imo Shanyu as esteemed shaman. "Wait, this sacred tree can talk?" Imo Shanyu questioned Hua Qiandao, still somewhat in disbelief. Hua Qiandao clarified, "It is not the tree that speaks, but the previous shaman." "Your previous shaman resides within the tree? How extraordinary!" Imo Shanyu exclaimed. "No, our former shaman is housed inside," Hua Qiandao corrected. "Oh, I see. She is bound within," Hua Qiandao remarked, slightly irritated by Imo Shanyu's seemingly naive demeanor. "You simply need to enter the grove." Despite this, Imo Shanyu hesitated. At that moment, Hua Qiandao suddenly grasped Imo Shanyu's hand, leading him directly toward the sacred tree. Upon reaching the tree, Hua Qiandao pulled Imo Shanyu forward, causing him to stumble and unexpectedly pass through the tree's bark. Before Imo Shanyu could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself in a realm of darkness, where nothing was visible. A sense of panic began to rise within him. Just then, the ancient voice resonated again, "Esteemed shaman, you have finally arrived." Imo Shanyu was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, the surroundings illuminated, dispelling the darkness. The space was vast, yet filled with intertwining vines. Suddenly, he noticed a figure ahead, clad in tattered hemp garments. Despite their worn appearance, they were unmistakably made of hemp. The figure had long, white hair, their head bowed, and their body was nearly ensnared by the vines. Suddenly, a massive white fox emerged from the side, fixating its vigilant gaze upon Imo Shanyu. Its eyes brimmed with wariness, ready to pounce should he harbor any ill intentions. "Xiao Bai, stand down," the ancient voice commanded once more. The white fox understood and gradually retreated step by step. At that moment, the surrounding vines began to stir, and those entwined around the shaman slowly receded. The shaman lifted her head, revealing that her eyes were covered by a white cloth, suggesting she was blind. However, Imo Shanyu remained vigilant, observing her closely. "Respected shaman, there is no need for such tension. I harbor no animosity towards you." At that moment, the shaman spoke again. Imo Shanyu, sensing an overwhelming danger yet perceiving no hostility, was taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, the shaman gradually knelt on the ground, her hands spread wide upon the earth, and her forehead pressed gently against the ground as she spoke softly. "Esteemed shaman, I implore you to protect my people henceforth. I extend my heartfelt gratitude, and we shall offer you our assistance in return." Imo Shanyu, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend her actions and began to suspect that the previous generation of shamans from the Tianyu tribe had succumbed to the ravages of age and perhaps dementia. "Respected shaman, I understand your thoughts." Chapter 65. Noble and Great Shaman, please save the inhabitants of this realm. Imo Shanyu was momentarily stunned, gazing at the shaman before her, questioning in confusion, "Can you read minds?" "No." The shaman remained kneeling, her forehead touching the ground in a posture of reverence, akin to venerating a deity, which left Imo Shanyu perplexed. The shaman continued, "You may be aware that this world has various types of shamans: cursing shamans, healing shamans, and blessing shamans. However, there exists another kind known as divination shamans, or Bu Wu. I am a Bu Wu, able to glimpse your future, and I have witnessed the events of the Cambrian Age. I cannot alter them. I can only beseech you to effect change. My life reaches its end here, and I awaited your arrival. Noble and great shaman, I implore you to safeguard this land." Listening to her rambling, Imo Shanyu was taken aback. While she had contemplated the existence of divination shamans in this world, witnessing one before her was astonishing. She yearned to learn this art, Yet the implications of her words about the future and the protection of this realm puzzled her. What do you mean by my future, and what does it mean to protect this land? Mo Shangyu suddenly asked, her urgency palpable. Noble and great shaman, I cannot reveal this to you, for it would bring you peril. I have foreseen the future, and only you can alter it. Please ensure the survival of the people of this realm. Your future will ultimately end this chaos. Her voice grew increasingly frail and ancient, fading until it became a mere whisper. In the end, she did not wait for the conclusion of her words, and her voice vanished. At that moment, Mo Shangyu, observing the shaman kneeling before her, grew increasingly anxious. Please, finish what you were saying. What do you mean? She urged. Hey, are you still alive? In her rising panic, she rushed towards the shaman. However, in the next instant, a white fox appeared before her, adopting a defensive stance, baring its teeth in warning, as if to say that should she advance any further, it would charge at her. However, before Mo Shangyu could respond, he suddenly felt his entire body rapidly retreating, as the surrounding vines sprang to life, ensnaring the shaman who knelt before him. In the next moment, Mo Shangyu's form came to an abrupt halt, and the scene around him transformed. He stood there, momentarily dazed, when he heard Hua Qiandao's voice beside him. What has happened to you? Gradually regaining his senses, Mo Shangyu realized he was now standing outside the colossal tree, as if awakening from a vivid dream. What had just transpired? He turned to Hua Qiandao, his gaze still somewhat vacant, and inquired. Hua Qiandao replied in a somber tone, You have encountered our shaman. Only then did Mo Shangyu comprehend that everything that had occurred was not a mere figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a sense of urgency overcame him as he faced Hua Qiandao, placing his hands on her shoulders. Are you a diviner? Do you possess knowledge of future events? Hua Qiandao regarded Mo Shangyu with an impassive expression. At that moment, the towering tree began shedding its leaves. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, 4. Finally, a cascade of foliage fell, prompting both Hua Qiandao and Hua Feiyu to look up in awe before kneeling on the ground, their hands on their heads, bowing in silence. Mo Shangyu instinctively raised his gaze to the descending green leaves, murmuring, The future, the diviner, already aware of my arrival, safeguarding this realm. Outside the Tianyu tribe, devoid of trees yet still witnessing falling leaves, those toiling in the fields, the guards, and the totem warriors, regardless of their roles, all knelt in reverence towards Mo Shangyu and the others. The oblivious children, witnessing this spectacle, were similarly pressed down by their parents, kneeling on the ground. It seemed as though the Tianyu tribe had anticipated this moment. Meanwhile, high atop a mountain in the Tianyu tribe, a young boy lounged with his legs crossed, a blade of grass held between his lips. Upon seeing the leaves fall, his eyes glistened with emotion as he reached out to catch a drifting leaf, softly whispering, So, you have departed. What future have you foreseen? Can the revered and great shaman you spoke of truly ensure our survival? This boy was none other than Xingyu, the leader of the Tianyu tribe. Standing before the majestic tree, Mo Shangyu turned his gaze towards the kneeling Hua Qiandao. You are a diviner, thus, you must possess knowledge of this so-called future. I lack such power. Hua Qiandao's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow. I do not understand why the shaman would stake their life to foresee the future, nor do I comprehend why they chose to meet you alone. I am not a diviner. Mo Shangyu was taken aback, his eyes fixed on Hua Qiandao, feeling a whirlwind of confusion. He yearned to untangle the intricacies of this bewildering situation. At that moment, Mo Shangyu felt a sudden dizziness enveloping his mind, his body swaying unsteadily. Thud! In the next instant, Mo Shangyu collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Hua Qiandao and Hua Feiyu, alerted by the sound, raised their heads to observe the fallen and now unconscious Mo Shangyu. At that moment, the previously present white fox emerged from the tree, making its way directly to Hua Qiandao. Hua Qiandao, with utmost respect, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, he said, rising to address Hua Feiyu. Take him back to his tribe. Hua Feiyu nodded and promptly hoisted Mo Shangyu onto his shoulders, departing without delay. As Hua Feiyu carried the unconscious Mo Shangyu away, Hua Qiandao turned to the white fox and respectfully inquired, May I have one last audience with the shaman? The white fox merely shook its head slightly. Hua Qiandao's disappointment was palpable. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Mo Shangyu succumbed to unconsciousness, his consciousness entered a meditative space of sorcery. Mo Shangyu found himself standing amidst the cosmos, yet the surrounding magical scripts began to blur. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him shifted rapidly. He soon found himself in a vast expanse of grassland, beneath a blazing sun in a clear sky. However, in the next moment, the sun abruptly vanished. An ice formed beneath his feet as heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The surroundings seemed devoid of any life. Any creature, plant, or human would perish in this frozen wasteland. Mo Shanyu could not help but recall the Cambrian era. Chapter 66. The journey begins, returning to the tribe. Though the surroundings were completely encased in ice, Mo Shanyu felt no chill as he stood still. Suddenly, the sky and the environment began to transform, swirling around him. The once falling snowflakes vanished, giving way to a clear sky, where the sun blazed fiercely as if intent on igniting the very earth. At that moment, the grassland erupted into flames, and the sky was adorned with stars. In the next heartbeat, Mo Shanyu realized that what fell from the heavens were not stars, but rather fireballs. One by one, these fireballs plummeted towards the ground. Mo Shanyu immediately thought of meteorites. The next moment, these meteorites struck the earth with a tremendous crash, creating a deafening explosion that left the ground deeply cratered. Mo Shanyu was momentarily stunned, watching as countless meteorites rained down like torrential raindrops, leaving the ground riddled with pits. Caught in a daze, he perceived this realm as akin to a hell on earth. Just then, a meteorite was hurtling towards him. As Mo Shanyu attempted to flee, the meteorite was upon him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, bang, Mo Shanyu's surroundings shifted again, returning him to his meditative space, where the stars twinkled around him, rendering the previous chaos dreamlike. At that moment, the magical scripts he had studied seemed to come alive, swirling joyfully around him. Mo Shanyu slowly raised his hand, yearning to gently touch the scripts, which, to his astonishment, approached his fingertips as if they were affectionate pets, nuzzling against him softly. As I gazed upon these mystical inscriptions, a sense of familiarity enveloped me for the first time. Subsequently, Mo Shanyu closed his eyes and began to meditate, eager to experiment. In the next moment, a fireball spell materialized, forming a circular ring around him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the fireball, resembling a revolver's chamber, and felt an enhancement in his mystical powers. No, perhaps it was rather that the inscriptions within his meditative space had transformed. However, in the following instant, dizziness struck him, and he sensed his mystical energy being drained in that fleeting moment. Mo Shanyu was left bewildered. Such a depletion should not occur within his meditative realm. Yet, before he could ponder further, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the transaction outside had concluded, and the tribe's people departed in droves. The Bear King tribe was summoned by the Tianyu tribe, while the Light Mist tribe arrived at the last moment to exchange for a level 4 healing witchbone tablet. Subsequently, the Qingwan tribe and the Dian tribe prepared to return home together. Mo Shanyu had been transported back 2 days prior, though he remained in a comatose state. At that time, Tianlang and Daxiong had mistakenly believed the Tianyu tribe had slain their witch, and they clenched their fists in fury, ready to confront them. Consequently, Huafeiyu found himself embroiled in a confrontation with Tianlang and Daxiong, who were in an entirely defensive stance. Had Huafeiyu truly retaliated, neither Tianlang nor Daxiong would have survived. In the end, both Tianlang and Daxiong resorted to using their level 4 witchbone tablets. Huafeiyu was taken aback, realizing that their powers had been augmented in such a short span of time. What astonished him the most was that they possessed not just one, but multiple level 4 witchbone tablets. Overwhelmed, Huafeiyu struggled to cope with the situation. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Hua Qiandao, who elucidated the matter, explaining that Mo Shanyu was merely unconscious and in no peril, the conflict might have escalated further. Hua Qiandao cautioned Tianlang and Daxiong, suggesting that if they believed they could act with impunity and safely depart from the Tianyu tribe, they were welcome to proceed, but warned that they would face the wrath of their witches. Ultimately, it was Fengqisha and Luosha who managed to pacify the enraged Tianlang and Daxiong, who had been behaving like feral beasts. The other members of the Dian tribe were initially intercepted by Fengqisha's people, as their involvement could have escalated the situation significantly. Hua Qiandao felt a tinge of helplessness. She had no desire to speak so sternly. The previous generation of witches had entrusted her with the imperative to maintain absolute reverence for Mo Shanyu and to provide unwavering assistance, a directive that extended to the entire Tianyu tribe. She was uncertain of what the predecessor had foreseen, yet no one within the Tianyu tribe dared to defy her words. As the trading event concluded, everyone gradually dispersed. At long last, the Tianyu tribe presented the Dian tribe with several exotic mounts resembling some form of dragon, capable of accommodating 7 to 8 individuals and carrying substantial cargo. Their tails bore spiny spheres, and a single strike would surely reduce any adversary to mere pulp. They gifted a total of 10 beasts, instilling in Tianlang and his companions an unwavering confidence against potential retribution from rival tribes. Some tribes indeed harbored intentions to raid the Dian tribe. Some sought to seize shamanic bone tokens, while others desired provisions. However, upon witnessing the 10 imposing Tanglong presented by the Tianyu tribe, hesitation gripped their hearts. Their trepidation only deepened as they observed Tianlang and Daxiong compellingly besting Hua Feiyu, causing them to abandon their nefarious thoughts. As a day passed, Mozhang gradually opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a pair of familiar yet rather large features, plump and inviting. From her vantage point, it was an entirely unique perspective. "You are awake," Fengqi murmured softly. At that moment, Mozhang finally discerned Fengqi's face, prompting a swift sit-up in shock as she realized she had been resting on her thigh. What she had just seen was indeed hers. Mozhang lowered her gaze, confirming her suspicions. It was Fengqi's bosom, partially concealed beneath animal hides, yet not entirely covered. "You have been in a stupor for nearly 3 or 4 sunsets," Fengqi informed her, observing Mozhang closely. As clarity returned, Mozhang became aware that she was seated atop something substantial. Turning her head, she was startled to find herself on a large exotic beast, accompanied by several others. Momentarily taken aback, she shifted her gaze around and noted that approximately 300 individuals were present, with all but the Dian tribe and the Qinghuan tribe having exchanged shamanic bone tokens for their presence. "Has the trading event concluded?" Mozhang inquired of Fengqi. Fengqi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you lost consciousness after your visit to the Tianyu tribe and have only just awakened." Memories began to resurface for Mozhang. "Shaman, you are finally awake," exclaimed Tianlang and Daxiong, who had been scouting ahead but rushed over upon hearing her voice. Observing their tear-streaked faces, Mozhang felt a pang of emotion, her lips twitching in response while warmth enveloped her heart. Chapter 67. Humans are the sustenance of food. Mozhang gazed down at Tianlang and Daxiong, both of them weeping profusely. She felt deeply moved. "Do not cry. I am fine," Mozhang reassured them. Daxiong nodded vigorously, wiping away his tears as he looked up at her, his voice trembling. "Shaman, had you truly perished, I would have been unable to confront our tribe. Thankfully, you are alive." Mozhang muttered softly, a hint of resignation in her tone. "All right then, perhaps I was being overly sentimental." Yet, reflecting on her experiences within the Tianyu tribe, she felt a lingering shock at the shamaness words, leaving her uncertain of their true meaning. "Shaman, let us hasten our return to the tribe." At this moment, Shiraro approached Mo Shanyu from behind and remarked, "I believe the heavy rain season is fast approaching." Upon hearing Shiraro's words, Mo Shanyu instinctively lifted her gaze to the sky, where she observed an ominous overcast, with dark clouds already gathering, indeed resembling the harbingers of impending rain. However, Mo Shanyu was somewhat perplexed about this heavy rain season and inquired, "What exactly do you mean by this heavy rain season?" Shiraro, evidently taken aback that Mo Shanyu, a shaman, was unaware of the heavy rain season, nonetheless proceeded to explain. "The heavy rain season signifies a precursor to the Cambrian epoch, for following this season, the true Cambrian epoch will arrive, ushering in a blanket of pristine snow that envelopes the land and trees." Mo Shanyu, surprised to learn that there was a heavy rain season before the Cambrian epoch, asked, "How long does this heavy rain season typically last?" "I'm not entirely certain, but it generally spans about 30 sunsets," Shiraro replied. Although there is no sun during the rain season, they measure time using the nights in lieu of the sun. Mo Shanyu nodded slightly, but soon turned her curious gaze towards the Great Bear and the Celestial Wolf, asking, "Are you not aware of the Cambrian epoch and the heavy rain season?" The Celestial Wolf and the Great Bear exchanged glances and then shook their heads in unison. The Celestial Wolf responded, "Shaman, we do know a bit about the heavy rain season, but we are unfamiliar with the Cambrian epoch. We only know that it rains periodically, followed by a covering of white snow, though not as dramatically as Shiraro described." Upon hearing the Celestial Wolf's words, Mo Shanyu began to comprehend that what the Celestial Wolf referred to was likely the ordinary rainy season in winter. At that moment, Shiraro interjected, "Shaman, in truth, both the Cambrian epoch and the heavy rain season are recorded by the ancestors of our Sunset tribe. As the tribe leader, I naturally possess some knowledge. According to our ancestors' records, the Cambrian epoch appears only after long intervals." Just then, Fengqi spoke up, "The shamans do possess some knowledge. Indeed, such occurrences exist." Mo Shanyu was taken aback to learn that Fengqi and her companions were also aware of the Cambrian epoch, yet she questioned Fengqi with curiosity. "If you are aware of the Cambrian epoch, why do you not stockpile more food?" Fengqi replied with a smile, "We simply cannot store food for long periods. Eventually, it spoils. Thus, we only stockpile enough food to last until it is no longer edible." Mo Shanyu nodded slightly, realizing that they did not fully grasp the implications of the Cambrian epoch, and that winter was indeed the best time for food storage. However, she chose not to elaborate further and, observing the sky's ominous signs of impending rain, decided it was prudent to return to the tribe to check on the progress of Xia Qingyu and the others. "Let us return to the tribe," Mo Shanyu stated. Subsequently, The celestial wolf and his companions quickened their pace, while those who had joined them appeared to be calm. Though their understanding of the world still bore the primitive thoughts of their kind, there was little subterfuge among them, and they were quite obedient. A day had passed since leaving the Tianyu tribe, and it would take another 2 or 3 days to reach the Dayan tribe. Judging by the current circumstances, they had not encountered any tribes seeking retribution. After nearly a day's journey, Mo Shangyu and his companions believed that the tribesmen would no longer appear, and the absence of the Bear King tribe signified a considerable increase in their safety. As dusk descended, the night travel proved to be less secure, prompting Mo Shangyu and his group to seek a place to rest. With the sudden increase in their numbers, a small cave could not accommodate them all. Hence, they opted for a clear patch of ground to rest. The captives, witnessing Mo Shangyu and his companions effortlessly kindle a fire, were astonished, for in their understanding, only shamans possessed such an ability. Their surprise deepened upon observing the sumptuous meal the group was enjoying. During their recent journey, Tianlang and Daxiong had continuously progressed with the tribe, subsisting on mere fruits in the morning, rarely eating at noon, and only feasting slightly in the evening before resuming their travels. In stark contrast, Tianlang and the others now laid out an abundant spread of meat. This change was primarily due to Mo Shangyu's awakening. The group had grown accustomed to conserving resources in the absence of a shaman. However, with Mo Shangyu present, their approach shifted. At the recent trade meeting, they had acquired a substantial amount of food and some seeds, though the latter could not be planted due to the impending rainy season, as the Cambrian epoch would render them unviable. Thus, they could only be preserved until the harsh season had passed. Soon, numerous fires flickered across the clearing, and Mo Shangyu, seated beside one of the flames, pondered the implications of rescuing the captives. With the rainy season fast approaching, bringing back the captives seemed an unwise decision. Yet, now that they were here, he had to devise a plan. The available food during the Cambrian epoch was scarce, and with the sudden influx of people, his initial thought had been to gather more hands to build a genuine tribe. However, he had momentarily forgotten the challenges posed by the Cambrian epoch. Nevertheless, accepting the situation was now imperative. Which meat? Fengqi approached, offering a freshly roasted piece of meat to Mo Shangyu before sitting beside him. What are you thinking about? Mo Shangyu accepted the meat with a wry smile and replied, I'm considering how to ensure survival for all these new arrivals. Huh. Fengqi paused, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Mo Shangyu. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Mo Shangyu inquired, Is there a problem? Her response left him momentarily speechless. I thought you brought these people back to prepare for the Cambrian epoch. When it arrives, food will evidently be insufficient and must be stored. But these people are the best way to conserve food. Mo Shangyu's gaze shifted to Fengqi. He had not anticipated her perspective. Yet, it dawned on him that, compared to preserving food, it might indeed be simpler to keep these individuals alive, confined and casually fed, left to starve when food is scarce, only to be dismembered and consumed upon death. However, Mo Shangyu was utterly unprepared for the revelation that they resorted to cannibalism. This notion was wholly intolerable to him. Do you also partake in such acts? Mo Shangyu could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Fengqi. Fengqi shook her head. No, we do not. This response brought a sigh of relief to Mo Shangyu, who then turned his attention to the two beside him, Tianlang and Daxiong. Has our tribe ever consumed human flesh? Huh. Both Tianlang and Daxiong raised their heads in unison, looking at Mo Shangyu with a hint of confusion. Certainly not. Upon reflecting on the matter, Mo Shangyu realized that prior to his arrival, the Dayan tribe was in a state of dire poverty, unable to attack other tribes, let alone resort to cannibalism. Learning that the Dayan tribe did not partake in such practices eased his mind, as he remained deeply averse to the concept of cannibalism. Although I now understand that you do not intend to consume them nor keep them confined, I believe it is essential to inform them. Upon their arrival, they were led to believe they would be devoured, Fengqi remarked, directing her gaze toward Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu, puzzled, asked, Why do you think that? Fengqi explained. Because at the trading fairs, and through our shared understanding, captives are commonly taken back for sustenance, or women are returned to be bred. A tribe, in seeking to reclaim captives, must first ensure they have enough mouths to feed. Usually, those presented for trade are commoners. Few would engage in such transactions, except for larger tribes that might trade them as slaves. A small tribe like yours would not be perceived as returning them for servitude. Rather, they would be seen as livestock, raised for consumption, especially since you exchange them using shamanic bone tokens. After absorbing Fengqi's words, Mo Shangyu fell into contemplation, his gaze drifting toward those he had exchanged for. He began to grasp the unsettling truth that this so-called confinement resembled the raising of livestock, awaiting a time of scarcity. He felt equally repulsed by this concept. Standing up, Imo Shanyu was followed by Tianlang and Daxiong, who had determined to accompany the shaman wherever she ventured, unwilling to let her come to harm again. Although Imo Shanyu felt a sense of helplessness at their decision, he refrained from voicing any objections and proceeded toward the group of traders. The individuals who had returned from the trade had kindled a fire and generously shared a bounty of meat with them. As they gazed at the roasted meat sizzling by the fire, their mouths watered, enticed by the rich aroma wafting through the air. Among them was a small girl, adorably squatting by the flames, watching the meat with eager anticipation, her lips constantly moistening. Suddenly, the girl turned her head and glanced at Imo Shanyu. Her face smeared with dirt, the lower half obscured by hay, yet her innocence remained untouched. Imo Shanyu waved at the girl, beckoning her to come closer. After a moment's hesitation, she cast one last look at the roasted meat before rising to approach him. However, this scene instantly attracted the attention of those present. Nearly 300 individuals all turned their gaze towards Imo Shanyu. The little girl's mother, witnessing her child approach Imo Shanyu, suddenly found tears streaming down her face. Yet, she remained motionless, simply watching her child take slow steps towards Imo Shanyu. They understood their fate the moment they were traded. The little girl stood before Imo Shanyu, tilting her head in mild confusion as she looked up at him. Imo Shanyu crouched down to observe this dirty little girl, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, emaciated, and clearly malnourished. "What is your name?" Imo Shanyu inquired. The girl shook her head slightly. "I don't have a name." Imo Shanyu continued. "Do you know why we exchanged you?" The girl, with an adorably naive expression, nodded and replied calmly, "I know. You will take care of us and feed us, but we also have to repay you by working." Imo Shanyu regarded the girl's earnest declaration. Perhaps she could not fully comprehend the implications of her words at that moment. Nevertheless, he smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "We want to eat you, but I can provide you with food, and in return, you must help me with work." "Food." The girl's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and she eagerly agreed. "Okay, I will help you." Imo Shanyu nodded with a smile, though he glanced at Tianlang and Daxiong with some confusion. "Do you both really want a child?" Daxiong awkwardly responded, "Well, it was offered, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to accept." Imo Shanyu shot him a speechless glance before turning to the onlookers, who seemed to believe they were about to harm the little girl. He chuckled and tousled her hair again. "All right, go back now, and tell them I want to eat them. They must also be obedient, as only those who listen will receive food." "Okay." The girl, seemingly only focused on food, appeared unconcerned about anything else, as long as there was something to eat. She was quite happy. After returning, she dashed into her mother's embrace, relaying Imo Shanyu's words. Upon learning that they would not be eaten or treated as livestock, the woman joyfully knelt before Imo Shanyu. Witnessing this, Imo Shanyu felt somewhat helpless. He was truly unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. With a sigh, he turned to Daxiong and Tianlang, instructing, "Arrange for people to take turns patrolling. Notify me immediately if any danger arises." "Understood." Both Tianlang and Daxiong replied in unison. Seizing the moment, Imo Shanyu contemplated examining the shamanic scripts within his meditation space, as he felt his scripts had undergone some mutation. So diligent at that moment. Fengqi approached and sat beside Imo Shanyu, initiating conversation. Imo Shanyu, who had been preparing to meditate, looked at Fengqi with a hint of resignation. Indeed, Fengqi gazed at the individuals who had been traded back, and in a somber tone inquired, "Have you ever contemplated the notion that instead of consuming them, you must provide them with sustenance? Can your tribe truly survive?" Imo Shanyu gently shook her head, replying, "I am uncertain. Given the current circumstances, we can only proceed step by step." Chapter 69. Annihilation of the Black Mountain Tribe Trading Group, which, there seems to be a situation ahead. At this moment, Shero approached Imo Shanyu with urgency. Upon hearing this, Fengqi and Imo Shanyu immediately rose and turned their attention to the direction indicated by Shero. Yet they discerned nothing unusual. Shero spoke again. "It appears to be that little girl we encountered on our way to the trading fair." Imo Shanyu, initially puzzled, quickly recalled the immensely strong, mute girl. "Let us investigate," she urged. Consequently, Shero led Imo Shanyu and Fengqi swiftly towards a nearby grove, with Shero brandishing a flaming stick as the darkness enveloped them. They soon arrived at the location Shero had mentioned. Daxiong and Tianlang were also present, though they remained hidden behind a tree, observing intently. Before them flickered a firelight, and as Imo Shanyu glanced over, she noticed a member of a tribe tending to the flames, while several corpses lay beside the fire. Only a solitary little girl stood amidst the scene, her body marred with injuries, appearing gravely wounded. The tribe members before her wore expressions of mockery as they regarded the girl. Imo Shanyu recognized the girl as the remarkably strong child, and the lifeless figures sprawled on the ground were presumably those who had once accompanied her. However, the reason for her confrontation with these individuals puzzled Mo Shangyu. What tribe do they belong to? She inquired, prompting Daxiong and Tianlang to turn in response to her voice, which Mo Shangyu acknowledged with a nod. They seem to belong to the Black Mountain tribe, whom we encountered during our trading. We even eliminated some of their members during the hunting at the trading fair. These individuals have since come to trade with us. But they appear unaware that we were responsible for the deaths of their kin, Tianlang explained. Mo Shangyu was taken aback to find members of the Black Mountain tribe here. At that moment, several individuals from the Black Mountain tribe advanced toward the little girl, their faces adorned with mocking grins. One of the men spoke. Who would have thought we would encounter such a natural totem warrior anomaly? If we were to take her back and cultivate her further, she would surely make an excellent slave. The little girl, her expression one of vigilance, glared at the approaching Black Mountain tribe members, baring her teeth in a threatening display. Yet, the individuals from the Black Mountain tribe showed no signs of fear. Having equipped herself with her bow upon hearing Shero's warning, Mo Shangyu did not hesitate. She raised her bow, nocked an arrow, and drew back the string. At that moment, Mo Shangyu intended to experiment with her unique witchcraft, relying not on the power of witch bones, but on her own mystical strength, invoking the speed technique. Subsequently, as he unleashed the fireball technique, the arrowhead was suddenly engulfed in flames. Tianlang, Daxiong, Fengqi, and Shalu were taken aback, beads of sweat instantly forming on their brows as their bodies involuntarily recoiled a few steps. The moment Mo Shangyu harnessed his shamanic power, they felt as though their totem warriors were being suppressed by an unseen force, filling them with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, as the firelight flared from the arrowhead, it caught the attention of the Heishan tribe, and several individuals turned to observe the unfolding situation. Just as they prepared to speak, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of the night. Whoosh! In an instant, an arrow was released. One of the totem warriors from the Heishan tribe saw a fireball hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, leaving no time for reaction before it reached him. In the next moment, the arrow pierced through his chest, extinguishing the flames, yet the charred mark remained, emanating the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The members of the Heishan tribe were momentarily stunned by this scene, having never encountered such a weapon before. Mo Shangyu, regaining his composure, broke into a smile. Sensing that his shamanic arts had grown more potent, had he employed the gravity technique just then, he could have likely pierced through that man's chest instantaneously. Onward, swift and decisive, let us use the shamanic bone talisman to eliminate them all, he declared, oblivious to the dazed expressions of Fengqi and the others. After a brief moment, the dead returned to their senses, exchanging glances with Mo Shangyu before gradually regaining their composure, then charging toward the Heishan tribe alongside the other totem warriors. Meanwhile, the little girl had also noticed Mo Shangyu and recognized him. Without hesitation, she dashed toward one of the Heishan tribe members, leaping onto him and sinking her teeth into his flesh. The totem warrior let out a pained scream as she tore away a chunk of meat. At this moment, Daxiong and the others had rushed in, directly attacking the Heishan tribesmen. The totem warriors of the Heishan tribe were thrown into disarray, utterly bewildered by the sudden onslaught. Mo Shangyu raised his bow once more, aiming at another target and releasing another arrow. However, just as he drew the bowstring and let go, the arrow emitted a sharp whistle and was released. Simultaneously, a crack echoed, and to his astonishment, the bow in his hands shattered. Mo Shangyu stood frozen, bewildered as to how he, not being a totem warrior, could have broken the bow. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the Heishan tribe posed little threat to Tianlang and his companions, as they were already panicked and unfocused on combat. Soon, all the members of the Heishan tribe were vanquished. The little girl sat atop a lifeless corpse, gnawing relentlessly, each bite a release of her pent-up fury. Mo Shangyu approached, holding the ruined bow. "Shaman, your bow?" Tianlang remarked upon seeing the shattered bow, though a hint of surprise was absent from his tone. "It's broken." Mo Shangyu lifted the nearly shattered bow in his hand and remarked, "I do not understand why. I exerted little force." Tianlang, appearing somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Which, are you unaware?" "Unaware of what?" "When you employ witchcraft, the magical energy clings to the bow. When the bow cannot withstand it, it fractures in such a manner." Tianlang elucidated. This was indeed an insight that Mo Shangyu had not grasped, yet as Tianlang suggested, the bow's destruction was not entirely unexpected. It seemed plausible that his use of witchcraft would naturally infuse the bow and even the arrows with magical power. Discarding the broken bow, Mo Shangyu realized he would have to craft another upon returning. After casting aside the bow, he observed the small girl devouring a corpse, choosing not to intervene. He then turned his gaze to the ground, where lay a dozen corpses, presumably those who had once accompanied the girl, now lifeless. Chapter 70. Returned to the tribe. Tianlang and the others remained silently at the side, watching the small girl without uttering a word. Suddenly, the girl turned and bared her teeth in a threatening manner, yet she did not charge at them. Mo Shanyu noted the gruesome state of the body beneath her, having been savagely torn apart, as if by wild beasts. The small girl regarded Mo Shanyu and the others with vigilant eyes, struggling to rise, her body swaying. She bore severe injuries, bloodied and visibly wounded. Just as she stood, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing this, Mo Shanyu instructed Tianlang, "Use the healing witch-bone tablet to tend to her, and bring her back to us immediately." Tianlang stepped forward, retrieving a witch-bone tablet from his waist, and began the healing process for the girl. Mo Shanyu surveyed the scene, noting the roughly 50 corpses strewn about. This time, he did not instruct the large bear and the others to dig a pit for burial, but instead addressed the large bear directly. "Bear, summon some totem warriors to remain nearby. Should any aberrations appear, eliminate them." The bear nodded in agreement. Mo Shanyu intended to use these corpses to lure the aberrations, for the scent of blood was sure to attract them. With the numbers suddenly increased, Mo Shanyu naturally thought of hunting aberrations to replenish the provisions consumed along the journey. However, he also instructed Shalu, "Bury the other few corpses. They belonged to those who once accompanied the girl." Once he had organized these matters, Mo Shanyu approached Tianlang and inquired, "How is she?" Tianlang shook his head slightly. "Her injuries are too severe. The external wounds have been treated, but the internal injuries may pose a challenge." Mo Shanyu nodded thoughtfully and gestured for Tianlang to rise. After Tianlang stood behind him, Mo Shanyu extended his hand over the girl's chest, and a brilliant green light swiftly enveloped her. After a moment, Mo Shanyu rose and said to Tianlang, "It is done. Carry her back now." Tianlang nodded and lifted the girl, making his way towards the tribe's location. Upon returning to the tribe, Mo Shanyu began to meditate. A night passed. The great bear and his companions remained vigilant, successfully hunting approximately 20 exotic beasts. Although their levels were not particularly high, their primary objective was sustenance. The flesh of higher-level exotic creatures was beyond the tolerance of the totem warriors, thus they settled for those of levels 1 and 2, which were still consumable. As dawn broke on the following day, Mo Shanyu and his group continued their journey, with the little girl still unconscious on the back of the Tianlang. The sun was obscured, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, suggesting an imminent downpour. They hastened their pace, managing to reduce what would have been a 2-day journey to a single day, yet they still returned to the vicinity of the tribe on the morning of the second day. Conversely, Feng Qi and her group had parted ways the previous evening, heading in the opposite direction. Just as Mo Shanyu and his party were nearing the tribe, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, startling all, including the great bear. They looked up to find that, despite it being morning, the atmosphere resembled evening, and rain began to pour down in torrents. The sound of the rain intensified, quickly transforming into a deluge. Recognizing that the rainy season had arrived, Mo Shanyu urged the great bear to quicken their pace. The great bear took the lead, guiding the group swiftly toward the Dayan tribe, the raindrops pelting their bodies, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Everyone was drenched by the rain. However, they were clad in animal hides, which remained comfortable even when wet. Had they been wearing modern clothing and shoes, the discomfort would have been unbearable. None of them wore shoes, they were barefoot. Mo Shanyu had not fashioned any grass shoes, as the skin on his soles had long since thickened, rendering him immune to discomfort. Crafting shoes would have posed a challenge. Any ordinary type would feel uncomfortable to him. He had grown accustomed to being barefoot, so he paid it little mind. They soon arrived at the outskirts of the Dayan tribe. The totem warriors stationed there were still on patrol. Upon seeing Mo Shanyu and his group approaching, panic set in among them. "Quickly, ascend the mountain and summon the tribe leader," one warrior shouted to another. The torrential rain obscured their vision, rendering it impossible to discern the details of Mo Shangyu's group, save for a mass of figures advancing towards them. Thus, his immediate reaction was to alert the tribe leader while he remained on guard. However, as he observed Mo Shanyu and his party drawing closer, anxiety gripped him. The sight of the enormous Tianlang heightened his fear. Such exotic beasts were rare around the Dayan tribe. Yet, in the next moment, a creature, comparable in size to an adult human, dashed forth from the front. Its body was covered in striking purple fur, and even drenched by the rain, its allure remained undiminished. The extraordinary creature in question is the little purple, nurtured by Mo Shanyu. In a swift motion, the little purple dashed towards Mo Shanyu, outpacing the large bear who was taken aback by its sudden approach. By the time the bear reacted, little purple had already zoomed past him, heading straight for Mo Shanyu. The bear, alarmed, quickly turned and shouted a warning, Beware Wu. Hearing this, Tianlang and the others turned to look at Imo Shanyu, but it was already too late. Little Purple leaped forward, pouncing directly onto Imo Shanyu, who momentarily paused, preparing to react. However, upon seeing the familiar purple fur, Little Purple had already lunged at him. Instantly, Imo Shanyu found himself knocked to the ground, water splashing everywhere as Little Purple joyfully wagged its tail and licked Imo Shanyu's cheek. Just then, Tianlang, the bear, and Shalu arrived, ready to intervene, but were momentarily stunned by the sight of Wu and Little Purple. The enthusiastic wagging of Little Purple's tail sent water splattering onto Tianlang and the bear, leaving them feeling quite chilly. At that moment, Imo Yingying also rushed out. Upon seeing the happy trio of the bear, Tianlang, and Little Purple, she recalled something and ran forward, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother!" Upon hearing Imo Yingying's voice, Imo Shanyu affectionately ruffled Little Purple's head, signaling it to move aside. The little creature quickly complied, sitting down and panting happily. Imo Shanyu, observing Little Purple's antics, couldn't help but think of a husky, pondering if this creature might be a distant ancestor of the breed. As Imo Shanyu rose, Imo Yingying dashed up to him, tightly embracing him and calling out, "Brother!" Startled by the sudden embrace, Imo Shanyu nearly lost his balance, but managed to smile and gently ruffle her hair, saying, "Brother is back." Imo Yingying nestled her head against his chest, softly acknowledging him. The group then made their way towards the Dayan tribe, but upon entering, they found it surprisingly deserted. The sky continued to pour with relentless rain. "Brother, we've already moved to the mountain," Imo Yingying cheerfully informed him. Imo Shanyu nodded in agreement. Though the raindrops relentlessly fell upon them, the group continued their ascent. Just as they were about to reach the mountain, Xia Qingyu and Xiao Liuji, accompanied by several totem warriors, descended to meet them. Upon recognizing Wu, their faces lit up with joy. They then followed Xia Qingyu up the mountain, cautious of the slippery conditions caused by the downpour. The group proceeded at a slow pace. Eventually, they encountered a large cave, where the inhabitants of the Dayan tribe had sought shelter. Before leaving, Imo Shanyu had instructed Xia Qingyu to relocate everyone to the mountain if they found suitable accommodations. The return of Imo Shanyu brought great joy to the tribe, for he was their unwavering pillar of support. The excitement among the people was palpable. However, upon seeing the vast crowd behind Imo Shanyu and the several Tianlang, they were taken aback. In their understanding, alien species were typically ferocious and could never be as docile as they appeared now, lying quietly on the ground. "Have you eaten?" Xia Luji inquired of Imo Shanyu. Imo Shanyu nodded and then turned to Xia Qingyu, asking, "Is this cave spacious enough?" Xia Qingyu, aware of what the shaman meant after glancing at the people behind Imo Shanyu, contemplated for a moment before replying, "It can be a bit cramped, but it should suffice." Imo Shanyu nodded and said, "Please have someone take care of these things. Most of the meat is already soaked. Let us prepare this meat for lunch today." "Understood," Xia Qingyu replied, noting the chill in the air and the fact that Imo Shanyu and the others were drenched. It was indeed necessary to dry off first. Imo Shanyu instructed Xia Luji to arrange for a fire and to have the men and women separate to dry themselves. Xia Luji quickly set about her tasks. Before long, Xia Luji returned, excitement written across her face as she pointed outside at the Tianlang, saying, "Shaman, what should we do with them?" "Let them stay outside. They seem harmless," Imo Shanyu responded. Xia Luji continued, "Shaman, can they sit?" "Yes," Imo Shanyu affirmed with a nod. Xia Luji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager to try riding one. However, Imo Shanyu quickly dispelled that thought. "In this heavy rain, where would you ride them? It's best to stay here." Xia Luji's expression fell in disappointment. At that moment, the Tianlang also entered the cave, and Xia Luji remarked to Imo Shanyu, "Shaman, there's a cave just for you." Imo Shanyu was surprised to discover that he had his own private cave. He had assumed everyone would be cramped together outside. Following Xia Luji into the cave, he was astonished to find it quite spacious, capable of accommodating all of them. Yet, as he surveyed the crowd, he felt a twinge of concern. There were nearly 500 people. Initially, Imo Shanyu had intended to bring back more people primarily for labor, but now, with the rain pouring down, there was little to be done. Moreover, a substantial amount of food was required. However, with the situation as it was, they could only take one step at a time. Imo Shanyu also noticed that, apart from the naturally occurring cave, there were several that appeared to have been hewn by human hands. These chambers likely served as the private quarters for the shaman and the totem warriors. As the shaman held the highest and most esteemed position in this society, followed by the tribal leaders and then the totem warriors, who, of course, had their squad leaders. However, within the Dayan tribe, there was no necessity to divide the totem warriors into small teams. "Shaman, this is your cave." Imo Shanyu observed the entrance. where a faint light emanated. Upon entering, he saw several luminous stones placed around. These appeared to be similar to the ones in Mo Shangyu's former dwelling. The stones looked precious, glowing only in the dark, while during the day, they remained nearly dim. The stones in question are only a few here at Mo Shangyu, and none can be found at Xia Qingyu's location. After Xia Lu left, Mo Shangyu promptly dried her body using a fireball technique. Once she donned a fresh set of animal hide clothing, the voice of Xia Qingyu resonated from outside. Which, come in. After dressing, Mo Shangyu softly responded. Xia Qingyu entered, furrowing her brows as she approached Mo Shangyu. Which, why did you bring back so many people? We are not accustomed to consuming humans. However, after speaking, Xia Qingyu quickly added, which, I did not mean it that way. If food truly runs out, we could resort to eating humans. Mo Shangyu observed Xia Qingyu and noticed she seemed to have misunderstood. With a smile, she clarified, you are mistaken, I did not bring them back to raise as food. Xia Qingyu felt her mind was overwhelmed. If these many people weren't for sustenance, then what purpose did they serve? Mo Shangyu, at a loss for how to explain their presence, simply stated, I have my own plans. Indeed, Xia Qingyu expressed unwavering trust without a hint of doubt. Mo Shangyu, taken aback by Xia Qingyu's absolute faith, felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she too was uncertain about the next steps. Xiaozi, do not run so swiftly. Suddenly, the voice of Mo Yingying echoed from outside. In the next moment, Xiaozi dashed in, initially intending to leap towards Mo Shangyu. However, a mere glance from Mo Shangyu made Xiaozi halt mid-jump and obediently sit before her, panting with excitement and wagging its tail. Mo Shangyu, observing the creature that was nearly the size of an adult, couldn't help but smile wryly. She had never anticipated its rapid growth and began to wonder if it had been nourished with hormones. Despite Xiaozi's striking appearance and formidable presence, it now behaved like a playful husky, albeit with more intelligence. Mo Shangyu reached out to stroke Xiaozi's head, but to her surprise, Xiaozi joyfully began to spin in place. Chapter 72. You claim this is fish? Crocodile? In the days that followed, Mo Shangyu and her companions remained inside the cave. As the rain outside intensified, fortunately, being on the mountain, the rainfall did not accumulate heavily but flowed downwards instead. Mo Shangyu stood at the cave entrance. Gazing at the torrential downpour, the water had risen considerably, submerging some trees halfway. If this continued, she could not guarantee that the water would not reach the mountain, which troubled her, as she was uncertain how such heavy rainfall seasons had previously receded. Which, the rain outside remains relentless. If we stay here much longer, we will soon run out of food, Xia Qingyu remarked as she stepped beside Mo Shangyu. Originally, the food could have sustained them for a longer duration, but alas, the shaman returned with a multitude of people, leading to a rapid depletion of their supplies. In this dire situation, it was impossible to procure more food. Mo Shangyu fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that he had underestimated the complexities of their predicament. He had envisioned attracting more members to the tribe to construct a fortress of his dreams, yet now they found themselves in this troubling scenario. At this moment, a sense of guilt washed over him. He had indeed simplified the challenges of this primitive world. Brother. At that instant, Mo Yingying emerged, standing beside Mo Shangyu. Xiaozi has run off again. Xiaozi could not remain confined within the cave and, unable to withstand the confinement, ventured outside despite the torrential rain. She must have dashed out again. Mo Shangyu gently ruffled Mo Yingying's hair, his tone soothing. It's all right. He then reassured Xia Qingyu. We will find a solution. Xia Qingyu nodded, her faith in the shaman unwavering. She believed that as long as he was present, any issue could be resolved effortlessly. In truth, Mo Shangyu had no concrete plan. The heavy rain rendered hunting nearly impossible. Setting aside the question of whether the mutated creatures would emerge, they were unaware of how deep the accumulated rainwater below had become. Just then, Tianlang, De Xiong, and Xiao Liuji returned, each adorned with makeshift straw hats that provided scant protection from the rain, partially obscuring their vision. Shaman, we seem to have spotted sharp-beaked fish in a stream below. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Liuji removed the simple hat from his head and grinned. What you crafted is truly effective. Mo Shangyu tilted his head, puzzled by the term sharp-beaked fish. Yet, in the next moment, a realization struck him. Fish. They could catch fish to eat. Although hunting the land's mutated creatures was out of the question, the stream surely harbored possibilities. Take me to see these sharp-beaked fish. Mo Shangyu exclaimed excitedly to Xiao Liuji. Xiao Liuji looked at Mo Shangyu in confusion. Shaman, what do you want? However, before he could elaborate, Xia Qingyu swiftly slapped Xiao Liuji on the head. Do as the shaman instructs. Oh, Xiao Liuji replied, looking quite aggrieved. He then removed the hat from De Xiong's head and handed it to Mo Shangyu. Shaman, wear this. Mo Shangyu accepted it without hesitation. As there were only 3 of these rudimentary hats available, Xiao Liuji then led Imo Shanyu down the mountain, with Tianlang and Dexiong closely following to protect the shaman. After all, this was a perilous time. Be careful, shaman, Xiao Liuji cautioned as he walked ahead. Imo Shanyu nodded, noting how slippery the ground had become due to the rain. Tianlang and Dexiong trailed behind, but Dexiong struggled to see clearly without any rain cover, relying on Tianlang for support. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they encountered a broad stream formed by the relentless downpour. Observing the flow of the water, one cannot discern its destination. While the place where Imo Shanyu and her companions once resided is now completely submerged by the torrential rain. Whoa, that is the location, Xiaoji remarked, pointing ahead. Imo Shanyu followed her gaze and beheld what appeared to be a natural pool, now merged with the stream. However, upon closer inspection, dozens of heads emerged from the water's surface, causing Imo Shanyu's lips to twitch in disbelief. This was no ordinary fish. Rather, it was a crocodile, and significantly larger than the typical variety. Whoa, that is the sharp-snout fish, quite ferocious, and they generally remain submerged, making it unwise for us to approach, Xiaoji elucidated. Imo Shanyu felt somewhat speechless. Even ordinary crocodiles were daunting enough, but the sight before her was several times larger. How could one not be frightened? Nevertheless, she knew crocodiles could be hunted, although the method of capture eluded her. Jumping into the water to engage in combat with these beasts would surely be tantamount to seeking one's demise. Initially, Imo Shanyu had anticipated encountering larger fish, perhaps even piranhas. But what lay before her were crocodiles. Suddenly, a cry echoed from behind Imo Shanyu. Turning to look, she was astonished to see a young creature approaching, clutching a fish the size of a leg in its mouth. Upon reaching Imo Shanyu, it dropped the fish at her feet and sat down, panting and wagging its tongue like a playful pup. Imo Shanyu regarded Xiao Zi's antics with bemusement. Despite being an extraordinary being, it now resembled a mischievous dog. Yet, the sight of the sizable fish brought her joy, indicating that there were still fish in these waters. Imo Shanyu stepped forward, intending to peer into the depths. But before she could approach the edge, Xiaoji called out to her. "Whoa, you must not venture further. If you fall in, escaping will be impossible." Imo Shanyu halted, contemplating the treacherous ground beneath her feet. Indeed, it would be challenging to climb back up given its slickness, and her physical prowess was that of an ordinary person, incapable of walking on water or springing forth from it. Moreover, several crocodiles lay in wait, their eyes intently fixed upon her. They had already taken notice of Imo Shanyu and her companions, submerging their heads deeper, their figures gradually advancing toward them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Imo Shanyu stopped, surveying the crocodiles below. "Xiaozi, where did you find this?" she inquired, seeking assistance from the creature. Xiaozi appeared quite at ease, joyfully wagging its mouth before leaping directly into the water. This spectacle left Imo Shanyu and her companions momentarily stunned. Even the crocodiles paused, momentarily bewildered, before turning their attention toward the splash caused by Xiaozi's dive. Imo Shanyu watched as the water surface calmed, save for the rhythmic patter of raindrops, and a wave of concern washed over her for Xiaozi. Xiaoji and the others shared her apprehension, their gazes fixed anxiously upon the water's surface. However, in the next moment, Xiaozi leapt out of the water, landing gracefully before Imo Shanyu, and presented a large fish that she had caught in her mouth. Imo Shanyu was evidently taken aback by Xiaozi's prowess. Following this, Xiaozi vigorously shook her body to rid herself of the water. Imo Shanyu gazed at the ground and confirmed the presence of the fish. Due to the heavy rain, he had been unable to discern what lay beneath the surface. "You don't intend to eat this, do you?" Xiao Liuji asked, casting a glance at Imo Shanyu as she observed the fish on the ground, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, though a hint of hesitation lingered in her tone. "This fish is rather unpalatable and full of bones." Imo Shanyu noted the expressions of reluctance on the faces of Xiao Liuji, Tianlang, and Dexiong, suggesting they had experienced its unpleasantness before and were still unaware of how to spit out the bones. Nevertheless, Imo Shanyu was unconcerned with such matters at this moment. He instructed Xiao Liuji and the others to carry the 2 large fish back, initially contemplating sending Xiaozi back into the water to catch a few more. However, he feared for her safety, as several crocodiles were already eyeing them with predatory intent, and they had ventured out with little to protect themselves. They would return first and devise a strategy for capturing more fish. As Imo Shanyu observed the sizable fish in Xiao Liuji's hands, he couldn't help but think of the fishermen who, unfazed by wind and rain, would sit for hours waiting for a catch. Although Xiao Liuji and the others were uncertain of Imo Shanyu's plan for the fish, they heeded his guidance and made their way back to the tribe, with Xiao Zi trailing behind. The 4, along with the cat, ascended the mountain. Upon returning to the cave, Xia Qingyu and the others noticed their arrival, and upon learning that Mo Shanyu had ventured out, the other members of the Dian tribe waited outside with concerned expressions. Naturally, some others were present as well. Having felt a distinct atmosphere upon arriving at the Dian tribe, which set it apart from the others, they had grown fond of the Dian tribe, and certainly hoped that no harm would befall Mo Shanyu. Yang and Xiaoyuo were among them. Mo Shanyu and Dexiong quickened their pace and hurried into the cave. Mo, are you all right? Xia Qingyu inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Mo Shanyu. He shook his head, a smile illuminating his face. I'm fine. Let us go inside. With that, Mo Shanyu proceeded deeper into the cave, intending to dry off, as the dampness was quite uncomfortable. Once inside, Xia Qingyu noticed the fish in Xiao Yoji and Dexiong's hands and questioned them with curiosity. Why did you bring this back? We aren't at the point of needing to eat such things just yet. The shaman instructed us to bring it back. Xiao Yoji replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyu refrained from further comment, recognizing that the shaman must have her own reasons. The others also regarded the fish in Xiao Yoji's grasp with intrigue. Upon returning to his dwelling within the cave, Mo Shanyu spotted Ayu seated on his stone bed. Ayu was the little girl whom Mo Shanyu had rescued while returning to the tribe, a remarkably strong child. Though she appeared unable to speak and seemed to lack a name. Hence, Mo Shanyu decided to name her Ayu. When Ayu awoke, she harbored a profound animosity towards Mo Shanyu, refusing to let her approach. However, the situation had improved considerably since then. Mo Shanyu initially intended to remove her garments, yet upon noticing Ayu's intense gaze fixed upon her, she felt somewhat uneasy, prompting her to dry herself off entirely. Employing a fireball spell, she commenced to dry both her clothes and body. Ayu, with her eyes gleaming, watched in awe as fireballs materialized around Mo Shanyu. Her attention unwavering, Mo Shanyu, uncertain of how to communicate with Ayu, resolved to take her time, believing that gradual acceptance would come. Once she had dried herself, Mo Shanyu addressed Ayu, asking if she would like to venture outside and meet the others. In truth, there were children in the tribe around her age. Yet Ayu remained reluctant to leave the confines of their shelter. She stared blankly at Mo Shanyu, not uttering a single word. Ultimately, Mo Shanyu conceded, setting out alone. Upon exiting, she encountered Xiao Zi, who had been stationed at the cave's entrance. Xiao Zi had remained there since returning from play. Having dashed into Mo Shangyu's cave, dripping wet, and leaping onto her stone bed. After receiving a reprimand, he had refrained from entering again. How do you plan to handle this? Asked Xiao Lu, approaching with a large fish in hand. Mo Shanyu smiled and replied, just a moment. She then turned to Dexiong, inquiring, where's the pot I asked you to prepare? Dexiong hesitated for a moment before suddenly recalling, I will retrieve it right now. With that, he hurried away, fish in tow, towards his tribe. Meanwhile, the other individuals in the cave turned their attention towards them. And Mo Shanyu couldn't help but sigh at the sight of so many people. Thankfully, the cave was spacious enough. Most of the tribe members resided outside, lacking individual living quarters, save for the totem warriors. They rested on animal hides laid out in the open, which was already a significant improvement for them, as they previously had no such comforts and had slept directly on the ground. At that moment, Dexiong emerged, bearing a large stone pot. The others quickly cleared a path, their expressions filled with curiosity as they wondered what it was. Dexiong placed the stone pot on the ground, appearing relaxed. For such a vessel was indeed light for the totem warriors. This was a creation of Mo Shangyu's design, crafted by Dexiong during his idle hours with a bone knife. After all, certain exotic bones were far sturdier than stone. The entrance that Xia Qingyu and the others had carved must have taken considerable time and was undoubtedly fashioned using larger bones. Dexiong questioned curiously, looking at Mo Shangyu. What is the purpose of this? Mo Shangyu smiled and replied, you will see shortly. She stepped forward to inspect the stone pot, noting its ample size, sufficient even to accommodate Dexiong. However, its uneven surface lacked aesthetic appeal. Mo Shangyu then instructed Dexiong, please move this stone pot outside. Mo Shang did not intend to prepare soup in this dimly lit space, as the smoke from the fire was rather suffocating. Observing the heavy downpour outside, he imagined how delightful it would be to cook a large pot of meat in such weather. Although Dexiong was perplexed, he dutifully picked up the stone pot again and followed Mo Shang outside. Chapter 74. Fish Soup. As Mo Shangyu made his way outside, others parted to create a path for him, with Dexiong carrying the stone pot closely behind, followed naturally by Xia Qingyu and the rest. The group proceeded toward the entrance of the cave, where Mo Shangyu halted and instructed Dexiong to set down the stone pot. The entrance was too cramped to accommodate so many people, leaving some at the back unable to see, so Mo Shangyu decided it was best to begin their preparations. The others remained composed, standing back without crowding the entrance. Mo Shangyu asked De Xiong, Tianlang, and Sha Luo to fetch some large stones and gather some firewood. The onlookers gazed at Mo Shangyu with curiosity, yet no one interrupted him. They simply followed his lead, gazing at the relentless rain. Mo Shangyu contemplated erecting a makeshift shelter at the cave's entrance to expand the space and accommodate more people. However, lacking the necessary materials, he realized that patching it with animal hides would be time-consuming, and he currently had no means to secure them against the wind. Before long, Tianlang and De Xiong returned with stones and firewood, which were stored inside the cave in a designated area. Mo Shangyu began instructing Tianlang and the others to arrange the stones in a circle, leaving an opening. Yet, it seemed he had overestimated De Xiong's understanding, as he struggled to grasp the concept. Using gestures, Mo Shangyu managed to convey his intentions, and once the structure was complete, they placed the stone pot atop it. Mo Shangyu, possessing only the strength of an ordinary person, could not match that of the totem warriors unless he employed magic. Once the structure was set, he directed Tianlang and De Xiong to place the firewood beneath. He then instructed Yang to fetch some water, specifically the rainwater that was cascading from above. Mo Shangyu demonstrated how to hollow out a log to facilitate water storage. Before long, Yang returned with a log taller than herself, effortlessly carrying it as a totem warrior. Mo Shangyu instructed her to pour the water into the stone pot, which filled to the brim. He then requested fish from Tianlang and De Xiong. After receiving the fish, Mo Shangyu drew a small bone knife from his waist and began to prepare it. The fish was quite sizable. The knife effortlessly sliced through its belly as he started to remove the innards, inviting De Xiong and the others to observe. It was impractical for Mo Shangyu to handle all the fish alone, not out of fear that they could not do it, but rather to explain the importance of avoiding the bitter gallbladder inside the fish's belly. The rest was straightforward. Given the current circumstances, he could not create elaborate dishes like squirrel fish or spicy fish fillets. Simplicity was key for now, but in the future, he would undoubtedly craft more intricate meals. De Xiong, Xia Qingyu, and Sha Luo gazed wide-eyed at Mo Shangyu as he skillfully prepared the fish. They had encountered fish before, but only in shallow waters, and never of such magnitude. Moreover, they lacked the knowledge to handle fish with bones, as they had likely never experienced such preparation. Which? You can't possibly intend to consume this, can you? Xia Liuji inquired. We've tasted it before, and it was rather unpalatable and difficult to catch in the water. In truth, for these primitive individuals, fish bones posed little concern. They likely found it unappetizing due to their unfamiliarity with sashimi. After all, untreated fish still carried a rather pungent odor. Mo Shangyu chuckled in response. You simply do not know how to appreciate it. He continued with the task at hand. Swiftly processing the fish without any intricate steps, it merely required cutting into pieces. Xia Liuji and the others watched with curiosity, their expressions tinged with anticipation. Once finished, Mo Shangyu discarded the inedible parts and rinsed the fish outside, utilizing the torrential rain as a natural faucet. After a thorough wash, he tossed the fish into a stone pot. All eyes followed the fish as it plopped into the pot, and Mo Shangyu paid little mind to their expressions as he raised his hand to ignite the fire. Flames quickly roared to life, and the others watched eagerly, for they had never witnessed such a method of cooking. Curiosity abounded. After a moment's thought, Mo Shangyu instructed Xia Liuji, go fetch some meat. Xia Liuji nodded and dashed back into the cave, soon returning with a sizable chunk of meat. The previously fresh provisions had been largely consumed, leaving only the dried remnants. Given the current monsoon season, Mo Shangyu struggled to preserve the meat. He could have done so, yet it was primarily his own oversight. At the trading event, he had not acquired sufficient salt and had offended the Bear King tribe. Most of the salt he possessed was obtained after defeating the Black Mountain tribe on their return journey. Consequently, Mo Shangyu only preserved a portion of the fresh meat with salt, saving the remainder for consumption, and the salt he had was coarse, not refined into fine salt. Mo Shangyu considered his performance at the trading event a failure, as he should not have brought back so many individuals, and the fresh meat could not be stored long-term. He had underestimated the complexities involved. Upon tossing the meat into the pot, he instructed Xia Liuji to retrieve the salt. The group then focused intently on the stone pot, waiting in silence, while Mo Shangyu stood by. Gradually, the broth began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Everyone gazed wide-eyed, their hearts brimming with excitement at a scent they had never encountered before. Mo Shangyu, too, caught the fragrance and could not help but smile. Though he felt a twinge of regret for the absence of seasonings and vegetables, tofu would have rendered the dish even more exquisite. This smells delightful. What is it? Xia Liuji could not contain his curiosity, prompting the others to regard Mo Shangyu with eager intrigue. Mo Shanyu replied with a smile, "This is fish soup." She then took some salt and began to pour it in. Even coarse salt could enhance the flavor. Given the circumstances, there was no reason for her to complain. Gradually, the aroma grew more intense, and everyone savored the delightful scent, appearing thoroughly content. As Mo Shanyu gazed at the nearly finished soup, which had turned a creamy white, she realized they had no bowls or chopsticks. This predicament caused some concern, as they were accustomed to consuming fruits and roasted meats, or sometimes even raw flesh. However, an idea soon struck Mo Shanyu. She instructed the totem warriors, including the Xiong, Sha Luo, and Tian Lang, to gather some timber. Mo Shanyu planned to craft bowls on the spot. After all, a bone knife could easily slice through wood, and as long as they could hold the soup, it would suffice. Chapter 75. The fishing net. Tian Lang and the others ventured outside. The mountains were already dotted with trees, so it wasn't too long before they returned. Bearing several logs, Mo Shanyu directed them to place the wood outside and then, after careful consideration, told De Xiong, "All right, Xia Qingyu, take a bone knife." Xia Qingyu picked up a bone knife and approached Mo Shanyu, who then began to instruct her on the process. First, they cut a section of wood, and then used the bone knife to carve it. The bone knife, being crafted from an exotic skeleton and finely honed, was naturally quite sharp. Under Mo Shanyu's guidance, several promising wooden bowls quickly took shape. Xia Qingyu held her creation, a bowl of moderate size, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. After all, she had made it herself, though she wondered about its utility, as it appeared to be able to hold water, albeit insufficiently. The others watched with earnest expressions. Their curiosity piqued as they observed Xia Qingyu's handiwork. Mo Shanyu, understanding their thoughts, smiled and explained, "This is called a bowl. It can be used to hold things. But what can such a small thing hold? If it's for water, it can't hold much. It would be better to use a larger piece of wood." Xia Lu Ji interjected. Mo Shanyu took the bowl from Xia Qingyu's hands and approached the stone pot. However, she hesitated, realizing that without a ladle, it would be impractical to scoop directly with the bowl. Ultimately, she retreated, instructing Xia Qingyu to make a larger ladle. Though puzzled, Xia Qingyu complied, and it was much quicker this time. Soon, a ladle and another bowl emerged. Once again, Mo Shanyu approached the stone pot, and all eyes followed her. Upon arrival, she used the ladle to serve a bowl of steaming soup. Unable to resist, she blew gently on the surface before taking a small sip. Although the flavor fell short of her expectations, it was the first time in a long while that she had tasted something so delightful, and she felt quite satisfied. The others watched her savoring the soup, unable to suppress their own salivation, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Xia Luji, too, could not help but lick her lips. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Mo Shanyu, who, noticing their expressions, smiled and remarked, "You may also prepare your own and savor the soup." However, considering the capabilities of the ordinary folk, Mo Shanyu decided to enlist the help of the totem warriors, who promptly moved forward to begin their tasks. The commoners watched intently as Mo Shanyu brought forth a piece of fish, blowing gently on it before taking a bite. Although the fish lacked flavor, it was still quite pleasant. Given the circumstances, Mo Shanyu had little room for choice. Gazing out at the torrential rain and feeling the chill in the air, a sip of soup was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Before long, several wooden bowls were fashioned, albeit with peculiar designs, yet adequate for serving soup. The anticipation among everyone was palpable, and Mo Shanyu announced, "Each of you shall receive a bowl of soup. Those who do not get served will need to wait a little longer, and we shall add more water for a second round of cooking." With Mo Shanyu's words, the urgency dissipated. After all, everyone would have their share, and none dared to defy Mo Shanyu's command. When Xia Qingyu took her first sip of soup, her face lit up with astonishment, a look of sheer disbelief washing over her. Eventually, the stone pot ran dry, leaving many still wanting. Seeing this, Mo Shanyu could only offer a wry smile, adding more water to continue the cooking process. It seemed necessary to prepare additional stone pots. Initially, Mo Shanyu had not given it much thought. He merely wished for Deshong to handle it during his free time. Yang was also diligent, fetching a wooden bucket of water to pour into the stone pot. Noticing this, Mo Shanyu turned to Xia Qingyu and inquired, "Do we have any silk thread?" "Silk thread?" Xia Qingyu was momentarily puzzled. Mo Shanyu had to clarify, "I mean the kind of thread that resembles the sinew I use for making bows. But it needs to be quite long." This time, Xia Qingyu understood and thoughtfully replied, "Yes, we do." She then stood up and pointed in a particular direction, saying, "There is a plant over there, its vines entwined around the trees. The roots are quite difficult to pull out, but it may not be suitable for bow making." Mo Shanyu also rose to his feet, peering into the distance, yet the heavy rain obscured visibility. Observing this, Xiaqingyu turned to Tianlang, who was blissfully enjoying his soup, and instructed, Tianlang, could you fetch some green vines from over there? Tianlang, somewhat puzzled by the tribal leader's request for vines, nonetheless gulped down the remaining soup and ventured outside. Meanwhile, Dexiong, noticing that Tianlang had finished his soup, quickly snatched Tianlang's wooden bowl, discarding the remnants of his own half-hearted creation, only to find the stone pot empty, his expression instantly reflecting disappointment. Mo Shanyu happened to witness this and couldn't help but smile wryly, relieved he hadn't sent Dexiong earlier. Otherwise, it would have been quite a vexing situation. Before long, Tianlang returned, cradling a bundle of green vines. Tribal leader, I have brought them back, he said, presenting the vines to Xiaqingyu with a smile. Xiaqingyu picked one up and handed it to Mo Shanyu, who tested the vine to see if it would easily snap. To his surprise, he discovered that even with all his strength, he could not break it. Moreover, it is of sufficient length, perfectly suited for its intended purpose. Mo Shanyu could not help but feel a wave of joy. This precise creation ignited her desire to craft, a skill she had previously mastered with ease. She instructed Tianlang to procure more materials and encouraged Xiaqingyu to observe and learn, as the abundance of such items would only be advantageous. Xiaqingyu watched as Mo Shanyu began to weave, although she remained seated, captivated by the gradual formation of the creation. Gradually, their activity drew the attention of others, who gathered around out of curiosity. After all, the endeavors of a shaman were always intriguing, as the products they fashioned were unlike anything the onlookers had ever encountered, leaving them in awe. As time passed, Mo Shanyu successfully completed a relatively simple fishing net, a smile illuminating her face. However, just as she was about to rise and celebrate, she noticed the throng of people surrounding her, instantly diminishing her excitement. What is this, shaman? Xiao Yoji was the first to voice her curiosity, asking, is it meant to be worn? Mo Shanyu shot her a dark look, glancing at her fishing net. Her mind flooded with rather inappropriate imagery. No, this is for catching fish. Fish? You mean the kind found in the water? Indeed, the rain in Chengdu was torrential, and the author felt as if they might drown in the deluge. Chapter 76. Fishing. Upon hearing about fishing, all eyes turned to Mo Shanyu, as they were already familiar with consuming fish and found it quite delectable. Although the flavor was somewhat bland, the broth was exquisite, and the thought of savoring a warm bowl during the winter months was enticing. Can this really catch fish? Xiao Liuji inquired, leaning closer to inspect the green vine creation in Mo Shanyu's hands. Mo Shanyu hesitated, unsure if it would indeed be effective. Practical experimentation was necessary. If successful, it could provide a vital source of sustenance. In the current rainy season, hunting land-dwelling creatures was nearly impossible. The only option was to pursue aquatic beings, which posed its own challenges. I'm not certain. We must test it first, Mo Shanyu replied to Xiao Yoji. With that, she prepared to venture forth and ascertain the net's efficacy. Xiaqingyu and the others expressed their desire to accompany her. Instantly, several totem warriors followed Mo Shanyu down the mountain, while she held the fishing net in hand. Xiao Zi joined as well, unable to remain in the cave, while Mo Yinging wished to follow but was denied by Mo Shanyu, as the outside world was perilous and she was merely an ordinary person. Xiao Zi dashed ahead, unafraid, gliding effortlessly, her long claws gripping the ground without slipping. Upon reaching the original location, Mo Shanyu's gaze fell upon the crocodiles still lurking in the water. As Xiaqingyu and the others spotted the crocodiles, they became slightly apprehensive, well aware of their formidable nature. Shaman, be cautious of the long-snout fish in the water, Xiao Liuji warned Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu replied softly, it's nothing. There were only a few straw hats available. The others were drenched by the heavy rain, but their fine attire shielded them from discomfort. The only irritation was the rain obstructing their vision, necessitating the occasional wipe with their hands. Mo Shanyu's gaze drifted toward the turbulent waters, where the rain continued to pour heavily, gripping the fishing net tightly. He called for his companions to move back, and then assumed a stance to cast with great force. In that fleeting moment, the previously tangled green vine unfurled in midair before plunging into the water. Xiaoyo, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with astonishment, as another green vine remained in Mo Shanyu's grasp. As the time seemed right, Mo Shanyu began to pull on the vine, though his ordinary strength made it quite a challenge. Instantly, he felt certain they must have caught something substantial, otherwise it wouldn't feel so heavy. Tianlang, noticing Mo Shanyu's exertion, stepped forward and said, let me take over. Mo Shanyu did not resist, recognizing his inability to enhance his own strength through sorcery, save for a spell that amplified his exhaled force, akin to wielding a hammer. However, such self-strengthening proved ineffective in this situation. Tianlang took the green vine from Mo Shanyu, and began to pull upward effortlessly, leaving Imo Shangyu somewhat speechless at the ease with which it was done. At that moment, he yearned to awaken as a totem warrior, though that seemed an impossibility. Soon, the fishing net broke the surface of the water, and as Tianlang hoisted it up, all eyes were fixated on the net, revealing a multitude of struggling black fish, desperately attempting to break free and even biting at the net, yet to no avail. Before long, Tianlang heaved the fish up in one breath, and everyone gazed in disbelief at the flopping fish within the net. Their hearts soared with joy. It appeared that this net was indeed capable of capturing a bountiful catch. "Which, you are truly remarkable," Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement directed at Imo Shangyu. Imo Shangyu smiled awkwardly, apprehensive that Xiaoyu might suddenly leap toward him. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze back to the net, where, alongside a particularly large black fish, he noticed jellyfish-like creatures and turtles among other oddities. Imo Shangyu was slightly taken aback. Jellyfish were typically found only in the ocean. Could this waterway be connected to the sea? What is that?" asked Xia Qingyu, peering into the net at the translucent, jelly-like entity. Observing the expressions of Xiaoyu and the others, it seemed they were equally unfamiliar with this creature, though surely someone must know. Imo Shangyu could only share what he was aware of, uncertain if this jellyfish was venomous. For safety's sake, he cautiously used a branch to push the jellyfish back into the water. Is that not edible?" Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity upon seeing it. Imo Shangyu gently shook her head, expressing uncertainty. However, for safety's sake, it might be best not to eat it. "Oh," Xia Liuji responded with a slight acknowledgement, then turned her gaze to the remaining items. Can we eat these?" Imo Shangyu nodded affirmatively. "These should be safe for consumption. I recognize most of them, which is why I felt comfortable responding." She proceeded to instruct them on how to extract the fish from the fishing net. Xia Liuji and the others quickly grasped the technique, as it posed little difficulty. Rising to her feet, Imo Shangyu gazed at the expansive stream before her, which undoubtedly connected to the ocean. May I give it a try?" Tianlang inquired eagerly, holding the fishing net as he looked at Imo Shangyu. She nodded but, noticing Tianlang's intent to cast the net without preparation, quickly intervened to teach him the proper way to arrange the net. Tianlang listened intently, and Imo Shangyu demonstrated how to use a bone knife to cut the fish at the mouth before stringing them up with green vines. She had not intended to bring a wooden bucket for water, as that would have proven cumbersome. Besides, the fish were too large to fit into a few containers. And as for any turtles or other creatures, she left that to their ingenuity. After instructing Tianlang, she allowed him to attempt it. His excitement made him tremble slightly, and he mimicked her previous actions with a swift flick of the wrist. However, the next moment, Xia Qingyu and the others were left in shock, as instead of the net flying out, Tianlang did. With a splash, Tianlang plunged into the water. Panic ensued among the group, and Imo Shangyu, equally alarmed, called out to Xiao Zi, who was currently fishing nearby. "Xiao Zi, save him." Xiao Zi turned her head at Imo Shangyu's voice and quickly noticed Tianlang struggling in the water, paddling frantically towards him. Chapter 77. It seems we witches are in over our heads. Tianlang, having fallen into the water, was unable to swim and struggled to lift himself against the strong current. At that moment, Xiao Zi reached his side, biting onto his hide and dragging him toward the shore. Yang and Xia Liuji rushed forward to assist, pulling Tianlang onto the bank, where he lay gasping for breath, evidently having swallowed a considerable amount of water. Imo Shangyu approached to assess his condition. Aside from some choking, he seemed otherwise unharmed. Just then, Xiao Zi suddenly turned, baring her teeth and exuding a menacing aura toward the water ahead. Imo Shangyu looked up to see a crocodile with a chicken-like head swimming toward Xiao Zi. "Xiao Zi, come up," she shouted urgently. Upon hearing Imo Shangyu's call, Xiao Zi immediately turned and leapt onto the shore, but at that moment, the crocodile charged toward them. Imo Shangyu's face paled as she instructed Xiao Liuji and Yang to pull Tianlang back, while the others hastily retreated, observing the emergence of several crocodiles. As their massive bodies began to rise above the water's surface, Imo Shangyu felt compelled to step back, overwhelmed by their sheer size. Imo Shangyu instinctively retreated a few steps as several crocodiles emerged, preparing to ascend the shore. Suddenly, Xiao Zi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Imo Shangyu and letting out a fierce roar towards the advancing creatures. The crocodiles, however, showed no signs of halting their approach, continuing their relentless advance towards Imo Shangyu and the others. Xia Lu sensed the rising panic among them, for they had never hunted such formidable crocodiles before. In previous encounters, they had always opted for a detour, attempting to avoid these beasts at all costs. As the full bodies of the crocodiles came into view, Imo Shangyu could not help but feel a fresh wave of astonishment. These creatures were indeed enormous, dwarfing any crocodiles she had ever seen by 4 to 5 times. Their razor-sharp teeth sent chills down her spine. Wu, you must leave, Xia Qingyu urged as she stepped forward, shielding Mo Shangyu behind her. Soon after, Tianlang and the others drew their bone knives, forming a protective barrier around Mo Shangyu. If only they had a bow, Mo Shangyu could have dispatched the beast swiftly. Alas, her bow had been broken, and she had yet to craft a new one. In the next moment, the crocodiles suddenly opened their jaws and charged towards Mo Shangyu and her companions. Xiao Zi and Xia Qingyu exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts racing with fear at the sight of such colossal predators. Yet, just as panic threatened to overwhelm them, tendrils of vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the crocodiles and rendering them immobile. Almost immediately, Xia Qingyu felt a warm sensation behind them, accompanied by a brilliant light. When they turned to look, they beheld 4 fireballs hovering above Mo Shangyu's head. The rainwater striking the fireballs evaporated almost instantaneously, creating a cloud of mist. With a gentle wave of her hand, Mo Shangyu sent the 4 fireballs hurtling towards the crocodiles. Before the creatures could free themselves from the constricting vines, they were engulfed in a blinding burst of flames. The explosion echoed with a resounding boom, and Xia Qingyu and the others instinctively shielded their faces from the intense heat that radiated outward, causing the surrounding mist to rise dramatically. As the haze gradually dissipated, they lowered their hands and gazed ahead, where they found a scene of charred remains. The crocodiles lay defeated upon the ground, their skins blackened and still emitting wisps of steam. They were unmistakably lifeless, and an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Xia Qingyu and her companions exchanged incredulous glances, turning towards Mo Shangyu, who herself appeared astonished by the efficacy of her fireball technique. Wu, you can wield sorcery without a medium? Xia Qingyu could not contain her curiosity and inquired. Huh. Mo Shangyu tilted her head in confusion, as if recalling something. The previous generation of shamans had informed her that sorcery typically required a medium, through which one could channel their mystical energy to perform spells. The most common medium was a staff, often crafted from ordinary wood, while others were made from various materials, such as unique bones, which could enhance the staff's capacity to withstand magical power. In the memory of Mo Shangyu, it seemed that the previous generation of shamans wielded wooden staffs, but upon their demise, those staffs were buried alongside them. Fortunately, Mo Shangyu possessed the innate ability to wield power without any intermediary. Sister, have you forgotten? Xia Liuji whispered to Xia Qingyu. Our shamans are not ordinary. He is truly a divine shaman. We need no staff. Our very essence serves as the medium. Despite the hushed tone of Xia Liuji, Mo Shangyu could still hear their exchange at such close proximity. Xia Qingyu too was roused from her reverie, realizing that their shaman was indeed unlike any other, akin to a grand shaman who had come to experience life in their tribe. The notion of a grand shaman stemmed from their belief that such figures were the most formidable. Mo Shangyu himself was somewhat astonished by the extent of his shamanic prowess. Tianlang and the others stood by, equally incredulous as they gazed at Mo Shangyu, their minds racing with a single thought. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated our totem warrior shaman, and now you shall face our virtually limitless numerical shaman. In the eyes of Tianlang and his companions, a shaman was immensely powerful even without invoking offensive spells. The current display of offensive magic was simply astounding. Regaining his composure, Mo Shangyu addressed Xia Qingyu and the others, suggesting they return, as the green vine fishing net had been incinerated by his fireball spell. Thus, they could only head back for now. Mo Shangyu promptly instructed them to retrieve the crocodile, for it was indeed a delicacy. He had never tasted crocodile meat in his previous life. Xia Liuji and the others quickly gathered their fish, each shouldering a crocodile as they made their way toward the cave, anticipating a feast. As for the green vine fishing net, it could be easily replicated by the common folk upon their return. Upon their arrival at the tribe, most of the villagers were gathered at the cave entrance, eagerly awaiting Mo Shangyu and his companions. As they returned, smiles illuminated their faces, but upon noticing the large, unsightly crocodiles they carried, some recoiled in fright, recognizing them as long-snout fish. Everyone turned their gaze toward Mo Shangyu and his group, but seeing the lifeless, charred long-snout fish only intensified their shock. Xia Liuji and the others approached, carrying the long-snout fish, causing some to retreat in fear. Mo Shangyu stepped forward, observing the crocodiles they had set down. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Xia Qingyu, have someone process these crocodiles, and then let Tianlang take a group to gather some green vines. Additionally, ask Daxiong to bring a few totem warriors to find a larger stone and carve out 2 sizable stone pots. Xia Qingyu nodded and began issuing commands, while Tianlang and the Great Bear quickly summoned a few totem warriors to assist. Mo Shangyu then turned her gaze towards Xiao Liuji and Yang, instructing, "You too. Find some totem warriors to dig a large pit outside." "Dug a pit?" Xiao Liuji queried, puzzled. "What purpose does it serve?" Mo Shangyu gestured towards the fish writhing on the ground. "These fish can be cultivated." "Cultivated?" Xiao Liuji remained baffled, for they were unfamiliar with the concept of aquaculture. Mo Shangyu explained succinctly, "Simply put, you dig a pit, toss them in, and they one perish. When we wish to feast, we can catch them." With this clarification, Xiao Liuji comprehended instantly, and Yang too understood, though she gazed at Mo Shangyu in astonishment. This method, though seemingly straightforward, had never been attempted before. Soon, Xiao Liuji and Yang summoned several totem warriors to the pit, procuring larger bones before commencing their excavation, undeterred by the pouring rain. Mo Shangyu refrained from allowing ordinary individuals to dig, fearing they might fall ill, while Xiao Liuji and the totem warriors, being more resilient, could work more swiftly. Mo Shangyu then cast her eyes upon the crocodiles on the ground. Most had been nearly cooked by her fireball spell, rendering preservation nearly impossible. Thus, they would prepare to feast on the crocodile meat that evening. Although there were only a few, their size sufficed. A few could be utilized for soup, while the remainder would be roasted. Mo Shangyu instructed Xia Qingyu to have others dismantle the crocodiles for roasting. Xia Qingyu nodded and called upon a few skilled from the Dian tribe for the task. The rest observed from the side, for with the heavy rain, there was little for them to do inside the cave. It was better to watch Mo Shangyu at work outside. "Brother, I want to help too," Mo Yingying said, approaching Mo Shangyu with a touch of melancholy. "There's nothing you can assist with here," Mo Shangyu replied, glancing down at her with a wry smile. Though he felt a pang of sympathy at her woeful expression. "I just want to contribute. Otherwise, it feels as though I am merely relying on you and the tribe leaders," Mo Yingying lamented. Mo Shangyu knelt and gently tousled her hair, pausing in thought before suggesting, "How about this? I will teach you some numbers and letters. Once you learn them, you can share that knowledge with others during your free time." "What are numbers? What are letters?" Mo Yingying asked, tilting her head in innocent confusion. Mo Shangyu chuckled, picking up a nearby twig. "This twig represents one." "Uh-huh," Mo Yingying nodded, though still puzzled. "I understand it's one, but they all know that too." With a smile, Mo Shangyu held the twig in her hand and drew a vertical line on the ground. "What is this?" "This is one." Mo Yingying pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "What I meant was, what is this that I drew?" Mo Yingying fell silent again, rubbing her head in deep thought. However, she soon smiled and said, "This represents one, just like the stick in my brother's hand." Mo Shangyu was pleasantly surprised by his sister's cleverness and affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her. "Indeed, very impressive. This signifies one." Instantly, Mo Yingying's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart brimming with happiness. Next, Mo Shangyu wrote the numeral 2. "And this one?" This time, as Mo Yingying rubbed her head and earnestly contemplated, she still struggled to discern the answer. With a hint of disappointment, she said, "This should be 2, but that's just my guess." Mo Shangyu smiled, choosing not to discourage her, but rather affirming, "This indeed represents 2. He then proceeded to write the Arabic numerals from 1 to 10 on the ground. Just as Mo Shangyu was about to inquire of Mo Yingying, he noticed a crowd had gathered around him, all appearing incredulous and attentively listening. "Are those the characters for which?" asked Xia Qingyu, her voice laced with concern. Mo Shangyu, observing her worried expression, chuckled and replied, "These are not which characters. They are simply my basic Arabic numerals. Once you learn them, understanding quantities will become exceedingly simple." He pointed towards a few crocodiles and asked, "Do you see there are 5? A chorus of nods emerged from the crowd surrounding him. Mo Shangyu then pointed to the numeral 5 he had just written on the ground, explaining, "This signifies 5, representing 5 crocodiles." "Oh." Mo Yingying was the first to grasp the concept, exclaiming, "Brother, I understand. This is what S called the numeral, which can replace the stick." Mo Shangyu reflected for a moment before smiling and responding, "That's quite close." Mo Yingying's face lit up with a joyous smile, thrilled at her correct answer. In their world, although they understood some numbers, they relied solely on numerical representations. They did not recognize even the most basic characters. With no knowledge of Arabic numerals or any other numerical forms, only values as substitutes. This was precisely why Mo Shangyu wished to teach them, as it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As for Chinese characters, they were entirely absent here. The only one they knew was the witch character, recognizable only to those with witchcraft talent, while the common folk would find them dizzying with just a glance. Only those possessing the gift of witchcraft could view those characters without feeling faint. In the future, Mo Shangyu would also teach them to recognize Chinese characters, making explanations considerably simpler. Often, when someone did not comprehend something, They would resort to frantic gestures with their hands in desperation. "Brother, you are amazing." Mo Ying could not help but gaze at her brother with admiration, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Mo Shangyu. Chapter 79. The Social Death of Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu, witnessing the adoring gaze of his sister, affectionately tousled her hair. He then continued to instruct them on recognizing numbers, despite the torrential rain outside, as he elaborated on the lessons. As time passed gradually, the sky quickly darkened. Tianlang and his companions had already harvested the green vines and placed them outside, gathering to listen as Mo Shangyu taught them about numbers. Xiao Liuji was aware that they had also dug the pits and had tossed the fish into them. Although the fish had their mouths slit, they would not perish easily. For the life of a fish is not so fragile. Almost everyone surrounded Mo Shangyu, attentively listening to his teachings, and Xiao Liuji found the experience quite engaging. It was indeed a peculiar sight. Once the sky turned nearly dark, Mo Shangyu ceased his explanations, stood up, and remarked, "We shall conclude for today. Take time to digest what you've learned." Daxiong and the others had prepared the stone pots, one outside, one in the middle of the cave entrance, and another inside. With so many people, it was impractical for everyone to gather outside, especially since it was still pouring rain. Soon, a bonfire was ignited, illuminating the entire area. Mo Shangyu instructed Xia Qingyu and the others on how to cook the crocodile meat, then encouraged them to try it themselves. Everyone eagerly gazed at the crocodile meat simmering in the stone pot. Today, the fish soup was scant, barely enough to satisfy hunger, but now, with 3 stone pots, there was ample food to indulge in. Mo Shangyu smiled at the innocent demeanor of these primitives, finding them endearingly simple and somewhat foolish. Sitting outside, Mo Shangyu was accompanied by Xiaoji, who rested beside him, while Mo Shangjing sat on his other side, joyfully sipping crocodile soup with both hands. In that moment, Mo Shangyu felt a sense of contentment with this way of life. Suddenly, Tianlang and Daxiong sprang to their feet and began to jump and make primal sounds. Mo Shangyu observed their dancing, which was truly primitive, characterized by wide-legged hops and vocalizations of woo and ah. Finding the scene somewhat difficult to watch, Mo Shangyu lowered his head and quietly resumed drinking his soup. The temperature outside was dropping, signaling that the Cambrian period was indeed approaching. "Which, come join us." At that moment, Xiao Liuji, along with He stood up and joined the dance, eventually approaching Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Oh dear, which, join us." However, in the next moment, Xiao Liuji took the initiative, and when the others saw the witch joining in, the excitement grew even louder. Mo Shangyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his body reluctant to move. The reason Xiao Liuji could so boldly pull Mo Shangyu into the fray was that Mo Shangyu lacked the aura of a witch that would deter others from approaching. Had it been the previous generation of shamans, Xiao Liuji would have dared not approach them, primarily because they did not exude an intimidating aura. Rather, it felt as if Mo Shangyu were merely a friend, albeit one with shamanic abilities. However, when faced with danger, Xiao Liuji and the others would instantly regard Mo Shangyu as a shaman, willing to risk their lives in protection. Yet gradually, Mo Shangyu became influenced by their atmosphere, unconsciously beginning to dance. The style of his dance, however, was more contemporary, a spirited display that involved one hand pressed against his chest, eyes closed, moving rhythmically with an expression of sheer enjoyment. Observing this, Xiao Liuji halted, concern creeping in as he watched Mo Shangyu's convulsions. Soon, Tianlang, Daxiong Shaluo, and the others also paused, and one by one, everyone ceased their activities to gaze at their shaman. There stood Mo Shangyu, eyes closed, lost in the ecstasy of his unique dance. All present wore expressions of astonishment, instinctively parting to grant him space to perform freely. The audience was entranced by the solitary dance of Mo Shangyu. At that moment, however, Mo Shangyu seemed oblivious, gradually realizing the absence of sound, save for the rhythmic patter of rain against the ground. As he opened his eyes, he found everyone fixated upon him, causing him to momentarily freeze. A wave of acute embarrassment washed over him, and he hesitated to reconsider his situation, awkwardly touching his nose under the scrutiny of all eyes. Seeking to alleviate the discomfort, Mo Shangyu approached the fire pit, intending to grab a piece of roasted meat. Yet, midway, he realized there was none, retracting his hand and sinking deeper into embarrassment. The collective gaze remained fixed on him, and Mo Shangyu wished fervently for a place to hide. Barefoot, he felt as if he were carving out a small dwelling in the damp earth beneath him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke the tension. "Wow, brother, you're amazing." It was Mo Ying, exclaiming with delight. Mo Shangyu thought, "Now, this is even more awkward, akin to standing amidst a bustling crowd, playing the fool." with the mask of the jester fallen away to reveal his true self. His toes continued to dig into the muddy ground. Shaman, what exactly did you select to perform? Xiao Liuji suddenly inquired, astonished. His intent was not to demean the quality of the dance, but perhaps to express some confusion regarding it. Feeling the heat of embarrassment, Mo Shanyu awkwardly touched his nose, coughed lightly, and replied, "All right, it's getting late. Please finish your meals and rest. The temperature has dropped, so cover yourselves well. I'm feeling tired and shall retire now." With that, he turned, shuffling his numb feet towards the cave, wishing fervently for his legs to spring into action. Seeing their shaman retreat for rest, the others parted, some women gazing at Mo Shanyu with admiration, asking, "Shaman, could you teach me?" Mo Shanyu offered a courteous, albeit bashful smile in response. "Next time, definitely." As Mo Shanyu returned to her cave, she felt utterly drained and simply collapsed onto the stone bed. Upon seeing her, Ayu, who was already resting there, playfully kicked Mo Shanyu. Though the force was minimal, Ayu's innate strength was formidable, causing Mo Shanyu to crash against the wall and then fall to the ground. At that moment, Mo Shanyu felt as if all her energy had been siphoned away. Resigned, she lay on the floor, finding a piece of animal hide to cover her head. Chapter 80. Winged birds. In the following days, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and the rain began to diminish. Mo Shanyu and her companions spent their days fishing and observing their surroundings. The ground was now almost entirely submerged in rainwater, and occasionally, Mo Shanyu would teach them to recognize characters inside the cave. Little Purple had also reached a growth plateau, now towering over Mo Shanyu. Her magnificent purple fur more vibrant than ever. "Which, are we going fishing today?" Xiao Liuji inquired, glancing at Mo Shanyu, who was seated outside the cave. The previously exchanged meat had been consumed, and now they were relying on fish, which would eventually become monotonous. Hearing Xiao Liuji's voice, Mo Shanyu turned to see that the rain had significantly lessened, but the cold was becoming more biting. They were now nearly entirely wrapped in animal hides. During these days, Mo Shanyu had also taught them simple sewing techniques, utilizing the green vines as thread, while bones served as needles. "Today, let us venture a bit farther," Mo Shanyu suggested to Xiao Liuji. "Which, it's not safe," Xiao Liuji responded anxiously upon hearing Mo Shanyu's intent to travel further. Mo Shanyu smiled reassuringly, "Just be cautious." She then instructed Xiao Liuji to gather Tianlang, Daxiong, Yang, and Shaluo, making a group of 6 including herself and Xiao Liuji. Having too many companions could be problematic. With no other choice, Xiao Liuji complied and summoned the others. "Which, are we really going farther today?" Tianlang asked, eyeing Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu nodded. "Yes, I wish to observe the situation outside." She had been feeling somewhat stifled in the cave and longed for an excursion. Upon learning of Mo Shanyu's plans, Xia Qingyu and the others looked on with concern, eager to dissuade her. However, Mo Shanyu laughed and reassured them, "It's fine, the rain has eased considerably, and it won't be too perilous." Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce. They could hardly bind Mo Shanyu within the cave. Before setting off, Mo Shanyu ensured that Tianlang and the others were well prepared, bringing along her witch-bone tokens. She also crafted a new bow and made several extras, with Tianlang, Yang, and Xiao Liuji each carrying one on their backs. Now, Tianlang and his companions bore large animal hide pouches at their waists, filled with witch-bone tokens, each one a 5th-level token. During the past few days, Mo Shanyu had spent her time etching these tokens, as she had amassed a considerable number of bones at the trading post. Currently, Mo Shanyu is capable of inscribing 6th-level witch-bone tablets, yet he can only engrave a few at a time, a process that consumes several days. This is due to the sensation of his internal witch power being rapidly drained during the engraving of such powerful artifacts. Presently, he possesses 4 6th-level witch-bone tablets, all secured within a leather pouch at his waist, awaiting the preparations of Tianlang and the others before embarking on their journey. At this moment, Xiaozi returned, seemingly aware of Mo Shangyu's impending departure, and chose to accompany him. Mo Shangyu, observing the slightly taller Xiaozi, affectionately ruffled her hair, pleased that she wished to join, especially as her strength was comparable to that of a 3rd-level warrior. Most importantly, Xiaozi was remarkably swift on her feet. "Be careful, brother." Mo Yingying expressed her concern as she watched her brother prepare to leave. Mo Shanyu smiled and nodded at his sister, while Xia Qingyu and the others similarly urged him to remain safe. After their departure, Xia Qingyu felt a tinge of worry, for she knew she could not dissuade the witch. "Which, shall we proceed in that direction?" Xiao Liuji inquired, casting a glance towards Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu surveyed the surroundings and replied, "We shall head that way." He pointed to an unexplored area behind them, which also featured a stream they could follow. It would provide sustenance should they grow hungry. Xiaozi eagerly dashed ahead, with Imo Shanyu and the others trailing closely behind, while Tianlang and his companions encircled Imo Shanyu for protection. Although the rain had lessened considerably, the ground remained damp beneath their feet. As they advanced, they remained oblivious to the lurking creatures on land, only aware of the crocodiles in the water, fixating on their every move. Thus far, Imo Shanyu had encountered no other creatures besides the aquatic reptiles. He pondered the absence of other marine entities, reasoning that the ocean must be teeming with diverse life. And considering that this stream connected to the sea, he found it peculiar not to have seen more. Have you ever encountered different types of creatures in the water? Imo Shanyu queried, directing his question towards Xiao Yoji. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "It seems not, as we retreat into caves during the heavy rains and seldom emerge." Curious, Imo Shanyu asked, "Is your food supply sufficient?" "Not at all," she responded, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Every heavy rain season, we inevitably lose some tribe members due to starvation, and we only eat once a day. The totem warriors may eat a bit more and take their chances, but they dare not venture too far." Despite the somber explanation, she soon smiled, adding, "But this time we have a witch. He ensures we do not go hungry and keeps us safe." Shaluo and Yang shared in her sense of fortune, casting smiles towards Imo Shanyu. For tribes like theirs, encountering heavy rains often resulted in fatalities, either from starvation or during attempts to capture aquatic creatures. However, this time, they did not meet their demise. The individuals brought back by Imo Shanyu had almost completely integrated into the Dayan tribe and had grown more submissive to him. They regarded Imo Shanyu as the greatest shaman, believing that none of their previous shamans possessed his formidable prowess. As Imo Shanyu and his companions walked, a sudden roar echoed from the sky, causing them to momentarily freeze, as if their souls were about to escape their bodies. Subsequently, a colossal bird descended from above, its elongated beak and expansive wings circling ominously above them, perceiving them as mere prey. At that moment, Xiaozi returned, letting out an angry shout at the bird in the sky. Imo Shanyu looked up, observing the immense figure and sharp beak resembling that of a pterosaur, though with subtle distinctions, a winged beast. Just then, Shaluo spoke up, astonished. "Why has this winged creature appeared here?" Chapter 81. Encounter with the tribe. Fuya, do you recognize this anomaly? Imo Shanyu inquired. Shaluo nodded and replied, "I have seen it before. This winged creature usually resides only near the Tianyu mountain, seldom venturing this way. I cannot fathom why it has come here." After hearing this, Imo Shanyu deduced that the creature belonged to the vicinity of Tianyu mountain and had presumably never flown to this region. At that moment, the winged creature suddenly dove directly towards them, its sharp beak poised to strike like a spear. Tianlang and the others instinctively shielded Imo Shanyu. "Shaman, quickly evade," Xiao Lu urged. Yet, Imo Shanyu, undeterred, drew a bow and knocked an arrow from behind him, pulling back the string with purpose. In the next instant, the arrow whistled through the air towards the winged beast. As he released the arrow, Imo Shanyu employed both a speed spell and a fireball incantation, transforming the arrow into a blazing projectile. As it approached, he invoked a gravity spell, and the fiery arrow pierced the creature's beak, impaling its entire body. The winged beast immediately lost its vitality and plummeted to the ground with a thud, landing directly in the stream. Shaluo and the others turned to Imo Shanyu, their expressions filled with disbelief. It seemed that the shaman's bow had grown stronger. "Shaman, your bow appears to have become even more powerful." Imo Shanyu nodded, acknowledging that he had utilized his own shamanic powers rather than the strength of the shamanic talisman. "Can we eat it?" he asked, pointing at the winged creature floating in the water. The corpse of the beast lay in the stream, its blood staining the surrounding water crimson. Fish emerged from the depths, eagerly feasting upon the remains. "It should be permissible," Shaluo replied, albeit uncertain, for he had only encountered such creatures before. As Imo Shanyu contemplated the implications of the absence of poison, he recalled that he had never encountered dragon meat before, recognizing that dinosaurs belonged to the dragon family. Just as he and his companions prepared to retrieve the corpse of the winged bird from the water, the surface began to tremble violently, prompting Tianlang and the others to sense an impending danger and halt their advance. Meanwhile, Xiaozi maintained a vigilant posture against the undulating water. Imo Shanyu, puzzled, observed the surface bulging as if something were about to emerge. They instinctively took a few steps back, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic tentacle broke through the water's surface. Imo Shanyu was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief upon seeing the red tentacle adorned with numerous circular rings. Unmistakably the appendage of an octopus, and of such immense size. This could only be the octopus king. Though incredulous, Imo Shanyu gradually steadied his racing heart. The tentacles swiftly ensnared the winged bird's body, dragging it beneath the waves, leaving only a pool of crimson blood in its wake. Xiao Yoji and the others were equally shaken. What was that? They exclaimed. Mo Shangyu finally regained his composure and replied, a giant octopus. The revelation left Xiao Yoji and the others bewildered, but Mo Shangyu sensed that they could not linger any longer. We must leave this place at once, he urged, acutely aware that if the giant octopus had intentions toward them, their chances of survival would be bleak. The sheer size of that tentacle made him ponder the colossal dimensions of the creature itself. It was astonishing to think that such a massive octopus lurked within what appeared to be an ordinary stream, albeit a rather wide one. Consequently, Mo Shangyu led Xiao Yoji and the others swiftly away from the stream, grappling with disbelief over what other monsters might reside within its depths. Fortunately, they had never ventured into the water, otherwise, they might have met an untimely demise. That creature was terrifying, Xiao Yoji remarked as the shock began to subside. Shaluo and the others were equally astounded, still reeling from the sight of the tentacle. At that moment, Xiao Yoji turned to Mo Shangyu and suggested, perhaps we should return. This place is far too perilous. Let us wait until the waters recede before venturing out again. Her concern was not rooted in fear, but rather in the well-being of Mo Shangyu. Shaluo, Tianlang, and the others nodded in agreement. Mo Shangyu fell into a brief silence, reluctant to return, as he did not believe the waters would recede anytime soon. Given the current temperature, it was likely that before the waters could thaw, they would be encased in ice, reminiscent of the Cambrian period. At that moment, he was determined not to retreat. He needed to seek a more suitable refuge for everyone to withstand the impending Cambrian era. Though the cave could accommodate them, it lacked sustenance. And even the exotic species were scarce. Should the Cambrian period emerge, finding a path would prove even more arduous. Mo Shangyu resolved to seize the opportunity while the rain was light and the waters had not yet frozen completely, seeking a more expansive and level terrain ahead. Let us proceed further, he urged. Mo Shangyu softly spoke. Xiao Yoji, realizing the situation, could only nod, knowing they could not dissuade Wu. This time, they were more vigilant in protecting Wu. The 6 individuals and 1 cat continued their forward journey, opting not to follow the stream, but instead advancing towards the direction ahead. Gradually, Mo Shangyu noticed that the water here was surprisingly deeper, with fish swimming beneath the surface. Wu, be careful. Originally, Mo Shangyu intended to crouch down and catch a fish, but Xiao Yoji's voice suddenly interrupted. Mo Shangyu looked up just in time to see a rock hurtling towards him. Xiao Yoji positioned himself in front of Mo Shangyu, swiftly kicking the stone away. He then quickly retrieved his bow and an arrow from behind, drawing the string and aiming at a tree ahead. To his astonishment, a woman stood atop that tree, barefoot and clad in a simple garment of animal skin. Upon noticing the incoming projectile, although unaware of its nature, she sensed the imminent danger. The woman swiftly leaped to another tree, evading the arrow. Xiao Yoji, clearly taken aback by her remarkable speed, was suddenly confronted by more figures emerging from the foliage, each armed with stones. Which tribe are you from? At that moment, the woman who had dodged the arrow, Fuya, called down from her perch, fixating her gaze on Mo Shangyu and the others. Xiao Yoji, preparing to loose another arrow with the intent to take her down, was stopped by Mo Shangyu, who restrained his hand from drawing the bowstring. He then addressed Fuya. We belong to the Dayan tribe. Chapter 82. The water tribe. Fuya regarded them warily, her mind racing as she sought information about the Dayan tribe, but found none. I know nothing of the Dayan tribe. You must not approach our territory. Please leave, she responded, her eyes fixed on Mo Shangyu. Mo Shangyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He too had never encountered Fuya and her people, nor did he know which tribe they belonged to. What tribe are you from? I have never seen you before, he inquired. Fuya's gaze sharpened as she replied earnestly, We are the water tribe. You are currently on our land. Please depart. Mo Shangyu discerned that Fuya and her companions did not intend to attack. They merely wished for him to leave. Tribe leader. Trouble. Just then, a man rushed to Fuya's tree, anxiety etched on his face. The aberrants have come ashore and are heading this way. Fuya's brow furrowed deeply, and she leapt down from the tree, commanding, Prepare for battle. Instantly, the others raised their stones, readying themselves for confrontation. Mo Shangyu and his companions exchanged puzzled glances with Fuya and her group, sensing that something formidable was approaching their territory, prompting this display of alarm. Just as Mo Shangyu was engulfed in confusion, the voice of Xiao Yoji suddenly resonated, which, it appears that a group of crocodiles is swiftly approaching us from ahead. Mo Shangyu snapped back to reality and gazed in the direction indicated by Xiao Yoji, only to behold a multitude of crocodiles rapidly swimming towards them from not far off on their right. Furia, observing the advancing crocodiles, furrowed her brow and produced a small, instrument-like object, raising it to her lips. As she played the instrument, a melodious sound emerged, and in the next moment, the previously aimless fish in the water began to swim towards her, swiftly entering the aquatic enclave. This astonishing scene left Imo Shangyu and the others utterly dumbfounded. Imo Shangyu, equally astonished, thought to himself that while he had heard of beast taming techniques, witnessing the taming of fish was an entirely new experience. How wondrous it was. However, it seemed the crocodiles had also taken notice of Imo Shangyu and his companions, with several of them hastening towards their direction. Climb the trees, Imo Shangyu commanded. Instantly, Tianlang and the others leaped into the trees, leaving the crocodiles below to redirect their attention towards Furia and her group. Furia and her companions stood in the water, weapons in hand, reluctant to ascend the trees, fully aware that should they do so, the crocodiles would undoubtedly rush into their aquatic refuge. Armed with bone knives, they remained prepared to engage in combat with the encroaching reptiles. Observing the unfolding situation, Xiao Liuji turned to Imo Shangyu and asked, "Which, shall we assist them? Let us assess the situation first. Draw your bows. If they encounter life-threatening danger, shoot immediately." Understood. Imo Shangyu, Xiao Liuji, and Yang swiftly retrieved arrows from behind, aiming towards Furia and her group. Furia, naturally, noticed their actions but was unfamiliar with the purpose of the bows, which instilled in her a sense of impending peril. Yet, she had little time to concern herself with Imo Shangyu and the others. At that moment, the crocodiles had reached Furia's group, which comprised only around 20 individuals. They stood no chance against the 100 or so crocodiles. Before long, one of the men was seized by a crocodile, which clamped down on his thigh, causing blood to flow. Just as the crocodile prepared to thrash its head, an arrow suddenly pierced through its skull, causing its head to embed in the ground, lifeless. The man, in agony, clutched his thigh and screamed, while Imo Shangyu sighed in relief, grateful that the man's leg had been saved. Had they been any slower, the crocodile would have surely torn his leg apart. Immediately, Yang and Xiao Liuji also unleashed their arrows. Imo Shangyu, of course, would utilize the power of the bone talismans at his waist, as the distance was somewhat considerable, and the bow itself could scarcely withstand the full draw of Xiao Liuji and Yang. Furia, who had been engaged in combat with a crocodile, inadvertently noticed Imo Shangyu and his companions, realizing that they had used their weapons to save one of her kin. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the crocodile suddenly swung its tail toward Furia. In a moment of shock, Suya found herself struck by a tail that sent her hurtling backwards, crashing onto the ground and splashing water around her. Clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in distress, she felt as if a tempest raged within her. The tribal leader and others, witnessing her plight, cried out in concern. Most of the water tribe members lay prostrate on the ground, still alive but incapacitated, while the crocodiles, numbering over 80, posed an insurmountable threat. As Suya beheld the oncoming reptiles, despair washed over her like a tide, her heart sinking into the abyss. The others shared her bleak sentiment, having never anticipated such an overwhelming assault from the crocodiles, nor were they prepared for it. However, just as despair settled over them, several fireballs hurtled through the air, crashing down before Suya and her companions, engulfing the advancing crocodiles in flames. The fireballs detonated upon contact with the water, releasing steam that shrouded the area in mist. This obscured the crocodiles from view, while Tianlang and his allies surged forward into the fray. The sounds of battle echoed as blood began to flow from the mist, staining the ground crimson. The remaining crocodiles, witnessing the demise of their kin, sensed the peril and swiftly retreated, tails thrashing and legs propelling them away. Though Suya could not discern the exact events unfolding within the fog, she was certain that the fireball was a manifestation of sorcery, conjured by Imo Shangyu, who stood impassively upon a tree. This revelation confirmed his identity as a shaman. Yet, when she turned to seek him out once more, he had vanished. At that moment, his voice resonated beside her, inquiring if she was unharmed. Startled, Suya spun around to find Imo Shangyu inexplicably before her. "You are a shaman," she stammered, trembling. Imo Shangyu offered her a gentle smile, prompting Suya to kneel before him, her forehead striking the water, oblivious to the chill it bore. Chapter 83. The shaman of the water tribe is a charlatan. Imo Shangyu was evidently taken aback by the reverence with which Suya and her companions regarded his shamanic identity. So much so that they knelt before him. "We, of the water tribe, pledge our allegiance to you," Suya declared earnestly. Imo Shangyu, perplexed, regarded Suya. It seemed improbable that a tribe such as theirs would lack a shaman of their own. Why then did they seek to follow him? Yet, in that fleeting moment of Suya's supplication, the others too, one by one, sank to their knees, seemingly indifferent to their injuries, allowing blood to flow freely. Seeing this, Mo Shanyu felt a mix of exasperation and compassion. He began to tend to their wounds. With over a dozen injured, his healing was remarkably swift, aided by his shamanic talismans and innate powers. As Mo Shanyu healed the wounds of these individuals, astonishment washed over their faces. They subsequently knelt before him, bowing deeply to the ground, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Shaman, for saving us." At that moment, Mo Shanyu approached Fuya and directly employed the shamanic bone talisman for healing. As Fuya felt the pain within her gradually dissipate, she too bowed her head to the ground in gratitude. "Thank you, Shaman, for your healing." Mo Shanyu found himself perplexed by their eagerness to follow him, as it seemed they had been awaiting his arrival. "Why do you wish to accompany me? Does your tribe not have a shaman?" he inquired. Fuya paused for a moment before responding earnestly. "Our tribe's shaman passed away before the onset of the heavy rains." It appeared that their tribe truly lacked a shaman, prompting them to seek his companionship. However, Mo Shanyu, unfamiliar with this water tribe, continued to question, "Where do you hail from?" "From the other side of the mountain," Fuya replied. "The other side of the mountain?" Mo Shanyu echoed, a sense of confusion creeping in. Fuya pointed in a particular direction, and following her gesture, Mo Shanyu discovered that it appeared to be towards the Tianyu tribe. Yet, he remained puzzled. There was no need for the Tianyu tribe to traverse mountains to reach this place. "Did you come from the Tianyu tribe?" Fuya shook her head. "I do not know. We crossed over from the other side of the mountain." Suddenly, an idea crossed Mo Shanyu's mind. "You came from the other side of the mountain?" "Yes." Fuya nodded. Yet Mo Shanyu's curiosity deepened. "Why did you cross over from that side? How long did it take? How many people are left in your tribe? What lies beyond the mountain?" Clearly taken aback by the barrage of questions, Fuya responded slowly. "Our tribe's shaman foretold the impending arrival of the Cambrian era, and if that occurs, we would be unable to survive on the other side of the mountain. Thus, our shaman devised a way for our tribe to endure. However, we needed to cross over to this side, as the shaman informed us that a shaman here could save our tribe. So, after traversing the mountains, we followed the shaman's guidance to this place and began to wait." After listening, Mo Shanyu gleaned some understanding. "Another mystic shaman. How many shamans do you have? And how did yours perish?" Fuya lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Our shaman died in the pursuit of discovering a means for our tribe's survival, sacrificing their life in the process. We originally had 473 members. Now, only 69 remain." "How many sunsets have you traversed?" "More than 30 sunsets." "When did you arrive here?" "I do not know. I only know that we set out when the heavy rains were imminent, traveling for a long time before reaching this place." Upon hearing this, Mo Shanyu began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. During the onset of the heavy rains, it would have been nearly impossible to journey outside for long. It was no wonder only 69 individuals remained. At this moment, Mo Shanyu felt a twinge of compassion for them, which, they are truly pitiful. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling Mo Shanyu. Turning around, she discovered that Xiao Yoji and the others stood behind her, and the mist had dissipated. Numerous crocodile corpses lay scattered on the ground. Yet Xiao Yoji and their companions appeared unscathed. With the witch bone talisman, they were assured of their healing even if injured. "Witch, please take us into your water tribe." Suya earnestly bowed her head to Mo Shanyu. One by one, the others followed suit, bowing their heads in a similar gesture. Mo Shanyu, feeling a bit awkward, thought to herself how these individuals were so quick to kneel, as if she were a deity. "Please rise. Lead me to your dwelling," she instructed Suya. Suya nodded slightly, and then stood up, saying, "Witch, follow us." With that, Suya walked ahead toward their living quarters, which were not far, just nearby. Soon, Mo Shanyu and her companions beheld the rudimentary wooden huts, constructed from simple timber. The remaining structures were covered with leaves to shield them from the rain, and their sleeping areas were also made of wood, elevated just above the water level. At that moment, a cheerful little girl dashed forward and leaped into Suya's embrace. Suya affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. She was none other than her younger sister. "Su-in, sister, you're not hurt, are you?" Su-in inquired with a sweet, gentle voice, gazing up at her sister. "I'm perfectly fine," Suya replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, a few others emerged, mostly women, with very few men present. This left Mo Shanyu slightly puzzled. Could it be that the water tribe was predominantly female? As Mo Shanyu pondered this, Su-in noticed her and the others. "Sister, who are they?" Hearing Su-in's question, the others turned their gazes toward Mo Shanyu and her companions. Upon seeing their tightly wrapped figures and the exotic beast skins adorning them, it became evident that these individuals were extraordinary. "They are the ones the witch spoke of, the ones who can save us," Suya declared. The members of the water tribe stood momentarily in stunned silence, and gradually, Their eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Perhaps only they understood the hardships they had endured on this journey. So many had perished, and now only these few remained. Most of the totem warriors had sacrificed their lives for the tribe, some even falling in defense of their partners. In the next moment, all the members of the water tribe knelt before Mo Shanyu, their hands pressed to the ground, their foreheads resting upon their hands. Suyin adorably knelt as well, mimicking her sister's gesture. "We beseech you, great witch, take us into your water tribe." Suya implored sincerely to Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu was momentarily taken aback. At times, he truly could not comprehend why these individuals would kneel so readily. "Rise," he gently urged, for he harbored a genuine aversion to having anyone bow before him. "I shall take you in. The great shaman, is your word true?" Fuya inquired, her voice tinged with excitement as she lifted her gaze to meet Mo Shanyu's. He nodded slightly, and the other members of the water tribe mirrored their enthusiasm, their hopes validated and their lives preserved. Following the torrential rains, the Cambrian era awaited, and she believed that most tribes would be reluctant to shelter them, as survival during this epoch would prove exceedingly arduous, let alone the prospect of accommodating an entire tribe, unless they were to be viewed merely as sustenance. Yet Fuya did not perceive Mo Shangyu and his kin as likely to regard the water tribe as food. Judging by their recent swift extermination of those aberrations, they hardly seemed to lack for provisions. Furthermore, their prowess in hunting those monstrosities appeared effortless. "Then we shall henceforth be members of the Dayan tribe," Fuya stated solemnly. Mo Shangyu shook his head in response. "Not so. You remain the water tribe, and you shall continue as its leader. However, we must communicate on all matters, and you shall relay them to your people." "Understood," Fuya replied, her excitement palpable. She clearly had not anticipated that Mo Shangyu would not dissolve the water tribe. His reasoning was straightforward. This arrangement would facilitate management. Once their conversation concluded, Mo Shangyu turned to Mu Huang and asked, "Are you aware of any suitable locations for habitation nearby?" By this time, Fuya and her companions had risen to their feet. "It seems there are no appropriate places in the vicinity," she replied, "as there are various aberrations lurking in the waters, making it quite perilous at times. Do not fret. I merely require a site capable of accommodating around 1,000 people, preferably on level ground," Mo Shangyu reassured her. After pondering for a moment, Fuya responded, "There appears to be a location just ahead, beneath which seems quite suitable for habitation. We would only need to clear away the trees." Mo Shangyu nodded in agreement. "Then lead us to inspect it." "Very well," Fuya replied, calling upon those capable and strong to accompany them. Mo Shangyu and his group followed closely behind her as they ventured outward. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the gruesome sight of crocodile corpses strewn about, the ground stained crimson with blood. Those members of the water tribe who remained unaware of the recent events stood in stunned silence at the sight of the slain creatures. Without hesitation, Fuya commanded, "You must drag all of these aberrations into the tribe." "Yes." Approximately 30 individuals responded in unison. They promptly set to work, and Mo Shangyu said nothing, recognizing that they were, after all, taking the crocodiles away. Moreover, the water tribe now belonged to the Dayan tribe. After issuing her orders, Fuya turned to Mo Shangyu and remarked, "Shaman, I believe that leaving these aberrations outside will only invite others to consume them. When the time comes for your departure, we can assist you in returning these creatures." Mo Shangyu was pleasantly surprised by Fuya's understanding nature. With a smile, she remarked, "It appears your tribe lacks sufficient provisions. You should keep what little you have for yourselves. In due time, our Yin tribe will also relocate from our current dwelling." "Very well," Fuya softly replied, then pointed towards the front, saying, "Which, the place I mentioned is just ahead. Allow me to guide you there." With that, Fuya led Mo Shangyu and the others forward. A few members of the water tribe initially wished to accompany her, but Fuya declined, insisting they remain behind to protect the others in the tribe. As Fuya walked ahead, she maintained a vigilant demeanor, scanning the surroundings for any signs of lurking dangers. At that moment, she wielded a long spear. Tianlang and the others were equally alert, aware that their current surroundings were precarious and that a formidable creature might suddenly emerge, reminiscent of the colossal tentacle they had encountered by the stream. If that tentacle had harbored hostile intentions towards Mo Shangyu and her companions, escape would have been exceedingly difficult. After about an hour of walking in Fuya's wake, Mo Shangyu and her party arrived at a stone wall. "This is the place I meant," Fuya declared, gesturing towards the imposing structure. Mo Shangyu surveyed the area, taking note of its unremarkable surroundings, with the grand stone wall before them. After careful observation, she mused that settling here might not be a bad idea. They could construct wooden houses and breach the stone wall to establish a protective perimeter, forming a fan-shaped fortification, as there was no need to build a wall at the back due to the stone barrier. Tianlang, please examine the surroundings, Mo Shanyu instructed, seeking to ensure their safety. Tianlang and the others quickly dispersed to scout the area. Meanwhile, Fuya and Mo Shanyu remained in place, with Mo Shanyu beginning to visualize the construction plans for the new Yin tribe. She aimed to devise a well-structured response to the impending Cambrian period, although she was unaware of its true terrors, only preparing for the worst. The torrential rains of the current monsoon had already unveiled genuine horrors that rendered any modern comparison to their intensity futile. Fuya dutifully followed Mo Shanyu, her gaze scanning the vicinity, ever ready to protect her. The fate of the entire water tribe rested upon Mo Shanyu, for Fuya understood that while the monsoon was manageable, the forthcoming Cambrian period would leave them with little hope of survival, merely awaiting their demise. Just as Mo Shanyu was diligently sketching her construction plans in her mind, a tremendous sound suddenly reverberated from ahead. Both Mo Shanyu and Fuya looked up, following the sound's origin, which seemed to align with the direction recently taken by Yang. As a tree crashed down, Mo Shanyu sensed an ominous shift and swiftly moved towards the source of the disturbance. Yang was likely in peril, and Mo Shanyu felt compelled to investigate. As Fuya quickly followed behind Mo Shanyu, she was taken aback by the latter's astonishing speed, rivaling that of a level 5 totem warrior. Chapter 85, the 7th level Silver Serpent. At this moment, Fuya gazed at Mo Shanjiu's silhouette, filled with doubt about whether he truly was a shaman. Why had she never encountered a shaman who resembled a totem warrior before? However, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. If she did, she would surely lose track of him. Mo Shanjiu swiftly arrived at the source of the sound and, upon stopping, was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a colossal python, its silver scales gleaming in the light, with eyes as white as snow and a pair of small horns atop its head. Opposite the silver serpent were Xiaozi and Yang, both appearing injured. Xiaozi had run off on her own while descending the mountain with Mo Shanjiu, and he had no idea she would end up here. Yang, having witnessed Xiaozi battling the silver python, had rushed to her aid, but it was evident that they were outmatched. Shaman, what are you doing here? Run! Yang exclaimed, having noticed Mo Shanjiu's presence, his voice laced with urgency. Upon Fuya's arrival, she too was struck dumb by the sight of the silver python, her legs weakening as if they might give way beneath her. Shaman, flee. This is a 7th level silver serpent. We stand no chance. Fuya implored Mo Shanjiu. Yang echoed her sentiment, urging him to leave without delay. Suddenly, the silver serpent let out a deafening roar directed at Xiaozi and Yang, charging towards them with alarming speed. Shaman, we must go? Fuya grasped Mo Shanjiu's hand, attempting to pull him away, but he remained rooted in place, unmoving. Fuya gasped in shock, realizing she could not budge him an inch. Mo Shanjiu withdrew his hand, then swiftly drew his bow and knocked an arrow, preparing to defend them. With Yang and Xiaozi unable to mount an offensive, they could only evade. He pulled back the bowstring, aiming at the silver serpent, and unleashed an arrow imbued with the fireball and speed spells. The silver serpent, engaged in its assault on Yang, suddenly halted, its body twisting in an evasive maneuver. Boom! The arrow missed its mark, striking a tree behind the serpent, which erupted in a cacophony of sound. At that moment, the silver serpent turned its attention toward Mo Shanjiu and charged at him. Yang shouted a warning, Shaman, be careful. Seeing the silver serpent barreling toward her master, Xiaozi dashed forward, her speed becoming a violet blur. Shaman, move! Fuya cried out, but as she watched Mo Shanjiu remain still, she felt compelled to push him aside. Yet just as Fuya was about to reach him, Mo Shanjiu extended his hand, grasping her wrist and gently tossing her aside. Fuya barely had time to comprehend what was happening before she was flung through the air, landing safely on the ground. At this moment, only Mo Shanyu remained in the gaze of the silver serpent. Fuya momentarily found herself at a loss. The silver serpent had already approached Mo Shanyu, its massive jaws wide open, ready to strike. Mo Shanyu, his expression calm, regarded the serpent's gaping maw, contemplating the extent of his own strength. With a mere thought, he invoked the wood spirit technique. In the next instant, numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the silver serpent completely. The enormous silver body halted abruptly, its sharp fangs mere inches away from Mo Shanyu, yet unable to reach him. Which, we are here. A voice rang out. Mo Shanyu looked up to see the great bear soaring through the air from an unknown location. Clenching his fists, the great bear descended heavily upon the silver serpent's head. Bang! The impact of his fist struck the serpent's skull, causing its entire head to crash down onto the ground, sending a spray of water that forced Mo Shanyu to shield his eyes. The great bear had undoubtedly employed the gravity which bone card. Otherwise, such force would have been unattainable. At that moment, Tianlang, Shaluo, and Xiao Liuji also rushed over, having heard the commotion. They utilized the speed which Bone Card to hasten their approach. Upon seeing the silver serpent charging towards Mo Shanyu, they exerted their full strength, yet they were slightly late. Fortunately, the witch had managed to restrain the serpent. Tianlang and Shaluo drew their bone knives, thrusting them towards the silver serpent. Xiao Liuji retrieved his bow and arrow from behind, drawing back the bowstring and releasing an arrow. Bang! Just as Tianlang and Shaluo's bone knives struck the silver serpent, they inexplicably shattered, and Xiao Liuji's arrow failed to inflict any damage, its tip splintering upon impact. Mo Shanyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the serpent's scales to be so resilient. Suddenly, the silver serpent let out a furious roar, causing Tianlang, Mo Shanyu, and the others to shudder. Without warning, the serpent swung its tail fiercely towards Tianlang and Shaluo. Caught off guard, they could only raise their arms in defense. Bang! Both Tianlang and Shaluo were sent flying, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a halt, eventually colliding with a tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The silver serpent then swung its head again, sending the great bear hurtling away. Seeing this, Mo Shanyu had no choice but to leap back, realizing that at such a close distance, a sudden bite would likely lead to his demise. The silver serpent rose once more, letting out a roar directed at Mo Shanyu. Which, get out of the way. At that moment, Yang and Xiaozi rushed forward. Xiaozi leaped onto the serpent's back, opening her mouth to bite down, but was unable to penetrate the serpent's scales. Yang also charged in, leaping onto a nearby tree before delivering a powerful kick towards the silver serpent. Just before impact, he activated the gravity witch bone card. This kick landed squarely on the serpent's vital spot, causing its entire body to tremble momentarily. Yet, it still inflicted no harm upon the creature. Which, you must leave. Tianlang and Shaluo returned to stand protectively before Mo Shanyu, who spoke softly. The two then simultaneously wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. The silver serpent writhed again, sending Xiao Zi and Yang flying once more. Which move? At that moment, Xiao Liuji approached Mo Shanyu and addressed her. Mo Shanyu gently replied, "You all should hide behind me." Xiao Liuji and the others were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, fireballs suddenly erupted from behind Mo Shanyu. Realizing the imminent danger, they swiftly took refuge behind her. Meanwhile, Suya gazed at the fireballs behind Mo Shanyu, captivated as if entranced by a deity. Chapter 86, Slaying the Silver Serpent. Seeing Suya still standing beside Mo Shanyu, Xiao Liuji grasped her hand and stepped back a few paces, cautioning her. "Do not stand so close, it is perilous." Only upon hearing Xiao Liuji's voice did Suya begin to regain her composure. At that moment, the silver serpent charged towards Mo Shanyu. With an expression of calm, Mo Shanyu raised her bow and drew the string. In the next heartbeat, the fireballs behind her surged forward, hurtling towards the silver serpent. The serpent momentarily froze at the sight of the incoming fireballs, but before it could react, the fireball struck it with a resounding explosion. Boom! Flames erupted violently, engulfing the serpent and obscuring its form. Mo Shanyu, undeterred, drew her bow once more and released an arrow that swiftly soared forth, followed by another explosive sound. Bang! The silver serpent collapsed to the ground, revealing that its once lustrous silver scales were now singed and charred. Is the witch truly this formidable? Suya gasped, astonished. She had never witnessed such prowess before. Only the shamans from the vast tribes beyond the mountains could possess such power, she thought. Xiao Liuji and the others, however, had grown accustomed to Mo Shanyu's extraordinary capabilities, fully aware of her unparalleled strength. At that moment, the silver serpent, though wounded, struggled to rise again and let out a ferocious roar directed at Mo Shanyu. In response, she raised her hand, and from the ground, tendrils of vines suddenly sprouted, ensnaring the serpent. Realizing the threat, the serpent deftly evaded the vines. Yet, as the serpent dodged, Mo Shanyu's figure appeared on a branch, her legs poised slightly bent. In the next instant, she propelled herself forward with incredible speed, resembling a flash of lightning as she appeared before the serpent. With gravity-enhanced force, she delivered a powerful kick to the serpent's head, sending its body crashing to the side. Bang! The serpent's head collided with a tree, which promptly splintered and fell to the ground. As Mo Shanyu landed gracefully, she raised her hand again, determined to continue her assault. This creature is a formidable 7th-level aberration, requiring a series of relentless strikes to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Mo Shanyu swiftly retrieved a bone talisman from his waist and hurled it towards the silver serpent. As the talisman soared through the air, Mo Shanyu raised his hand once more, and a multitude of fireballs materialized above the serpent's head, approximately 10 in number. When the talisman struck the serpent's scales, a crisp sound echoed, and with a swift motion, Imo Shangyu commanded the fireballs to launch towards the serpent. Boom! The silver serpent was suddenly engulfed in flames, an enticing aroma of charred flesh wafting through the air. Fuya's expression was one of astonishment as she gazed upon Imo Shangyu, who appeared almost divine in that moment. However, Imo Shangyu soon felt a weakness in his legs, as if his consciousness was slipping away and a fog clouded his mind, leaving him utterly fatigued. What is wrong? Xiao Yoji was the first to notice Imo Shangyu's distress, rushing forward to support him with concern. Yet, Imo Shangyu had already lost consciousness, collapsing into Xiao Yoji's embrace. Xiao Yoji cried out anxiously, but there was no response from Imo Shangyu. Tianlang, Shaluo, Daxiong, and Yang hurried over, their faces etched with worry upon seeing Imo Shangyu's condition. At that moment, Fuyo approached and observed Imo Shangyu's state, reminiscent of a previous incident involving their witch. She spoke. The witch must have overexerted his power, causing him to faint. He merely needs to rest. Hearing this, Xiao Yoji felt a sense of relief. They could not afford to let anything happen to the witch. Xiao Yoji then turned her attention to the silver serpent as the flames gradually dissipated. A repulsive green liquid oozed from the serpent's body, unmistakably malevolent. This was indeed the poison released by the bone talisman that Imo Shangyu had thrown. He had acquired it from the Heishan tribe, intended as a precaution in case the serpent did not perish immediately. As they surveyed the fallen serpent, Xiao Yoji addressed Tianlang, Daxiong, and Shaluo. You three must carry this serpent back. What? Tianlang, Shaluo, and Daxiong exclaimed in unison, astonished at the prospect of transporting it themselves. Xiao Yoji nodded affirmatively. Yes, unless you wish for me to do it while caring for the witch. Besides, you three are the only men here. A moment of silence ensued among the trio. Shaluo, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, Are you suggesting that the three of us women should carry the witch back, each taking a part? Xiao Yoji replied, I will assist in the lifting. Fuya awkwardly added, I will help as well. Xiao Yoji, feeling somewhat villainous for suggesting such a task, reflected that the immense aberration would indeed be burdensome for the three of them, yet they could manage with great effort. Ultimately, apart from Xiao Yoji, the others hoisted the serpent's body and set off towards the water tribe. As for the green liquid on the serpent, though toxic, they believed that if they remained cautious, they would be safe. As Xiao Yoji and her companions returned to the water tribe, twilight was nearly upon them. She cradled Imo Shangyu in her arms throughout the journey. When Tianlang, Daxiong, Shaluo, Yang, and Fuya arrived at the outskirts of the water tribe, bearing the colossal silver serpent, the sight of its immense form startled the onlookers, leaving them in disbelief. Is there a suitable place for us to stay? Xiao Yoji inquired of a totem warrior. The warrior, momentarily mesmerized by the silver serpent's size, gradually regained his senses upon hearing her voice. Yes, he stammered, leading her to another dwelling. Upon entering, Xiao Yoji discovered that the wooden floor was covered with animal skins. She carefully placed Imo Shangyu upon the makeshift bed. Outside, Tianlang and the others had unceremoniously dropped the silver serpent onto the ground, the impact causing a tremor that startled the tribespeople, prompting several children to burst into tears. The tribe's fish, startled by the commotion, scattered in all directions. Chapter 87. Encounter with the giant octopus. As night descended, the water tribe constructed a raised platform and began to kindle a fire for their evening meal. The tribespeople were astonished by the way Tianlang and his companions ignited the flames, as their own methods relied heavily on shamanic bone tokens or the guidance of shamans. Meanwhile, the group set about dissecting the silver serpent, though regrettably, its outer flesh was largely inedible due to contamination from toxins. Their primary goal was to procure the serpent's bones, ideal for crafting weapons or for the shaman to etch into bone tokens. However, Imo Shangyu remained unconscious. Fuya informed Xiao Yoji and the others that it might take 3 or 4 sunsets for Imo Shangyu to regain consciousness, as it was common for shamans to fall into a deep slumber for that duration after exhausting their powers. Understanding this, they resolved to wait for Imo Shangyu to recover before proceeding with their plans. Xiaoji remained steadfastly by Imo Shangyu's side, refusing to leave. The following day, Imo Shangyu slowly opened her eyes, her mind feeling foggy as memories of the previous day began to resurface. It seemed she had fainted due to the depletion of her shamanic energy. Raising her hand to assess her current powers, she was astonished to discover a notable enhancement in her abilities. Could this signify a breakthrough, a transformation born from adversity? Moreover, she sensed a further augmentation of her powers. Suddenly, Xiaoji, noticing Imo Shangyu had awakened, joyfully exclaimed. Imo Shangyu turned to see Xiaoji and, smiling, ruffled her hair before playfully tugging at her ear. The smile on her face vanished as she admonished, if you run off again, Just see if I want to discipline you. Xiaoji appeared to grasp the seriousness of her words and nodded, looking quite pitiful. With that, Imo Shangyu, reassured that Xiaoji understood, abandoned any further reprimands, rising to mount her back instead. Suddenly, a feeling of softness enveloped me, a sensation of comfort unlike any other. This was the first time Imo Shangyu had ridden upon Xiaozi's back. Xiaozi did not resist, but instead let out a joyful call. Perched atop Xiaozi, Imo Shangyu found the experience even more pleasurable than riding a horse. Xiaozi, let us venture to a more distant place, Imo Shangyu said, gently stroking Xiaozi's head. With a lively bark, Xiaozi surged forward, galloping outwards in an exuberant rush. Imo Shangyu instinctively leaned back, nearly losing balance. The exhilarating sensation of being propelled backward was overwhelming. Xiaozi's speed was astonishing, and Imo Shangyu felt as though he were racing in a sports car. When Xiaozi finally came to a halt, Imo Shangyu looked around, momentarily disoriented as to their whereabouts. Upon dismounting, he noticed a large pond ahead, where crocodiles were lazily basking, their eyes fixed upon him. Looking up, Imo Shangyu observed that the rain had ceased, yet the air was growing colder, heralding the imminent arrival of the Cambrian era. He knew he must swiftly organize his affairs. However, at that moment, his thoughts were consumed by a desire to test his sorcery, sensing that he had reached the prowess of a great shaman. Xiaozi, step back, he instructed. With a yip, Xiaozi retreated several paces. Now, Imo Shangyu regarded Xiaozi, who increasingly resembled a canine. Could it be that he was a descendant of huskies? Shaking his head to dispel such musings, he focused intently on the pond before him. Drawing upon his will, he began to manipulate the shamanic symbols, conjuring sorcery. Suddenly, fireballs appeared behind him, showcasing his mastery of fireball magic. Yet, Imo Shangyu sought to transcend the simplicity of this technique. He desired transformation. Closing his eyes, he rearranged the shamanic symbols, and the fireballs began to shift and intertwine. To his astonishment, they formed thick lines that connected each fireball, creating a radiant halo while retaining their fiery forms. The fireballs now resembled a revolver's chamber, and when Imo Shangyu reopened his eyes, they gleamed with newfound depth. In that instant, he commanded the fireballs to launch, the foremost one shooting forth and beginning to spin, followed closely by another. Sensing the efficacy of his strategy, Imo Shangyu quickened his pace, unleashing a barrage of fireballs towards the pond. The crocodiles, initially intrigued by Imo Shangyu's presence, were taken aback at the sight of the fireballs, immediately plunging into the water. As the fireballs struck the surface, steam billowed into the air, and the entire pond began to bubble, causing the creatures beneath the surface to leap into the air. The incessant bursts of energy did not leave Imo Shangyu feeling as if his mystical power had been entirely depleted. He had a brief respite for replenishment, albeit minimal, preventing an abrupt drain. Now, Imo Shangyu sensed a significant acceleration in the recovery of his mystical energy. At that moment, he could not help but laugh heartily, for he believed himself to be the chosen one, destined for greatness. However, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced as he felt something stirring in the water, as if something was about to emerge. Xiaozi, too, began to shout frantically at the water's surface. Imo Shangyu's fireball halted, and his gaze shifted towards the pond ahead, which was shrouded in mist, obscuring his view. Suddenly, with a splash, a massive tentacle erupted from the depths. Imo Shangyu was taken aback. It was indeed the very tentacle they had previously encountered belonging to the gigantic octopus. Without a moment's hesitation, Imo Shangyu turned and mounted Xiaozi's back, who mistakenly assumed he was preparing to charge into battle. As Xiaozi readied to lunge forward, Imo Shangyu quickly corrected her misunderstanding with a firm tap on her head, instructing, "We must flee." Meanwhile, Xiao Luji awoke and decided to check on the shaman's condition. However, upon arriving at Imo Shangyu's resting place, he discovered that the shaman was missing from the bed. Alarmed, Xiao Luji rushed outside, calling for Tian Lang and the others. Upon hearing that the shaman had vanished, Tian Lang and the group quickly gathered outside. As they stepped out, they were met with the sound of an explosion not far ahead. They exchanged glances before hastening towards the source of the noise, suspecting it could be related to the shaman. Chapter 88. The giant octopus and the haunting depths. Xiao Luji and his companions swiftly made their way towards the sound of the explosion, their pace quickening as they navigated through the forest. The noise grew louder, and they noticed that some trees ahead had been toppled, as if by some tremendous force. Hurry! Xiao Luji's immediate thought was of Imo Shangyu. Concerned that the shaman might be in peril, the shaman is potentially in danger. The five of them accelerated their pace, soon encountering Imo Shangyu, who was frantically fleeing atop Xiaozi's back, pursued by an unseen threat. Upon seeing the shaman in flight, the group deduced that he was undoubtedly in danger. They halted abruptly, with Xiong urging Imo Shanyu. Shaman, you must go on ahead. We will hold them off. Imo Shanyu, visibly anxious, responded urgently. Hold off what? We need to escape. Xiaozi showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, her speed increased. Xiong, with utmost seriousness, insisted, Shaman, you need to leave. The 5 of us can handle this. The others nodded in agreement, but in the next moment, the trees ahead shattered. All eyes turned toward the source of the disturbance, where a blood-red tentacle surged towards them, larger than any tree. Run! Xiao Luji snapped back to reality, urgently directing to Xiong and the others. The bear and his companions were momentarily startled by the tentacle, only regaining their senses upon hearing Xiao Luji's shout. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 swiftly turned and fled, utilizing the speed talisman to escape with remarkable swiftness. It was difficult for them to fathom how the witch had provoked such a formidable creature. This was no ordinary aberration. The sheer enormity of the tentacle left them incredulous about the creature's true size. They fled as if their lives depended on it. Gradually, the tentacle's velocity diminished and eventually came to a halt, retracting slowly. The tentacle seems to be withdrawing, Xiao Liuji observed, glancing back to see that it had indeed ceased its pursuit and was retracting. Imo Shanyu, hearing Xiao Liuji's voice, patted Xiaozi, who promptly halted and etched a line in the ground. At that moment, Xiao Liuji, Tianlang, and the bear reached Imo Shanyu, all panting heavily. They had been thoroughly frightened. This aberration was anything but ordinary. What on earth was that? Xiao Liuji could not help but inquire of Imo Shanyu. Although Imo Shanyu was equally uncertain of its name, he likened it to a colossal octopus in his mind, though its tentacle was so large that its true form must be even grander, resembling a monster that could summon a giant like Ultraman. Are you all right? Fuyo approached them, worry etched on her face. Xiao Liuji waved her hand dismissively. We're fine. That thing did not pursue us further. Furrowing her brow, Fuya turned her gaze toward Imo Shanyu and the others. Did you provoke that beast from the deep sea? Are you referring to the red tentacle we just encountered? Xiao Liuji asked, sensing that Fuya had some knowledge of it. Imo Shanyu also looked at Fuya with curiosity. He was eager to learn what this creature was called in their vicinity. Fuya nodded, her expression serious. That creature is indeed a monster of the deep sea, surfacing only during the rainy season when it enters the land with the rising tides. It typically resides in the ocean. You mustn't provoke it, it is enormous. Xiao Liuji nodded, fully aware of the creature's size, as even a single tentacle was so vast. Its true form must be even more colossal. Do you know its name? Imo Shanyu inquired. Those from beyond the mountains refer to it as the deep sea specter. The deep sea specter? Imo Shanyu pondered, finding the name fitting for such a gigantic octopus. However, he now felt a burgeoning curiosity about what lay beyond the mountains, sensing that the world there was richer and more expansive than here. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to bring the people of the Dayan tribe over and begin reconstructing a shelter, as the rainy season had now passed. Though the sky had yet to blanket the land in snow, the chill grew more intense each day, compelling Imo Shanyu to mobilize them. Now, Imo Shanyu must remain vigilant against the malevolent specter of the deep sea, for one can never predict when it might lose its sanity and venture ashore. Thus, Imo Shanyu feels compelled to make certain preparations. With the day free of obligations, he addressed Tianlang and Daxiong. You too, fetch our tribesmen. We shall reconstruct the sanctuary and ready ourselves for the Cambrian epoch. After a nod of agreement, Tianlang and Daxiong departed, retracing their steps. Meanwhile, Imo Shanyu resolved to further explore his surroundings in search of materials to erect formidable walls, essential for warding off potential troubles. He also sought to ascertain whether any edible resources or familiar items could be found nearby, as he had yet to thoroughly observe the area. Xiao Liuji, Shaluo Yang, and Fuyo accompanied him, with Xiaozi closely trailing his side, almost never leaving his presence. Perched upon Xiaozi's back, Imo Shanyu urged his companions ahead to scout the path. Fuya, do you happen to know if there is anything of interest in this vicinity? He inquired. Fuya tilted her head, puzzled, as she turned her gaze toward Imo Shanyu. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, admitting that he was uncertain what might thrive in such weather and season, describing it as something curious yet unfamiliar, something that appeared promising but was beyond his knowledge. After some contemplation, Fuya responded, I recall there is something peculiar ahead. Imo Shanyu inquired further, what does it look like? After pondering briefly, Fuya described, they are slender stalks rooted in the ground, adorned with tiny yellow objects, remarkably small and delicate. Suddenly, Imo Shanyu's eyes widened with excitement as he gazed at Fuya. Which direction? Let me there at once. As Fuya opened her mouth to speak, Imo Shanyu grasped her hand, pulling her up onto Xiaozi's back, positioning her in front of him. Guide me. I shall instruct Xiaozi to hasten. As Fuya spoke, Mo Shanyu was struck by a sensation reminiscent of wheat. Caught off guard, Fuya found herself atop Xiaozi, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" To which Mo Shanyu replied, brimming with enthusiasm, "Quickly, take me to the place you just mentioned." Still bewildered, Fuya pointed ahead, and without hesitation, Mo Shanyu commanded Xiaozi to race toward that direction. Xiao Liuji and the others, momentarily astonished by Mo Shanyu and Fuya's sudden dash forward, quickly followed suit. Mo Shanyu's heart raced with exhilaration, tempered by a flicker of anxiety, fearing that the objects might not be rice ears. If they were, he felt certain that fortune would be on his side. The pace was swift, and for a moment, Suya felt a bit disoriented, yet Ace continued to speak as they moved in that direction. Before long, they arrived at a location where a vast expanse of golden rice ears lay before them. Overcome with excitement, Suya dismounted from Xiaozi's back and hurried toward the site, kneeling down immediately. With both hands, she cradled the hanging rice ears, indeed confirming their identity. Yet she pondered why such rice would be found here, as half of it was submerged in water. Her hands trembled slightly with exhilaration. At that moment, Xia Luji and the others arrived, puzzled to see Suya kneeling before the yellow grains, but they could hardly miss her ecstatic demeanor. The group shared confused glances. Uncertain of the situation, Suya picked a grain and placed it in her mouth, beginning to chew. Instantly, a familiar flavor enveloped her senses. She gazed in disbelief at the abundant rice ears around her, many of which appeared to have recently matured, while others lay toppled on the ground, some drifting upon the water's surface. What are these? She wondered aloud. Just then, Xia Luji and Yang approached. Observing Su Ya's animated expression and noting that she was chewing something that seemed edible, Xia Luji also took a grain, popped it into her mouth, and the crunch echoed as she chewed. With a bemused expression, she exclaimed, "Su, this can't be eaten." Suya suddenly urged, "Don't waste it. Quickly gather all of these." The group exchanged glances before they began to collect the grains. Although they were unsure of Su Ya's intentions or what these grains truly were, her enthusiasm assured them of their significance. They simply didn't know how to consume them. Now filled with excitement, Suya cradled the rice ears and scanned her surroundings. Noting the lack of anything to cook with, she called out to Xiao Luji, "Go cut down a tree, but not too large." Xiao Luji complied without hesitation. Recognizing the urgency in Su Ya's demeanor, understanding she had her reasons. Soon, she returned with a sizable branch, prompting Su Ya to instruct. Use the bone knife to chop it into segments. Under Su Ya's guidance, Xiao Luji quickly fashioned a rudimentary wooden bucket. Suddenly, flames erupted from Su Ya's hands. She scorched the outer layer of the rice ears, rinsed them with water, and tossed them into the bucket. Then, Su Ya took another handful of rice ears, charred the outer layer with flames, and added them to the mixture. Sensing it was nearly ready, she poured some water into the bucket and tested it with her finger, deeming it suitable before covering it. With both hands ignited, she began to cook, fully mastering the flames. Thus, there was no fear of inadvertently incinerating the tree, especially since it had been soaked in water, rendering it less susceptible to ignition. Fuya and the sheep regarded Mo Shanjiu with expressions of curiosity. Xiang Liuji also observed the witch with intrigue, as it was her first time witnessing such a display of disarray. However, Mo Shanjiu insisted they continue gathering the rice stalks, emphasizing the importance of not wasting them. Although Xiang Liuji had brought some animal skin pouches, it was impossible to contain all the rice within them. Therefore, they could only pile the rice stalks together for later collection. Once they finished, they approached Mo Shanjiu, who was intently focused on the wood before him. At that moment, the wood began to emit wisps of white smoke. The aroma wafting through the air brought a smile to Mo Shanjiu's face. It was the scent of rice. At that moment, Mo Shanjiu yearned to taste it immediately, though it was not yet ready. Xiang Liuji and the others watched with curiosity, uncertain of Mo Shanjiu's intentions but confident that the witch was preparing a meal, especially since Mo Shanjiu had just sampled a grain. As time passed, Mo Shanjiu meticulously regulated the temperature, anxious about completely incinerating the wood. The wood beneath had begun to glow red, indicating it was on the verge of being burned through. Withdrawing the flame, Mo Shanjiu gazed at the wooden barrel, preparing to lift the lid and ascertain whether the rice was indeed cooked. The anticipation within Mo Shanjiu was palpable. Surrounded by Xiang Liuji and the others, she cautiously opened the wooden lid. The aroma of rice intensified, accompanied by a plume of white smoke, releasing a fragrance unique to the dish. Upon fully lifting the lid, she beheld a sight of pristine, steaming white rice. This was the first pot of rice she had encountered since her arrival in this world. What is this? It looks so beautiful and smells divine. Xiang Liuji could not help but swallow hard, glancing at Mo Shanjiu. She felt an inexplicable hunger upon seeing the immaculate rice, a sentiment echoed by the sheep and Fuya. Mo Shanjiu picked up a small twig and gently scooped some rice, observing the glistening grains adhering to it. Xiang Liuji and the others could not resist swallowing again. Mo Shanji gently blew on the rice before tasting it, and an exquisite flavor erupted on her palate. This is the taste. Mo Shanjiu felt tears welling in her eyes, savoring the most delicious meal she had ever had since her arrival. What struck her most was the profound sense of home it evoked. Despite having somewhat forgotten her past life, this single mouthful of rice brought to mind cherished memories of friends on Earth. What is the matter with you? Xiao Liuji gazed at Mo Shangyu's expression, a hint of concern in her voice as she inquired, "Is the food not to your liking?" Fuya and Yang, who stood nearby, also observed. Mo Shangyu gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and replied, "No, it's just that this is exceedingly delicious." Although Fuya and the others were uncertain about the identity of the snow-white delicacy before them, its appearance alone assured them it could not possibly taste bad. They had not anticipated that those originally yellow morsels could transform into such a dish. Subsequently, Xiao Liuji and the others imitated Mo Shangyu and took a bite. Yet their expressions revealed little surprise, for they could discern no distinct flavor. It seems this is not as delectable as it appears, Xiao Liuji remarked, casting a glance at Mo Shangyu. With a smile, Mo Shangyu suggested, "You should go hunt an exotic creature." "I will go." Yang stood up to volunteer. Xiao Liuji, still somewhat perplexed, chose to remain silent. Mo Shangyu turned her gaze towards the rice stalks behind her, realizing the necessity of preserving them. As the impending Cambrian era would render cultivation impossible, they would have to wait until after this epoch had passed. Even now, Mo Shangyu remained uncertain about the severity of the Cambrian cold, yet she understood the importance of preparation. With so many trees surrounding them, she felt assured, knowing that their group of several hundred would suffice. When the time came, they could fell those trees to expedite land cultivation. However, Mo Shangyu was also in search of stones robust enough to construct sturdy walls. Before long, Yang returned with a creature of moderate size. Mo Shangyu promptly covered the rice once more, while Xiao Liuji and the others cleaned and prepared the exotic creature for roasting. Mo Shangyu had brought along some salt, which she sprinkled over the meat during cooking, otherwise it would lack flavor. Thus, everyone gathered around to roast the meat, while Xiao Liuji and her companions awaited eagerly. Once the meat was ready, it sizzled and emitted a tantalizing aroma. Mo Shangyu reopened the wooden barrel of rice, instructing Xiao Liuji and her friends to fashion simple bowls from wood. For them, crafting a bowl from wood was easy, though achieving finesse was beyond their skill. It sufficed as long as it could hold food. After dividing the rice, Mo Shangyu seized the entire roasted creature and, with a bone knife, began slicing the meat to place atop the rice. Xiao Liuji observed intently. Once the portions were ready, Mo Shangyu, unable to contain her eagerness, picked up a pair of rudimentary chopsticks crafted from branches she had found and began to eat. As Xiao Liuji and her companions were not adept with chopsticks, Mo Shangyu did not insist they try. She began to enjoy her meal, now that the rice had cooled to a suitable temperature. The combination of roasted meat and rice revealed to Mo Shangyu a unique and delightful flavor. Watching her relish each bite, Xiao Liuji could not help but swallow hard. And soon she too lowered her gaze to the rice and meat in her hands, mimicking Mo Shangyu by taking a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice together. As the first bite was taken, Xiao Liuji noticed their eyes widening in astonishment, for they perceived that the flavor of the rice had remarkably improved. It was merely enhanced by a hint of roasted meat, something they had indulged in before. The rice itself was bland. Yet, the taste now presented an astonishing experience for Xiao Liuji and her companions. "Why has it suddenly changed?" Xiao Liuji excitedly inquired of Mo Shangyu. "I feel it is so much more delicious now. What is the reason?" Mo Shangyu responded with a smile. "I am uncertain as well." Soon, the group resumed eating, quickly finishing their modest portion, which surprisingly provided a semblance of satiety. In the past, consuming roasted meat required substantial amounts, yet now, even this small quantity bestowed an unexpected fullness, leaving them in wonder. Mo Shangyu, too, felt thoroughly satisfied. Although the seasoning was minimal, this meal still offered her a sense of contentment. "Can we have more?" sheepishly asked Yang, glancing at Mo Shangyu. "I feel I have not eaten enough with just that little bit." "No." Mo Shangyu swiftly declined without hesitation. Though there was still plenty available, it was limited, and once consumed, it would be gone. Mo Shangyu was contemplating the future, envisioning the time after the Cambrian era when they could begin cultivating crops. Yang felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the refusal, a sentiment mirrored by Xiao Liuji and the others. Mo Shangyu stood and addressed them. "We cannot eat these. If consumed entirely, it will be difficult to procure more later. We must plant these." "Plant?" Xiao Yoji pondered briefly before recalling the Tianyu tribe. Mo, are you suggesting we cultivate this like the Tianyu tribe, so that it multiplies abundantly? Mo Shangyu nodded with a smile, but then remembered that upon entering the Tianyu tribe, she had not noticed such rice. In truth, she had not paid attention to what the Tianyu tribe cultivated, but she was certain rice was not among them. Yang, Xiao Yoji, you both return and find larger animal skins to carry this back, Mo Shangyu instructed. Understood, they replied eagerly. Now regarding the rice not with disdain, but with excitement. The thought of enjoying roasted meat accompanied by rice in the future filled them with joy. They were determined to let their elder sister savor it as well. Fuya, do you know if there are any hardstones nearby? Mo Shangyu inquired, directing her gaze toward Fuya. The reason for asking Fuya was her greater familiarity with the surroundings. And it seemed this area did not belong to the former hunting grounds of the Dayan tribe. Xiao Yoji and the others were likely not well informed. Upon hearing about hard stones, Fuya began to contemplate. There seems to be a place where the stones are peculiar and quite hard. Then when Xiao Yoji and the others return, take me to see it, Mo Shangyu requested, looking at Fuya. Fuya heard Mo Shangyu vehemently shake her head, saying, which? We cannot go to that place. Chapter 91. The snow bear Mo Shangyu, somewhat perplexed, looked at Fuya and inquired, what is it that we cannot go to? Fuya replied, there exists a strange creature there, a colossal snow bear. A snow bear? Mo Shangyu questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. It should be similar to a bear, right? It's nothing to worry about. I can handle it. With a confident smile, Mo Shangyu waved her hand dismissively, asserting that the bear's weight would not pose a challenge she could not overcome. Observing Mo Shangyu's determination, Fuya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to voice any further objections. After waiting for Xiao Yoji and the others to return, Mo Shangyu prepared to journey to that location with Fuya. Once again, Mo Shangyu hoisted Fuya onto the back of the small purple creature. Seeing this, Xiao Yoji addressed Mo Shangyu, why not wait for us to join you? No need, Mo Shangyu replied, gesturing for them to complete their preparations and return. However, Xiao Yoji and Yang insisted otherwise, stating they would either go together now or leave the rice stalks behind. Faced with their persistence, Mo Shangyu had no choice but to acquiesce, agreeing to wait until they had secured the rice before setting off once more. Fuya was still somewhat uncomfortable riding on the small purple creature, preferring to lead the way herself. It wasn't that she was unaccustomed to it. Rather, she felt that sitting in front of the witch was a grave disrespect, and it made her feel uneasy. Her cheeks flushed. Mo Shangyu said nothing, and once Fuya dismounted, she took the lead. Xiao Yoji and the others followed closely behind. The group swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by Fuya, and it was not long before they arrived at their destination. Upon stopping, Fuya pointed towards a cave ahead, expressing her concerns, it is right there. But there is a snow bear inside. I believe we should not enter. Mo Shangyu and Xiao Yoji moved towards the cave entrance, which indeed appeared to be a dark cavern, nearly obscured by shadows. Allow me to venture inside first, Xiao Yoji suggested to Mo Shangyu. Dismounting from the small purple creature, Mo Shangyu shook her head. No need. We should all enter together. It is better to look after one another in case of danger. After a brief silence, Xiao Yoji nodded in agreement. Very well. But you must stay at the rear. Mo Shangyu nodded in understanding. And Fuya realized that they were indeed entering the cave. Fuya moved ahead, retrieving a fireball talisman from her waist. Once inside, they were enveloped in utter darkness, rendering the path nearly invisible. The talisman illuminated their surroundings, revealing a vast space imbued with a chilling atmosphere, with the occasional drip of water from the stone ceiling. This fireball talisman was a creation of Mo Shangyu's own research. She discovered that by arranging the runes of the fireball spell in her mind, a faint image would materialize. Subsequently, she etched this design onto a bone and found it truly effective. Xiao Yoji and the others proceeded cautiously in the lead. Mo Shangyu's gaze scanned the surroundings with vigilance, uncertain if something might suddenly emerge from the shadows. Xiao Yoji led the way, and before long, they stumbled upon a sizable cave entrance, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. It seemed there was a river connected to the depths of the cave. Yang then produced a bone talisman, causing the entire cave entrance to gradually materialize before their eyes. Mo Shangyu noted that the temperature within was even cooler than that outside. The talisman, composed of a particularly hard stone, caught the attention of Suya, who approached a nearby rock and remarked. Mo Shangyu joined her, placing his hand upon the stone to gauge its texture before retrieving a bone knife from his waist and striking the surface twice. To his surprise, the stone showed no signs of damage. It was evidently much tougher than ordinary stone. Mo Shangyu was not well versed in geology, thus he could not identify the type of stone, but it appeared suitable for constructing walls and houses. However, He needed to ascertain how much of this stone was available, sufficient for building a sturdy dwelling. At present, his primary curiosity lay with cement, which he recalled was traditionally made from lime and volcanic ash. Yet, he had no idea where to procure such materials in this world, nor did he possess knowledge of alternative types of cement that might exist. All he could do was rely on his understanding of this realm to discover materials suitable for construction. There were many things he was oblivious to, and he could only explore gradually, uncertain of what might exist in this world. Which, there seems to be something here, Xiao Liuji suddenly called out. Mo Shanyu and the others turned to face her direction, where a pile of white bones lay before Xiao Liuji. They appeared to be remnants of some unusual creature, large in size and unmistakably otherworldly. As they approached, Xiao Liuji raised her bone talisman once more, scanning the area. Which, I sense something is amiss. A snow bear lurks within. We should retreat for now, Xiao advised, her voice tinged with evident fear. A snow bear? Xiao Liuji exclaimed, startled by Suya's revelation. Yes, she confirmed. Xiao Liuji, now anxious, urged Mo Shanyu. Which, let us leave this place at once. Mo Shanyu was taken aback by the terror a mere snow bear instilled in Xiao Liuji and the others. Turning to Suya, Xiao Liuji questioned, why did you not mention this sooner? Feeling somewhat wronged, Suya replied, I did inform the witch, but the witch dismissed it as nothing. Just as Mo Shanyu was about to reassure Xiao Liuji, he sensed an unsettling presence behind them, accompanied by an ominous feeling. Without hesitation, he grasped Xiao Liuji's arm, pulling her aside, and then swiftly took hold of Suya and Yang's hands to evade danger. In the next moment, bang! Mo Shanyu and the others were nearly sent sprawling to the ground by the forceful impact, which, Xiao Liuji raised the bone talisman in her hand, her gaze fixed upon the enormous snow bear before them, which seemed to be glaring intently at Mo Shanyu and his companions. Standing before this colossal creature, Mo Shanyu felt as though he could be swallowed whole in an instant. Is this the snow bear you spoke of? Mo Shanyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the snow bear described by Fu Ye would be so immense. With a single swipe of its paw, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Run! Xiao Liuji exclaimed, swiftly rising to her feet and urging Mo Shanyu and the others. Mo Shanyu, momentarily stunned, began to regain his composure. Chapter 92, Mo Shanyu in peril. Panic set in as he realized that this snow bear was no ordinary beast. Even the silver serpent they had previously encountered would likely be crushed beneath its mighty paw. Run! Xiao Liuji shouted once more. Mo Shanyu, caught in a daze for just a moment, watched in horror as the snow bear lifted its paw once again, aiming directly at him. Xiao Liuji, positioned protectively in front of Mo Shanyu, initially intended to evade the attack, but noticed that Wu was standing frozen in place, seemingly entranced. Without hesitation, Xiao Liuji embraced Mo Shanyu and leapt backward. As the bear's paw descended, its long, sharp claws grazed Xiao Liuji's back, leaving 3 deep gashes from which blood flowed profusely, staining her beast-hide attire. With a resounding crash, Xiao Liuji and Mo Shanyu fell to the ground. Mo Shanyu quickly regained his senses, ready to call out to Xiao Liuji, only to see her back soaked in crimson. Her complexion had turned pale, and upon witnessing this, Mo Shanyu immediately employed his healing magic to aid her. The wound on her back was severe, with blood continuing to seep out. However, under Mo Shanyu's ministrations, the bleeding gradually ceased, and the injury began to mend. Yet, the snow bear did not remain idle, advancing toward them once more. With each step, the very entrance of the cave trembled, a testament to the bear's immense stature. In that moment, Yang swiftly retrieved an arrow from behind and drew back his bowstring, aiming directly for the bear's eye. The snow bear, sensing the imminent danger posed by the incoming arrow, raised its paw and swatted it aside effortlessly. At that moment, Fuya arrived before Mo Shanyu and the others, declaring, Wu, you take Xiao Liuji and go, I will hold it off. Mo Shanyu swiftly helped Xiao Liuji to her feet. Her injuries were nearly under control, and her wounds had begun to heal. He produced a level 5 healing bone talisman from his waist and handed it to Fuya. This is a healing talisman. Take her and leave. Wait, Fuya began. But before she could finish her thought, Mo Shanyu dashed toward the snow bear, unwilling to trust that Yang could fend off such a formidable creature alone. He needed to buy time for Xiao Liuji and the others. The snow bear, now fixated on Yang, furrowed its brow. There was nowhere to hide within the confines of the cave. Just as the bear prepared to charge at Yang, several fireballs suddenly hurtled toward it. However, as the fireball hurtled towards the snow bear, Mo Shanyu was only now able to discern the creature's full form. Its fur was a pristine white, its stature immense, and one of its paws was larger than Mo Shanyu herself. You must leave, she urged the sheep, realizing that it would be of no assistance here and might, in fact, create further complications. The sheep hesitated, aware of its inability to aid the shaman, yet reluctant to depart, should the shaman find herself in peril. It would be willing to sacrifice itself for her. Although the sheep had once belonged to the Black Snake tribe, it had gradually come to identify as a member of the Great Flame tribe since its arrival, which had bestowed upon it a unique sense of belonging, primarily due to the shaman herself. Apart from her extraordinary shamanic abilities, she possessed a mind and approach to relationships that set her apart from others of her kind. Typically, a shaman would not forge such close bonds with the tribe's members, nor would they engage in relationships of this nature. As most shamans devote the majority of their time to mastering their craft, carving shamanic bone tokens, and scouting for gifted children to nurture as the next generation of shamans. However, Imo Shanyu evoked a distinctly different impression. At that moment, the sheep's contemplation was interrupted as Imo Shanyu noticed her standing still, her brow furrowing with urgency. The bear's paw swung down towards the sheep again, prompting Imo Shanyu to raise her hand. From the ground, a vine surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the sheep and pulling it away to safety beside Fuya and the others, right at the cave's entrance. "Shaman, come quickly," Fuya shouted, still carrying Xiao Yoji on her back. Imo Shanyu, seeing this, dashed towards them, but just as she took a step, the bear's paw descended once more. The entire cave trembled violently, the force of the impact sending Fuya, the sheep, and Xiao Yoji tumbling to the ground. Above the cave's only exit, stones suddenly cascaded down, sealing it shut. Imo Shanyu was likewise hurled by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Now, the cave's entrance was nearly obscured from view. Moments ago, the sheep and Fuya had illuminated their surroundings with shamanic bone tokens, but now darkness enveloped the space. Struggling to rise from the ground, Imo Shanyu cautiously concealed herself behind a stone. She dared not venture out recklessly. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and the snow bear seemed to navigate it with ease, as if endowed with night vision. While this was merely Imo Shanyu's conjecture, she could not afford to take risks. If true, she would surely be no match for the snow bear. Initially, she had believed Fuya referred to a relatively ordinary creature, yet this snow bear was anything but. It appeared that Imo Shanyu had overestimated her own confidence. In that moment, the sound of the snow bear's movements echoed once more, seemingly searching for Imo Shanyu. At that moment, Imo Shanyu unleashed his shamanic power, enveloping the entire cave entrance. He could sense the situation within the cave. Just as he was searching for the silhouette of the snow bear, he suddenly froze, for the snow bear was right behind him. The beast lifted its massive paw once more, aiming to strike the boulder where Imo Shanyu was hiding. In a flash, Imo Shanyu's eyes widened, and he bolted away. It was astonishing that the bear could detect him even from behind the stone. It was as if it had a dog's nose. With a resounding crash, the snow bear's paw smashed down onto the rock, shattering it instantly. Imo Shanyu was once again propelled by the tremendous force, tumbling across the ground several times. He felt as though his bones had shattered. After all, his body was not that of a totem warrior and lacked such resilience. Clutching his chest, Imo Shanyu rose from the ground, quickly searching for an escape. The previous exit had been blocked by fallen debris, rendering his escape nearly impossible, as he had no idea how deep the stones were buried. He also worried about whether Xiao Lu and the others had been crushed by the rocks, hoping they remained unharmed. Swiftly, Imo Shanyu summoned his shamanic power to survey the cave, soon discovering a small opening from which a breeze flowed. That had to be the exit. Just then, the snow bear charged once more, and Imo Shanyu sprinted towards the tiny opening. The bear pursued him closely. However, Imo Shanyu adeptly navigated around obstacles with his shamanic sense, quickly reaching the opening. At that moment, he realized that he could not stand to enter the opening. He would have to crawl. Yet, time was of the essence, and Imo Shanyu activated a speed-enhancing technique, accelerating rapidly. As he neared the opening, he executed a slide, entering the small passageway. However, the next moment, he sensed something was amiss, for the position of the opening felt slightly wrong. After sliding out, he rolled downwards, immediately perceiving a different aura in this place. It seemed to emanate an invisible force that resonated with his shamanic power. Gradually, the pain in his body began to dissipate. Nevertheless, as he came to a stop, he inadvertently crashed into a rock, feeling as if his backside might explode from the impact. Once halted, he disregarded the pain and cast a fireball spell, illuminating the cave once more, then looked up. The opening through which he had slid was quite narrow, easily shatterable by a single blow from the snow bear. As anticipated, with a thunderous crash, the stone wall above the opening shattered, and a snow-white hand reached in. Chapter 93, Stellar Body. Moments later, the opening was torn apart again, and the snow bear's massive form re-emerged above. As Imo Shanyu's heart tightened, He glanced around, yet found nothing in his vicinity, nor any means of escape. At that moment, the snow bear spotted Imo Shangyu and charged towards him with alarming speed, causing Imo Shangyu to furrow his brow in concern. The colossal bear was now mere moments away, its massive paw descending upon him with ferocious intent. Imo Shangyu could only evade as best as he could, employing his speed-enhancing magic to dart aside, aware that the ground was slick and the surroundings resembled a bowl. Confusion crept into his mind as he pondered the unnatural presence of such a creature within this cave, which seemed far from a natural formation. With a thunderous crash, the bear's paw struck the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble violently, dislodging stones from above. Imo Shangyu quickly dodged, observing with astonishment as the falling debris seemed to have no effect on the snow bear, as if it were impervious to pain. After narrowly escaping, Imo Shangyu unleashed a barrage of fireballs, which hurtled towards the snow bear. Yet, the flames merely singed its fur, inflicting no substantial harm. The bear roared in rage and charged at him once more. Imo Shangyu's brow furrowed. Killing this bear was nothing short of a fool's errand. His only option was to find a way to flee. Just as Imo Shangyu contemplated his escape, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the cave, and golden chains emerged from the stone walls, ensnaring the snow bear with astonishing speed. The bear was rendered immobile, struggling in vain against the unyielding chains that clinked ominously without any sign of breaking. Even the surrounding walls remained untouched. This unexpected turn of events heightened Imo Shangyu's vigilance. This place was indeed extraordinary, an auspicious encounter. A voice, somewhat ethereal, echoed through the cave. Startled, Imo Shangyu searched for the source of the sound, his heart racing. When he finally looked up, he beheld an elderly figure emanating a faint glow, wielding a staff that resembled a shaman's wand. This old man appeared to be a shaman, yet there was no physical body, only a spirit-like essence. This revelation deepened Imo Shangyu's confusion. As the elder descended gracefully before him, he spoke again. I never anticipated that the one I awaited for nearly a millennium would be a mere lad such as yourself. Imo Shangyu regarded the elder warily, uncertain of his intentions. However, the old man's powerful aura suggested he was formidable. The elder scrutinized Imo Shangyu's form, seemingly pleased with what he observed, which further aroused Imo Shangyu's suspicion. Was this elder seeking to possess him? While Imo Shangyu remained on high alert, the elder flashed a disconcerting smile and gently tapped the ground with his staff. Golden chains once again spread across the stone walls surrounding the area, while two others swiftly emerged from beneath, ensnaring the feet of Imo Shangyu, rendering her utterly incapable of response. Just as she began to comprehend her predicament and sought to escape, she realized she was enveloped by an immense force of sorcery that rendered her immobile, as if her limbs were under some form of control. A sense of dread washed over Imo Shangyu. This sinister entity truly intended to usurp her. How absurd, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the snow bear only to face possession instead. Suddenly, the snow bear unleashed a fiery assault, shattering the chains with a resounding crack. Beast, I did not expect you to possess such strength, the elder remarked, surprised as he turned to regard the snow bear that had broken free from its restraints, yet unable to suppress a curse. If you wish for death so fervently, do not blame me. Raising his staff, a brilliant light coalesced at its tip. With a swift motion, a beam shot forth towards the snow bear, which was poised to strike down upon the elder with its massive paw. However, the radiant force obliterated the paw, sending blood splattering as the appendage shattered into fragments that rained upon the ground. Imo Shangyu gasped, but the situation left her no room for astonishment. The elder now posed the greatest threat. She attempted to wield her own sorcery, only to discover her powers seemingly shackled. At that moment, the elder directed another forceful strike at the snow bear. The creature's considerable bulk was unable to evade the elder's assault. Propelled backward by the overwhelming might of sorcery, it collided violently with the stone wall, which fractured under the impact, and then, astonishingly, the snow bear plummeted downward. Imo Shangyu, who had been struggling and seeking a way out, was rendered speechless. Who was this elder, that a mere spirit could wield such formidable power? Fear coursed through her veins as she realized the elder was an enigma, unfathomably strong. He had effortlessly vanquished the once mighty snow bear. When the elder turned to face her, a smile crept upon his visage. Now, it is your turn. In a frenzy, Imo Shangyu twisted and writhed in a desperate attempt to escape, yet the chains tightened agonizingly, sapping her of the will to resist. The elder raised his staff to her forehead, and a torrent of overwhelming, tyrannical sorcery surged into her mind, startling her heart. Simultaneously, she felt an utter depletion of strength, her eyelids growing heavy and gradually closing. In the next moment, as she reopened her eyes, she found herself within her own meditation space, her limbs still bound by the chains. What is this place? She pondered. The elder stood before her, surveying the surroundings with incredulity, a profound astonishment brewing within him. Why does it appear to be the cosmos, the stars? The elderly man suddenly approached Imo Shanyu, gripping his shoulders and staring at him with incredulous eyes that trembled with disbelief. Imo Shanyu, taken aback, was at a loss as to why the old man was acting in such a peculiar manner. However, almost instantly, the old man erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, wonderful. I never expected to stumble upon a rare celestial body in this world. Splendid. At that moment, the old man gazed at Imo Shanyu with sheer delight, his heart brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Ha ha ha, to think you are indeed a celestial body. This is truly magnificent. After uttering these words, the old man raised the staff in his hand and pointed it towards Imo Shanyu's brow. In the next instant, a powerful surge of mystical energy erupted from the staff, enveloping Imo Shanyu entirely. The old man's power began to swirl around Imo Shanyu and gradually seep into his body. Imo Shanyu felt an overwhelming force of mystical energy entering him, spreading throughout his entire being. Ahahaha, splendid, splendid. The old man laughed heartily upon witnessing this. Imo Shanyu found himself utterly immobilized, his only sensation being the old man's energy invading his body. Just as he believed he was about to be overtaken, an unexpected surge of energy within him began to activate, coursing throughout his form, as if it were consuming the old man's mystical power. Gradually, the old man sensed that his own energy was being rapidly devoured. His pupils widened in shock as he regarded Imo Shanyu as though he were some kind of monster. He had never heard of such a method of consuming mystical power. How was this young man accomplishing it? Suddenly, a thought struck the old man. Yes, the celestial body. The mystical energy within Imo Shanyu was akin to celestial force, capable of devouring other powers. Realizing the situation, the old man attempted to halt his actions, but found himself unable to withdraw the staff, nor could he even pull his hand away. It was as if Imo Shanyu's body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, absorbing his mystical energy to the point that escape was impossible. The process could not be stopped. As Imo Shanyu sensed the mystical energy within him increasing, confusion washed over him. The old man's brow furrowed. If he did not devise a solution soon, his dwindling energy would not sustain him for long, and he would likely dissipate entirely. Ultimately, the old man could think of no other recourse but to kill this young man. Suddenly, the old man's mystical energy coalesced, manifesting into tangible swords around him. Just as he prepared to strike down Imo Shanyu, those swords, formed from his own energy, began to rapidly dissipate. The old man was taken aback. He looked around and realized that even this cosmic space could absorb his mystical energy. At this point, the old man had very little energy left, and his very essence was beginning to fade. He found himself trapped, facing a situation from which there was no escape. A certain death looming ahead. The elder gazed upon this space, utterly astonished by the manner of his demise. With a resigned smile, he surrendered to his fate, awaiting the dissolution of his very soul. His staff fell to the ground, lost within the void. Meanwhile, Imo Shanyu felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, consciousness drifting back to the cavern. The iron chains binding his form had vanished, and he, though fatigued, moved towards the opening above, as if his mind instinctively guided his body. However, halfway there, Imo Shanyu suddenly shut his eyes and collapsed backward, rolling downwards through the very hole pierced by the elder. He tumbled out, feeling utterly drained, his awareness fading. As he descended, he glanced up at the sky, which appeared to be blanketed in snow. To his surprise, heavy flakes were already falling outside, mere moments after he had entered the cave. This overwhelming fatigue was a consequence of the elder's formidable sorcery, which had been unwittingly absorbed by Imo Shanyu, necessitating time for him to recuperate. Uncertain of his fate as he fell, he could no longer think clearly. Exhaustion took hold, and he succumbed to slumber. On the other side, Xia had just returned, bringing along the members of the water tribe to assist in moving the stones. They were determined to rescue the shaman, regardless of the peril involved. Tears streamed down Xia Liuji's face as they frantically shifted the rubble, everyone laboring tirelessly, even the water tribe members exerting themselves to the utmost. "Shaman, please be safe. We implore you, survive," Xia Liuji cried, desperation evident in her voice. She toiled with her hands, scraping at the smaller stones, ignoring the blood that flowed from her raw skin. Once the majority of the stones were cleared, Xia Liuji squeezed through a narrow gap, retrieving the shaman's bone tablet. "Shaman, where are you? Shaman," she sobbed, but silence greeted her cries. Unconcerned about attracting the attention of the snow bear, her only desire was to save the shaman. Soon, Yang and the others joined her, and they began searching fervently, but found no trace of the snow bear or the shaman. "Xia Liuji, There appears to be another opening here, Yang remarked. Peering into the hole created by the snow bear, the group hastily approached, and Yang, using the shaman's bone tablet, observed signs of a struggle. Ahead lay a large opening leading outside. Cautiously, they entered through the hole, sliding down towards the massive breach. The shaman should be all right, Yang reassured them. Xiao Yoji, aware of their gaze towards the abyss below, discovered an unfathomable depth, obscured further by the heavy snowfall that had commenced, rendering visibility nearly impossible. She felt an overwhelming sense of profundity. Wu had likely fallen alongside the snow bear, yet she remained resolute in her belief that Wu would be unharmed. Look, it appears that Wu has even severed one of the snow bear's limbs, Yang consoled Xiao Yoji. At that moment, Xiao Yoji was consumed by the desire to locate Wu swiftly. She rose and prepared to venture downwards, firmly believing that Wu still lived and required her assistance. Observing her determination, Fuya and the others promptly organized a search party to descend and seek out their comrade. Thus, the entire group mobilized together. Meanwhile, below, a thick blanket of snow enveloped the ground, where Mo Shangyu lay atop the snow bear's carcass. Fortuitously, she had landed on the bear. For such a great height could have resulted in a fatal fall. Mo Shangyu remained unconscious, her form nearly hidden beneath a delicate layer of snow. Ajia, will we find food today? With this heavy snowfall, it must be even more difficult to procure sustenance, lamented one of the two women approaching, one older, one younger, both clad in simple animal skins, their bodies trembling from the cold. Chapter 95. The endearing melody of the bells let us hasten to gather the firewood, then search for some fruits to bring back, Lingyue gently suggested, ruffling her younger sister's hair. The temperature is dropping, it is best we return early. Okay, Lingyin replied with a cheerful smile. Ajia, it seems there is something ahead, Lingyin suddenly interjected, pointing towards Mo Shangyu and the snow bear. Lingyue followed her sister's gaze and, upon seeing the colossal form of the snow bear, instinctively shielded her sister behind her. Be cautious, that appears to be a rare creature, she warned. Hiding behind her sister, Lingyin cautiously peeked out. Ajia, it seems that creature is dead, and there is a person on top of it. With a slight furrow of her brow, Lingyue turned to Lingyin. Stay here and do not move. I will investigate. No. Lingyin, frightened, clutched her sister's arm. Ajia, I want to accompany you. Reluctantly, Lingyue agreed, and together they advanced cautiously towards the front. As they approached the snow bear, Lingyue picked up a twig and prodded the beast, which remained unresponsive. Indeed, it was lifeless. Ajia, this creature is truly dead, Lingyin exclaimed joyfully. Does this mean we will have meat to eat? Lingyue lightly tapped her sister's head. This is clearly a rare species. We cannot consume it ourselves. Only the totem warriors of our tribe may partake. However, given its immense size, it is likely beyond the capacity of even our strongest warriors to fully consume. All right, Lingyin replied, her spirits dampened. After all, it is truly tormenting for them to behold such a precious sustenance, yet be unable to consume it. Stay here and do not move, Lingyue instructed her younger sister. Before beginning to ascend the snowy bear's back to ascertain whether the individual resting upon the belly of this extraordinary creature was still alive. She was genuinely curious as to how a person had appeared in such a situation alongside such a colossal beast. Upon reaching the top, Lingyue cautiously approached the man, Mo Zhangyu, and was momentarily taken aback by his pallid complexion, which contrasted sharply with the remarkable fairness of his cheeks. She found herself momentarily entranced by his visage, which was strikingly different from the men she had previously encountered. Although he was not particularly robust, he seemed somewhat slender. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she exhaled, and a puff of mist escaped her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from the cold or her gaze upon the man. She could not tell. Sister, is he still alive? Lingyin called out anxiously, having noticed her sister's silence. Regaining her composure at the sound of her sister's voice, Lingyue responded with an air of urgency. Akin to a thief caught in the act, it's nothing. She pressed her ear against Mo Zhangyu's chest, and, upon sensing a heartbeat, she breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed alive. Then, sister, let us take him back. If he remains here unattended, he will surely freeze to death, Lingyin urged loudly. Lingyue nodded absently, her gaze fixed on Mo Zhangyu's face. Very well. The two sisters began the arduous task of carefully maneuvering Mo Zhangyu's body from the snowy bear's abdomen. However, their strength was somewhat lacking. Lingyue had to position herself on the other side to push Mo Zhangyu's body, rolling him aside as one would a snowball. Lingyin, be ready, Lingyue called out as she nudged Mo Zhangyu to the edge. With a serious expression, Lingyin raised her hands, declaring, Sister, I am ready to catch him. All right. Lingyue nodded and then pushed Mo Zhangyu's body downwards. As Lingyin observed Mo Zhangyu's descent, she suddenly became flustered, unsure of where to position herself. Thud! Mozhang Yu's body fell beside Ling Yin, his face meeting the ground. Fortunately, the snow cushioned the impact, or else he would have surely suffered a nosebleed. Oh no! Ling Yin exclaimed, staring blankly at Mozhang Yu's form beside her, then looking up at Ling Yue. Sister, it seems I did not catch him. Ling Yue covered her face in exasperation, replying, I am not blind, I saw that. Grasping the fur of the snowy bear, she slid down and landed safely beside them. She then turned Mozhang Yu over, discovering only a bit of snow on him, seemingly unharmed. Placing him gently on the ground, she cast her gaze at the snowy bear. Although the flesh might be inedible, the abundant fur could certainly be taken back for warmth. Let us take these white furs back. This winter will be far more bearable, and we shall not feel the cold as acutely, said Ling Yin. Very well, elder sister, Ling Yue replied with a smile, and the two began their task, using their rather dull-bone knives as if they were trimming the fur of a snow bear. Before long, they had gathered a substantial amount of fur. Let us return first to inform the others in the tribe. We can come back later, Ling Yin suggested, cradling the fluffy bundle. All right, Ling Yue nodded, acknowledging that they could not carry such a large specimen back with them and would have to devise a solution later. Let us go, elder sister, Ling Yin exclaimed joyfully, clutching the pristine white fur. However, just as Ling Yin turned to take a step, she realized she had stepped on something, causing her to panic. Elder sister, I think I stepped on something. Could it be another creature? Ling Yue tensed, her alertness heightened as she quickly glanced down at her sister's feet, only to find herself speechless a moment later. It seems you've stepped on his hand, she remarked. Ling Yin looked down and indeed saw it was true, her panic escalating as she lifted her foot and stumbled back a few steps. I'm so sorry. What are we going to do about bringing him back? We're already burdened with so much, she fretted. Ling Yue pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should leave him here, take the furs back first, and then return for him. Ling Yin suggested suddenly. If we take his furs back, he may not survive by the time we return, Ling Yue replied. All right, let me think of a solution, she said with a hint of resignation. Chapter 96. The Mountain Tribe. In the end, Ling Yue managed to procure a thick piece of bark and a vine from somewhere, placing the unconscious Mo Shanjiu atop the bark and binding it with the vine. Both Ling Yue and Ling Yin secured a length of vine around their waists and began to pull Mo Shanjiu toward their tribe. The ground was nearly covered in snow, making the task somewhat easier, and they continued their journey in this manner. Meanwhile, Mo Shanjiu remained in a state of unconsciousness, absorbing the shamanic power of the elder within his meditative space. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to recover. In truth, there was still a considerable distance to their tribe, and the sisters did not reach the outskirts until darkness had fallen. Ling Yue, Ling Yin, you two are finally back. Upon their arrival, a man rushed over, concern etched on his face as he regarded the sisters. This man was their father, Ling Qi, a second-level totem warrior and the most formidable fighter in the tribe. Their mother, equally skilled, often collaborated with other women in the tribe to undertake various tasks. Hearing the commotion, others emerged from the village, and upon seeing that Ling Yue and Ling Yin were unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. How dare you two sneak out? Return immediately and reflect upon your actions. Initially concerned, Ling Qi turned her gaze towards Ling Yue and Ling Yin, her expression shifting to one of anger. Ling Yin, feeling wronged, protested. We didn't run away, we went to gather food for the tribe. Ling Qi, infuriated by this response, prepared to reprimand her younger daughter, but fortunately, Ling Mu intervened, saying, Come now. Why quarrel with the children? They have returned safely, haven't they? She then directed a reproachful look at Ling Yue and Ling Yin, admonishing, You two should be aware of the dangers outside. What if something had happened to you? Understood, mother. Ling Yue replied, adopting a contrite demeanor. Ling Mu sighed. As long as you understand, such behavior must not be repeated. Yes, Ling Yue nodded in agreement. What is this you are carrying? Ling Mu finally noticed the pile of white objects in Ling Yue and Ling Yin's arms. Ling Yin eagerly stepped forward, proudly presenting the fur of a snow bear, exclaiming, This is the fur we obtained from hunting an aberration, mother. With this, we can ward off some of the cold. Ling Mu examined the smooth, pristine fur, realizing it was not from an ordinary creature. Repeat that, she suddenly demanded, gripping Ling Yin's ear in anger. You say this fur is from a hunt? Where is the aberration? Ling Yue winced at the pain in her ear, feeling unjustly accused. No, we didn't kill it. We found it. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu released her grip but remained upset, stating, From today onward, you are not allowed to go outside. Yes, Ling Yin replied, feeling aggrieved. At that moment, Ling Yue untied the vines from her waist and stepped forward to present the fur to another woman beside their mother, saying, These are all we found. There is much more, but it was a large aberration, and we couldn't carry it all back. We can go again tomorrow. Did you bring this back as well? Lingqi inquired softly, noticing the figure of a man lying behind them. Ling Yue and Ling Yin turned simultaneously, nodding. Yes, we found him unconscious and brought him back, as he was still alive. Lingqi sighed, looking at her two foolish daughters, unsure of what to say, realizing they had brought someone back. Once he awakens, let us leave the aberration behind. After today, others will surely discover its corpse, and it is not safe for us to return. Moreover, this man appears unharmed, likely just unconscious. We should take him inside the cave. Yes, Lingqi affirmed, and the others in the tribe nodded in agreement. This tribe, known as the Mountain Tribe, resides within a cave. Let us enter, the temperature is dropping. She urged. Yes. As others began to venture into the cave, they were greeted by an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, the Mountain Tribe had resided here for generations and were well acquainted with this entrance. Upon entering, they commenced their search for suitable resting places before lying down to sleep. They refrained from having dinner, as their food supplies were limited and needed to be conserved. Typically, they would have only one meal at midday. Once asleep, hunger ceased to trouble them. Observing that everyone had entered the cave, Lingqi, along with two totem warriors, pushed a massive stone to partially obstruct the entrance, thereby mitigating the chill of the wind and preventing larger creatures from intruding. Mo Shanyu was also brought into the cave and was casually placed in a corner to rest. Gradually, all members of the Mountain Tribe succumbed to slumber. While most were able to sleep without feeling hungry, a few remained restless, clutching their stomachs in discomfort from hunger. The following morning, the totem warriors awoke early, tidied themselves, and set out in search of food for the day. The food they consumed was substantial and more satiating, prompting them to rise early for the hunt. Meanwhile, others seized the opportunity to sleep a little longer, as slumber alleviated their hunger pangs. At that moment, Mo Shanyu furrowed her brow. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern her surroundings. A faint sound reached her ears. Was she still in her meditative space? Why was it so dark? Just then, a childish voice broke the silence. I'm hungry. If I sleep, I won't feel hungry. But I can't sleep because I'm hungry. Don't worry, everything will be all right. The totem warriors have gone out to find food, she reassured. Mo Shanyu, feeling a bit dazed, pondered the situation. The sobbing voice seemed to belong not only to one mother and child, but also to others around them. Confused, she reached out to feel her surroundings, her hand brushing against a stone wall. Struggling, she managed to stand up to assess the situation. It appeared she was in a cave with other members of the tribe. As she attempted to take a few steps, she suddenly collided with a rock, causing her to tumble to the ground and clutch her aching forehead. Reacting instinctively, she raised her hand, conjuring a fireball that illuminated the entire cave entrance. Once the cave was aglow, all eyes turned to Mo Shanyu, including those who had been unable to sleep, who immediately sat up and gazed at her. With the fireball in her hand casting a bright light, she felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her as she noticed nearly 40 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Even Ling Yin and Ling Yu, who had brought her back, stared at her in astonishment. Are you a shaman? As Mo Shanyu pondered how to alleviate the awkwardness, Ling Yue's voice, trembling with excitement, broke the silence. Is it true? Mo Shanyu responded, somewhat at a loss, for he truly did not comprehend the situation. Are you really a shaman? Ling Yue asked, still in disbelief. Mo Shanyu scratched his cheek and nodded. Indeed, I am a shaman. In the next moment, Ling Yue, Ling Yin, and the others knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Mo Shanyu. He seemed somewhat accustomed to this behavior, as he had gradually become familiar with such circumstances. Rise, he said once they had ceased their bowing. However, Ling Yue and Ling Yin remained on the ground, only daring to glance at Mo Shanyu from the corners of their eyes, too timid to meet his gaze directly. Little did they expect that the person they had casually picked up would be a shaman. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged from Mo Shanyu's stomach, clearly indicating his hunger, as he had seemingly gone without food and remained in a state of unconsciousness the previous night. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu hurriedly rose and cautiously opened a tightly wrapped bundle of animal hide, retrieving several fresh-looking fruits. She approached Mo Shanyu, saying, Shaman, please eat this. Mo Shanyu, feeling a warmth from Ling Mu's demeanor, accepted the offering. He was genuinely hungry and began to eat, though the fruit had a slightly bitter taste. He found no reason to be picky. Observing the tribe's condition, it appeared less than favorable, and it was not yet dark, for there was a faint light visible from outside. Go fetch the meat from outside, Ling Mu instructed Ling Yue and Ling Yin. Ling Yin, with a hint of reluctance, asked, all of it? Ling Mu hesitated for a moment before responding, yes, all of it. Ling Yue visibly drooped in disappointment, yet she and her sister proceeded towards the entrance, squeezing through a small opening. Mo Shanyu witnessed this scene, still puzzled. He held his hand aloft, the fireball illuminating the cave and warming the air within. While eating the fruit, he noticed the tribe members fixating their eyes on him, their gazes locked on the fruit in his hand, swallowing in anticipation. As Imo Shangyu's eating slowed, he felt increasingly certain that they had little food available. Lingyin and Lingwei returned through the entrance, carrying several pieces of meat, which appeared relatively small and freshly caught. The other tribespeople watched with eager eyes as Lingyin and Lingwei approached Lingmu. After bringing in the meat, Lingmu turned to Imo Shangyu and said, "Shaman, please eat this meat." Imo Shangyu gazed at the meat before him, then turned his attention to Lingmu, Lingwei, Lingyin, and the others. He noticed their unwavering focus on the food. "It's all right," he thought. Although he felt quite famished, having consumed a few fruits had somewhat alleviated his hunger. "Please, accept it," he urged. Lingmu took the meat from Lingwei and Lingyin and presented it to Imo Shangyu. Faced with such warmth, he found it impossible to decline. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to accept, but first said to Lingmu, "Please wait a moment." With that, he made his way towards the cave entrance, and all eyes followed his figure. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he noticed a faint glimmer of light. It seemed unwise to venture out through such a narrow opening, especially since it appeared that Lingwei and Lingyin had struggled to squeeze through. Imo Shangyu was uncertain of the stone's purpose blocking the exit. It was not particularly large, and he believed they could collectively push it aside. "Can I move this stone?" he inquired, glancing back at Lingmu. Lingmu nodded and replied, "Which? Let us assist you in moving this stone." Imo Shangyu thought for a moment and then responded, "No need." He then lifted his foot and swiftly kicked the stone while invoking his mystical powers, employing a gravity spell. Bang! The stone shattered explosively before their eyes, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Even Imo Shangyu was taken aback, realizing that his powers had seemingly improved. The people from the mountain tribe, standing behind him, were equally bewildered, silently questioning, "Are you certain this is a witch? Shouldn't she possess the strength akin to that of a totem warrior?" Gradually regaining his composure, Imo Shangyu sensed a significant enhancement in his mystical abilities, likely bestowed upon him by the ancient spirit. Once he fully returned to his senses, he assessed his powers and physique. His mystical strength had indeed increased, yet his body remained unaffected. After exiting, he gathered some wood and returned to the cave, igniting a fire. As the flames flickered to life, the mountain tribe's excitement was palpable, though they restrained their expressions for fear of startling the witch. Imo Shangyu then skewered the meat brought by Lingmu and began to grill it. Though the portions were modest, they would suffice for everyone present. The fire was not very large, leaving some individuals to sit nearby, their legs crossed. The stone that Imo Shangyu had shattered allowed occasional gusts of cold wind to sweep in. He had originally intended to find a stone to seal the cave, but found none suitable nearby and doubted his ability to carry one back, as he lacked the strength spells. Nevertheless, he raised his hand towards the entrance, contemplating the situation. In the blink of an eye, the entrance was suddenly obstructed by numerous creeping vines, albeit leaving a few small gaps. This scene once again left the members of the mountain tribe in a state of astonishment. Chapter 98. Pair? Imo Shangyu subsequently ventured outside to gather some wood, reigniting a fire for them, around which everyone gathered. The aroma of grilled meat gradually wafted through the air, prompting everyone to swallow in anticipation. During this time of grilling, Imo Shangyu took the opportunity to learn about the tribe. The mountain tribe was but a small community, whose shaman had perished during the heavy rains, sacrificing himself to protect the tribe. Lingwei was originally the heir to the shaman, but for reasons unknown, the previous shaman had never called upon her, and Lingwei had only recently been selected as the shaman candidate, shortly before the last shaman's passing. Thus, she could not truly be regarded as a shaman, as the previous one had taught her little to nothing. Imo Shangyu had also inquired if Lingmu knew of a great Yin tribe, but Lingmu shook her head, utterly unaware. Imo Shangyu, too, found herself in the dark about their current location and how to search for the great Yin tribe. She dared not wander aimlessly, fearing the disorientation that might ensue. Imo Shangyu believed that Xia Qingyu and the others were undoubtedly searching for her by now. Hence, she resolved to remain here for the time being. She also sought to understand the local situation, gathering that there was a mountain tribe and several smaller tribes, which generally kept to themselves. Some totem warriors from their tribe had ventured out to hunt. This was the extent of her knowledge. At that moment, the grilled meat was ready, and Imo Shangyu first picked up a skewer and offered it to Lingmu. Startled, Lingmu waved her hand in refusal, exclaiming, "Shaman, you eat." "I am not hungry." Imo Shangyu smiled and insisted, "You must eat. There is so much that I cannot finish it all, and you all should partake as well." Yet Lingmu continued to decline. Imo Shangyu, feeling a twinge of helplessness, glanced at the others, noticing they all seemed eager to eat, yet were restrained from doing so. Some children, upon seeing the food, were inclined to approach but were held back by their parents. These children neither cried nor fussed, they merely nestled in their parents' arms, averting their gaze. Seeing this, Imo Shanyu felt a pang of frustration. I certainly cannot consume all of this. If not, I shall save it for the totem warriors when they return, they can eat. Lingmu offered a gentle, yet somewhat bittersweet smile, indicating her understanding of their reluctance to eat. At this moment, Imo Shanyu was at a loss as to how to proceed with her meal, as eating while they merely watched felt inappropriate. If you do not eat, then I shall abstain as well, Imo Shanyu declared, rising from her seat. Noticing that the shaman seemed upset, Lingmu grew flustered. Eventually, she nodded in agreement, prompting everyone to begin eating. Imo Shanyu then commenced distributing the food, ensuring that nearly everyone had a portion of meat in hand. Some parents, reluctant to eat themselves, generously offered their share to their children, while Lingmu reserved hers, intending to save it for her husband. A few others also set aside their portions, and Imo Shanyu, observing this, felt a renewed sense of helplessness and turned to Lingmu in inquiry. When do the totem warriors typically return? Lingmu replied, they usually come back at sunset. But with the current weather, they should return as it grows dark. As Mo Shanjiu stepped out, he glanced around and remarked to Lingmu, if you trust me, once you finish your meal, I will take you to search for food. Lingmu turned her gaze towards Mo Shanjiu, hesitating momentarily before saying, Shaman, perhaps it's best if you stay here. It's cold outside, and there may be fierce aberrations. Mo Shanjiu, exasperated, directed his attention to Ling Yue and Ling Yin, asking, will you join me in the search for food? Before Ling Yue could respond, Ling Yin eagerly exclaimed, yes, I will go. Lingmu shot a disapproving look at Ling Yin, causing the once excited girl to immediately wilt. The food you have is hardly sufficient. How much do you think the totem warriors can bring back? Mo Shanjiu stated, if you trust my words, I will lead you to find sustenance. After a moment of silence, Lingmu reluctantly nodded in agreement, though they were still reluctant to eat the remaining meat. Mo Shanjiu observed and remarked, if you do not eat now, you will lack the strength to search for food later. If you encounter an aberration, you won't even be able to flee. Ultimately, after Mo Shanjiu's persuasive words, they began to eat. Upon taking a bite of the roasted meat, their eyes lit up with delight. It was truly exquisite. Previously, they had mostly consumed raw meat, and after the shaman's demise, they had no means to cook, forcing them to endure a diet of uncooked flesh. After finishing their meal, Mo Shanjiu still felt hungry, but the gnawing sensation had diminished. He instructed Lingmu and the others to prepare before setting out. Lingmu called upon a few men and women, those who had previously ventured out to gather fruits. Both Ling Yin and Lingyue expressed their desire to accompany them. Initially, Lingmu opposed, but after some coaxing from the two girls, she relented. Once they were ready, Mo Shanjiu approached the cave entrance and waved his hand, causing the vines to part as if animated. After Lingmu and the others exited, he waved again, sealing the entrance with the vines. We shall search for food in my vicinity, Lingmu suggested to Mo Shanjiu, as they were more familiar with the surroundings and did not dare to stray far. Mo Shanjiu nodded slightly. Lingmu led the way, with the group following closely, all maintaining a vigilant demeanor, their bodies trembling from the cold. Their feet, already reddened from the frost, seemed impervious to the biting chill. Mo Shanjiu, clad in his thick attire, raised his hand to reveal a fireball glowing in his palm. Lingmu, Ling Yin, and Lingyue looked on in awe. Mo Shanjiu instructed Lingmu, I will be in the center. You all should stay close to me. This will keep us warmer. Lingmu, concerned, glanced at Mo Shanjiu and said, Shaman, won't this deplete your powers too much? We are fine. Mo Shanjiu smiled reassuringly. It is nothing to worry about. I know my limits. After a brief moment of silence, Lingmu ultimately led everyone to surround Imo Shangyu. Subsequently, Lingmu guided Imo Shangyu to a grove, where the trees appeared somewhat unusual. Upon raising her gaze, Imo Shangyu was astonished to discover that the branches bore fruit. They resembled pears. Lingmu remarked, our fruits are all harvested from here. Imo Shangyu stared at the pears above, which were dark green and quite large, hanging from the branches, looking like oversized pears, much larger than any she had encountered before. Chapter 99, Ice Carving and Fishing. Imo Shangyu stepped forward to pluck one of the fruits, examining it closely. It did indeed resemble a pear, yet had subtle differences. She took a bite and found it similar to the fruit Lingmu had given her, but this one had a noticeably more tart flavor, indicating it was not fully ripe. What kind of fruit is this? Imo Shangyu inquired as she approached Lingmu with the fruit in hand. Lingmu smiled and replied, this is a green fruit. It requires some time to ripen before it can be consumed. We typically harvest them and let them sit until they mature. I noticed you seemed quite hungry earlier, so I brought it out for you. After hearing this, Imo Shangyu nodded slightly, realizing they understood the fruit was unripe. However, She recognized that allowing some fruits to sit properly could indeed hasten their ripening process, such as bananas and mangoes. But could pears also be treated in such a manner? It seemed they referred to them as green fruits here. Lingmu and the others began to harvest the fruits, aiming to gather as many as possible since the temperatures would soon plummet, and there was a risk of these fruits being consumed by other creatures. Thus, they harvested as much as they could from the abundant green fruit trees surrounding them. Mo Shanyu held the green fruit in her hand, pondering whether it could be transformed into frozen pears to experiment with upon returning. Observing the flurry of activity around her, she felt somewhat redundant. Her presence made little difference. Instead, she began contemplating how to procure some meat. Earlier, she had used her witch powers to scan the vicinity but had detected no signs or sense of any creatures. Nearby, there was a stream, though its surface was frozen, and she currently lacked a fishing net. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to Ling Yue and Ling Yin, saying, "Come, I will take you to catch fish." Fish. Ling Yue and Ling Yin looked at Mo Shanyu in bewilderment. Noticing their confusion, Mo Shanyu wondered if they were unfamiliar with fish. "You don't know what fish are?" Ling Yue responded. "Which, are you referring to those long, black creatures that live in the water?" Mo Shanyu replied, "Yes, we are indeed speaking of the same thing. Let us go," she urged Ling Yue and Ling Yin. The two exchanged glances, then turned to observe their mother, who was busy picking green fruits and had not noticed them. "Let us go," Ling Yin finally said. Then Ling Yue and Ling Yin followed Mo Shanyu, making their way towards a stream ahead. "Are you from the Great Flame Tribe?" Ling Yue inquired, stepping closer to Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu nodded slightly. "Indeed. I hail from the Great Flame Tribe. Could you enlighten me about what the Great Flame Tribe is like?" Ling Yue asked with curiosity. "Certainly," Mo Shanyu replied, and Ling Yin, having trotted a few steps to join them, wore an equally curious expression, eager to listen. However, noticing that both Ling Yue and Ling Yin were huddled with their arms crossed, shivering slightly, it was evident they felt quite cold. Mo Shanyu, on the other hand, felt no chill, as he could harness his shamanic power to invigorate his blood flow, coupled with a warm fireball spell enveloping him. He raised his hand, and a fireball materialized in his palm, instantly warming both Ling Yue and Ling Yin, who felt a comforting warmth. Ling Yue looked at Mo Shanyu, her heart also feeling warm. Mo Shanyu began to share tales of the Great Flame Tribe and the trading fairs. Ling Yue and Ling Yin listened intently, their eyes sparkling with wonder and longing for the outside world. The mountain tribe was situated in a secluded valley, akin to an isolated community, and previously, the shaman had forbidden them from venturing out, warning them of the dangers that lay beyond. Thus, Ling Yue and Ling Yin lived in this area, utterly unaware of the outside realm. "Is it true that the trading fairs host many tribes and a plethora of goods?" Ling Yin joyfully asked, her excitement evident in her animated movements. Mo Shanyu smiled and replied, "Indeed, there are numerous tribes and a vast number of people. At the trading fair, as long as you possess something that piques another's interest, you can barter." "Sister, let us go to this trading fair and have some fun," Ling Yin exclaimed, beaming as she approached Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, "Do you think father and mother would permit us to go?" The smile on Ling Yin's face instantly faded, replaced by a look of dejection. Mo Shanyu found the two sisters rather endearing. The elder sister was composed and serene, while the younger sister was lively and charming. They soon arrived at the edge of the stream, which was completely frozen, with the ice glistening under the light. Mo Shanyu approached the ice, contemplating it. Given the frigid weather, the water must be even colder. Perhaps it is best that I refrain from trying to catch blackfish, lest I freeze to death, Ling Yue remarked as she joined Mo Shanyu. "In the past, someone from our tribe accidentally fell in. When we rescued him, he was trembling all over, and after being brought back to the tribe, he lay in bed and ultimately perished." Mo Shanyu unsheathed a bone knife from his waist, stating, "I shall not enter the water." Then, under the watchful eyes of Ling Yue and Ling Yin, he crouched down to examine the ice and began to chip away at it with the bone knife. Before long, a hole of moderate size was created. Mo Shanyu was unsure if this would yield any fish. He could only try, and if unsuccessful, he would resort to more forceful methods of fishing. At that moment, a few fireballs would be unleashed, and Mo Shanyu was confident that fish would surely be caught. Ling Yue and Ling Yin crouched down, mimicking Mo Shanyu's posture as they fixated on the cave's entrance. "Are we just going to wait for the black fish to come out by themselves?" Ling Yue could not suppress her curiosity. Mo Shanyu nodded slightly. "We shall wait for its emergence." Ling Yue and Ling Yin exchanged glances, sensing that Mo Shanyu appeared rather foolish. However, just then, Mo Shanyu raised her hand and softly shushed them, instantly silencing Ling Yue and Ling Yin as they turned their attention to her. Before them, Mo Shanyu lifted her bone knife, and in the next moment, a large fish slowly emerged. Yet, The cave's opening was too small for the fish's head to pass through. But at that very instant when the fish revealed itself, Imo Shangyu swiftly employed her speed technique and struck down with her knife. The fish had not even registered the danger before Imo Shangyu's bone knife pierced through its head. This scene left Ling Yue and Ling Yin in a state of shock, their expressions filled with disbelief, having barely comprehended how Imo Shangyu had acted. "Wow, you're incredible. You really managed to catch a black fish," Ling Yin exclaimed, her demeanor transforming into that of an enthusiastic admirer, astonished that Imo Shangyu had indeed slain such a sizable black fish. However, the hole was too small, and Imo Shangyu had no choice but to enlarge it slightly. Fortunately, the ice was not very thick. With her hands, Imo Shangyu widened the ice hole just enough to extract the black fish, which measured nearly the length of her arm and was quite thick. Ling Yue, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement as she watched Imo Shangyu pull out the substantial fish. Now that the fish had been killed, Imo Shangyu withdrew her bone knife, preparing to continue her vigil. Ling Yue gazed eagerly at the black fish nearby. Fish continued to occasionally poke their heads out, and Imo Shangyu dispatched them with a single stroke. Ling Yue and Ling Yin grew increasingly animated, and before long, Imo Shangyu had killed nearly 10 black fish. "Sister, there are so many fish." Ling Yin cheered joyfully. "Indeed," Ling Yue replied with a smile. Soon, Imo Shangyu had slain over 20 fish, more than sufficient for their evening meal. "Let us return," Imo Shangyu declared, rising to her feet, a considerable pile of fish behind her. "Hey, Ling Yue, Ling Yin, you two have caught so many black fish. Why not share some with us?" Just as Imo Shangyu, Ling Yin, and Ling Yue prepared to head back with their catch, 5 individuals approached, appearing to be of a similar age to Imo Shangyu and her companions. Ling Yue and Ling Yin immediately furrowed their brows. Ling Yin addressed the man who had spoken, "Black chicken, why should we give you our caught fish?" However, Imo Shangyu, standing in the middle, abruptly turned to Ling Yin, her heart stirred with surprise. "Black chicken?" Imo Shangyu found it genuinely amusing. The naming conventions of these primitive people were indeed distinctive, presenting a stark contrast. Some bore names like Ling Yue, Ling Yin, and Fengqi, while others were called Black Chicken. Black Chicken was one of the tribes in this area, from the Zhou tribe. It is indeed a small tribe, yet they lack shamans, and their totem warriors are nowhere to be found. Presently, only the 2 of you remain here. I demand what is rightfully ours, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Black Chicken declared arrogantly, his expression betraying a menacing threat. The 4 men beside him also wore fierce visages. However, Ling Yin remained undaunted, placing her hands on her hips and retorting, "Your tribe has not a single totem warrior. Are you seeking a confrontation with my father?" Instantly, Black Chicken recoiled in fear, retreating several steps, and the other 4 men mirrored his actions, instinctively retreating in trepidation. For they had previously faced the wrath of Ling Yin's father. Observing their fear, Ling Yin proudly lifted her chin. "All right, let us return," Ling Yue interjected at that moment. Ling Yin turned to Black Chicken, threateningly saying, "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate this time. Should you dare cross my path again, I shall see to it that you regret it." Yet, Black Chicken suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "I fear your father may not be able to protect you any longer." As we approached, we witnessed your mountain tribe's totem warriors seemingly in peril, surrounded by a horde of aberrations. They are likely already deceased. "What did you say?" Ling Yin exclaimed furiously, pointing at Black Chicken and preparing to confront him. However, Ling Yue furrowed his brow, for Black Chicken's demeanor did not suggest deceit. "Where is my father?" Ling Yue inquired coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon Black Chicken. The latter trembled at Ling Yue's frigid tone, a remnant of the fear instilled in him from past encounters. As Ling Yue had once been a candidate for shaman, after a minor incident, the mountain tribe had informed the chief of the Jubu tribe, resulting in a severe beating for Black Chicken. Since that day, an inexplicable fear of Ling Yue had taken root within him. "I tell you, there is nothing you can do to save them. You would only be walking to your own demise," Black Chicken stammered. Ling Yue's voice turned even colder. "Tell me, where is my father?" However, before Black Chicken could respond, he directed his attention to Ling Yue and Ling Yin, saying, "You should return with these fish and meat." After speaking, Imo Shangyu employed a speed technique and swiftly headed toward the direction of the aberrant energy and several human presences he had sensed moments ago. That direction must lead to Ling Yue and Ling Yin's father. Ling Yue and Ling Yin were momentarily taken aback, but Ling Yue quickly regained his composure and coldly commanded Black Chicken, "You will help us carry these black fish and guide me to my father." Black Chicken, still dazed, observed Imo Shangyu's speed. It was far from that of an ordinary person. However, upon hearing Ling Yue's request, Black Chicken snapped back to reality and retreated several steps once more. "I refuse. Do you know who that person was?" "He is a shaman," and far more formidable than our mountain tribe's shaman. Should you provoke him, he could annihilate your entire tribe. Ling Yue cast a fierce glance at the black chicken, causing it to freeze momentarily. It had never occurred to him that the person they had just encountered was a shaman, and one more formidable than the shamans of their mountain tribe. At that moment, the black chicken and the other 4 men rushed forward to seize the fish, each dragging several along the ground. The black chicken led the way, heading in the direction that the recently departed Shang Mu had taken. Lingxi, you must leave quickly. We will hold off these aberrations. One of the severely injured men called back to Lingxi, who was also visibly wounded. Lingxi bore several scars on his body, each one painful to behold, yet he gritted his teeth and stood firm, declaring, "No, if we are to flee, we shall do so together." Ahead of them lay 4 aberrations, not crocodiles, but snakes, smaller than silver serpents, yet still classified as 3rd-tier aberrations. Their bodies were covered in emerald green scales. "Go quickly. If we perish here, what will become of our kin? If you survive, you can at least protect them," urged the man, whose injuries mirrored those of Lingxi. Lingxi had intended to charge forward to join them in vanquishing these aberrations, but his steps faltered. Each of them was merely 1st or 2nd-tier totem warriors, while Lingxi alone was a 3rd-tier totem warrior, yet even he would not stand a chance against these green serpents. At that moment, the green serpents flicked their tongues and lunged at Lingxi and his companions. Although they were not as large as the silver serpent, they were still comparable in size to an average adult. "Lingxi, you must go first," shouted a totem warrior ahead. Yet Lingxi had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he dashed toward the green serpents. However, they were no match for these creatures. One of the green serpents lunged at a man, sinking its fangs into his arm, which had been slow to react. Blood gushed forth as he let out a harrowing scream. In the next instant, the serpent jerked its head, and the man's arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, Lingxi charged angrily at the green serpent, gripping his bone knife tightly and thrusting it downward. The blade plunged into the serpent's body, causing blood to flow. The serpent, which had been swallowing the severed arm, suddenly emitted a roar and expelled the arm from its mouth. It then swung its tail at Lingxi. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Lingxi raised his arm. With a resounding crash, he was hurled backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt, his expression grim. Meanwhile, the others were faring poorly as well. The man who had lost his arm lay unconscious on the ground. Lingxi furrowed his brow, struggling to rise as he observed that his tribe's totem warriors had nearly exhausted their strength, their demise seemingly inevitable. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the pain from the preceding blow feeling as if his bones had shattered, a torment that was nearly unbearable. The azure serpent, wounded by Lingxi, charged fiercely towards him, the minor injury proving to be far from fatal for the creature. As the serpent approached, Lingxi maintained a stoic expression, betraying no emotion, his strength to resist utterly depleted. His thoughts lingered solely on his 2 daughters, his beloved, and the others from the mountain tribe. Just as Lingxi prepared to close his eyes, resigning himself to the fate of being devoured, a fireball soared through the air towards him. Before the serpent could reach Lingxi, it was struck by the fireball, engulfed in flames. In an instant, the serpent writhed in agony on the ground, emitting pained shrieks, yet soon lay still, the scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Several other azure serpents met the same fate, each consumed by the flames, collapsing lifelessly to the earth. At that moment, Mozhang leapt down from a tree, a look of delight on her face as she gazed at the charred serpent meat before her. The aroma was irresistibly enticing. Lingxi and the few remaining totem warriors, still conscious, stared at Mozhang in astonishment, their expressions a blend of confusion and shock. Who, they wondered, was this remarkable individual? A thought flickered in Lingxi's mind. Could she be a shaman? The fire she wielded bore the hallmarks of their mystical art. Mozhang, beaming at the succulent snake meat that exuded a warm, tantalizing aroma, found herself unable to resist tearing off a piece, blowing on it before placing it in her mouth. The savory flavor exploded upon her taste buds, bringing her immense satisfaction. Earlier that morning, she had only consumed a few fruits and a meager portion of meat, leaving her far from satiated. Now, the serpent meat sparked a ravenous appetite within her. Meanwhile, Lingxi and the others watched as Mozhang savored the snake meat, unable to suppress their own salivation. They dared not move, uncertain of Mozhang's true identity, for it seemed impossible that any shaman of such caliber existed among their 3 tribes. Mozhang, tearing off a generous portion of meat, turned her gaze towards Lingxi, noting the striking resemblance he bore to Ling Yue and Ling Yin. No, it was they who resembled this man before her. He must be their father. As Mozhang's eyes met Lingxi's, his heart raced, anxiety mounting within him, leaving him breathless. She then turned her attention to the others, observing their injuries. particularly one individual whose arm had been severed. If the bleeding continued, he would surely perish. They must be the totem warriors of the mountain tribe. Mozhang Yu was not one to forget kindness. After all, it was the mountain tribe that had aided her. Raising her hand, she summoned a sphere of green light that soared towards Ling Qi and his companions. Originally, Ling Qi instinctively attempted to evade, but merely shifted slightly before coming to a halt. The individual before him could easily take their lives if he wished, yet he seemed disinclined to do so. Ling Qi felt no intent to kill emanating from him. At that moment, they were enveloped by Mo Shangyu's mystical power, and their wounds began to mend, gradually healing. The once frigid bodies now sensed a comforting warmth. As for the man with the severed arm, Mo Shangyu was unable to regenerate it, but he could expedite the growth of new flesh to alleviate the pain. Ling Qi observed this with growing astonishment, perceiving Mo Shangyu as almost divine. Father! At that instant, Ling Yin and Ling Yu rushed over, accompanied by He Ji and others, who bore several fish and appeared quite fatigued. Father, are you all right? Ling Yin exclaimed, noticing the blood on her father's body, rushing to kneel before him and bursting into tears. Witnessing his daughter's deep concern filled Ling Qi with warmth, and he prepared to ruffle her hair reassuringly, saying he was fine. However, father, please don't die. Woo-woo. If you leave us, we won't have any meat to eat, woo-woo. Mother will have no meat, and neither will my sister. Ling Qi's expression darkened instantly as he delivered a gentle punch to Ling Yin's head. Meanwhile, Mo Shangyu, who was savoring snake meat, nearly choked upon hearing Ling Yin's words. Ling Yu couldn't help but cover her forehead in disbelief. The group behind them, He Ji and others, stood frozen, staring at the several charred green snakes on the ground, which emitted a tantalizing aroma. Thank you, Shaman. Ling Yu approached Mo Shangyu and knelt before him, her forehead touching the ground with great reverence. Mo Shangyu, accustomed to such displays, was not overly astonished and softly replied to Ling Yu, Rise, it's a trivial matter. I merely wish to enjoy some snake meat. Chapter 102 Father, why not bow as well? After rising, Ling Yu offered a slight bow to Mo Shangyu before turning back to her father. Father, are you all right? She inquired with lingering concern. Ling Qi shook his head slightly and assured her, I am fine. Initially, he had been injured, but Mo Shangyu's healing had rendered him whole once more. At that moment, he felt a growing curiosity about Mo Shangyu and wondered how his daughters had come to know such a formidable person and why he felt oddly familiar. In the next moment, Ling Qi suddenly recalled and fixed his gaze upon Ling Yu and Ling Yin. Could he be the one you brought back? The sisters nodded slightly. Ling Qi's curiosity piqued as he pondered what sort of creature his daughters had rescued. Father, he is a shaman, deserving of our respect, and he is remarkably powerful. They explained. Ling Yue whispered to her father, additionally, Father, would you like to kneel now? Ling Qi responded as other totem warriors from the mountain tribe approached, their faces filled with curiosity, occasionally glancing at Mo Shangyu. At that moment, Mo Shangyu was intently consuming a small piece of meat with a bone knife. Ling Qi turned to Ling Yue and Ling Yin, inquiring, What brings you both here? Ling Yue replied, This morning, the shaman woke up hungry. After Ling Yue recounted the events of the morning, Ling Qi nodded slightly and shifted his gaze towards the group of black chickens nearby. The members of the Black Chicken clan stood frozen in place, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Mo Shangyu, which surpassed any shaman they had encountered before. Shall we return? Mo Shangyu approached Ling Yue and Ling Yin, having nearly finished eating. Startled by his sudden voice, Ling Yin quickly responded, Yes, yes. Ling Qi began to accept the situation, feeling a sense of admiration for his daughter's fortune in casually bringing back a person of such great significance as a shaman. He held Mo Shangyu in high regard. Despite appearing to be of similar age to his daughters, the disparity in their statuses was immense, one soaring in the heavens while the other remained grounded. The 5 green snakes had been transformed into roasted serpents, and naturally, Ling Qi and the others would not let this opportunity pass. They instructed the totem warriors to carry the corpses of the green snakes and the fish in the possession of the black chickens. The black chickens, seeing Ling Yue and Ling Yin approach, dared not move an inch and obediently handed over the fish. Ling Yue and Ling Yin then made their way back to the mountain tribe with the meat of the green snakes and the fish, with Mo Shangyu following closely behind. Meanwhile, on another side, we should be nearing the spot where the shaman fell, Xia Yuzi exclaimed, pointing ahead. Following her lead, Shaluo, Xia Qingyu, Yang, and Tianling quickened their pace toward the front. Upon reaching the area where Mo Shangyu had landed, they halted before getting too close. Xia Qingyu raised her hand, signaling Shaluo and the others to stop, furrowing her brow as she peered ahead. They all crouched on the branches, observing the situation before them. Before them lay a massive aberration, the snow bear, surrounded by numerous other aberrations feasting on its remains. The snow bear, already an aberration and a formidable one at that, attracted the attention of these creatures eager for its flesh. "Sister, should we approach to investigate?" Zayuzi said, her heart racing with apprehension, fearing that the shaman might meet a fate similar to that of the snow bear. "Let's observe first," Xia Qingyu cautioned, sensing that the aberrations ahead seemed somewhat unusual. "Sister, we cannot wait any longer. We must ascertain the shaman's safety," Zaizi urged, her anxiety mounting. Before Xia Qingyu could respond, an arrow suddenly soared through the air, swiftly directed toward the front. Xia Qingyu turned sharply to see Yang holding the bow. In the next moment, an arrow was shot directly towards a peculiar creature that was intently gnawing on the carcass of a snow bear. As the arrow struck, the creature seemed to have sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded the projectile. The arrow embedded itself into the body of the snow bear. "What are you doing?" Xia could not help but question Yang. With an expression of calmness, Yang replied, "You all hide for now. I will draw these creatures towards me. Later, you can go down and check if Wu is still alive." However, the creatures that had been feasting on the snow bear now turned their attention towards Yang. Numbering around 10, each possessing a formidable strength of level 4, with one particularly strong creature at level 5. They bared their sharp fangs. Suddenly, the level 5 creature let out a menacing howl, prompting the others to charge toward Yang. Seeing this, Xia Qingyu quickly instructed the others, "Scatter and hide." Then, addressing the celestial wolf and the great bear, she commanded, "You two stick with Yang and ensure her safety." "Understood." Both the celestial wolf and the great bear nodded in agreement. Yang swiftly stowed her bow and turned to flee, with the celestial wolf and the great bear closely trailing behind as the vicious wolves pursued them. In truth, these malevolent wolves were merely mutated versions of their kind. The name of the celestial wolf stemmed from its father, who had slain one of these beasts and named his son with a name that included wolf, hoping that one day his son would have the strength to vanquish such creatures again. Though the name seemed somewhat forced, it was still melodious, and the celestial wolf cherished it. Instantly, the pack of malevolent wolves pursued Yang and her companions. Xia Qingyu and the others took refuge in the trees, waiting until the figures of the wolves chasing Yang vanished before emerging. "Let's go down," Xia Qingyu instructed her companions and proceeded towards the direction of the snow bear. Upon reaching the vicinity of the snow bear, a foul odor assaulted their senses. It appeared that the snow bear had begun to decay, and a significant portion of its body had been consumed. "Let us take a look," Xia Qingyu urged Xia Lu and the others. "See if you can find Wu." Yes, they began their search, naturally hoping not to discover the body of Mo Shangyu nearby. If they found no trace of her, it would imply that Wu still had a chance at life. However, after a thorough search, they found no sign of Mo Shangyu, which brought a sense of relief to Xia Lu and the others. The absence of Wu signified her survival, and now they merely needed to expand their search area. Chapter 103. Overwhelmed with gratitude at the mountain tribe, when Ling Qi and his companions returned, dragging 4 green snakes and one that had been partially devoured, along with a dozen large fish, the tribe's members were astonished, their expressions filled with excitement. "Did you catch all of these?" Ling Mu approached, astonished. Ling Qi shook his head, looking up, and his gaze fell upon Mo Shangyu, as if Ling Mu comprehended the situation. Subsequently, Ling Qi recounted the events that had just transpired, and upon learning that it was Mo Shangyu who had saved their tribe's totem warriors, several women among the totem warriors immediately knelt on the ground, expressing their profound gratitude to Mo Shangyu with deep bows. Even Ling Mu was similarly affected. Observing this scene, Mo Shangyu felt little emotion and calmly remarked, "It's nothing. Rise, it was but a simple effort." Once Ling Mu stood up, she approached Ling Yu and Ling Yin, and began to scold them directly. "Could you two not behave? You suddenly ran off without a word. Do you not realize how worried I was? If you continue this way, I shall confine you to the cave and forbid you from coming out." Ling Yu and Ling Yin, resembling children who had misbehaved, lowered their heads in silence, enduring their mother's admonitions. Witnessing this, Mo Shangyu felt a twinge of envy, as it had been long since he had heard a mother's nagging. In his previous world, Mo Shangyu lost his mother in his teenage years, and thereafter lived solely with his father. As time passed and he enlisted in the military, opportunities to see his father diminished, and ultimately, he never had the chance to bid farewell before his father's passing. "All right, let us return," Ling Qi said, stepping forward to address Ling Mu. The sky was already quite cold, and it would only grow colder as time went on. Furthermore, the people of the mountain tribe were still dressed too lightly. Remaining outside would surely endanger their health. Many individuals already bore visible frostbite on their arms and thighs. Acknowledging this, Ling Mu nodded and signaled everyone to head back. Mo Shanyu observed as they huddled together, still clutching many cold green fruits in their arms, their bodies trembling from the chill. Could you fetch some branches? Mo Shanyu asked Ling Qi. Although Ling Qi did not fully grasp the intent behind Mo Shanyu's words, he respectfully replied, of course. He then instructed several totem warriors to set down the green snake meat they were carrying and to seek out larger branches. Ling Mu and Ling Yin, unsure of Mo Shanyu's intentions, quietly awaited his next move. Mo Shanyu watched them shivering, their hands and feet curled up tightly. He then raised his hand, and 3 fireballs materialized around him, causing the surrounding temperature to rise noticeably. This sudden warmth prompted Ling Mu and the others to instinctively shift closer to Mo Shanyu. Most of them were barefoot, and their feet had turned a deep red from the cold. Mo Shanyu was certain that if this continued, their feet would suffer irreparable harm. Once again, Mo Shanyu lifted his hand, and a surge of green shamanic energy emanated from his palm, enveloping their bodies in an instant. Ling Mu and the others felt a wave of warmth wash over them, alleviating the biting cold to a great extent, and a comforting warmth flowed through them. Before long, Ling Qi returned, carrying a bundle of wood. Mo Shanyu instructed Ling Mu and the others to each hold a piece of wood. Although they did not fully comprehend the situation, they complied and took a stick. With a mere wave of his hand, Mo Shanyu ignited the wood in their grasp. This wood lacked any inherent oil to sustain the flame, relying solely on Mo Shanyu's shamanic power to ensure the fire remained alight. The multitude of flames gradually melted the surrounding snow, rendering the cold less biting for Ling Mu and her companions. Meanwhile, Mo Shanyu retracted the 3 fireballs hovering behind him, observing the burning wood with a profound sense of enhancement in his shamanic abilities. The essence of this enhancement lay primarily in control. He had attained an almost complete mastery over his shamanic power. Now, Mo Shanyu possessed a deeper understanding of this power. Akin to the 5 elements in the realm of cultivation, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This shamanic power could be wielded to manipulate these elements, functioning as a more potent force than spiritual energy. Mo Shanyu sensed that his shamanic power could transform all things, allowing for manifestations limited only by one's mastery of it. He found this shamanic power to be profoundly mysterious and extraordinary. Upon returning to the mountain tribe, Ling Mu began to organize the tribe's affairs. Although Ling Qi was the tribe leader, Ling Mu took charge of the tribe's significant matters. Soon, numerous fires blazed, and Ling Mu directed the tribe members to process the meat, breaking it down and roasting it anew. Initially, Ling Mu had no intention of distributing this meat, as it was considered the shaman's, but Mo Shanyu insisted that she share it with everyone. Ultimately, Ling Mu conceded to Mo Shanyu's wishes. This might well be the most delightful meat feast the mountain tribe had ever experienced. A modest cave was illuminated by the glow of the fires. Despite the heavy snowfall outside, the interior remained warm and inviting. The aroma of roasting meat soon permeated the cave. The entire mountain tribe now held Mo Shanyu in the highest regard, feeling immensely grateful towards him. They had never encountered a shaman like him. Even their previous shamans had never exuded such a down-to-earth and approachable demeanor. He seemed exceedingly relatable, not at all like a typical shaman. Once the meat was ready, everyone joyfully began to eat. Mo Shanyu had already feasted adequately after slaying the green snakes, and he could only nibble at the meat now, as his refusal to eat might hinder Ling Mu and the others from enjoying their meal. Outside the cave, a group of over a dozen individuals hid behind a tree, observing the entrance to the mountain tribe's dwelling. From their vantage point, they could see a flickering light and even caught a whiff of the roasting meat. Chief of the tribe, do we truly intend to slaughter everyone in the mountain tribe? One asked. Indeed, if we do not eliminate them, our entire tribe will starve. Kinda replied. But what about Ling Qi and his companions? What of it? If we unite to kill Ling Qi, the rest are of no consequence. All right then, do you smell that delectable aroma of roasted meat? It must be Ling Qi and the others who have hunted an exotic creature and are now feasting. Something is amiss. Chief of the tribe, it appears that the mountain tribe is devoid of shamans, yet they possess fire. Chapter 104. The destitute tribe. The fragrant aroma continued to waft from within the cave. Given the heavy snowfall, it was utterly implausible for divine fire to exist. The group of over a dozen individuals belonged to another tribe, the destitute tribe. Like the mountain tribe, they too lacked shamans and even totem warriors. With the Cambrian era upon them, if they did not devise a means to procure sustenance, they would all perish from starvation. Their sights were set firmly on the mountain tribe. The reason they did not target the long-standing tribe was simply that they too had no food. And the destitute tribe had resolutely rejected the idea of cannibalism. Chief, how can we compel the mountain tribe to willingly relinquish their meat? The individual addressed as chief was indeed the leader of the destitute tribe, Li Zixuan. After a moment of contemplation, He spoke to the dozen or so followers behind him. We shall feign misery and call out from outside their cave. Chief, if we do that, it feels rather inappropriate. One of them hesitated. What is there to be ashamed of? Everything is for the sake of the tribe. Charge, Li Zishuan declared earnestly, then rose and rushed forward. The others, seeing his determination, had no choice but to follow him closely. Upon reaching the entrance of the mountain tribe's cave, Li Zishuan collapsed dramatically to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Oh dear, I am so hungry. Alas, hunger. The others quickly mimicked Li Zishuan, clutching their bellies and lamenting their plight. Inside the cave, Ling Qi and Mo Shanyu, who were consuming meat, heard the commotion from outside. Mo Shanyu glanced at Ling Qi with a look of confusion. Ling Qi, feeling the scrutiny, awkwardly admitted, "It must be the people of the destitute tribe." The destitute tribe? Mo Shanyu found the name rather amusing and pondered who might have named it. However, primitive folk likely did not interpret the term destitute in the same manner as she did. Perhaps it bore an alternative meaning, such as desolate. I shall go shoo them away, Ling Qi declared, rising to her feet. They must have returned to us seeking food, having exhausted their own supplies. Intrigued, Mo Shanyu remarked. So they come here every time they are hungry. Doesn't tea that make them akin to beggars? And if they still come now, it suggests you have previously fed them. I'll accompany you. I wish to see what manner of tribe they are, Mo Shanyu announced, standing up to follow Ling Qi. Ling Qi did not object as Mo Shanyu joined her. Ling Yin and Ling Yu also rose, eager to follow, but were immediately silenced by a sharp command from their mother, sit down. Obediently, the two sisters sank back into their seats. Upon stepping outside with Ling Qi, Mo Shanyu observed nearly 10 individuals sprawled on the ground, clutching their bellies, performing a rather crude act. With a sigh, Mo Shanyu marveled. It appears that primitive people can act as well, albeit rather poorly. As Li Zishuan emerged, he discreetly cast a glance and then performed with even greater fervor, exclaiming, "Oh, I am so hungry." Ling Qi, observing this, was rendered speechless and replied, "You need not act. Do you think I am unaware of your antics? Today, we truly have no food." Suddenly, Li Zishuan sprang to his feet, approached Ling Qi, and extended his hand, declaring, "I refuse to believe it. You must provide me something." Seeing the tribe leader rise, the others prepared to follow suit, yet Li Zishuan abruptly instructed, "You all lie back down and continue your performance." The group exchanged glances of disbelief but dared not resist, resuming their act on the ground, albeit with even more clumsiness this time. Mo Shanyu observed the familiar interaction between Ling Qi and Li Zishuan, sensing that Li Zishuan had an air of ease and familiarity about him. There is truly nothing left, Li Zishuan remarked, glancing into the cave and inhaling deeply. You claim there is no food, yet I can smell something delicious. You are deceiving me. Ling Qi, exasperated, responded, "There is indeed no meat. The only sustenance we have is what this esteemed shaman has procured." She gestured towards Mo Shanyu, who appeared momentarily taken aback. A shaman? Li Zishuan abruptly stood, halting his poor performance, and scrutinized Mo Shanyu with narrowed eyes. "This does not seem to be a shaman from your tribe." Ling Qi nodded in affirmation. "This esteemed shaman was brought back by my daughter." "Tribe leader, do we still need to perform?" A man lying on the ground inquired, lifting his head slightly to gaze at Li Zishuan. "Rise," Li Zishuan commanded, then turned to Mo Shanyu, immediately kneeling down. "Shaman, do you require servants?" "We are willing." Mo Shanyu was startled by this sudden display of submission, sensing that Li Zishuan did not belong to this land, but rather seemed like a traveler from another world. His demeanor somewhat too mischievous. The tribesmen behind him, having just stood, were taken aback upon witnessing their tribe leader kneel, and they hastily followed suit. Although they were unsure of the purpose behind the tribe leader's actions, they believed that mimicking him would surely lead to food. Li Zishuan, everyone rise, Ling Qi urged upon witnessing their kneeling. However, Li Zishuan turned to Mo Shanyu with earnestness and implored, "Please, shaman, accept our tribe. We are capable of any task." Mo Shanyu observed the sincerity in Li Zishuan's words, paused in contemplation, and eventually replied, "Very well." At that moment, Mo Shanyu thought that, given the number of people already present, an addition would be inconsequential, and the issue of sustenance could be managed. "Is that true?" Li Zishuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he looked at Mo Shanyu, completely unprepared for such an easy acquiescence. Ling Qi was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to Mo Shanyu. "Shaman, are you certain you wish to accept members of their tribe?" "Indeed," Mo Shanyu affirmed with a smile, and then inquired of Li Zishuan, "What is your name?" "Li Zishuan." He responded with a beaming smile, and then asked, "Shaman, since we are now your kin, do we have any food?" Mo Shanyu, however, ultimately allowed Ling Qi to fetch some food for them. After careful consideration, Ling Qi took out some meat and handed it to Li Zixuan and the others. Upon seeing such an abundance of meat, the smiles on their faces were impossible to suppress. "We'll head back first. I will call the others to join us," Li Zixuan said with a grin. "I will accompany you," Mo Shangyu replied to Li Zixuan. "Excellent." Li Zixuan was naturally pleased. For having a shaman along would ensure greater safety. "If someone from the Great Flame Tribe comes looking for me, please have them wait for my return," Mo Shangyu instructed Ling Qi. "Understood." Ling Qi nodded, and then watched as Mo Shangyu and Li Zixuan departed. Chapter 105. Li Zixuan primarily. Mo Shangyu sought to venture out and search for items of potential value to himself. After their departure, Ling Qi had yet to return to the cave when Ling Yu, Ling Yin, Ling Mu, and other tribesmen emerged. They were well aware that the shaman had accompanied Li Zixuan and made no attempt to voice their thoughts. "Ling Qi, do you think we should follow that shaman?" Ling Mu inquired, as if pondering deeply. Ling Qi paused in silence, then turned to face his fellow tribesmen. He had indeed considered joining Mo Shangyu's tribe, yet hesitated. Aligning with the Great Flame Tribe would mean the dissolution of their mountain tribe, which he perceived as a betrayal of their ancestors. However, refraining from joining would make survival difficult for his people, leaving Ling Qi in a state of inner turmoil. Ling Qi was reluctant to lead his tribesmen to follow Mo Shangyu without careful deliberation, mindful of their opinions. "We shall search separately for the shaman, and later return here according to our designated locations," Xia Qingyu said, looking towards Xia Liuji, Yang, Tianlang, and Xiong. Almost half of the totem warriors had already emerged, all in pursuit of the shaman. After Xia Qingyu and Xia Liuji concluded their discussion, they split into pairs and dispersed in search of the shaman. Xia Qingyu, alongside Fu Ya, swiftly proceeded towards the front, needing to return to their original position before nightfall. Meanwhile, Mo Shangyu followed Li Zixuan towards the impoverished tribe. "Are you truly a shaman?" Li Zixuan asked, curiosity evident in his voice as he walked beside Mo Shangyu, who appeared somewhat youthful, even diminutive. "Indeed," Mo Shangyu replied, smiling at Li Zixuan's incredulous expression. He then raised his hand, revealing a fireball that materialized in his palm. Li Zixuan and the others were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. "Could you teach me?" Li Zixuan asked, gazing enviously at the floating fireball in Mo Shangyu's hand. "Unfortunately, I cannot," Mo Shangyu shook his head. "To become a shaman, one must possess shamanic power within, cultivated from a young age." In truth, Mo Shangyu was uncertain about the process of becoming a shaman, relying solely on the information he had been taught. The palpable sense of loss enveloped Li Zixuan, and suddenly, an idea ignited within him as he turned to Mo Shangyu with renewed enthusiasm. "Then, may I become a totem warrior?" he inquired eagerly. "It should be possible," Mo Shangyu replied after a brief silence. However, he soon recalled that the awakening ceremony for totem warriors was approaching. Deep within him, he sensed a force guiding him, emanating from beyond the world above. In truth, Mo Shangyu possessed scant knowledge about shamans and the awakening of totem warriors. He had only heard that such awakenings were possible during the Cambrian era. This time, all totem warriors would awaken simultaneously, and it was during such moments that their shamanic powers reached their zenith, prompting every shaman to pray fervently. This act of prayer was a solemn invocation for the well-being of their kin, a plea for the awakening of those who could become totem warriors, and a determination to bolster their bloodlines with the aid of the already awakened. Naturally, the more potent the awakened ones, the stronger the outcome would be. However, Mo Shangyu recalled that the Dayan tribe had seemingly not trained many totem warriors, as the training began from a young age, designating them as preparatory warriors. Yet, it appeared that the Dayan tribe had scarcely any, perhaps not even 3 individuals. Observing Li Zixuan and Ling Qi, it was clear that their tribe was equally lacking, considering some clans did not even possess shamans, let alone the resources to nurture preparatory warriors. The individuals Mo Shangyu had brought back likely shared this fate. It was probable that the Snake and Sunset tribes would have more, given their greater strength compared to the Dayan tribe, which naturally facilitated the training of preparatory warriors. "Shaman, we have arrived," came the voice as Mo Shangyu lost himself in thought, only to realize they had reached the Qiong tribe. He snapped back to reality, gazing at the cave ahead, which served as the tribe's dwelling. Given their limited numbers, it was improbable they would construct proper housing. Additionally, residing in a cave during the Cambrian era provided warmth against the elements. Following Li Zixuan, Mo Shangyu entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In a moment of necessity, he conjured a fireball in his palm, illuminating the cave entrance with a warm glow. Li Zixuan and the others glanced at Mo Shangyu, but said nothing, continuing their onward journey with him trailing behind. As they turned a corner, A sight unfolded before them. An assembly of elders, children, and women, approximately 20 in number, all lying on the ground, resting atop a bed of leaves. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Zishuan approached, brandishing the meat he had brought back, calling out, "Everyone, I've returned with food. Rise and shine." The companions accompanying him also stepped forward, eagerly displaying their own provisions, sharing in the joyous moment. Mo Shanyu observed as the awakening individuals, the elderly, the children, and the women stirred from their slumber, their gaunt frames suggesting they had endured considerable hunger. Their eyes appeared hollow, their bodies frail, almost emaciated. The situation for Li Zishuan and his companions appeared somewhat more favorable. It seemed that those who had awakened and ventured out to hunt for sustenance were the first to partake in the meager provisions. This impoverished tribe truly reflected destitution. As over 20 individuals gradually roused from slumber, Li Zishuan, wielding a bone knife, sliced a portion of meat and approached a matron with a smile, saying, "Mother, please eat." The woman he assisted to her feet was still emaciated, her face gaunt and devoid of vitality. Yet, with trembling hands, she reached up to caress Li Zishuan's cheek, insisting, "You eat. I am not hungry. Mother, we have gathered an abundance of food this time. It is more than sufficient for everyone," Li Zishuan said, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Nevertheless, the elderly and women echoed similar sentiments, prioritizing the nourishment of the children and youth. They believed that those on the brink of death should not squander what little food remained. However, the 20-odd individuals were so weakened and their eyes so hollow that they scarcely noticed the glimmering light at the cave's entrance or the presence of Mo Shanyu. Observing the scene, Mo Shanyu felt a twinge of emotion, perhaps due to the multitude of experiences she had encountered since her arrival in this world. Or perhaps it was merely the stark reality of the primitive people before her that struck her as ordinary. Nevertheless, she raised her hand, and a radiant green light began to drift towards the individuals. Chapter 106. The Spider-Man. The people found themselves enveloped in a cocoon of verdant luminescence, feeling a wave of warmth that gradually restored their body heat. They were astonished to discover newfound strength coursing through them. Naturally, Li Zishuan noticed his mother, who visibly regained her color. "Son, I think I am all right now," she exclaimed, her grip tightening around his hand with excitement. Others too experienced the same miraculous revival, shedding their feelings of weakness. "Thank you, Shaman." Li Zishuan, witnessing this transformation, turned and knelt before Mo Shanyu, pressing his forehead to the ground. The individuals who had accompanied him followed suit, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The newly rejuvenated individuals were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Li Zishuan refer to the man before them as Shaman. Once they regained their composure, they exerted all their strength to rise and join in the kneeling. Mo Shanyu, now indifferent to the reverence shown, gently urged Li Zishuan and the others, "You may rise." They complied, albeit slowly, while the uninformed onlookers regarded them with curiosity. Aware of their bewilderment, Li Zishuan lowered his head slightly and explained, "I have chosen for our tribe to join the Shaman's clan." This decision meant that joining another tribe would liken their situation to servitude. Yet Li Zishuan and his companions felt they had little choice. If they did not align with Mo Shanyu's tribe, starvation would claim them all. Li Zishuan's mother seemed to understand her son's thoughts and raised her hand, offering him a gentle smile as she said, "It is all right. It is primarily our burden that has caused the closure of our doors." Li Zishuan was on the verge of speaking, but he saw his mother kneel once more before Mo Shanyu, declaring, "From now on, our impoverished tribe shall be at the mercy of the shaman." This time, Mo Shanyu chose silence, gazing intently at Li Zishuan's mother. Just as she finished her words, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was quick to crouch down and support her. "Mother, what is wrong?" he inquired. Mo Shanyu interjected, "Though I have healed some of their injuries, I cannot alleviate their hunger. They still require sustenance." Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan realized that his mother and the others had indeed gone a long time without food. "Please gather some wood. I shall help you make a fire," he responded, nodding before leading a few individuals outside. Mo Shanyu also intended to join them, but Li Zishuan's mother suddenly called out to her, "Shaman." "Yes." Mo Shanyu paused, turning to Li Zishuan's mother. The elder, with a serious expression, knelt down and earnestly pleaded, "I wish to request that you treat Zishuan and the others kindly. We elders are of little consequence. We could even become your tribe's nourishment. However, please do not disclose this to Zishuan and the others. You may say that we perished outside, devoured by beasts, with no remains left." Mo Shanyu felt a mix of exasperation and understanding toward their concerns, recognizing that in the Cambrian era, food was exceedingly precious. In such dire circumstances, resorting to cannibalism could be deemed the most viable option, especially in a primitive society where such practices were not uncommon. She did not wish to elaborate further, and upon surveying the others, she noted that the older individuals shared similar gazes of desperation. Very well, I understand, she replied, feeling that an explanation was unnecessary. Before long, Li Zixuan and the others returned, their faces alight with joy as they carried wood back, elated at the prospect of finally having something to eat. Seeing them return with the wood, Imo Shangyu commenced lighting a fire, and the flames quickly sprang to life. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu, Fuya, and Yang were hastily searching for Imo Shangyu when they encountered a group of hybrids and tribespeople ahead. Observing the scene, they noted that some had already fallen prey to the hybrids, leaving only about 30 individuals, primarily the elderly and children. Among them was Heiji, a member of the Jiu tribe. The three of them crouched behind a tree. As Yang gazed at the enormous spider-like creature with a human face, the hybrid known as a human spider. This creature, imbued with potent venom, was typically avoided, as it resided in caves and had likely emerged to hunt, fortuitously crossing paths with this tribe. The human spider was notably large and capable of spinning webs and secreting toxic substances. Any contact with its venom would lead to rapid decay of the flesh. Chief of the tribe, let us seek assistance from the mountain tribe. Otherwise, our survival is in jeopardy, Black Chicken said with fear etched on his youthful features, his eyes glistening with moisture. After all, he was merely a child. I truly encountered a shaman in the mountain tribe, and their powers are formidable. With a mere gesture, they conjured fireballs that swiftly vanquished the green serpent. The man whom Black Chicken referred to as the chief was not in a much better state. His cheeks were ravaged by corrosive venom, presenting a grotesque sight. Yet, he bravely endured the agony. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the tribesmen behind him. Wait here. You must depart at once for the mountain tribe. At that moment, Xia Qingyu and her companions, perched in the trees not far from Black Chicken, overheard his mention of the shaman and the fireball technique, prompting them to recall their own shaman, Imo Shangyu. Yang, Fuya, engage. Xia Qingyu commanded decisively. Yang and Fuya instantly comprehended her directive. Yang rose, drew his bow, and nocked an arrow, aiming it at the advancing human spiders. The creatures surged toward the G tribe members with alarming speed, just as the chief prepared to urge Black Chicken and the others to flee. Several members of their tribe intercepted the human spiders. However, before he could utter a word, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the head of the foremost human spider, its green blood splattering as it fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining human spiders, startled by the sudden demise of their companion, came to an abrupt halt. Then, Fuya and Xia Qingyu rushed forward to confront the remaining threats. Xia Qingyu, unwilling to engage the human spiders in close combat, leaped from the tree, soaring over their heads, and retrieved a shamanic bone talisman from her waist. With her figure descending through the air, she held the talisman aloft, directing it toward the human spiders ahead. In the next moment, several fireballs shot forth, striking the creatures before they could evade, igniting them in fierce flames. The human spiders writhed in agony, emitting piercing shrieks that made Black Chicken and his companions hastily cover their ears, their brows furrowed in distress. Even Yang, from a distance, grimaced but focused his concentration, unleashing a volley of arrows at the front line of human spiders. The arrows found their mark, and the remaining human spiders collapsed, their breaths extinguished in an instant. The surviving members of the G tribe looked on in astonishment at Xia Qingyu and her companions, their demeanor tinged with wariness. Who are you? The G tribe chief, Changshan, inquired, eyeing them with suspicion. Xia Qingyu, Yang, and Fuya approached the G tribe, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and concern as they noted the wary gazes directed at them, despite just having rescued the G tribe. We hail from the Great Yin tribe. Xia Qingyu spoke up, her curiosity piqued by what the Black Chicken had just mentioned regarding the shaman. She turned her gaze toward the Black Chicken and inquired, is the shaman you speak of rather fair-skinned, slender in build? And does he appear to be anything but a shaman? The Black Chicken, meeting Xia Qingyu's earnest gaze, felt a tremor of fear but made an effort to recall, eventually nodding in affirmation. Indeed, he did not resemble a shaman at all. This only strengthened Xia Qingyu's conviction that he must be their shaman, for only their shaman bore such an appearance, as others were easily identifiable at a glance. Other shamans exuded an air of mystery, often wielding a staff and emanating a presence that commanded respect. In stark contrast, their shaman from the Dayan tribe appeared merely as an attractive individual. Where is he? Xia Qingyu asked excitedly, now reassured that the shaman was alive, even if they could not be entirely certain that he was indeed their Dayan tribe shaman. In the mountain tribe, the Black Chicken replied, trembling with trepidation at the thought of Xia Qingyu and her companions. Tribal chief, let us hurry and seek out the shaman. Yang interjected, equally concerned for his safety. Let us go, Xia Qingyu urged with a sense of urgency, driven by her worry for the shaman and the necessity to find him swiftly. Thus, Xia Qingyu, Yang, and Fuya departed in haste. Once Xia Qingyu and her group had left, Changshan and the black chicken finally exhaled in relief. The members of the tribe gazed in disbelief at the departing figures of Xia Qingyu and her companions, astounded by their formidable presence. Tribal chief, may we partake of that meat? The black chicken asked, snapping back to reality as the aroma wafting from the dead human spiders tantalized his senses. The human spiders, now lifeless and charred, emitted a scent reminiscent of roasted meat. Changshan, coming to his senses as well, looked at the human spider meat and after a moment's silence replied, "Yes, but we must handle it carefully. These creatures possess a venom sac within." Understood. The black chicken responded joyfully, rushing toward the human spiders, followed closely by the others, all of whom had been famished for far too long. They were ravenous, and Changshan sighed, lamenting his inability to provide food for the tribe. His earlier hesitation stemmed from uncertainty as to whether Xia Qingyu and her group would still want the meat, but with no other options left. He realized they had no choice. They would perish from hunger if they did not eat. The human spiders still emitted steam, and the loss of the members from the Jiu tribe seemed insignificant to those presently alive, as they feasted upon the human spiders, oblivious to the fatalities that had just occurred within their ranks. The members of the Jiu tribe devoured the meat without hesitation, undeterred by its heat or hair. For they were indeed primitive people, and after so many days of hunger, the prospect of food was irresistible. Changshan looked upon his kin with a sigh, unable to fathom their unawareness. As Changshan was about to indulge in a meal, he suddenly froze, startled by a sound emanating from the surrounding woods. He swiftly turned to see dozens of figures emerging from the trees, numbering around 50 or 60, each armed and advancing towards them. The individuals were making peculiar sounds, excitedly clapping their hands as if in celebration. Recognizing the imminent danger, Changshan shouted, "Run!" The members of the Jiu tribe heard the commotion and, upon turning, were met with the sight of the approaching horde, prompting an immediate panic as they scattered in all directions. However, the assailants brandished their weapons and charged forward, indiscriminately attacking anyone in their path. Changshan drew his bone knife, preparing to confront the onslaught when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. The man wore a sinister smile and was clad in nothing more than a simple piece of animal hide. Before Changshan could react, the man seized his head and bit into his neck. Stricken with terror, Changshan was rendered silent as he witnessed the man's throat bulging as he drank the blood of his victims. Others, too, were killing and then swiftly consuming blood, resembling vampires in their ferocity. In the midst of the chaos, Heiji, in a state of panic, ran frantically, his heart racing at the sight of his kin being slaughtered. "Heiji, save me," he cried. As he turned back in desperation, he saw a companion's throat slashed, blood being drained by another attacker. This sight terrified Heiji further, compelling him to hasten his escape. Once the assailants had their fill, they raised their bloodied hands in satisfaction, steam rising from their mouths. Feeling invigorated after the feast, they relished the warmth coursing through their bodies. "Go, capture those who escaped, bring them back alive," commanded the one who had bitten Changshan. "These are all food." The attackers belonged to a tribe notorious for hunting down smaller clans to feast on human flesh, embodying a gruesome savagery. Their leader, a totem warrior named Kitchen, commanded a tribe composed largely of such warriors, including their women. "5 of us will pursue. I'll chase after that child. I suspect he is terrified to the core." Laughter erupted among them. "All right, let us split up and pursue." Chapter 108. Shattering the level 5 speed sorcerer's bone token at this moment, Heiji was engulfed in fear, sprinting ahead as his heart swelled with dread. Witnessing his kin being devoured, he could no longer suppress the terror within him. An overwhelming nausea washed over him, threatening to spill forth. Suddenly, he tripped over a branch, cutting his foot as he tumbled forward into the snow. The cold ground exacerbated the pain from his wound. Lying on the ground, clutching his bleeding ankle, tears streamed down his face. "They've caught up to you." At that moment, a man suddenly appeared on a branch of a tree ahead, casting a sinister smile towards Heiji. Heiji's heart quivered as he recognized the very person who had devoured members of their tribe. The man, with his feet firmly planted on the branch, propelled himself directly towards Heiji, revealing his bloodied fangs. In a state of terror, Heiji found himself paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a voice emerged beside him. Heiji looked up to see Xia Qingyu standing calmly by his side, observing the approaching man with an impassive expression. Without hesitation, Yang drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the man. The man, disdainful of the incoming projectile, was oblivious to its significance and felt no fear. He simply waved his hand dismissively, only to have the arrow pierce through his palm. The man's pupils widened in shock, and he began to plummet towards the ground. But Yang swiftly released another arrow. This time, the man understood the peril of the situation, yet evading it while airborne was nearly impossible. With a whoosh, the arrow struck him squarely in the chest, extinguishing his life force instantly. He fell to the ground with a thud, blood staining the pure white snow. Heiji was taken aback by this scene. For those unaware, such an arrow could indeed deliver a surprising blow. Who are they? Xiaqingyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Still in a state of panic, Heiji remained fixated on the lifeless body before him, his eyes vacant and devoid of emotion. Sensing his distress, Xiaqingyu felt a hint of exasperation. Uncertainty loomed over them regarding their adversaries, and caution was imperative. Tribal leader, it seems someone is approaching, Yang remarked, eyeing the distance. Xiaqingyu furrowed her brow and turned her gaze forward. Moments later, 3 figures leapt from the towering tree, landing in the snow. They were members of the cannibal tribe. And upon seeing their fallen compatriot, their expressions were devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by a greedy glint as they eyed Xiaqingyu and her companions. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a fine woman to appear today. Let's take her back to the tribal leader. He will surely be pleased and may even reward us. One of them laughed. Indeed. Let us seize them and bring them along, another replied. Xiaqingyu, Yang, and Fuya exchanged wary glances. Sensing the formidable strength of the 3, 2 were level 4 and 1 was a level 5 totem warrior. It seems they belong to the cannibal tribe, Fuya remarked. The cannibal tribe? Xiaqingyu's body stiffened slightly. She was somewhat familiar with them. In the next instant, the 3 surged forward, charging directly at Xiaqingyu and her companions. Yang, Fuya, be cautious. Xiaqingyu urged. Understood. Both Yang and Fuya replied. A man dashed towards the sheep with astonishing speed. Just as the sheep raised his bow to release an arrow, the man had already closed the distance. He lifted his foot and kicked, prompting the sheep to evade. Yet the kick still struck the bow, sending it hurtling away. It was evident that the sheep was no match for this man. And the situation was not much better for Fuya, whose strength was also lacking. Xiaqingyu faced a level 5 totem warrior. In a straightforward confrontation without the aid of the witchbone card, she would undoubtedly be outmatched. The members of the cannibal tribe were inherently aggressive, possessing physical prowess that surpassed that of Xiaqingyu and her companions, coupled with superior combat skills. Moreover, the cannibal tribe thrived by assaulting other tribes and consuming their members. Retaining women solely for reproduction, those unable to bear children were destined to be devoured. The cannibal tribe was indeed a formidable faction. Xia Lu knew not why the cannibal tribe had appeared here, for she distinctly recalled that they did not inhabit this region. Sheep, Fuya, take the others and go. Xiaqingyu urged, uncertain if more of the cannibal tribe were lurking nearby, as they typically operated in groups. She could not risk the possibility of encountering additional members of the tribe, lest they find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Heiji also regained his composure and, upon seeing the members of the cannibal tribe approach, hastily took flight. Thud. The level 5 totem warrior advanced towards Xiaqingyu, delivering a powerful kick. Reacting swiftly, Xiaqingyu raised her hands to shield herself, stumbling back a few steps before regaining her balance. A frown creased her brow, her expression darkening. Glancing back at Fuya and the sheep, she noted that they too were struggling, as none of the 3 had utilized their witchbone cards, rendering them at a disadvantage. In response, Xiaqingyu promptly retrieved a witchbone card from her waist, crushing it in her palm. A surge of formidable witch power flowed into her body, instilling a sense of lightness within her. In the next instant, Xiaqingyu vanished from her spot and reappeared in front of the sheep, grasping his hand and pulling him back. She then launched a kick at the advancing man, who was caught off guard, his pupils dilating in shock as he was propelled backward by the force of her strike. Thud! He fell away, crashing to the ground. Let us go. Xiaqingyu called back to the sheep. All right. The sheep snapped back to reality, recognizing the formidable strength of their adversaries. Xiaqingyu turned once more towards Fuya, and the level 5 totem warrior was left astonished by the power of the witchbone card Xiaqingyu had just shattered and her newfound speed. Arriving before Fuya, Xiaqingyu swiftly launched the level 4 totem warrior away, then grasped Fuya's hand, urging them to escape. In no time, the trio of Fuya, the sheep, and Xiaqingyu fled the scene, while Heiji had long since vanished from sight. The 5th level totem warrior observed the vanishing figures of Suya without any intention of pursuing them. Instead, a smile graced his lips, finding the situation rather amusing. He picked up the shattered witchbone tablet that Xiaqingyu had crushed from the ground and also retrieved the bow belonging to Yang. At this moment, the 2 individuals who had been struck away by Xiaqingyu returned, clutching their chests. Bring this corpse back, the 5th level totem warrior commanded. Aren't we going to chase them? We cannot catch up. Chapter 109. The bow we have returned. Ling Qi announced, holding the bow and fragments of the witchbone tablet as he approached the tribal elder. Ling Qi was indeed the 5th-level totem warrior who had just fought Xia Qingyu. Tianqing turned to examine the corpse they had brought back. Recognizing it as one of his kin, he glanced at Ling Qi and inquired, "What happened here?" Ling Qi replied, "We encountered 3 striking women and intended to capture them for you. However, it turns out that all 3 were totem warriors of considerable strength, wielding witchbone tablets, which allowed them to escape." "Interesting," Tianqing responded, taking the witchbone tablet from Ling Qi's hands and scrutinizing it closely. He detected a lingering trace of otherworldly power within it. Surprised by the potent magic, he mused, "No wonder they managed to flee." He instructed Ling Qi, "Send someone to search for those 3. They must have a formidable witch among them. We must capture them." "Understood." Tianqing then picked up the bow again, examining it closely, yet he could not discern its purpose. "I believe I might know," Ling Qi interjected. Tianqing handed the bow to Ling Qi, who took it along with an arrow. The others gathered around, watching intently as Ling Qi closed his eyes, recalling how Yang had used the weapon. He had been curious about Yang's actions when he raised the bow and had observed closely. After a moment, Ling Qi opened his eyes, raised the bow, placed the arrow upon it, and drew back the string. In the next instant, he released it, and with a resounding twang, the arrow shot forth, piercing the chest of a nearby individual who collapsed to the ground. Everyone was taken aback, including Ling Qi. Tianqing stared at the slain kin, momentarily stunned, while the others turned their gazes toward Ling Qi. Ling Qi, astonished by the weapon's potency, was equally shocked that he had inadvertently taken the life of a fellow tribesman. Tianqing looked at Ling Qi, took the bow from his hands, and instructed him to retrieve the arrow. At that moment, it seemed no one cared for the life that had been extinguished. No one spoke up in mourning. Once Ling Qi returned with the arrow, Tianqing mimicked Ling Qi's actions. However, this time, upon witnessing Tianqing's intent, everyone hastily moved aside, fearful that they might be the next casualty. Understanding that this was indeed a weapon, Tianqing aimed at a tree in front of him. As he pulled back the bowstring and released, the arrow flew straight and embedded itself into the tree. Unfortunately, the bowstring snapped due to the excessive force Tianqing applied, which he had failed to control. Tianqing gazed at the fractured Xian, a frown creasing her brow, yet a flicker of joy danced within her, for this was indeed a formidable weapon. Her curiosity grew regarding the ingenious mind behind its creation and the 3 women involved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Qingyu and her companions, having escaped, came to a halt and collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They were not incapable of defeating the 3 foes. Rather, their concern lay in the unpredictable arrival of further adversaries, which would pose significant complications. It became evident that they needed to locate the shaman swiftly. Uncertain of the shaman's current peril, Yang suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Where is that brat?" There, they spotted the timid black chicken, cowering behind a tree, trembling as it stole glances at Xia Qingyu and the others. Upon noticing their gaze, Black Chicken instinctively attempted to flee, only to be seized abruptly by Yang. "Lead us to the mountain tribe," Yang commanded. Terrified, Black Chicken felt it had no choice but to comply, sensing that accompanying them might shield its life from danger. Thus, it took the lead, with Xia Qingyu and Yang trailing closely behind. Xia Qingyu turned to Fuya and instructed, "Fuya, you should return to our original departure point. Await the others and advise them to exercise caution." "Understood," she replied. Xia Qingyu's concern for the others grew. Should they encounter the cannibal tribe, it could spell trouble. The foremost worry rested with Big Bear and Sky Wolf, for their impulsive nature could lead to reckless actions. After Fuya departed, Xia Qingyu and Yang followed Black Chicken towards the mountain tribe. Elsewhere, Mo Shanyu stood outside, watching the snow cascade from the heavens. He pondered the duration of the Cambrian era, apprehensive about the increasingly frigid conditions, which had only just commenced. His thoughts shifted to Xia Qingyu and her group. Shaman. At that moment, Li Zishuan emerged, clutching a large piece of roasted meat. "Eat." Mo Shanyu waved his hand in refusal, having already satisfied his hunger at the mountain tribe. "Are you familiar with this Cambrian era?" he inquired of Li Zishuan. "No, I am not," Li Zishuan replied, shaking his head. Mo Shanyu nodded and continued. "Are there only your 3 tribes in this vicinity?" Li Zishuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, we are the only tribe around here, but I cannot ascertain the situation elsewhere. However, in the direction of the Jiu tribe, there exists a cannibal tribe, and with the heavy snowfall approaching, they are bound to emerge." "What do you mean?" Mo Shanyu asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He understood that a cannibal tribe, as suggested by its name, was notorious for consuming humans. Yet he was puzzled by the connection to the impending snowfall. Li Zishuan elaborated. That cannibal tribe resides near the Jiu tribe. They typically raid other tribes, capturing women for reproduction while consuming the men and even savoring human blood. Mo Shanyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Li Zishuan continued, in the past, the Jiu tribe had a shaman, which deterred the cannibal tribe from launching outright assaults. However, with the shaman's demise before the heavy snowfall, the situation has become precarious, and the Jiu tribe lacks a successor to the shaman. The mountain tribe may well be in a similar predicament. After listening, Mo Shanyu nodded slightly. It seemed that this place indeed held some significance, though it was surprising to discover such a location near the Dian tribe, which had previously gone unnoticed. Aren't you going to eat? Li Zishuan once again raised the piece of meat in his hand, glancing at Mo Shanyu. Mo Shanyu gently shook his head and inquired, by the way, is there anything else edible nearby, perhaps some fruits? Mo Shanyu was eager to gather items that could be cultivated and consumed during winter. As he was uncertain how long the Cambrian period would persist, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Besides the green fruits, there is another type, but they are not very palatable, bitter and sour. We hardly ever consume them, and they do not suffice to satisfy hunger. Take me to see, Mo Shanyu exclaimed, unable to discern what Li Zishuan was referring to from his description. Chapter 110, Oranges? All right. Li Zishuan called a few others to accompany them, and Mo Shanyu followed closely behind as they ventured into the woods ahead. The snow had begun to accumulate, and stepping on it felt as though one were treading on cotton, yet it was biting cold. Mo Shanyu trailed behind Li Zishuan and his companions. Soon, he spotted fruit trees ahead, not particularly tall, laden with numerous fruits that appeared to be yellow and ripe. Those are the fruits, the wu. They are quite sour but have a lot of juice, Li Zishuan pointed out. Mo Shanyu noticed that the fruit resembled oranges, albeit larger, and he began to question whether the inhabitants and the fruits here were all capable of thriving and growing to such a size. Li Zishuan and several other totem warriors approached the trees, climbing up to pluck a few fruits, which they dropped down to Mo Shanyu. Wu. Mo Shanyu examined the fruit handed to him by Li Zishuan. It indeed resembled an orange, even sharing a similar flavor. The leaves of the trees were blanketed in white snow. Holding the orange in his hand, he noted its impressive size. Certainly larger than those he had previously grown at his grandfather's home, though there are many varieties of oranges. This one appeared to be a pumpkin, as the skin was thin and easily peeled. Mo Shanyu removed the outer skin, revealing the substantial, sweet-looking flesh within. However, upon witnessing this, Li Zishuan was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at Mo Shanyu, and then at the peeled orange. Mo Shanyu paid him no mind, instead taking a segment and placing it in his mouth. An immediate sense of satisfaction washed over him, as it was incredibly juicy and sweet, albeit very cold. On such a frigid day, the orange felt as if it had been frozen solid. Noticing the furrow in Mo Shanyu's brow, Li Zishuan's own expression softened. See, I told you it was very sour. Mo Shanyu paused for a moment, seemingly grasping something, and then offered the peeled orange to Li Zishuan. It's not sour. You should try it yourself. Li Zishuan hesitated, his brow knitting again in disbelief. But he took a segment and placed it in his mouth, only to be met with a burst of sweetness and abundant juice. Water trickled from the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth, as if he could hardly contain it. At that moment, the others approached, filled with curiosity upon witnessing the scene. This is truly not sour. Li Zishuan's face beamed with joy, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, so this is how to eat it. You are remarkably clever. Mo Shanyu, flattered by Li Zishuan's praise, found herself uncertain whether it was genuine admiration or playful sarcasm. Subsequently, Li Zishuan instructed the others behind him on how to consume the fruit, urging them to gather more to share with the tribe. Mo Shanyu then ventured forward into the woods, where an abundance of oranges flourished amidst a delightful environment. As she pressed onward, Li Zishuan trailed closely behind. Suddenly, Mo Shanyu contemplated establishing the tribe's location in this area, for it was rich in resources. On her way here, she had noticed various items, though she was unsure if they warranted further exploration. Are you searching for something? Li Zishuan inquired, observing Mo Shanyu's determined stride. She did not respond. Continuing to traverse the expansive area that resembled a bountiful orchard, she soon spotted pears in the distance, and the realization struck her that this place was indeed a treasure trove, a perfect site for the Dian tribe's new settlement. What lies ahead? Mo Shanyu paused and pointed towards the direction before her. A river flowed in the distance, accompanied by a dense bamboo grove, where it appeared there might be people. Though it was uncertain, using her witchcraft, Mo Shanyu sensed movement within the bamboo, as if something was leaping about. Li Zishuan replied, ahead is the territory of the bamboo tribe. Bamboo tribe? Mo Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yes, they have always resided there, rarely venturing out. And they do not permit our people to enter. I recall that the Jiu tribe once attempted to hunt there, only to suffer losses at the hands of the Bamboo tribe. They sought revenge, but the Bamboo tribe moved with agility, like monkeys, making them nearly impossible to catch. Armed with pole weapons they could hurl. Mo Yu nodded slightly, grasping the situation, and decided it best to set this matter aside for now, intending to address it gradually when Xia Qingyu and the others arrived. After all, during the Cambrian era, time was abundant. The primary concern was to secure food and warmth, necessitating the discovery of materials for shelter. Mo Yu envisioned a gradual development during this Cambrian era, striving to reconstruct the Dayan tribe not in a rudimentary fashion but with meticulous planning. Are there any peculiar resources in this vicinity? She inquired once more, looking towards Li Zixuan, knowing that if she asked directly about chili peppers, garlic, or other items, he might not possess that knowledge. I'm not quite sure, he replied. Liang Xian pondered for a moment before responding, as he too was uncertain about what constituted strange things. Mo Yu could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, over to the side, lay the mountains that marked the territory of the mountain tribe. Heiji pointed towards a cave ahead. Xia Qingyu gazed forward, only to find a large boulder obstructing the entrance to the cave. Let me take a look, Yang said, stepping towards the cave. Naturally, Xia Qingyu followed suit, as did Heiji. At this juncture, Heiji dared not stray far, for he understood that his safety lay in accompanying these two women. Allow me to call out, Heiji proposed, raising his voice to shout, Lingyue, Lingyin. After several calls, he finally ceased. Inside the cave, Lingyin and Lingyue, having just satisfied their hunger and preparing to rest, heard Heiji's voice. Lingqi rose to glance over at Lingyin and Lingyue, who were both intrigued. What brings the people of the Jubu tribe here? Nonetheless, Lingqi proceeded to step outside, with Lingyin and Lingyue trailing behind. The other tribe members followed suit, drawn towards the cave entrance. Chapter 111. Chilly once outside. Lingqi beheld Yang and Xia Qingyu standing beside Heiji. However, Heiji appeared somewhat unwell, bloodied, and still bearing a hint of lingering fear upon his face. Lingyue and Lingyin turned their attention to Xia Qingyu and Yang, unfamiliar with their presence. What has transpired, Heiji? Lingqi inquired, having noticed Xia Qingyu and Yang but first addressing Heiji, sensing something was amiss. Xia Qingyu and Yang searched the crowd for Mo Yu's figure, but to no avail. Where is our shaman? Xia Qingyu suddenly directed her gaze at Lingqi, her tone tinged with urgency. Instantly, Lingqi and the others became vigilant, eyeing Xia Qingyu and Yang, while the mountain tribe's totem warriors stepped forward, wary of the two women. What shaman? Lingqi queried, unable to grasp the situation. The shaman, Xia Qingyu reiterated, uncertain of how to articulate her concern. At this moment, Heiji interjected from behind. The shaman they speak of is the one who previously saved you and vanquished the silver serpent. Only then did Lingqi comprehend the situation, scrutinizing Xia Qingyu and her companions. And perceiving no hostility, he spoke. The shaman left with the impoverished tribe. The impoverished tribe? Xia Qingyu furrowed her brow. Lingqi nodded, indeed. She departed with Li Zixuan and his group to the impoverished tribe. Where is the impoverished tribe? Xia Qingyu inquired. Lingqi gestured towards a direction ahead. If you continue straight from here, you shall find the impoverished tribe. The area is predominantly forested, with no winding paths. Simply proceed forward. Xia Qingyu and Yang swiftly turned and departed, soon vanishing from Lingqi and the others' sight. Lingqi exhaled in relief as he watched their retreat, then turned his attention back to Heiji. Heiji, what exactly transpired? Heiji, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, they perished. The tribe leader, my father, and my mother, they are all gone. Lingqi was momentarily taken aback. Then his thoughts drifted to the two women from the labor union. Could it be that they were responsible for the massacre of the Jiu tribe? And had they annihilated them completely? The members of the Shan tribe standing behind him were equally astonished. After all, the Jiu tribe had several totem warriors among them. It was the cannibal tribe, Heiji sobbed. They suddenly appeared and devoured the tribe leader, my father, and my mother. At this revelation, Lingqi and the entire Shan tribe were plunged into a deeper shock. They were aware of the existence of the cannibal tribe, yet they had never ventured into their territory to hunt them. In the past, even their shaman had been cautious around the cannibal tribe. However, now their shaman was dead, and they had failed to find a successor, instilling fear within the hearts of the Shan tribe. The threat posed by the cannibal tribe was well known. At that moment, Lingyin and Lingyu also felt an undeniable sympathy for Heiji, especially considering the brutal loss he had just witnessed. Heiji, you shall remain with our tribe from now on, Lingqi said, extending his concern towards him. It is worth noting that the relationships among the Jiu tribe, The Qiong tribe and the Shan tribe were not adversarial. Rather, they sometimes aided one another, much like neighboring communities. Although minor skirmishes occasionally arose, they were typically trivial. Ling Qi glanced back at his own tribesmen, compelled to reconsider their situation. Should the cannibal tribe approach, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Presently, the Shan tribe had only a handful of totem warriors, whereas the cannibal tribe boasted a far greater number. Upon overtaking a tribe, the cannibal tribe would eliminate or imprison any shaman present. They would awaken their totemic powers during the winter season, and if any shaman resisted, they would be killed. It was imperative for Ling Qi to prepare his tribe for the impending threat. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and Yang were hastening towards the Qiong tribe, weaving through the woods as if impervious to the biting cold. The chilly wind swept past them, yet they seemed unfazed as they pressed onward in the direction indicated by Ling Qi. On the other side, Mo Shangyu was currently exploring the area with Li Zixuan and the others, eager to ascertain whether there were any familiar landmarks nearby. Surveying his surroundings, Mo Shangyu noted that it was predominantly filled with trees and underbrush, devoid of anything particularly remarkable. "Shaman, what are you searching for? Do you need our assistance?" Li Zixuan inquired, observing Mo Shangyu's apparent quest. Mo Shangyu opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. "If you happen to encounter anything edible yet unfamiliar, or something that merely appears to be consumable, please inform me. Just let me know about anything peculiar that you come across." Following this, Mo Shangyu could only provide such an explanation. "All right," Li Zixuan nodded. Subsequently, Li Zixuan instructed several totem warriors beside him to part ways and search for suitable items, but they found nothing appropriate. "Witch, I sense that you are somewhat different from other witches," Li Zixuan remarked as he leaned closer to Mo Shangyu. "What sets me apart?" Mo Shangyu inquired curiously, casting a glance at him. Li Zixuan pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. "I perceive you as far more formidable than the average witch, possessing a wealth of knowledge. And additionally, you seem devoid of that unique aura typically associated with witches." Mo Shangyu, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Li Zixuan, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of perfunctory interaction, yet could only manage a wry smile before resuming the search for the items mentioned by Mo Shangyu. "Which? This appears to be edible, bright red." A man approached, holding several short red chili peppers before Mo Shangyu. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of the peppers, Mo Shangyu's expression brightened as he stepped forward to seize one. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, Li Zixuan intervened. "Witch, you cannot consume this. It will cause considerable discomfort, leaving your mouth in distress." Li Zixuan struggled to articulate the sensation. Mo Shangyu, observing Li Zixuan's demeanor, chuckled and said, "Spicy, isn't it?" Li Zixuan appeared momentarily puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind Mo Shangyu's reference to spiciness. "It's fine, this one is not poisonous." After saying this, Mo Shangyu took a small bite, and an intense spiciness overwhelmed his palate, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his being. He felt his blood vessels surge, and his face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 112. Mo Shangyu encounters the cannibal tribe witch. "Are you alright?" Li Zixuan inquired with concern as he approached. At that moment, Mo Shangyu was acutely aware of the intense heat from the pepper. Gradually recovering, he glanced at the chili in his hand, pondering whether it might be a devil's pepper. However, it appeared to be an ordinary red chili, nothing like a devil's pepper at all. "I am fine." Mo Shangyu waved dismissively and turned to the man who had called him earlier, asking, "Are there more of these?" "Yes." The man nodded and pointed ahead, saying, "There are plenty more just further on. Lead me to them." Mo Shangyu instructed the man. Li Zixuan, intrigued, cautioned, "Witch, you cannot eat this." Yet Mo Shangyu did not respond to Li Zixuan, instead following the man onward. Shortly, they came upon a patch of chili plants half buried in snow, with vibrant red peppers peeking through. These chilies appeared impervious to the cold, thriving robustly despite the frigid weather, remarkably resilient against the torrential rains of the preceding season. Mo Shangyu gazed at the vibrant red peppers before her, their appearance both fresh and alluring, yet their spiciness was overwhelming. Nevertheless, she considered it a fortunate discovery of a seasoning, which would enrich their culinary endeavors, particularly during future barbecues. "Let us gather all of these," she instructed Li Zixuan. Although Li Zixuan did not fully comprehend why the shaman desired these inedible peppers, he refrained from questioning her further and busied himself with the totem warriors. At that moment, Mo Shangyu was not averse to bringing the pepper plants back with her. Rather, she feared their potential failure to thrive. She contemplated the rebuilding of the great Yin tribe's dwellings before making any decisions. Just then, she rose and turned to glance behind her. Although there was nothing visible, her shamanic senses detected the presence of 7 or 8 individuals approaching their direction, all of whom were totem warriors. "Shaman, what is it?" Li Zixuan inquired, noticing Mo Shangyu's sudden alertness. He followed her gaze, but saw nothing amiss. Mo Shangyu remained silent, focusing intently on the approaching figures. The aura of the 7 individuals grew increasingly palpable. In the next moment, they leapt from the thicket and into view, halting upon spotting Mo Shangyu and her companions. These 7 were members of the cannibal tribe, who were actively searching for Xia Qingyu and her group, while Lin Qi Tianqing had dispatched others to eliminate the mountain tribe. With few totem warriors remaining in the mountain tribe, Tianqing had sent some to scout the vicinity. Li Zixuan and the others regarded the newcomers with a wary gaze, recognizing the totem markings adorning their bodies, indicative of their status as totem warriors. In contrast, Li Zixuan and his companions were not totem warriors, possessing only a certain physical prowess, as the inhabitants of this primal world were undeniably stronger than someone like Mo Shangyu from modern times. Who would have thought our fortune would shine upon us, encountering a few individuals here who appear to be non-totem warriors? One of the men among the newcomers remarked with a grin. Mo Shangyu observed the 7 men, sensing the lethal energy emanating from their totem markings, along with an indefinable aura that exuded danger. However, to her, the threat seemed less daunting, as there were merely 4 level 3 totem warriors and 3 level 4 totem warriors among them. "I shall take the lead. You all remain here," one audacious man declared to his companions, suddenly propelling himself toward Mo Shangyu and the others. "Shaman, you should leave first," Li Zixuan urged, instinctively positioning himself in front of Mo Shangyu. Yet, she remained rooted in place. The man from the cannibal tribe dashed toward Li Zixuan with astonishing speed, revealing a sinister smile before launching a swift kick aimed at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan's pupils dilated in shock, unprepared for the man's incredible swiftness. Before he could react, the kick struck him, sending him hurtling backward into the snow. Sliding several meters away, the man's cheek instantly flushed, leaving behind a footprint, while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and several teeth were knocked out. The man then turned to Mo Shangyu, launching another punch directly at him. Mo Shangyu raised his hand and suddenly invoked the gravity spell, causing the snow beneath him to sink several inches. The man from the cannibal tribe reacted swiftly, sensing something amiss and attempting to retract his hand, but it was already too late. Mo Shangyu extended his hand and seized the man's incoming fist, causing the man's body to stiffen as he felt an overwhelming force enveloping him. This sensation ignited a wave of heat within him. Trembling slightly, he looked at Mo Shangyu and stammered, "Why, you are a shaman." The man struggled fiercely to free his hand, but found himself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by a colossal bear. Yet before he could receive an answer, his entire body suddenly ignited in fierce flames. The man writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape, but to no avail. The other 6 members of the cannibal tribe, witnessing this, immediately became alert, glancing at their burning comrade, none daring to approach. The flames raged for several minutes, accompanied by the man's anguished cries, until silence fell and the fire extinguished. At that moment, the man's body lay charred, devoid of life. As Mo Shangyu released his grip, the body crumpled onto the snow, which immediately began to emit white mist as it turned to water. The earlier screams of the man left Li Zixuan and the remaining 6 totem warriors feeling an icy chill that surpassed even the fierce snow. "He is a shaman," one of the men uttered in fear, recognizing that such power could only belong to a shaman. Mo Shangyu regarded the 6 men before him, raising his hand as several fireballs materialized behind him. Li Zixuan and the others were taken aback. Even the 6 men in front wore expressions of terror, instinctively turning to flee. With a wave of his hand, Mo Shangyu sent the fireballs soaring, augmented by a speed spell. The fireballs accelerated rapidly. Boom! 3 of them were caught off guard and struck, enveloped in flames, collapsing onto the snow as they writhed in agony. The remaining 4 glanced back in horror, their pace quickening further. Chapter 113. The destruction of the mountain tribe. Mo Shangyu employed the speed spell to swiftly catch up with the fleeing individuals, then delivered a powerful kick. They were sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the snow. The one previously struck by the fireball lay motionless, reduced to a pile of charred remains. The 2 surviving members of the cannibal tribe gazed at Mo Shangyu in sheer terror, unable to comprehend how they had encountered a shaman here. Whence had this shaman come? The mountain tribe, the poor tribe, and the long tribe, by all accounts, should have been devoid of shamans. "Who are you?" Mo Shangyu inquired directly of one of them. The man glared fiercely at Mo Shangyu, his heart heavy with trepidation. Mo Shangyu, observing his unwavering gaze and sensing his reluctance to speak, raised his hand and conjured a fireball. In an instant, the man was engulfed in flames. Writhing in the snow, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire with the snow around him, but to no avail. Mo Shanyu paid him no heed and turned to confront another individual, swiftly ending their life as he decided against further inquiry. Just as the man was about to respond, he was met with a fireball hurtling towards him, an escape rendered impossible. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Li Zixuan and the others stood frozen at the sight, clearly taken aback by Mo Shangyu's decisive actions in eliminating these individuals. "Do you recognize these people?" Mo Shangyu inquired. Glancing at Li Zixuan shook his head slightly, observing the charred figures on the ground, unable to fathom how he could possibly know them. Moreover, having been at a distance, he had not discerned their features clearly. Realizing this, Mo Shangyu ceased his inquiries, concluding that these individuals could not possibly belong to the mountain tribe, as their demeanor lacked the inherent malice. Whether they were associated with the Jiu tribe remained a mystery. "Let us return," Mo Shanyu instructed Li Zixuan and the others. The corpses were nearly incinerated, and the heavy snowfall would soon conceal them, rendering further concern unnecessary. Nodding in agreement, Li Zixuan and the others gathered the harvested peppers and made their way back. Upon returning to the Qiong tribe, Xia Qingyu and Yang rushed to greet them. "Which, thank goodness you are unharmed," Xia Qingyu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, mirrored by Yang's fervent gaze. Mo Shanyu had become their pillar of strength. They believed that with him, any challenge could be surmounted. Mo Shanyu had not anticipated their prompt arrival and nodded slightly in acknowledgement before asking, "Where are the others?" "They are searching for you as well." "But I sent Fuya to find them," Xia Qingyu replied with enthusiasm. "Very well," Mo Shanyu nodded, and, looking at Xia Qingyu earnestly, declared, "Let us reconstruct the Dian tribe in this very location." Without hesitation, Xia Qingyu responded, "Yes, I will gather the tribe members." Mo Shanyu affirmed with a nod. Li Zixuan and the others observed the familiarity between Xia Qingyu, Yang, and Mo Shanyu, realizing they were indeed from the witch tribe, now referred to as the Dian tribe. However, Xia Qingyu suddenly recalled the cannibal tribe and turned to Mo Shanyu with a serious expression, stating, "Which, while we were searching for you, we encountered the cannibal tribe." "The cannibal tribe?" Mo Shanyu queried, a hint of confusion evident. While unfamiliar with them, he understood from the name that they were a tribe known for their gruesome practices. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan and the Qiong tribe members were visibly shocked, as they possessed a profound understanding of the cannibal tribe. An air of fear enveloped the Qiong tribe, as if a shadow loomed over them. Mo Shanyu, too, noted the expressions of Li Zixuan and the others, indicating their deeper knowledge of the cannibal tribe. "Are you familiar with the cannibal tribe?" Mo Shanyu inquired, casting a glance at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, with his head bowed, could not help but clench his fists, then nodded slightly. "Our impoverished tribe Shaman and the chieftain were slain by the cannibal tribe. The few of us remaining have fled here." After hearing this, Mo Shanyu grasped the situation to some extent and began to form thoughts regarding this cannibal tribe. Moreover, the 7 individuals they had just encountered were quite likely from that tribe. It seemed imperative to eradicate them, otherwise they might come seeking them out later. Xia Qingyu observed Mo Shanyu's expression and seemed to understand the shaman's intentions. She spoke up, "Shaman, let me first gather Tianlang, Daxiong, and the other totem warriors before we proceed to annihilate the cannibal tribe." After a moment of silence, Mo Shanyu nodded in agreement. He was uncertain of the whereabouts of the cannibal tribe's members, so it was safer to first bring back the tribe's people. He then instructed Xia Qingyu to fetch the others and retrieved several shaman bone tokens from the hide at his waist, handing them to her. These were fireball shaman tokens that could provide warmth as the weather grew colder. Initially, Xia Qingyu intended to have Yang take the tokens to bring back the tribe's people, but Mo Shanyu insisted she go instead and have Yang remain behind. After all, Xia Qingyu was the chieftain. Reluctantly, she departed swiftly, reminding Yang to ensure Mo Shangyu's safety. Once Xia Qingyu left, Yang turned to Mo Shanyu and softly called, "Shaman." Mo Shanyu responded with a slight acknowledgement and, noticing Yang's bashful demeanor, inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Yang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My bow was taken by the cannibal tribe." Mo Shanyu chuckled, thinking it was something serious, and affectionately ruffled Yang's hair, saying, "No worries, I will craft you a new one." Yang's cheeks flushed with warmth as he felt the gentle gesture. That would be wonderful. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the cannibal tribe had arrived outside the mountain tribe, gazing at the large round stone ahead. Tianqing also stared at the stone and commanded Linshi, "Kill them all, including the women." Linshi affirmed, then instructed the totem warriors behind him, "Wait until we go in. Eliminate everyone." A chorus of affirmations followed. Inside the cave, Linshi suddenly turned toward the cave entrance, feeling a sense of foreboding. Just as Linshi prayed fervently for it not to be the cannibal tribe, The stone at the entrance was abruptly pushed aside. The mountain tribe members, alerted by the commotion, rose to their feet. In the next moment, several figures surged in. Seeing this, Lingqi shouted, "Flee!" But where could they escape to within these confines? Chapter 114. Roasting oranges. The cannibal tribe members rushed in, brandishing bone knives and slashing at anyone in sight. The few totem warriors from the mountain tribe were merely second or third-tier warriors and were no match for them, even with all the might of Lingqi. It was improbable for him to contend against such a multitude. Soon, the cavern was suffused with the stench of blood, crimson liquid staining the entrance, while the flames that had once flickered were extinguished, leaving only a few faint embers. The entire cave mouth dimmed. All had been slain. Once the massacre was complete, Lingqi emerged from the cave and approached Tianqing, stating, "Let us return to the tribe. The shaman's ritual is about to commence." Indeed, Tianqing nodded slightly, adding, "We must hurry." Lingqi acquiesced, instructing his companions to remove the bodies from the cave before they departed. Corpse after corpse was brought forth by the cannibal tribe. "Sister, why did father send us to find the shaman?" Lingyin inquired, casting a glance at her elder sister. "I am not entirely certain," Lingwei replied, shaking her head. She then turned her gaze to Heiji, asking, "Heiji, did you truly see the cannibal tribe?" "Yes," Heiji affirmed with a nod. "They slaughtered all the members of our tribe." Lingwei regarded Heiji, but in the next moment, she seemed to have an epiphany, abruptly halting and turning her gaze towards the direction of the mountain tribe. At that moment, she appeared to grasp something profound. "Sister, what troubles you?" Lingyin asked, her curiosity piqued. Tears began to flow unbidden from Lingyue's eyes. "Sister, why are you crying?" Lingyin asked with concern, noticing her sister's sudden tears. In that instant, Lingyue finally understood why their father had sent both her and her sister out. The mountain tribe would never ally with another tribe. They would rather perish than submit to another. Their father understood that without the shaman's protection, they would be mercilessly slaughtered by the cannibal tribe. Lingyue stood in contemplation for a moment before turning and gently wiping away her tears, her voice trembling as she said to Lingyin, "Let us go. It will be just the two of us from now on." The last phrase was spoken so softly that Lingyin scarcely heard it, only catching the word "go." With newfound enthusiasm, Lingyin declared, "Let us seek the shaman." The three continued their journey towards the impoverished tribe. Perhaps from the very beginning, Lingqi had never contemplated survival, for the mountain tribe held a fiercely strong totemic belief. They would never join another tribe. The other members of the mountain tribe shared the same conviction. Had they encountered the formidable Mo Shanjiu and recognized his power as a shaman from the outset, they might have chosen to follow him. Yet Lingqi had not, nor had the other tribesfolk. They were aware that following Mo Shanjiu would ensure their sustenance and survival, but they chose otherwise. The trio continued on their path towards the impoverished tribe. Meanwhile, on another front, Fuya awaited the return of Tianlang and his companions. However, their countenances bore a tinge of despondency, for they had failed to locate the shaman. "Did you find the shaman?" Daxiong inquired of the returning totem warriors. The others, sharing the somber mood, shook their heads in reply. "What of the tribe leader?" Tianlang noticed that both Xia Qingyu and Yang had not returned, and only Fuya was present. Prompting his question, at that moment, Fuya spoke up, "We should have found the shaman." "Is that true?" Daxiong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to Fuya. Fuya slightly nodded. However, Tianlang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why should it be so?" Fuya then recounted the events that had transpired, including the matter concerning the cannibal tribe. Upon hearing her explanation, the group frowned in unison, for they were well aware of the existence of the cannibal tribe, notorious for their gruesome practices. In the past, the Diyin tribe would avoid them at all costs, treading carefully to remain undetected. "Let us hasten to find the shaman," Daxiong urged, casting a glance at Fuya. Yet, Fuya gently shook her head. "I believe it is prudent for us to await the tribe leader here. We are unfamiliar with this area, and should we stray or leave, it would be unfortunate if the tribe leader and the shaman could not locate us upon their return." Tianlang nodded in agreement after considering her words. Thus, the group remained in their designated spot. Xia Qingyu possessed remarkable speed, employing a speed-enhancing talisman. For the daylight was waning and urgency was paramount. By the time she arrived back, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Upon witnessing the tribe leader's return, Daxiong and the others noted the absence of Yang and the shaman and, fearing the worst, approached with concern, "Tribe leader, where are the shaman and Yang?" Xia Luji took a moment to steady his breath before responding, "Let us return. Both the shaman and Yang are safe." A collective sigh of relief escaped Tianlang and the others upon hearing that the shaman was unharmed. However, a question lingered in the air. If the shaman was safe, why had he not returned with them? Xia Luji, who had remained silent, felt a wave of relief wash over him at the news of Mo Shangyu's safety, but could not suppress his curiosity. Xiao Qingyu explained. The shaman instructed us to relocate here and establish our living quarters. I returned to escort you and the other members of the Dayin tribe back. Now that night is falling, we should make our way back. Accepting the shaman's orders, Tian Lang, De Xiong, and Xia Luji prepared to follow. Subsequently, Xiao Qingyu led the way, accompanied by Sha Luo, towards the Water tribe, where all members of the Dayin tribe were presently gathered. Meanwhile, at the Poverty tribe, as Ling Yin, Ling Yu, and He Ji approached the vicinity, they were utterly exhausted, their feet numb and crimson from the cold. The three huddled together, shivering against the biting chill, their footsteps crunching through the snow, feeling as though their feet had lost all sensation. Sister, we have arrived, Ling Yin stammered, gazing at the cave dwelling of the Poverty tribe, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, all three were visibly shaking. Suddenly, with a thud, He Ji collapsed into the snow, unable to endure any longer. Soon after, Ling Yin succumbed as well, while Ling Yu bit her lip until it bled, determined to seek the shaman. But after just a few steps, she too fell to the ground, unable to press on. The trio had completely lost consciousness. Inside the Poverty tribe's cave, warmth enveloped the space, as a fire crackled to life, providing the tribe members with the opportunity to enjoy cooked meals. Fruits were also available. Mo Shangyu taught them to place oranges near the fire to warm them before consumption, a lesson imparted by her grandfather during her childhood in the countryside. The chili peppers were no longer intended for consumption, for eating them raw would be exceedingly spicy, and roasting them would render them even hotter. Mo Shangyu could hardly withstand such heat. This meal marked one of the happiest occasions in the history of the impoverished tribe. Chapter 115. The annihilation of the mountain tribe. After a modest meal, Mo Shangyu found herself satiated. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and the temperature grew colder by the day. Yet, within the cave, the warmth of the flickering bonfire provided a comforting haven. Mo Shangyu rose, feeling a need to step outside for some fresh air. Remaining indoors had begun to feel stifling and oppressive. Wu, where are you going? Yang inquired, noticing Wu's movement. I'm going out for some fresh air, Mo Shangyu replied. I'll join you, Yang said, standing up and following Mo Shangyu towards the entrance. As they approached the cave's mouth, a gust of chilling wind greeted them. Yang instinctively rushed forward to push open the heavy round stone that sealed the entrance. Outside, the night had descended, but the moon shone brilliantly in the sky. Once outside, the cold enveloped them, prompting Mo Shangyu to shiver involuntarily, a reaction mirrored by Yang. At that moment, Mo Shangyu longed for a thick down jacket. She gazed upwards at the thickening snowfall, which had grown significantly heavier. Wu, Yang suddenly whispered, prompting Mo Shangyu to turn and ask, what is it? Pointing forward, Yang said, Wu, it seems there are people ahead. Mo Shangyu became alert, peering into the distance and utilizing her mystical powers to investigate, discovering that indeed, three figures lay sprawled in the snow, their bodies mostly buried, teetering on the brink of being entirely concealed by the white blanket, yet exhibiting faint signs of life through their shallow breaths and heartbeats. Let us go take a look, Mo Shangyu suggested, and Yang, wary of the possibility that these individuals might belong to a cannibalistic tribe, cautiously approached first. She knelt before Lingyue, turning her over gently. Mo Shangyu followed closely, recognizing Lingyue's pale lips and weak pulse. A wave of surprise washed over her, and she quickly turned her attention to Ling Yin and Heiji, instructing, Yang, drag those two over as well. Yang nodded, having seen Ling Yin and Lingyue earlier that day upon arriving at the mountain tribe. Mo Shangyu immediately began to employ her healing arts, working to warm and restore their bodies. Given the frigid conditions, their limbs were likely frostbitten. She channeled streams of green light into the three of them, gradually restoring some color to their pallid faces. Yang observed the young man, recognizing him as one of the children from the tribe that had been slaughtered by the cannibalistic tribe earlier that day. After a while, as their breathing steadied, Mo Shangyu exhaled in relief, realizing that had they arrived any later, these three would have perished in the snow. At that moment, Zishuan emerged from the cave, rushing towards the trio upon seeing them. He paused, momentarily struck with surprise upon recognizing Lingyue, Ling Yin, and Heiji. We must take them inside, he urged. Mo Shangyu faced Li Zishuan and Yang, who immediately crouched down, seizing the waists of Ling Yin and Lingyue, and hurried towards the cave. Li Zishuan, too, ran into the cave, carrying the black chicken. Upon their return, the impoverished tribe members were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the three individuals brought back by Yang and Li Zishuan. Mo Shangyu followed them in, casting a glance at Lingyue and Ling Yin, realizing that they likely would not awaken this evening. At that moment, Curiosity piqued within Mo Shanyu regarding the circumstances that led Ling Wei and Ling Yin to find themselves here alone. It seemed evident that something had transpired in the mountain tribe. However, with nightfall upon them, it would be unwise to send Yang to investigate the matter. They could only wait until the following morning. That night, the impoverished tribe's members harbored their own apprehensions, fearing that the mountain tribe and the Zhou tribe had encountered misfortune and that they would be next. The following day, as dawn broke, Mo Shanyu set off towards the mountain tribe with Yang in tow, without inviting Li Zixuan and the others to accompany them. After all, they were not totem warriors, and Mo Shanyu harbored doubts about their ability to protect them should they encounter the cannibal tribe. Before departing, Mo Shanyu instructed Li Zixuan to seal the cave entrance, ensuring their safety within. Which, do you think the cannibal tribe might strike the impoverished tribe while we are away? Mo Shanyu reassured them. Fear not, we shall move swiftly. I have also employed some poison outside. The two continued their rapid journey towards the mountain tribe, pausing upon reaching its vicinity. There, they found the cave entrance ajar, yet the situation outside remained unclear. Mo Shanyu approached and pressed his foot into the snow, scraping away a layer to reveal blood beneath. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He hastened into the cave, only to be met by a heavy stench of blood permeating the air. Yang, too, caught the scent, wrinkling his brow and covering his nose, his expression grim. Which? It seems something has transpired here. Yang remarked, allow me to enter and assess the danger. Unnecessary, Mo Shanyu replied softly, continuing forward. He had already used his witch power to probe the cave and sensed the presence of ordinary individuals, devoid of totem warrior's essence. Yet, Mo Shanyu remained curious as to why there were still people inside. Which? Yang called out, rushing to walk ahead of Mo Shanyu, vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them. Mo Shanyu raised his hand, conjuring a fireball that illuminated the area. Once the surroundings were aglow, both Mo Shanyu and Yang were left speechless, for the ground was stained crimson with blood, a harrowing sight. Curiously, no bodies lay in sight. Mo Shanyu surmised that the remains had been taken away, for they were indeed in the realm of cannibals. Although he did not see anyone around, his witch power sensed their presence nearby. Yang, equally shocked, stared at the blood-soaked ground, realizing that the blood had already begun to congeal. Move that large stone in front. Mo Shanyu glanced around before directing his gaze toward the sizable rock ahead. Turned his head and indeed saw a large stone obstructing their path. He approached and effortlessly lifted it, hurling it to the ground. However, as soon as the stone hit the earth, a child, trembling and clutching a bone knife, lunged towards him. Upon witnessing this, swiftly seized the boy's hands, lifting him into the air. Mo Shanyu recognized the child as one he had seen previously in the mountain tribe. At that moment, 7 or 8 more children emerged from the cave, appearing to be no more than 10 years old, with the youngest likely just 2. Chapter 116. The preparatory warriors. The children charged directly at Ian. He stood momentarily stunned as the little ones reached him, clinging to his legs and biting down. A sharp pain shot through his thigh, prompting an involuntary gasp. Mo Shanyu, observing from behind, furrowed his brow. It appeared these children had been deliberately concealed by Lingqi. Moreover, Lingqi was aware of the impending danger and had prepared for death. Yet Mo Shanyu found it perplexing why Lingqi would choose to face such peril rather than seek his assistance. Had they come to him, he would have surely intervened. Take them back, Mo Shanyu instructed, dismissing his thoughts, as he could not fathom Lingqi's reasoning. However, the cannibal tribe presented a significant threat. Once Xia Qingyu and the others arrived, it would be imperative for Tianlang, Daxiong, and Shaluo to lead an assault on this tribe. Upon hearing Mo Shangyu's words, began to gather the children, yet he realized he could not possibly carry them all. I seem unable to hold so many, he remarked. Mo Shanyu turned to see resembling a child king with several little ones clinging to him, their mouths latched onto him without release. With a resigned sigh,